Dear listeners, the following material may be triggering at parts. This is not bad, for in this text, there are many uncomfortable truths that must come to the surface in order for us to heal from within, so that we may heal what's without. If you, like myself, are ready to be healed in places you might not even know require healing, please continue listening and remain here with me a little while longer. I thank you. Please note, the following book was channeled by the author. As such, it is full of dense, highly metaphysical information and builds upon the stories and themes that were told in previous books of the series. Because of this, for the sake of more comprehension and less confusion, it is strongly recommended to listen to the first two books before this one, if you have not. They are Right Use of Will, Healing and Evolving the Emotional Body, and Original Cause, The Unseen Role of Denial. They were all channeled by Ceanne DeRohan, and they are all available on this channel. Their playlist is in the pinned comment below the video. If you find the information at all helpful or inspiring, or elucidating, please remember to leave a like on the video. Now, on to the book. All the best. Dedicated to Red in all of its manifestations. Introduction. I have given two books previous to this one, and it is my feeling that it is not possible to understand this one unless you have read the others. If you are the sort of reader who skips the introduction, you will not find everything you need. So now is a good time to change that habit. There are a lot of things moving on Earth right now, and a lot more are going to move. If you want to move with it, do not hold back the feelings you need to allow now. Feelings give movement to creation. Without feelings, there is no desire, and without desire, vibration would stop. Vibration is life, and so it follows that you must have desire to have life. There is no reason on earth that spiritual teachers should instruct you to let go of desire, except that they are holding old images of me that do not know how to live, and readying you for death, while telling you it is life everlasting they are readying you for instead. If you cannot allow desire to lead you into pleasant experiences, you may be heading yourself for hell without realizing it. Desire has been told by guilt that it is not possible to both feel good and be good, especially where sexual energy is involved. Love has intent to be good and does not need a guilty conscience telling it that it is not being good enough. Guilt criticizes without giving forth a feeling of love toward those it is criticizing. Guilt is God in my place on earth right now and needs to move out so that my light can move in. You need to allow your magnetic centers to move so that they can release the guilt they are holding present and allow my light to come in. You have been seeing what guilt does when you hold it present, but you have not recognized it. I am giving you the understandings you need now to recognize guilt and be able to let go of it if you so choose. If you choose guilt over me, you need to know what that choice means for you also, so that I have done my job of letting you know what is going to happen in my absence. Formerly, I have allowed guilt to coexist with me, but no more. Guilt is not loving, and I have decided that I can no longer tolerate unloving presence in my creation. This statement of mine is going to terrify many people who aren't sure they have the ability to tell the difference between love and guilt, or to love without guilt telling them how they should do it. Many others who see that this understanding is right will meet their terror when they try to practice moving guilt out of their lives. Most people cannot fully understand what guilt is unless they receive the understandings I am giving now. Guilt can be such a subtle thing that it is not possible to know all the forms it can take without feeling the lost will that needs to move now. This book is subtitled, "The Reflection Lost Will Has to Give," because the first step is to see it. You need my help, because although you have been seeing it, you have not recognized what you have been seeing. Some have already pointed out reflections of the self in others, and some have said that the things most denied in the self are the things most hated in others. I want you to look at this more deeply now. Recognition of the problem needs also the understanding of how to heal it, so that you do not have to continue to face the reflection you are now facing on Earth. I have given these understandings in many ways that have not gotten across to you, and so I have to insist that you not let yourself read past any point that triggers you or stirs even the slightest emotion. When you feel anything, put the book down, go into your feelings, and allow as much movement as you can. Do not allow talking about feelings to control you here. Allow breathing changes and noises. Allow body to respond to what is happening with whatever movements it needs to make. Give in to more emotional movement than you have in the past. It is the holding patterns in the magnetic or emotional body that are not allowing these understandings to penetrate deeply enough to make the vibrational changes that can alter the ways you are living and dying. It is not possible anymore to let you go on as you are. The high-tech replacement of the will is only going to give you a little time in which to heal this. And if you do not move when you can, it will be much more difficult later. You are the one deciding how much pressure you need to move by how much you resist the movement. I do want to repeat that this does not mean that you need to be pressuring others because you are afraid that they're not healing themselves or allowing you to heal. I would like to get this understanding across now. Others are not going to take kindly to pressuring from you if you have not first moved in yourself what you feel needs movement in them. So many times I have felt that I sound like I am almost contradicting myself in my attempts to explain this without having my explanations look like rules. You cannot take the form of what I have given in one situation and seek to apply it to situations where it does not apply. You must have a feeling for the essence of the situation. If not, it does not matter what approach I take. You will not get the understandings involved. The understandings to have present with you now is that it is not possible to give you a rule for every situation you're going to meet, nor would it be desirable. That's why I have given you a will instead. In the next part of the story, you are going to see how following my example, and sometimes trying not to follow my example, gave you the misunderstandings you need to heal now. Most people are also laden with additional misunderstandings because they did not understand the example I was trying to give, or tried to make the example fit situations in which it did not apply. Please open to receive what I am giving now. Denials emanating from the Godhead toward the survival chakra, and some reflections of these denials. When Hart went back to the Godhead, after finding that the rainbow spirits were not ready to accept his presence, he found me already there. While he had been attempting to help the rainbow spirits increase their self-acceptance, and thereby their love, I had felt a growing need to return home. Perhaps it was no longer possible for us to all go forth at once anymore. When I reached the Godhead, I found most of the Godhead spirits clustered around the edges, as though they were being drawn outward. In the middle of the Godhead, I felt the possibility growing for a hole in my light. I dove for it and felt that I had filled the space just in time. I felt a jolt occurring around me. My light was moving outward with the intensity of an explosion. At first, the spirits weren't even sure it was I who had made this light appear, and a wave of fear rushed through them. What's happening? Is it God? Is it another emergence? Has someone taken God's place? What would another God be like? This fear passed through them so quickly there was barely time to recognize it before it seemed to be gone, and the spirits calmed again in the realization that I had returned home. I felt that besides fear of what was happening, the Godhead spirits also had fear of me, and I did not know why. I did not know why I had the feeling that they feared me. It was just a feeling that I had. When I asked them about it, they denied having fear of me. Even though the Godhead spirits denied it and did not let me approach them on it, I still felt they had fear of me and that they were holding back from me somewhat. Was the increase in my presence too much for them to handle all at once? Had I become a frightening God to them? I knew that I had had fear at seeing the possibility of my place opening space to something other than my light, and I wondered why the Godhead spirits had denied feeling this fear. I had leaped to fill the void before the filminess became actual holes in my light. I had exploded in an effort to fill every place that needed it, and yet it was not an explosion that I had forced, because I did have great joy at returning to what felt like my right place. I felt like everything in me had moved at once and given the increase to the light that was needed then. There was no way I could verify that what I had done was right, except that I had a feeling it was good. I had great faith in good feelings, and did not realize that I had denials involved even in them. I just had a nagging guilt that never let me be totally at peace. I tried to ignore it, but I always had the feeling that I was never quite good enough or right enough in anything I did. I always had an uneasy undercurrent feeling that doing what I wanted to do was unacceptable to others for one reason or another, and that I had to hold back in order to be loving and careful of others. I actually feared I could hurt others with my light, and I have much lost will that believes it cannot receive me fully because I will be too intense for it. The Godhead spirits did not seem interested in addressing me here, and I did not want to press it with them. Instead, I preferred to shake these feelings off because I had feeling good in mind now. I began to ruminate upon the many pleasant experiences I had had. Ruminating was, in my mind, a way of looking over creation to see how I had done. I had experiences now that I had not had the first time I experienced these parts of creation, and feelings of love poured forth for things that had troubled me earlier. I was able to smile now at so many things that had seemed humorless earlier. I felt there were many places where love had been present, even though I had at first feared it was not. I felt I had more insights on heart, the mother, and the father of manifestation, and I resolved to try harder for a better alignment with them. I looked at the rainbow spirits and found that I had more love there than I had found in the beginning. Later, I found that in some situations, it was still not as easy for me to recognize the presence of love when I was directly involved, as it was from the perspective of the overview I was having now. When I had got to the bottom in the red spirits, I avoided looking at the feelings I had had there. I felt that I needed to look at the red spirits, but told myself it was better to focus upon how they were doing in the present than to go back over the past. I somewhat feared the possibility that they might not be doing well, but I denied it in favor of my belief that I should take a calm approach and just allow myself to see them. I decided to look in upon the red spirits without leaving home, just as I had been doing with the other spirits. As I focused my vision down through the colors of the rainbow spirits, I found their reaction to be similar to what the Godhead spirits had shown me earlier. The rainbow spirits also had what appeared to be a reaction of fear. At the time, I did not understand what was causing this, but I know now that I had unwittingly denied fear by not allowing it expression, and my own denied fear had gone out like a wave before me. The spirits denied it because I had denied it, and they feared me because I was not accepting myself in the areas they were reflecting. Lost Will has reflected these moments back to me for so long that I am surprised I did not understand it sooner than I did. But I did not. The images of God as an all-seeing eye that spies and even knows what is hidden has roots here, as does the approach of most people to the visit of anyone deemed to be more important or more powerful than they are. There are varying degrees to the lost will, but all involve at least some amount of the flurry of preparation designed to present the best possible appearance and assure putting the best foot forward. The guilt involved is quite immense, really, and is present because of the unmoving fear that says it is not all right to just be as you are. Since I had not realized the role my own denials were playing in the patterns I was seeing, I tried the approach of reassuring the spirits involved that they had nothing to fear, and that I was not the sort of God who was looking at them to judge and punish, as so many seemed to fear. This got me no place, of course, except that I received back even more denials that they had the fears I was addressing. This gave me some confusion until much later, when I finally realized that the spirits were responding to as best they could, given the mixed messages I was unknowingly putting forth. I had told the spirits to be at ease, but I was not at ease with my own fear. I had given the example of ignoring my fear, and that's what the spirits thought they were doing also. I had given the impression that I thought all things passed in time, and they were trying to give me the reflection that this was true for them also. Since you have been following my example, I have been able to see from you what I have been doing that I did not know I was doing, and what I have done that was not understood. This is the reflection I had to learn to understand, and this is the reflection that you need to understand now. All of you are holding and reflecting pieces of the total picture, and I have the overview that can give you the enlightenment of the total picture that is needed now. At the time it was happening, I was not aware of the role denial was playing. I simply felt I was turning toward what seemed more pleasant, more appropriate, and more important at the time. Fear and anger in their various forms experienced my preference for other feelings as rejection, in the form of the judgments implicit in the statements just made. In my desire to ignore it, I had pushed large amounts of will essence out of me, although it was not a conscious push. This will essence then felt I was not allowing it to be present, and that I had banished it instead. For example, the fear I described earlier felt it had no place to go but away from me, and so it had gone out as a wave I was not aware of causing. My actions had made the fear feel that it was not acceptable to me, and that it was not a part of my love as I defined love. This lost will was created when I did not accept it as a natural part of my creative process. In this way, then, my fears about the red spirits became the second wave of fear I had sent forth since my recent return home. This fear moved on ahead of me and was rippling through the rainbow spirits. It was being received as, God is coming. What if he should find something wrong with us, as he has before? As the wave of fear preceding my presence moved through the rainbow spirits, they tried to appear in the ways they thought would make them more acceptable to me. They thought my love was being more amply awarded to spirits who were the most like me, and they were doing their best to please me. Such posturing has made me smile since then, but at the time, I was afraid it meant that I was not going to be able to get the rainbow spirits to be at ease with me. I denied fear again here, believing that letting the rainbow spirits see it would only make matters worse. I'm sure you can see how fear was getting the impression that it only made matters worse. As though intent upon fulfilling the judgment that it only made matters worse, this fear was heading toward the red spirits, embodying a feeling of blame, as though the red spirits had caused this fear. The light of understanding was not accompanying this fear, and the judgments it was receiving were not allowing it to understand itself in any other ways either. Parts of this fear became entangled along the way in receptive parts of other colors of rainbow spirits, where it received further judgment and was denied again. This made the fear harder to understand by the time it reached the red spirits, because it had received interpretations and judgments from everything it touched along the way. For example, this fear had originally contained the thought, "Let bygones be bygones, and let's see what the present has to offer." By the time this fear reached the red spirits, this thought had been interpreted to mean, "Don't bring forward what happened in the past. Let it all go. God has preference for this." This idea has given many people trouble when they have tried to move past something in which their feelings are still caught. There is judgment against the will here, that it is spiritually inferior if it cannot let go of the past without dredging up old emotions. When the fear got to the red spirits, it told the red spirits that I was afraid something was wrong with them, and that it had to do with the feelings red had aroused in me at the time of their emergence. The red spirits had a mixed response to this message. Some experienced an increase in their fear that something was wrong with them, and some were angry that I thought of them in this way. The closer my presence came to seeing them, the more they all demonstrated fear of my power by being unable to stop themselves from warping into unnatural behavior. The ones who thought they feared me the least were the angry ones. Many of them responded to me by moving into the background, where they began claiming they wanted to confront me. But I noticed that they also allowed themselves this placement so that they could make the claim that they could not confront me because the others were in the way. I am no longer blaming the red spirits here. I just want to let you know what took place in these experiences. I soon found out that the red spirits had no image of me that looked good to them. Their image of me was tied into their emergence experience with me. The behavior of the red spirits here let me know how they perceived me, but at the time, I did not recognize it as a picture of myself. The picture they had of me was governing their behavior. Both their image of me and their behavior was showing me how they thought I wanted our relationship to be. But at the time, I felt annoyed with their behavior and annoyed that I felt I could not change their behavior. In fact, their behavior got worse the closer I tried to get to them. The red spirits were trying to give the impression that they were the most fearless of the spirits. They were literally flexing their muscles and striking poses designed to make them look strong and powerfully masculine. They had fear, and they hated me for making them feel it, but they did not let me know. Instead, they pretended they did not notice my presence. They began arguing among themselves about who was the strongest, who was the bravest, and who was the most intelligent. They gave the impression that most people still receive from them now of being warring people who would rather die than be defeated. The women were all supposed to admire the men and not do anything to make them look weak, lacking in wisdom, or not in control of the situation. The women were expected to regard the men as men and not as boys in any way. Through their conformity and behavior patterns, the red spirits were presenting a picture of group unity, which was very important to them. The red spirits believed that an alignment was not as vulnerable as a lack of it. The red spirits today have fractured into a number of groups, but they still try to project an image of unity within the groups and an image of alignment between groups. My feeling was that the red spirits might be more comfortable in my presence if they knew why I had come. I decided to try speaking to them as a means of getting their attention. When I uttered my first word, all of the red spirits fell down on their front sides and would not get up. I begged them not to make me into a god that they had to treat in this way, but they would not respond. They wanted to show me that they were the most devoted to me. I gave them the same input then that they need now, but I will not meet the same rejection this time that I received then, because I am no longer involved in the denials that gave the lie to my message then. My intention in speaking to you, I began then, is to let you know that I am not here to judge, punish, or banish you. I want to see how you are doing and experience with you so that I can know how your emergence has affected you. All the red spirits got up then and began assuring me that they were fine. They said that they had gotten over any problems they had been having with the rest of the rainbow spirits by uniting as a group and finding the strength they needed within themselves. They paused then. The next thing they had wanted to say was that they wanted me to show them their right place, but they were still too afraid they might not have one, or might not have one they could like. They looked to me hoping I would understand them here. I told the red spirits to have no fear, that there was no problem finding a place for them if they could allow themselves to have it. The red spirits hesitated here, as though this was some kind of a trick statement on my part. I hesitated here also, because I was unsure of myself. The place I had already given them was a place they had indicated they did not want to have. I told them I would look around to see if I could find a place they would like better, and that I would get back to them on it. I have not gotten back to the red spirits on this until now, because I later had too many troubles of my own. However, I did not abandon the red spirits then either. Part of my presence remained with them, trying to feel how they felt about themselves. The more I experienced them, the more I felt that red was their right place. Initially, I did not know if my internalized experience of the spectrum was right or not. I had experienced what I had experienced, and emerged the colors I had emerged. My fears about the red spirits were really reflecting my fear that I should have put more limits on the Father of Manifestation. I was unsure here. I didn't know if the limits my fear proposed were necessary or not. I questioned whether red had been wrongly separated out of red-violet, thus causing the seeming imperviousness to spirit that I had experienced in red. Now I know that red is a necessary part of the spectrum, and that the survival chakra has been undervalued and has received heavy judgments against its function. In the beginning, I feared the intensity of its physical vibration because it appeared that in the intensity of its own nature, it was not letting spirit guide it. This was how I had felt around the emergence of the red spirits, and they feared this about themselves. They feared that their natures were too passionate, and that if left unbridled, they would go into the excesses I have accused the Mother and the Father of Manifestation of having. The fears the red spirits have had about themselves have been listed as the base appetites of man, and the red spirits have held an image of me as a god that demands control of these passions. I have this to say now. It is impossible to have a base appetite unless it is judged as such. Overindulgence is, for the most part, a matter of viewpoint, and guilt has played a strong role here. The judgments made against red have also distorted its natural vibration. In its clear state, it is brilliant and life-sustaining. In a denied state, it overindulges, trying to fill the emptiness lack of acceptance had given it. Red can go into decadence proportionate to the lack of acceptance it feels. The more it is made to feel, it must hold back. The more it gorges itself when it gets loose. Red's hunger for whatever it seeks has seemed so insatiable because it has never been given what it really seeks: acceptance as a valid part of Spirit's existence. Red had been made to feel separate from Spirit because I was holding back when we got to that part of the spectrum. I was fearing that I could not allow myself to be drawn that far into manifestation because I felt as though I was losing myself and losing control of myself. In the beginning, I had fear that if I went into manifestation too far, there might be nothing left of me. I did not know how to handle my fear. I held back and behaved like a prude here, and I used anger and blame to cover my fear. But I have an even deeper apology to make than that. The red spirits had responded to the red vibration enough to emerge there, and yet I made them feel there was nothing lower than the behavior red had called forth. Actually, it was not red, but denial of red that had called forth the behavior I so disliked. The role of denial played has been a source of confusion for a very long time. For as long as the red spirits can remember, they have been trying to control their redness and begging me to forgive them for their redness. I have guilt that I have not been able to apologize for these misunderstandings and judgments against red sooner. The denial of red has pressured the survival chakra so heavily that many see it as impossible that Earth will be able to survive without a massive intervention on my part. And yet, there cannot be a massive intervention on my part unless there is an opening in red sufficient to let me get in there and give it the fire it needs now. Rage is red in a heavily denied state, and rage needs to be allowed to move now and regain its vibratory power. You have on Earth a massive presence of denial spirits whose judgment patterns instruct them to stifle the red vibration in any form it takes, even if it means killing it. One of the places that created quite a number of these denial spirits was the denial that took place in red. The rage that was denied in red was judged to be unloving because it wanted to kill the father of manifestation and the mother of everything for rushing ahead in the unbridled passion of sexuality, manifesting a major portion of creation without seeming to care if they had alignment with me on it or not. This was the first serious complaint in a long list of complaints that I had against the father of manifestation and the mother of everything. For a long time, I actually hated them because I blamed them for making a mess of my creation. I believed that if they had followed my plan more carefully, instead of allowing themselves to be run by the heat of sexual passion, which I feared was insatiable in them, that we would have manifested a more balanced and loving creation. I felt my anger about this grow as we moved down through the spectrum, and I felt it the most in red. The many spirits who have shown themselves to be power-hungry, greedy, insatiable, and ruled by base and excessive appetites, I blamed on the vibration set in motion by the father of manifestation and the mother of everything, and I associated these problems mostly with the intensity of the warmer colors. I had rage that was mad enough to want to kill them, destroy everything they manifested, and start over in a way that would be more according to my plan. But I denied this rage in favor of what I judged to be the more loving approach of talking to them reasonably and trying to get them to help me fix the imbalances I thought we had manifested. The denied rage has taken a terrible toll anyway, even though I tried to hold it back because I was afraid of what it would do. The denial, in fact, empowered the rage to be everything my fears were afraid it was. I am apologizing now because I judged red to be the cause of hatred and fierce passion that served no purpose, when in reality, hatred is not a part of red at all, and passion serves more purpose than my guilt let me realize for a long time. I have guilt for apologizing so late when survival seems so threatened now on Earth. Yet, guilt has been accepted in my place for so long around the issues I am addressing now that the passions of red are among the most despised things on Earth, and those who are seen as having a passionate nature are usually not seen as being spiritual. Even getting the message through to you, once I had the understandings, took a long time because so many pull away from me in these areas without even knowing they have done so. Fear of these areas allows guilt to tell them to repeat the old messages with which they are more comfortable and to continue denying that they thought they might have been beginning to hear as wrong, and the danger of opening to receive at all because of the dangers of being misled. The denials that took place in red were first noticed by us as a growing shadow around the red spirits. The shadow was very dark and hard to see. This shadow hid itself from us so much that we had to catch glimpses of it by looking sideways toward it while we appeared to be looking at something else. This can be likened to the way the true natures of criminals are usually hidden behind an outward presentation of respectability. The presence of the shadow does not mean that all the red spirits are criminals, but it does mean that denials here have caused the red spirits to be mistrusted by many others. This is because the shadow has manifested some of the most destructive forces Earth has seen, and there are many who help it do its work. The single most important thing you can do now to help me reverse the damage caused by these denials is to allow your rage to move with yourself. You have blame, as I did, but it's not meant to take revenge with those you have blamed. On present-day Earth, the true red spirits populate the Arab nations, and many are Islamic. Because of their fears that they have no right place that would feel good to them, they have lived in desertous lands that have seemed an inhospitable reflection of the rejection they have received. The recent discovery of oil on their lands is a reenactment of the beliefs that even though they have an important part of what it takes to sustain life, and maybe because of that, others want to control them and take what they have away from them. The red spirits feel that the rest of the rainbow spirits rejected them and are still all too ready to sacrifice red to secure their own positions. The red spirits were hoping that the rejections the Jews received were retribution for their earlier treatment of red. The red spirits also felt that the spirit polarity rejected them, and so they have had trouble with any country that tries to represent itself as the spirit polarity on Earth. The red spirits have felt betrayed by not receiving recognition from me. I promised the red spirits a space that they would like, and that would be what they wanted to have. Although they have not realized it, they now see the United States as spirit polarity still in the role of betraying them in favor of helping the other rainbow spirits take their place away from them. The red spirits believe the rest of the rainbow spirits should give them their place and not pressure them anymore. The trouble the Jews have been having finding a place for themselves is seen by the red spirits as the karma the rainbow spirits deserve for the way they have treated the red spirits. The people involved here need to look inside themselves and allow themselves to know how they really feel. Once healing takes place on the inside, the outer problems will not seem so hard to solve. Denied rage and the fear of powerlessness have been manifesting terrorists. Hostages and killings are an effort to make the spirit polarity feel the red spirits. The oil cartel is an effort of the red spirits to stand undivided, since it appears they have to stand against the rest of the spirits. Guilt and a feeling of powerlessness are some of the factors that have been causing the United States to sell arms to both sides in the conflict. I want to move along with the story now, but I wanted to give you some understanding to help you see that what is happening on Earth today is still a reflection of unresolved original cause. The more you study the people involved in the patterns I am describing, the more you will be able to understand the role denial has played in shaping their behavior. The lack of evolution you are going to notice in these repetitions indicates that the understandings needed to bring healing have not been found by the will that became lost from my evolutionary process. This will is still living in the past and repeating the realities that were present then. What original cause has meant to the rainbow spirits then was that they had less feelings of acceptance from me as we moved down through the color spectrum, and they had less of my presence also since I was holding back. Yellow, orange, and red had more feeling of presence from the mother and the father of manifestation. This is all right. As I know now, this is as it should be and as it needs to be. But I did not originally accept myself here. I did not originally fully recognize will and body as equally divine parts of me, and this is what I have intent to clear up now. I have been involved in all the manifested spirits' own lack of self-acceptance. Whatever I was lacking in my own self-acceptance, the spirits emerging there experienced lack of acceptance also. I am sorry that this had to happen, and I am no longer denying these feelings in favor of the part of me that knew it could not have been another way, or it would have been another way. I have loving intent, and so I was not wrong. But it is also not wrong to be sorry that so much pain has been involved in my evolutionary process. By the way, I would like to mention that evolution is not in conflict with creationism once you understand the whole picture. The creationists have lost will that has not been able to accept my perfection as something that evolves because I had this problem originally. Guilt had me believing that if I needed change, I wasn't good enough in the beginning. I learned rather quickly how boring it would be if I had no evolution, and I would really like lost will to move into alignment with me on this now. Change for the sake of change is not evolution so much as it is fear of staying the same. The judgments against evolution have made evolution look ugly to those who view it as survival of the fittest, because they view the survival instincts as very base and unloving by nature. Even the forms evolution is envisioned to have taken along the way are heavily affected by the judgments involved here. The progression of forms pictured in theories of evolution has not been altogether accurate, but neither has it been altogether wrong, since judgments have the power to create the reality in which that lost will lives. Judgments against the survival chakra have created most of the problems here, and the rest of the problems were created by my failure to realize that my fears about my ability to live unless I was perfect already were directly tied into these judgments against the survival chakra. Of all the rainbow spirits, the red spirits emerged in the place where I had the least acceptance for myself. Because of this, the red spirits were treated as though they were inferior. In self-defense, the red spirits tried to make themselves separate, and as though they didn't care what others had to say about them. The red spirits have not liked feeling themselves pushed on by other spirits, and especially not by those who have intent to get rid of them rather than make a place for them in the spectrum. But a fate worse than death, as far as the red spirits are concerned, is to be allowed to live if they abdicate themselves in favor of behaving as though they have become like the spirits who are pressing on them. The treatment red has been receiving is triggering it into rage, whether it holds the rage back or not, because survival instincts cannot be forced to give up their true nature and expect to have anything left of themselves at all. We cannot make red feel so powerless that it feels it may be forced to give up its own ways without having trouble. It is not possible for us to live if we have so little understanding of ourselves that we would do this. It is now time to allow all the colors their right place and to realize that one color is not more divine or spiritual than another. The representation of white, purple, and blue as holy colors needs to end. The other colors have sensitivity to this prejudice, whether they allow it to come forward or not. Focus on the upper part of the spectrum in this way has created imbalances and a lack of groundedness that are imperiling the very existence of Earth. Imbalance in the spectrum has the same reflection to give as the imbalance between spirit and will. The denials involved in these imbalances make it impossible for the ones taking action on Earth to understand the consequences of their actions. White, purple, and blue types have usually appeared to others, although not to themselves, as detached, cool, overly mental, and lacking in physical and sexual presence. These types are also often perceived by the will polarity spirits to be self-righteous and holier than thou in their basic attitude and behavior patterns. The upper spectrum people have usually viewed themselves as the upper class, highly inspired, but saddled with the masses of people who are unreceptive to their brilliance. The judgments which attempt to explain this lack of receptivity are all the ways in which the will polarity spirits have been viewed. The lower end of the spectrum have been viewed as lacking in mental acuity and inspiration, and having instead a kind of wily instinct for survival that makes them untrustworthy. The upper end of the spectrum has not liked the physical and sexual presence of the lower end, and has labeled it lacking in refinement, crude, coarse, bestial, and more suitable to manual labor, and even slavery. The denial of red in the spectrum has also meant that purple has been leaning toward blue. Denial of red narrows the spectrum of inspiration purple can receive, and does not allow red-violet to come forward as a spiritual color. Red-violet is actually the color of my highest teaching, because it means that spiritual inspiration is infused with enough physical vitality to come forth and live in manifestation. Denial of red has caused a backup in the manifestation of spiritual inspiration that so far has been judged to be caused by lack of receptivity in the will polarity. The colors of the rainbow have more desire to join with one another in balance than most of them have let themselves know yet. But the problems involved are many. The many denials involved have so clouded the picture that they cannot see themselves or their situations for what they are yet. Moving lost will is an important part of the rainbow spirit's recovery, and because of its presence, the rainbow spirits trigger themselves heavily when they try to come together. I have had this lack of acceptance in myself. Initially, I did not have full acceptance for manifestation or the feelings involved. I know now that this imbalance is impossible to allow anymore if life is desired. I have healed this in myself, and now would like you to move your own feelings here. You have a lot of conditioning to get in touch with involving old patterns that have gone on for so long that they have been accepted as the reality of how it is. These old patterns need to change, but mind alone cannot bring the deep changes needed now. Because of their lack of self-acceptance and their feeling that I rejected them, The red spirits have not liked seeing me coming, but they also did not like the idea of seeing me go. I hung around, uncertain myself as to whether they wanted me there or not. I knew they needed my light to live, but they had given me the impression they did not want my light and the intensity I felt they should have it. I did not realize they were reflecting my fear of my intensity. I held back my presence as much as I could. I did not want to make them feel pressured, but I also did not want to leave. I hung around the edges and observed the red spirits as much as they would allow me to. The red spirits were really having trouble acting naturally in my presence. They hoped that some could corner my attention, while the others went about experiencing themselves as though I couldn't notice them. Most of the red spirits appeared to give lust more importance than love, in my opinion, and they had strict rules about how they were allowed to behave sexually. They also fought more than I had realized at first. They had intent to fight for their place if need be, and were fighting with one another as though it was a way of practicing. They had established a pecking order, and I did not recognize it as a reflection of preferences they perceived me to have. In the beginning, I had feelings of preference for some spirits over others, and was not being honest about my feelings here. I loved everyone, and I feared that preferences were unloving. When the mother indicated that she had preferences, I made her feel that it was not loving to have preferences. I took the path then of blaming the mother as the one who had trouble loving and accepting others unconditionally. She suffered with this judgment for a long time, and the karma of this judgment was that every time she felt any sort of feeling of rejection toward another, she experienced this rejection toward herself. Increasingly, she felt that she was not right to have the feelings she had. The mother tried to approach me when I was with the red spirits, but she felt fear of the memory she had of their emergence. She was drawn to the intensity of red and wanted more experience with it, but she was afraid I did not like it there, and that I would dislike her for liking something I did not like. She had feared that I would think of her as sinful or wrong for liking something I did not find acceptable. The aspect of sin entered here through the mother's feelings of guilt about her role in desiring intense passion that had erupted into a rejection, first from me, and then from the Father of Manifestation when he sided with me against her. The mother feared us when we aligned against her, and was so afraid of risking this happening again that she felt she had to get rid of the intensity she feared had caused it. I had had the fear that I was not enough, but I had not wanted the mother to know it, nor had I wanted her to know that I feared she loved a body more than me. When she tried to approach me here, I did not let her know I was afraid I couldn't fulfill her desire for intensity. Instead, I gave her the feeling that she was wrong to desire this intensity. These denials took form in the red spirits as maiming or removing the clitoris. My denied desire to deprive the mother of her sexual pleasure was rage covering my fear that I was not capable of satisfying her sexually. Denying the woman sexual pleasure on the ground that it is wrong is a denial approach that means the man does not have to face the reflection of whether he is capable of satisfying his woman sexually or not. This denial of the mother has had so much impact on the will essence and has gone on for so long that the will is universally affected by this. It is no longer necessary to harm women physically for women to have trouble enjoying sex. The health of the reproductive system in women is directly related to these denials also. These misunderstandings need to be healed now, and can only really be healed by moving the emotions involved. I had to watch the red spirits' fierce cruelty toward their women, while I felt horrified and powerless to make them listen to me on the subject, before I was able to realize that they had received denied essence of mine that wanted to furiously mistreat the mother for making me feel as I had felt at the emergence of the red spirits. I did not let myself know how I really felt toward the Father of Manifestation at that time either. My desire to get him out of my love life manifested among the red spirits in the form of harems guarded by eunuchs. The eunuch, of course, was the Father of Manifestation, and all the women were for me, with unfaithfulness punishable by death. That way, all the children would be mine, and there would be no problem. Eunuchs are so much more trustworthy as servants than men who have their sexual energies that at first I thought the reflection was telling me that my trouble stemmed from allowing another sexual male in my domain. Although my surface presentation was more tolerant, I had denied rage that said body was going to have to serve me loyally, and that no matter what else might trouble me about him, his sexual fires had to go. I distrusted the Father of Manifestation, viewing him as undisciplined and excessive. The healing needed now involves moving a lot of lost will that has held these pictures and reenacted them ever since they began this long ago. The lost will that was imprinted with the alignment of the Father of Manifestation and myself against the Mother has led red spirit men to seek sexual satisfaction from the men who would not make them feel inadequate, and to use women only for procreation. The more fear of inadequacy this denied essence has held, the worse it has treated the guilty essence of the Mother in the form of the women involved. These denial spirits have often been unfeeling and unloving. The Mother has allowed this treatment because she was afraid guilt was right and that she was wrong to have the feelings she had there. She experienced the alignment of the Father of Manifestation and myself against her as intimidating, frightening, insensitive, cold, cruel, and too powerful to confront. She has been terrified of us in this state, and we had intent to terrify her so that she could not reflect feelings of inadequacy or lack of power to us. I had shame when I realized how involved I was in the patterns the red spirits were reflecting. I had to realize that I had preferred these denials to owning my feelings and letting the Mother or the Father of Manifestation know that I feared I was inadequate. My momentary confession of it during the fight around the emergence of the red spirits had not allowed any of us, including me, to know the depth of my fear. I had not let myself know the depth of it, for fear it was more than I could handle. I was reluctant to expose myself here because my fears were so intense. I did not yet know that my own lack of self-acceptance was being projected onto those around me. When my lack of self-acceptance reflected back to me, it appeared that those around me did not have acceptance for me. This lack of acceptance becomes compounded when the ones who are reflecting also have their own lack of self-acceptance involved. It took me a long time to understand that the Mother of everything and the Father of Manifestation appeared not to accept me because I did not accept myself, and they did not accept themselves. They feared what my feelings meant for all of us, just as much as they feared what their own feelings meant for all of us. Their lack of self-acceptance had placed me on a pedestal. They revered me so much that I became more important to them than they were to themselves. They feared negative response and rejection from me more than anything else. There was so much fear of loss of love here that many things were not being faced. We were all afraid to face reality as it was, or as we feared it was going to be. And so, we all held back and preferred that the others held back. We feared that movement in one of us would mean that all of us were going to have to experience what we were afraid to face. The pressure to hold back was actually an agreement we made without realizing we had made it. The agreement was that we were so afraid of our feelings here that we preferred holding them back to facing them. Lost will received these impressions, and so lost will has had the pattern of not moving until it cannot hold back anymore. Loss of control has allowed expression temporarily, but guilt has judged heavily against loss of control. Lost will also received the impression that other people's response is more important than your own. The red spirits and, indeed, most people repress one another emotionally as well as themselves for the same reasons I have mentioned here. Besides emotional repression of the feelings we had had in red, there was also sexual repression. Red, in an undenied state, has great heat and passion, but guilt has caused it to hold back so much that you cannot know what it feels like until you have moved more rage than you even know yet that you have. The mother had great problems here because she loved the heat and passion of red and was deeply frightened and ashamed that I appeared to have such an aversion to it. Lost will received these impressions also and began to fear allowing freedom of sexual expression. Women especially began holding back, fearing that anything more intense than what the man was putting forth would bring rejection from him. Many women have feared giving any hint of passion. Fear and guilt here have caused, quote, good women to be portrayed without noticeable sexual passion. The, quote, bad women are no less afraid, but their behavior is reactionary. The appearance of lust and sinfulness in these women is the reflection of the judgments made here. Many of these women have even flaunted their behavior to see what would happen to them. Acting like they are not afraid or guilty does not mean that they are not, and guilt has punished these women many times with everything from disease to sexual abuse, torture, and murder. These are some of the ways that lost will has reflected the problems we had in red. Some lost will essence received the impression that the problems were so great that it couldn't relate sexually to men at all. Lost will here has believed that only another woman could know how a woman wanted to express and receive sexually, because a man could not have acceptance for it. Inasmuch as the mother felt that her fear of us caused her to betray her true feelings, this lost will has desired, but also felt afraid, to trust even another woman, for fear that she would reject or betray, because of her fear of men's judgments against female sexuality. The masculine energy has also been a loser in its own plot to win, because it is impossible to diminish the sexual pleasure of one partner without diminishing the pleasure of the other. Lost will has acted this out in the pattern of men seeking, quote, sinful women when they want to enjoy sex, while believing that love is supposed to be separate and above this sort of lustful passion. Many women have shut down their sexual fires, and many have felt there was no one they could turn to fulfill their needs because their needs were sinful and wrong. Women have suffered with this long enough now, and it is time to express these emotions and move out the guilt that held them back. Sexual shame is more present, even beyond red spirits, than most people acknowledge. But this shame often does not present itself unless sexual behavior is varied from accepted habits. This does not mean I am suggesting that you pressure yourself into behavior you find unacceptable. I am suggesting, however, that you open more to how you really feel sexually, how you really feel about violence, and how you really feel about the mixing of violence and sex that has been taking place on Earth. It may look easier to deny that this reflection has anything to do with you, but you cannot find the healing this way. It is important not to let the guilt hold you back from allowing yourself to notice how you really feel about sexual expression and what you really want here. But It is equally important not to pressure yourself to go past guilt into sexual behavior for which you are not ready. The thing to heal here is the fear that your sexual desires are wrong, and that the ways in which you would like to satisfy them are wrong. It is not possible to allow fragments to go on acting out the sexual denials of others, but it is also not possible to stop them unless the ones doing the denials learn what their denials are, what their denials are doing, and how to stop these fragments from being empowered to act them out anymore. Certain compulsions to kill women, for example, cannot be healed in the forms they are trapped in. These fragments reincarnated over and over, down through history, stalking the will essence that has sexual energy. These fragments have made it appear to be so dangerous to have sexual energy that most women have suppressed theirs as much as possible. It was hard for me to recognize the denials I am describing to you now as reflections of myself. For a long time, I much preferred to blame them on the will and the body, and say that they were not a part of God. I made these denials before I even knew what I was denying, which also made them hard to recognize when they reappeared. The judgments I had made against what I had denied had so twisted these things that I thought I had been right to deny them. At first, I also did not have intent to recognize my denials because I was hoping they would go away. I had sympathy for the pain held here, though, and this drew me to understand it. For a long time, I didn't know why my sympathy wasn't enough to help the situation. Finally, I recognized the deep denial of hatred that I felt for the feelings involved. Then I had to recognize how much I had denied these feelings in myself as unloving and something a God was beyond. Well, if I was beyond them, then they were there all alone without me. I realized I was going to have to go back for them, and when I went back, I found I had been there all along in a state of denial. I was shocked to find how much of myself had not evolved because I had denied it initially. I did not even know it. I hadn't recognized the reflection because it was showing me a picture of what my judgments and denials had created, and I hadn't known what judgment and denial could do to the essence involved. I had tremendous power to warp and twist things just by withdrawing my light from them. Not knowing I had so much power in a state of denial, I didn't know that it was me doing these things. I had been fearing it was happening because I didn't have enough power, and with so much of my power not aligned with me. That was a true observation as far as it went. Many things that have been said are not wrong, but have to be expanded now. You also have denials here, and it is not possible to allow them anymore. It is time for the mother energy to be allowed to express without fear of being attacked for it. You need to allow fantasies to surface and teach you what you need to know about yourselves. You need to know that because of denial, fantasies are taking on more living forms in a state of denial than they are in the lives of those having the fantasies. You have great fear around allowing yourselves to know how you really feel here, but you must face the fear and feel yourself until you realize that you must move the hatred you have denied before you can really have love. My sexual activities had the appearance of violence at times, and my denied hatred actually was hurting the mother while I wasn't allowing myself to know she had been hurt. This confused many spirits into thinking they had to avoid this area altogether, while others practiced denying what they were actually doing. You are going to need to give some time to what I have just said. This is an area that may not make itself known to you as quickly as you might hope. Serious intent to heal in this area is what you need to establish now. Understanding is, you cannot have real, hateful violence and loving sexual pleasure at the same time. Although the red spirits reflect sexual denials I had there were sexual denials all the way along. Earlier denials were more subtle, but nonetheless present. The healing of sexual denial is an important part of this healing process. Another clearing you need here is of the problems you are having in thinking of me as a sexual god. The practice of placing sex outside of God is most of the reason Earth is having so many problems and imbalances today. And all of these imbalances originated with me. I originated everything, and I am everything. You have to understand this as you look around now on Earth. You have had examples from me that have been reenacted on Earth over and over and over. The repetition here is partly my fault, as I did not know how to get the movement necessary. But you have denials involved also. Now that I have been able to clear up my denials, I am able to help you with yours. All you need is openness to receiving this healing. If you think that you do not have a problem with God as a sexual being, see how you feel as the story goes on. See if you don't want to put limits on how this sexuality is supposed to be expressed. See if you don't find yourself feeling that some of this material could not be right because God could not have done such a thing, which is a way of saying that God could not have been present for such actions. Everything that has been placed outside of God is the biggest part of the problem you face now on Earth. Everything that has been placed outside of me but has willingness to open and receive light, needs to be allowed to do so now. Fear of their own intensity is most of the red spirit's original cause. The red spirits feared that I liked them the least, and it is because I did not like myself there. I have gone back over all of the emergences and found that they all happened as they were meant to happen and as they needed to happen. I have looked at all the plans Hart and I so carefully made and found that we did not stray from them. The problem was lack of understanding and lack of acceptance for what happened because we didn't know how it was going to feel. Because I was valuing reason over intuition, I was unable to accept what I couldn't understand. This was a problem for me for a long time, until I finally realized I couldn't really understand anything unless I accepted it first. In our exuberance over having creative power, Hart and I did not take into account how it was going to feel to experience creating. We only wanted to look at what was exhilarating, and we did not want to look at the fear that was mounting in the will polarity. I want to apologize now for not having given the feelings equality with me. My own lack of self-acceptance was manifesting in my feeling body, and I had preference for blaming my feeling body for how I felt, instead of allowing myself to realize that the will's feelings were a reflection of myself. I did not like how I felt as we went down through the colors in the emergence of the rainbow spirits, and this was most pronounced in red. It is no wonder that the red spirits have had so much trouble accepting themselves here. Even when spirits emerged later with bigger problems than the red spirits, it did not mean that the problems of the red spirits went away or were less important. The red spirits have held back for so long the fear that they are my least favorites in favor of presenting an image of being my chosen ones, that they have a lot to move to discover that what is hidden beneath the images they have been presenting of themselves. So far, the red spirits have not been able to admit to their fears here, but I am not wrong in noticing that the more spirits have wanted to claim that they are my chosen ones, the more likely it is that they fear they are not. Many spirits have feared so much that they were not my favorites that they have hoped it was a mistake and that they were going to be my chosen ones after all. When such a fear is present, spirits can embrace the image of being chosen, and yet, the presence of the unmoving fear makes it so that being pointed out as my favorites never comes to pass. Denial is the problem here. But instead of understanding this, many spirits have watched everything that has happened to themselves and others, trying to figure out what it all means in relationship to the question of who are my favorites. The questions around this issue go like this. Does God have preference among the spirits or not? How does God explain the difference in treatment some spirits receive over others? If karma is the answer, why can't I find within myself the reasons I get treated the way I do? If God does have preferences, does He prefer the ones who have suffered the most, or the ones who have suffered the least? If God is going to deliver us in the end, when is this end ever going to come? If this deliverance does come, how can I be sure I won't be left out just as I am now? What does it mean if God treats His favorite spirits worse than the others? If justice is going to prevail later, why can't I see it happen now so that I can understand it? If this is justice, then I must not know the rules of the game. What kind of God likes to see how much people can suffer and then reward them in the end if they suffer well? I'm afraid I don't like this God, but I'm too afraid to turn against Him. It's easier to tell myself that I can't really understand Him. I have not answered these kinds of questions very well in the past, but I am going to answer them now in the material that is being given. All the spirits who feared they were my least favorites have, at times, tried to present themselves as though the opposite were true. All the spirits who had guilt that they might be my favorites have also had times when they have tried to present the opposite impression. Guilt is most of the reason why these feelings even manifested at all. Guilt has made people feel that it is wrong to love some more than others, or differently than others. I have gone through this guilt also. Lost will reflects the beliefs about my preferences in pattern, such as the preference for the firstborn and for male children. Lines of ascendancy in the throne also have had a reflection to give there. Even though the forms of some of these old patterns are breaking up now, there is still more guilt and lost will here than meets the eye. Preferences among children have been especially frowned upon by many, even though true feelings have often had these preferences. The preferred children have reflected what we have loved and accepted, rather than what we have denied and hated. The pretense of not having preferences has meant these preferences have usually been hidden. Social justification has hidden true feelings many times in laws, procedures, and policies. For example, many rewards that are claimed to be based strictly on merit are really just planned favoritism and policies that are really meant for a few affect everyone. I no longer have preferences in the imagery Lost Will has been holding here. I do have preferences for everyone in imagery you do not understand yet. The images you have been experiencing on Earth are not mine anymore, except that I have to heal the lost will that still holds them. A long time ago, I understood how denials were making me misunderstood, and my own process here has now given you readiness to understand what I have to say. In the parts of you that you do not allow to express, you hold many secrets that must be brought out now and aired, so that they have a chance to balance with the other realities you have preferred about yourself. It is impossible to know in advance how this is going to feel, but there is much fear here around the issue of being totally open, even with yourself. This fear needs to move first. As I go into my secrets, allow your fear to move around what you have experienced in relationship to me. You need to understand that it is almost impossible not to prefer the spirits who have received me the most. But I have understanding now of why many other spirits have not been able to receive me. It is not the right time for me to recognize any spirits as my favorites and lift them up above any others. There is too much guilt preventing this from happening in the way it needs to be done. And yet, there are many I am no longer going to allow to remain near me. Once you understand who you are and why you have the feelings you have, you will be able to understand why I am not going to allow certain spirits to remain near me anymore. You need to understand why I have to separate the flocks and the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. This process may make it look to you as though I have lifted some spirits as though they are favorites of mine, and this is why you need to understand what is really happening. The manifested spirits need to lay the question of favoritism to rest by first moving the old emotions that have been held back for so long. Most of the reason you have mixed feelings about having to let go of some of the spirits that have to move back now is that guilt has caused you to deny essence into these spirits. It is your own lost essence that needs reclaiming now, so that you can see these spirits for what they really are and allow them to move back. They really have no substance anyway, other than what has been lost in them. Those that have the power to cause you pain and suffering are the ones that have to move back now. Unrecognized guilt is what is allowing them to remain present. To be moved out, guilt must be recognized. To recognize guilt, you must allow all your feelings to move so that you can find out what feelings you have that you do not know you have. You have guilt anytime you do not allow yourself spontaneous expression, because lack of spontaneity indicates lack of self-acceptance. Lack of self-acceptance means you have guilt about who you are, how you are, and how you are going to express yourself. If you are having trouble accepting this information, you need to know why and what denial here is going to mean for you. You may be lost will of another that needs to move into another to feel good, and you may hate your right place for denying you. Sexual imbalance is really the underlying cause of everything that needs healing now on Earth. Even though sexual denials have reached into every area of life and manifested in many patterns that may not appear to be sexual anymore, the denials involved in these imbalances can all be traced to the original sexual imbalances I had when creation emerged. If this is an uncomfortable area for you, you have more work to do than you may think. The more you want to believe that you and life on Earth are evolving past the lower chakras, the more you need to look at your own intent and purpose here. I am not imploring you to open to what I say here in any effort to divert you from having the experience you want to have. You are free to go on, if you want to, trying to rise above what has been labeled the base nature of man, and you can find out where this leads you. If you have openness to receive me here, though, I can already tell you where this will lead you. You will die at all levels, and sooner than you think. The lower chakras are the mother, and her energy is not something you can avoid or try to leave behind any longer if life is your choice. If you are on the other side of this viewpoint, saying you have always had a happy sex life and so you don't see any problem, you are not seeing the limits you are holding there or the feelings you are denying. If you cannot connect to what I am saying here, you may have behavior patterns to avoid triggering yourself into denied feelings you no longer know you have. In a sense, I am sorry to burst your bubble, but there is no other way if true healing is what you really want. I have been using the red spirits as an example here because the sexual denial they experienced at their emergence was more pronounced than it had been with the spirits who emerged ahead of them. I am trying to help you see the reflections you need from the places where these reflections can be seen most easily. But you have to understand that it is not as cut and dried as a generalization may make it appear. There are, of course, exceptions within groups, and lack of alignment within groups. But even though I am generally applying them, the understandings I am giving you are not wrong understandings. Groups of spirits who emerged together share many things, including their denials and their misunderstandings. The red spirits have fighting and sexuality mixed together in ways that have often brought violence right into their sex lives. I had denied feelings of wanting to punish the mother and the father of manifestation for how I perceived them to be making me feel. These denials literally bled into the red spirits in ways I did not see at the time, and began manifesting as the demands for respect and obedience the men were placing on the women, the punishment of death for adultery on the women's part, and the practice of making eunuchs of the men involved. I was appalled when I had to realize that my feelings of hatred had gone that far, but my feelings of hatred had no light in them. I did not look at my feelings of hatred then. In fact, I did not admit that I had them. Hatred was the most hated experience I had encountered, and I did not let myself know it, other than to know that hatred had existence. I believed that the less I fed it, the less existence it could have. I thought that pushing it away meant I was not feeding it. When I looked in on the red spirits, I hurried past these feelings, talking to myself and not allowing myself to see what was happening there. I was afraid of hatred and did not want to let myself know that either. I had feelings that it was impossible for my presence to feel or to know hatred if I was love. I wanted to be love. I did not want to consider that I might be hatred also, and I did not realize that feeling hatred did not necessarily mean that I was hating instead of loving. The part of me that realized I was feeling hatred saw me as a hypocrite for denying it. This essence then became a rather large presence of lost will that began to feel hatred toward me as a hypocritical God who only looked at what he liked about himself and his creation and did not allow any input he did not like. There are many people who have reflected this image of me by only looking at the reflections which made them look good. Now it is your turn to see the hatred you have felt and to see how it has manifested its reflections in your life. Many of the things on earth that seem as though they have strong presence are only illusions, but you cannot move them back unless you know how to do it. I am giving you these understandings as I am healing myself here on earth, and so you are going to see movement whether or not you understand what is causing it. Whether you go with what is leaving earth now, or stay here with what is healing, is being determined by your response to what is happening around you. It is my creation, but you create your own reality within it. You have the responsibility of finding your own right place within me by how it feels to you. If you do not allow yourself to know how you feel, you cannot find your right place. Lucifer tries to take my place. As I was looking in upon the red spirits, I felt many of the angels tugging at me, trying to get more of my attention at home. I allowed myself to feel them and gave them what I could, but I also continued looking in upon the red spirits. I had gotten quite absorbed, more than I realized. The angels were exhibiting their fear of what had happened in red by trying to pull me away from it. The angels had feelings here, but it was not possible for them to know what they were. The angels just thought that they had to have more of my attention. There was guilt here that also needs to be understood now. If there had not been guilt, the angels would have been more direct with me. The angels had desire for me and desire to get me away from feelings that they feared. The angels also did not want to appear to be shortchanging the rainbow spirits again, and the angels, therefore, tried to make a reason why they needed my attention. They said that they had trouble at home, and reality was that they did. The Godhead was manifesting many problems as a result of the lack of acceptance for how it had felt to focus into red. But I did not realize at the time that these problems in the white light were because of denial of the red part of the spectrum. I felt as though I were being torn in two by the needs of the Godhead and the needs of the red spirits. I felt inadequate and, therefore, guilty. I did not know yet that healing one set of problems would have healed the other. The red spirits received the vibration here and took it to mean that the Godhead had priority over their problems. The red spirits presented a response of denial that seemed to say that they had had enough of me and that they had no real problems anyway. I had wanted to avoid the problems in red, and yet guilt had made me hesitant to turn my attention away from the red spirits. They felt that I did not really want to be there, and this made them uncomfortable with my presence. They covered their feelings with defensiveness, and I covered mine by manifesting an excuse to make an apologetic departure. The angels let me know that Lucifer was making them feel very pressured to give him my place. When I got home, Lucifer was suddenly and emphatically demanding my attention. He addressed me very gruffly, stating that he had feelings of denial also, and that he had not gotten much attention from anyone for a long time. He felt defensive and said that he was the most wrongly judged against and most denied spirit. He was very angry, and his approach was very pushy and rude. He demanded to know what his right place was, if it was not as head of the archangels. I told him I could not tell him what his right place was, because I did not know. "How can you claim to be God and not know?" Lucifer screamed at me. I shrank from him, but tried not to let it show. His voice was so shrill and strident that I felt like I was having my ears rasped. Guilt was upon me immediately. "Why don't you know what his right place is? Isn't God supposed to know everything?" Guilt's voice sounded self-righteous and accusatory. I heard it speak so plainly. I looked around expecting to see that it had manifested a presence I could see as plainly as Lucifer standing before me. I saw nothing but a gray innocuousness around me. Guilt was nothing I could get a hold of, like Lucifer. I wanted to grab Lucifer and throw him as far as I could fling him, but I did not allow myself to try it. I looked back at Lucifer. He had drawn himself up quite tall and was eyeing me from arched eyes, as though waiting for me to show him how stupid I really was. I hated him in that moment for how he was making me feel, and it looked like he was not going away until I told him something. He wanted me to show him, through my stupidity, that his right place was actually what I regarded as my place. I could see that clearly now. I had a fleeting moment of desperation in which I hoped for help from Heart, or the Father of Manifestation. I felt angry at them for not being present when I needed them, but I also felt turning to them for help might make me look weak. Lucifer's merciless stare made me feel like a fool, and I began to fidget uncomfortably in front of him. Lucifer really felt superior then, and I was hating my position. I tried to give Lucifer a look of knowing, but it was not real. Lucifer sneered at me and then began to laugh derisively. His laughter seemed to shake heaven in a very destructive way. I actually feared for a moment that the sound he was making might crack heaven open, and I would look up to find myself surrounded by monsters who hated me for not being the God I represented myself to be. I did not know that I was experiencing a reality I actually had created, without knowing it. Lucifer laughed all the louder then, as though he had read my mind. It felt as though I were being hacked to death right in my own home. For some reason, I desperately wanted to get the mother's attention. I wanted help now, anyone's help. I was feeling overwhelmed, powerless and frightened, but I knew I had to get Lucifer off of me. I could not stand the vibration of Lucifer's laughter, and yet I could not move to push him away from me. I hesitated to think that I might not survive what was happening to me, but it seemed possible that Lucifer had the power to annihilate me with sound. Where was everyone? Why wasn't I getting any help? Every reason I could imagine why I wasn't getting any help ran through my mind in one of those eternities that is only a moment. I had terrible visions of other spirits having been annihilated already, being too frightened to help, or being unable to help because they were as paralyzed as I was. I feared the spirits were frozen, waiting to see who really was the most powerful. I feared help was not possible or even allowable if I was really powerful enough to be God. I feared my plight was unnoticed by others. I feared I had not allowed any other spirits to be powerful enough to help me. I feared I was not getting help because no one wanted to help me. I was a riot of feelings, and most of them were falling away from me into the lost will. Much of this lost will fell into the karma of being murder victims, but the rest of me survived by an active will. I found my voice, and I screamed at Lucifer. I screamed until the heavens shook. I had held so much of my power back for so long out of fear of hurting others, that now I feared I had no more power sufficient to save myself. I hated everyone else in that moment for not giving me the help I needed. I believed I had been so busy helping everyone else that I had exhausted myself and was now totally desperate. I had been telling myself that it was not right to scream with all my might or to throw lightning and thunder around. I didn't want to hurt or frighten the other living things I had created. Guilt had been making me hold back. This same guilt was making me feel guilty now for feeling the way I did. I shouldn't need help. I shouldn't be angry at others for not helping me. The truth of the matter was that the force field around Lucifer and myself was so intense that no one else could get near us. Guilt seemed to be helping Lucifer by making me feel paralyzed. It was telling me that all the so-called help I had given the spirits had left them feeling as much without help as I was feeling now, and that I had no right to resent my situation because I was only getting what I deserved. Guilt was trying to make me accept my fate, but something in me could not give up here. I had to react. I had to move in spite of myself, and that's why I said it was an act of sheer will. From someplace, my strength returned. It was red energy from my survival chakra, but I didn't realize it then. I exploded in a fury I could not hold back and threw Lucifer off of me. Lucifer backed off, but he was still reflecting hatred that I was still feeling. He was still laughing at me like I was not right to be God. And yet, I was struck with how much he himself was a perfect picture of everything I did not want to have, be God. He was even harming any spirits that got in his way as he moved away from me. I felt like I had to get rid of him, but I did not know how. There seemed to be no place he could go that was far enough away from me. I hated him and he hated me. That was obvious now. It looked to me like Lucifer had teamed up with guilt to overpower me and become God in my place. As obvious as it looks, looking at it now, I did not realize then how I had created this. I had not created it with my conscious intent the way I had been emerging spirits and making homes for them. But I had created it nonetheless. I had created it with my denials. I did not yet quite realize that I was creating all the time, and not just when I thought I was creating. I had feelings of needing more control over what was happening, because I knew I was creating things I did not want to create, but I hadn't realized how I was creating them. Lucifer did not accept me, and I sensed that he was not alone. There was trouble brewing in the heavens. I wanted to find the mother and tell her that her feelings toward Lucifer were not wrong. I went to look for the mother, and when I found her, she was locked in Lucifer's grip. It appeared the mother was also having a struggle with him, but I was not sure. I feared she might have desire for him that I had not allowed myself to notice. I was shaken and unsure of my perceptions. I thought the mother hated Lucifer, but the position in which they were struggling made it look as though Lucifer might be making love to her. It was very hard for me to look at them, but I made myself look more closely. I hated the feeling that he might be her choice now instead of me, and I had more fear than I realized. I felt an instant relief in one sense, but not in another, when I managed to take a closer look at them. It appeared that Lucifer was overpowering the mother, and that she was doing everything she could to resist him. I rushed to her aid, feeling fear that we were losing power. Lucifer was only one spirit. Why couldn't the mother blow him away with her rage, as she had the ancient ones in the beginning? How was it that I had had to struggle so hard with him? Her guilt was the reason, but she was also more diminished than I had realized. I asked myself then if we were only manifesting ourselves outwardly and losing power and essence to the manifesting spirits as we went along. I hadn't realized that it was our denials that were diminishing us. I knew that manifesting was depleting us in some way, but I hadn't realized that our denials were manifesting outwardly and giving us the reflections that were so troubling. For example, I thought all of me loved the mother, and that all of me wanted to help her throw off Lucifer. At the time, this was all that I had acknowledged as part of me, and so I hadn't realized that we had trouble finding the power to throw off Lucifer because denied parts of myself were empowering Lucifer to attack us. Essentially, I was engaged in a struggle with myself, but I did not recognize all the component parts as parts of myself. Even though I knew intellectually that everything came from me, I was not connecting to this in my will. I had not realized how fully I was personifying everything I felt within me, because I thought my conscious intent could control what I was manifesting. I had not yet realized that what I wasn't letting myself know in myself was also manifesting as though separate from me. I felt fear when I drew near the areas of these denials, but I did not stop to contemplate it. I dove for the mother and threw Lucifer off of her. She collapsed in my arms and sobbed. I feared we had a serious problem on our hands now. The mother appeared not to have the power to protect herself anymore. It looked like one of us was going to need to protect her all the time. I had fears that the will was weak, but have since found that the will needs to receive light, or it cannot move in the ways it needs to move. To the extent to which the mother was receiving denials instead of love, she was weakened and diminished. I asked the mother what had happened to her. She answered me at such length that I realized she had not seen this encounter with Lucifer as an isolated event. She told me the story of how increasingly powerless she was feeling against all the spirits who had rejection for her. She said it felt to her as though almost all the spirits had rejection for her and did not want her in their presence. She said she had feelings of mother love for these spirits, but hated them at the same time because they did not allow her to love them and did not want what she had to offer, but wanted her to give them something else instead. She said these spirits were making her feel that she was not a good mother, not the right mother, and not giving them the kind of mother love they wanted to have. I have been wandering from place to place, feeling that no one loves me anymore. Not even you, God, I heard her inner voice say, although she feared to say that out loud. Every place I have tried to get involved, I have been made to feel unwelcome. Every spirit I have tried to help has made me feel as though I'm the reason they even need help. I have tried to love them. I have tried to mother them. I have tried to give them what I have to offer, and still, the spirits do not accept me. The mother was still crying, and telling me this caused her to wail even more pitifully. I felt she was hysterical, but I felt sorry for her as I had not in a long time. I also had feelings of pity for my own plight, but I didn't mention them because it didn't seem to be the right time. I thought I needed to be strong and help her first. I was not sure that the mother was going to get to the point I wanted to understand without telling me everything else she had been wanting to tell me first, and so I tried to focus her by saying, "What about Lucifer?" The mother received a feeling from me that she was not giving me what I wanted to hear, and so she resumed by trying to explain herself to me. Feeling heartbroken, rejected, and unloved, she said, amplified my feelings of separation from you, God, and I think that's what made me vulnerable to Lucifer. I looked at her questioningly, and she continued her explanation. It feels like Lucifer stalks me and waits for the perfect moment to pounce on me. This time he pounced when I was feeling I had no more reason to live. I felt shocked that she had these feelings, and I looked at her to see if she really meant it. The mother felt she needed to explain herself to me, but she was not sure I had the desire or the patience to hear her out. She wanted me to let her know what I wanted to hear, but I did not feel like making any comment here. I just indicated that I wanted her to go on. The mother was feeling very uncomfortable around me for someone who had been so close to me in the past. She seemed to be so paranoid of rejection from me that she wanted to feel I was going to accept what she had to say before she could even say it. I didn't feel that I could accept something before I knew what it was. I felt annoyed with the mother's fear of rejection. I wondered how far she was willing to go to get approval, how much she was holding back out of fear of rejection, and whether I could trust her to be honest with me anymore or not. She felt my disapproval of her fear, and then became so paranoid she didn't know what to do. She began talking nervously, I thought, and it seemed as though she was trying to change the subject, rather than getting to the point of understanding about Lucifer that I wanted to have. I felt exasperated, but I decided to humor her. "I felt you looking at the red spirits," she said, "and I was afraid you blamed me for everything you didn't like there." "How could I blame you for everything when the Father of Manifestation had such a big part in it?" I asked. "I don't know," the mother answered. "I just feel that you do. Even when it's the Father of Manifestation, I feel like it's my fault because I'm the one that called for him. I'm the one that has wanted him with us." Now this I had to consider, but I answered her by saying that she was not the only one that wanted him with us. "I love you," she said, then, "and my heart is breaking over us. I long for you, and you do not come. I cry for you, and you do not hear me. I feel guilty that I have so much need for you, because I know you are trying to be there for all the other spirits, but I liked it better before all this creating. Sometimes I hate the other spirits for taking you away from me. It feels like you love them more than you love me. I had to consider that also, but I answered her by saying, the spirits are just children, and they have to be given the parenting they need now. They'll grow up in time. The mother had a feeling that I was not right here, but she didn't want to go into it. I didn't want to go into it either. I was feeling desperate for her to get to the point about Lucifer, when all of a sudden, the mother said, I have to know now. I can't go on like this anymore. Did you give me to Lucifer or not? What? I screamed, jumping back from her as though I had been shocked. The mother feared then that she had been lacking in trust for me to think that I would do such a thing as give her to Lucifer. She hastened to explain herself lest her question look like she had a low opinion of me. He said that you did. She paused, looking at me. I needed for her to continue. I don't know what happened, she said. I was feeling so many emotions that I was afraid they were overwhelming me. Then a great terror came upon me that I was never going to see you again. I feared that you had made me a terrible place, and you were sending me there so you could get rid of me, and everyone else could be happy. I tried to reach for you and to cry out to you, and I could not. I felt like I was being pushed away from you and couldn't do anything about it. I felt like you were me because I wasn't giving you the help you needed. I was terrified, and I could not move. I felt powerless and totally inadequate. I felt unworthy of your love, and yet I felt heartbreaking feelings of wanting you anyway. The next thing I knew, Lucifer was on me, hissing in my ear that I was his now, and that you did not want me anymore. I was already paralyzed with the terror that I had, and Lucifer was amplifying it. I could not move to get him off of me, and I felt I could not stand it. Just as I felt I was being compressed beyond anything I could stand, you rescued me. I'm so thankful you saved me this time. I wish you were with me all the time, so I would never have to be terrified like that again. I asked the mother if there had been other times that Lucifer had pounced on her, and she said that Lucifer had assaulted her many times, always making her feel that she had done wrong and was a bad mother who displeased everyone, especially me. But this was the worst, she said. I felt amazed that I had not been informed of this. The mother said nothing, but I could feel that her fear Lucifer might be right had caused her to hold this back from me. Don't you see? I told her. He gets power over you by making you feel he's right. The mother felt ashamed of herself for not knowing if Lucifer was right or not. I have the desire to protect you, I told her, but I have troubles too. Lucifer came after me first. The mother looked horrified to realize that I could have trouble with Lucifer. We need to stick together, I heard her say, but I was not sure if it was the answer or just her desire to find a reason why we should be closer than we had been lately. I had feelings of needing to know where Lucifer had gone next. I called for the Father of Manifestation, annoyed that he was not already there, since I thought I had left the mother with him. Since the Father of Manifestation already knew of the trouble we had had, he came quickly in response to my call. Quick, I said to the Father of Manifestation. Give the mother what she needs. I have to find out what Lucifer is doing now. I left without giving a direct answer to the mother's question of whether I had given her to Lucifer or not, and dashed for home. I reached my place just before Lucifer did. He was sauntering across the Godhead as though he had just been selected to take over the throne. I felt that was only because he was so thrilled with himself that he did not notice me. If he had noticed me, it seemed to me that he could have easily got into my place ahead of me. As it were, I sat down in my place just ahead of Lucifer, who almost sat on me. Trying to be everywhere at once, I laughed breathlessly, covering my fear. It could have been a moment of comic relief, except that it did not seem funny at the time. I had reservations about letting others know how attached I was to being God. I also did not like the idea of letting others know what a hard time I was having being God, for fear I looked too inadequate. I felt silly. I didn't know what this place had to do with being God, since I felt that I was God everywhere that I went, but I felt that I could not allow Lucifer to take my place. I couldn't stand the idea of having someone else take the place that felt best to me. Lucifer responded to the discovery of my presence with insolence and scorn. He said that I was really being small not to allow anyone else to see how it felt to be in my place. "I'm just trying to see how it feels to be you," he said. But it didn't feel as innocent as he was trying to make it seem. I had the definite impression that he wanted to take as much power as he could, and that it did not matter to him how he did it. I also saw that he was being less flexible about position than he thought I should be. Again, I was amazed at the way he accused me of just what I perceived him to be doing. I made up my mind that I had to prevent Lucifer from taking my place, no matter what I had to do. I knew then that I had to make a place for him where he would not bother me anymore. Some understandings on how the will becomes lost. No sooner had I handled this incident than I felt Hart. He felt troubled and was calling for me. What now? I thought. I wasn't sure how much of me had gone forth to the mother, but I suspected it was more than Hart needed now. I decided home would be safe enough if I allowed part of myself to go forth to Hart. To my surprise, I found Hart lying in the midst of the most beautifully vibrating rainbow spirits I had seen since the rainbow's emergence. Hart did not look to me like he was having trouble. In fact, quite the opposite. The scene gave me a feeling of upliftment and relief. Perhaps Hart was succeeding after all in helping the rainbow spirits. Hart quickly let me know that this was not the case. "These are still among the rainbow spirits that I have found willing to receive me," Hart said. I felt let down, but denied these feelings in favor of the feelings of upliftment that I liked more. "It's true that there are not many spirits here," I told Hart, "but it's not necessary to have a lot of spirits to plant the seed of love." Hart did not comment. He was holding back feelings also. He felt there was a rejection of Hart presence going on, and he did not know how to handle it. "It feels good here," Hart said. "I'd like you to join me." The rainbow spirits who were there had arranged their colors so beautifully around Hart that I could not take my eyes off of them. Hart was bathing in their light, and they were receiving him also. Hart was pulsating between rose red and a green glow that was truly beautiful, but I hesitated to join him. As much as his invitation tempted me, it also made me feel uneasy. I tried to avoid my uneasiness by talking about my worries. Guilt was the reason I continued talking instead of giving in and joining Hart as I wanted to. I had denial for my feelings then, and they need to be brought forward now. I felt it was not right for me to allow myself to join Hart and open freely to the pleasure of bathing in the light of the rainbow spirits, for fear that my response to receiving this pleasure might become orgasmic. I saw Hart as another man, and I saw the rainbow spirits as children of mine. I had guilt telling me it was not right to risk sexual response here, and I was not sure whether or not I could experience such intense pleasure without having an orgasm. I had no reason I could name not to allow orgasm here, except that I had guilt telling me it was not right. Inasmuch as I had guilt had presence in my light. The spirits who opened to receive me here received my light mixed with guilt, but they have always thought that all of it was me. This is why the image they have held of me has sounded like a loving God at times, and like an unloving God at other times. Because the guilt was never recognized for what it was, it has never moved out. Guilt has continually told these spirits things that I, myself, have moved past since then. These rainbow spirits need to recognize this guilt and move it out now. Many of the rainbow spirits took my behavior to mean that they were in some way unworthy of my close presence, or that they were not interesting enough or appealing enough. Some thought that there weren't enough of them to merit a visit from me. Some thought I was rebuffing them because rainbow spirits had made me feel unwelcome earlier. Some, who caught the sexual undercurrents, thought they might be sexually seductive in ways that I did not think were right. This reactivated and increased their original sexual shame. Some of these spirits later appeared as the prostitutes around Jesus, but some were too ashamed to come forward with it then. Others thought that my reluctance to join them meant I felt that the kind of relationship I might have with them was somehow not acceptable in the presence of Heart. Because Heart was not originally present in his manifested form, most of the rainbow spirits who were receiving him here still had some fear that the relationship they were now having with Heart was illegitimate in some way. Manifested Heart presence has been missing in the sexual relationships of most of the rainbow spirits. Heart's absence during the emergence of the rainbow spirits gave many of them the belief that Heart could not be present for the kind of sexual expression they liked. They have believed that their sexual expression was a will and body affair because Heart was missing, and God didn't really approve of it. The rainbow spirits have guilt that Heart was not present at their emergence, and that I didn't fully approve. This guilt has taken the form of shame that is deeply hidden in good behavior patterns that are designed not to trigger this shame. Even though there were not many rainbow spirits present in this particular scene, sexual shame that was present here involves them all, and is a large part of the original cause that needs healing in them now. The will essence is very sensitive and takes in the complete impression of what it is given, including every subtlety that is there. The will essence then reflects back what it has received by the way it behaves. The unseen role played by the denials involved is this. The will essence involved gives a perfect reflection of what the judgment pattern says the reality is. As long as the judgments have presence there, the will essence cannot show you how else it could be. Judgments made in advance of the experience allow no way of knowing what the experience might really have been. The judgments present here when Heart invited me to join him with the rainbow spirits were not new ones. I had had guilt nagging me from the time of Heart's emergence on the issue of having sexual experience in the presence of others, especially in the presence of spirits I saw as children. I had no luck here either in getting any privacy without going into the darkness. The light and energy involved in my sexual relationships meant it was not possible to hide it. To the extent that guilt succeeded in making me feel that sexual expression was not right in the presence of children, the spirits have been unable to receive a large amount of the light they need to receive from me. The judgments around the pictures of having sex in the presence of children make these lost will pictures seem very lurid indeed, and considering the amount of denial involved in sexual relationships at present, It's no wonder the general feeling is that children shouldn't see it. The undercurrents of violence are an important feature to recognize here, and these undercurrents come from sexual rage that is not moving. You will have to get it in motion to know what it is, but you have some good clues in the story of Original Cause. Getting your emotions in motion will connect you to the reality of Original Cause in your own will. Your evolutionary process has been stopped by lack of expression in these areas, and you may have to go back a long way to what you consider to be an infantile level to find the level at which you were stopped here. The image of having privacy for my sexual relationships was an image based on pretenses that other spirits participated in along with me. The attempt to create space to give another privacy is based on major denials that got started in the feeling that spirits had to shut down their ability to know what was happening around them and pretend they no longer noticed what had before been obvious. This pretense now seems to be reality in the same way that other judgments and denials seem to be reality. We were becoming trapped in our denials and did not want to let ourselves know how trapped we were really feeling. At that time, we still had the power of feeling ourselves to be one, but we were already presenting one another with the pretense of not knowing what we thought we weren't supposed to know about one another's activities. We were already training ourselves to ignore certain things by telling ourselves it was a way of giving privacy and space to others and to ourselves. The will was receiving these impressions of preference for pretense and becoming lost in the fear that pretense was preferred over direct expression. When lost will has expressed, it has been controlled by the judgments it holds. Lost will cannot change this unless it receives release from the judgment patterns while it is moving. The reason for this is that once the movement subsides, you can no longer penetrate this essence, because guilt tells it it has done wrong to express. The essence then closes again and hides. The people holding this lost will present themselves as different sorts of people from the ones they become when they lose control of what they are holding. Since understanding has been lacking and guilt has had control, the lost will's expression has always seemed to prove the judgment pattern it is holding. It is not possible for the lost will to do otherwise, unless there is real understanding and acceptance for it. Because the will was receiving the impression that indirectness was preferred, tact and politeness were also getting born here in the name of not hurting other people's feelings. Yet all of these approaches avoid triggering people into moving the very emotions that are making tact and polite avoidance necessary. Indirectness became the mode of society because it was not originally understood that we were looking at the pictures our judgments were creating, rather than open-mindedly looking at situations that could evolve. Be careful here if you think you're not involved in this, because open-mindedness, as imaged by most people on Earth today, is still very closed in ways that are not yet recognized. Or those calling themselves open-minded would recognize this as more a statement of intent than reality. Almost everything you think and feel right now is involved in belief systems that are going to have to become more recognized than they have been so far, if true freedom is what you seek. There is a judgment that could be recognized now and released by allowing yourselves to notice more and by allowing yourselves to respond to what you notice. Most people do not allow themselves to notice they hold this judgment or to notice to what extent they hold this judgment. The judgment goes like this. I cannot allow myself to notice everything that is happening because it is too overwhelming, and if I allow myself to notice everything, I'll be too overwhelmed by my response to it. There is another judgment that is really the same judgment that says, I cannot allow myself to know everything I am really doing because I can't face the responsibility this may mean that I have. I hesitated to join Heart because of the feelings I have just been explaining to you. The rainbow spirits took this hesitation to mean that they did not feel good to me, or that they were somehow not acceptable to me, or perhaps not good enough for me, or maybe lacking in some way physically, spiritually, or in what they had to offer me. We all had a moment of uncomfortableness there. We tried to ignore it and move past it, but what went into the lost will was, and still is, significant. Hart felt the guilt that was present also, and did not know how to handle it. He wondered if he was displeasing me with his actions, or if I now found him unacceptable to me in some way, since we had been so close so many times in the past, and shared so much excitement and ecstasy over what we thought could pour forth into manifestation. Hart did not think I would find fault with his suggestion that we now allow ourselves to enjoy something outwardly in its manifested form. Lost Will has reflected these fears and uncertainties ever since then in the form of people who feel they have to hold back the feelings they have toward one another, for fear that they might be wrong feelings to have, might be misinterpreted, or might lead into wrong avenues of expression. Hart wanted to understand me here, but he also had guilt, saying we should not make the rainbow spirits feel that once again we couldn't join them, because we were continuing to have personal problems that were more important. Hart knew the rainbow spirits had many times believed that we did not come to them because there were so many other things that merited our attention first. Hart hoped that whatever was troubling me this time would be quickly solved within me, so that I would be able to join him for a bath in colored light. Hart also felt that there were so few rainbow spirits acting receptive to us that he wanted to give them a positive experience. I had a moment's hesitation, and I have been trying to help you notice how much lost will can be created, even in a brief moment's denials. I tried to cover it up in myself by voicing my concern about the rest of the rainbow spirits. I even told Hart that I questioned whether he should be indulging himself like that, when others might be needing his help. Hart had some guilt here, or I could not have given him this reflection at all, but he also saw me as being unduly hard on him. He felt that I was being punitive, lacking in compassion and understanding, and even cold and unloving to tell him that he did not really deserve even a few moments of pleasure as a resting point amidst all the service he was rendering in my name on behalf of the rainbow spirits. What Hart saw here was a picture of guilt that did not love or accept what he was doing, and since it went into lost will, it was not resolved then. The patterns I am describing hid themselves in the lost will and reappeared later in Hart's life as Jesus. So much original cause for the rainbow spirits gave its lost will reflection in the life of Jesus that much original cause can be understood by studying the life of Jesus in the light of the understandings I am giving here. Judas, for example, was a lost will image that Hart and I created here. Judas implied that Jesus was not doing a good enough job to be my son, and criticized Jesus in the same ways I was doing here. The same spirits that were present here were among the followers of Jesus, but the unresolved impressions they received from me caused them to appear as the riffraff of society, or at least as dissident from the main body of rainbow spirits in the life of Jesus. Actually, since they were open to receive my light, these spirits should have been among the most abundant, and since abundance has been such a societal measuring stick, these spirits should have been among the elite of their society. The presence of the guilt made it otherwise. These spirits were already repeating even older impressions that had made them believe they had to have problems to get my attention, and these impressions had many times received additional conditioning indicating that they were accurate impressions. When I reacted the way I did to Hart's invitation to join them, these spirits received another dose of impressions that went into the lost will, because these impressions did not come forward for processing. The guilt these spirits received here told them it was not right for them to be luxuriating in the splendor of the light, because the main body of rainbow spirits was not participatory. The inference was that they were indulging at the expense of others. When it seemed that I wanted Hart to withdraw from them and seek out the others, they took it to mean that for some reason, I was more interested in the others. They all thought I wanted them to sacrifice their happiness in favor of the others. These impressions began to manifest in the lives of these spirits as never letting themselves have something that others did not have. At first, they had abundance and made themselves share it more than they really wanted to. But the guilt that was demanding sacrifice continually demanded more and more until these spirits were at the bottom of society, and all of their power was in the hands of the others who had not opened to receive me. Now, this is going to make some Jews mad, because they have felt all along that Jesus was not necessarily the key to me. There is a lot of rage that needs to move here, and it is not wrong if this helps to trigger it. The rainbow spirits have a process that will manifest Heart for them, but they have not wanted to admit they had to evolve to Heart presence because they did not want to look like they were lagging behind anyone in their evolutionary process. The pride and defensiveness here is really a lack of self-acceptance. The duality of the feelings that have desire for Heart to manifest, but don't want to admit that Heart is not already present, has manifested in the form of their prophet still not having come to fill the place they have set for him. The rainbow spirits have had this problem from the beginning, when they began to make a show of getting ready to receive me, while not really wanting me to come close, because they feared facing feelings they had that I didn't really accept them. The karma of the Jews can most easily be summarized by saying they have wanted to call themselves chosen while fearing in their lost will that they are not. I have given you quite a bit of information here to explain what took place in a brief moment, and yet this is but a sketch of it. The complexity of what can be created in a moment's denials is a substantial part of why I need to tell the story and let you do the work of understanding it. The purpose of my explanation now has been so that you can see enough to begin grasping the understandings you need, and also so that you can see why it is too cumbersome to continually stop the story and go through these explanations. Lost will is created every moment there is lack of self-acceptance, which, so far, has been all the time. What you see on Earth right now is a reflection of lost will that needs to move and to be understood. Lost will is not what judgment says it is. Lost will is a reflection of judgments that cut it off from our consciousness because we did not like it as we judged it was. We now have to go back and find the ways to reconnect to these lost parts of ourselves and help them evolve from the places where they have been held. Lost will has been told to go away, but has not known where to go. It has gone into hiding for the most part, allowing us to notice it only at times. Lost will has existed like shadows around the ones who have denied it. Judas was a very dark and shadowy figure, as were many of the people around Jesus. Jesus sought to gain understanding by letting lost will show itself to him. My hesitation to join Heart with the rainbow spirits gave them more lost will than they already had, but I could not let myself be free there. I felt that I had to hold back. It seemed true to me at the time that I could even hurt them with my greater size and intensity. I held back because I thought it was the loving thing to do, and yet I hurt these spirits anyway. Lost will needs to move the fear that my actions meant I did not love these spirits as much as, or in the ways that, they wanted me to. I decided that rather than get any closer, I would hover above them. This was actually not the wrong decision to make, but greater acceptance for it would have allowed inclusion of the lost will we are having to recover now. I allowed a little increase in my light and watched to see how the rainbow spirits responded to it. It felt good, and the rainbow spirits seemed open to receive me. But there was another lost will reflection that needs mention now. Because of the earlier uncleared feelings, the rainbow spirits were trying to prove themselves to me, and I to them. This imbalance caused some self-consciousness all the way around. Nonetheless, we still enjoyed ourselves. I hovered around them like sunlight, seeking to be just the intensity they would enjoy most. Heart was glowing like an inviting meadow of green, and the rainbow spirits were like exquisite flowers in the meadow of Heart's green glow. I felt good as sunlight because I could light everything that received me, and I had time to enjoy the intricate and beautiful characteristics of each spirit there. The lost will that fell away here did not have this experience of feeling itself receive me or of pleasing me in return. And yet, I did not have a sense of essence being lost because I was only looking at the expanding parts of the light. In a little while, Heart began having a discussion with me about the rainbow spirits. He told me that he had not found any other rainbow spirits who indicated interest in receiving us in this way. He said the other rainbow spirits had indicated preference for the angels and had made him feel that they preferred receiving us from a distance. I had reservations about this, but I did not mention my thoughts. I wanted to study the situation more. The heart spirits ask for help. Heart then began to talk about the heart spirits of the rainbow. Heart said that most of the green rainbow spirits had indicated desire to receive us and that he would like them to be present with us now. I indicated my acceptance for this, and as though they had been waiting in the wings, the green spirits appeared around us. Their presence felt good to me. Our sunny meadow was now wreathed by a glowing forest of green. Even the shadowy greens had a cool and good feeling to them. I revved up my light a little more and watched to see how the green spirits felt about it. They had a good response to me, and I felt they were open to receive me. I asked the green spirits to tell me what problems they were having. Some lost will immediately took in the impression that I had invited the green spirits because they were having problems. The green spirits wanted to focus on something more positive than this fear, and so they started out by saying that they were grateful for my presence and that they loved Heart also. They did not mention the mother or the father of manifestation. I told myself it was because they were not present, but something in me was made uneasy by their tone, as though it was all going to be downhill from here. I told myself that I needed to hear them no matter what they were going to say. The green spirits had feelings of rejection that they wanted to talk about, but they had a problem coming forward with everything they felt because they were afraid of receiving my rejection. Heart had been a spokesman for them, so I had understandings of how they felt. But Heart wanted me to get the full picture from them. He could see now, by their hesitation, that they were not going to give it to me. The green spirits were having problems with the mother and the father of manifestation that they needed to mention, but they were too uncertain of how I might take it. Heart tried to speak for them when he saw their hesitation, but his guilt told him he should not bring it forward if they were not ready to bring it forward themselves. Heart decided to broach the subject by saying that he was feeling better in the company of the rainbow spirits than he had been feeling on his own, because he had been suffering from what felt like an imbalance between the mother and I. He said that he did not like the feeling he was having because he was not receiving as much light as he would like to have. He said that he had called me in because he could not be much help to the rainbow spirits when he was suffering from a lack of light himself. Hart then indicated that he felt guilt for being in the place the heart of the rainbow spirit should have. Hart indicated willingness to give his place to the green spirits, but the green spirits said they were having a good time receiving the light from where they were. They said they were very much enjoying it that Hart had called this gathering, because it was giving all of them a better opportunity to receive light than when they had been mixed in with the other rainbow spirits. The green spirits indicated guilt for having said this, but they were having the same feelings many of you have had when you have wanted to gather together in the woods without other people around, who you feel do not seek the light you want to have. I'm going to give the green rainbow spirits a name now so that I can refer to them more easily. I'm going to refer to them as the Verdaloka, which means that their location in the spectrum of light is green. The Verdaloka then told me they were still experiencing rejection from the other rainbow spirits, and that even though they had tried to follow my earlier advice, it had not really seemed to help. When we tried to love everyone more and wait for them to love us back, the Verdaloka said, it didn't seem to help. If anything, the other spirits got more angry at us than they already were. Maybe it was your expectation of getting love back that made them mad, I suggested. I noticed the Verdaloka grew darker when I said this. I sensed that I had made them mad and that they were trying not to let me know this because they were afraid anger would be interpreted as not being receptive to me. I gave the Verdaloka the impression that I did not mind their anger, but that it was impossible to pressure others to be more loving than they were. Lost Will received some misunderstandings here that need to be mentioned now. First of all, anger was again seen as not loving and as something that loving spirits had to learn to tolerate in others without allowing it in themselves. This patronizing attitude toward anger has turned it into rage. Hart spoke for the green spirits again and said that the Verdaloka had feared that they were not getting the flow they needed from the other rainbow spirits, and that it was very hard for the Verdaloka not to pressure the others to give them what they needed. Hart then said that earlier they had all felt hatred passing through in overwhelming waves, and that they were all afraid of what it meant. Hart said that it had felt like annihilation to them, and that was another reason he had called for me. Hart said that he and the Verdaloka felt like they were being annihilated when they didn't get the flow of love that they needed, and that they didn't know how to proceed. I could sense the Verdaloka's fear even then more strongly than their anger, and I now wished that we could have gatherings such as this to give receptive spirits the light they needed so that they would not have to worry about what happened to them the rest of the time. What I didn't realize was that they needed this light all the time. I also did not realize that guilt was making it impossible for them to receive all of what they needed even now, and that its increasing presence was going to make it increasingly difficult to gather this way anymore. The Verdaloka heard my thoughts, but were more interested in why I thought they could not make the others give them what they needed. They have to want to give it to you, I told them. Lost Will received the fear here that there was something wrong with them because the other rainbow spirits didn't want to give them what they needed. This guilty fear of unworthiness has affected the Verdaloka from the beginning, but has been overlaid by the guilt they felt about blaming others. The Verdaloka felt defensive and had anger and blame toward the other rainbow spirits. But here's what guilt caused them to say. We're not angry, and we're not blaming them, but the other rainbow spirits are very greedy and possessive of what they have. They don't want to share with us, and they don't include us in their inner circle. As far as they're concerned, we're outcasts. We can't make them give us anything because everything they give has strings attached, and we don't want that. We want a free flow. Hart felt guilty again that he also was wrongly placing the Vertaloka on the edge of things. He tried again to change places with them, but the Vertaloka wouldn't allow it. They told us it was not the same thing to be shoved out as to move back by choice. We questioned their alignment with this because we were sensing the presence of lost will, whether we knew it or not. Because the emotions didn't move here, the patterns described have remained the same. Lost will, therefore, has continued to hold the image that the way it has been is the way it is going to continue to be. I had evolution in mind when I said that spirits could not be pressured to be more loving than they were, but lost will took the statement to mean that it was not possible to make more love happen. The misunderstandings around heart presence have caused the Vertaloka to remain apart from the main body of rainbow spirits. At the time of Jesus, many of them were Essenes. The rainbow spirits have not evolved into acceptance of their manifested heart presence because they have not yet accepted themselves as they are. The Vertaloka have felt rejected because they were not any more accepting of their true feelings than were the rest of the rainbow spirits. What they all need to realize is that heart will be manifest with them as soon as they have enough self-acceptance to realize that all their essence is loving. The biggest problem for the rainbow spirits has been that they have judged and denied themselves extensively for having emerged where they did. They had begun vibrating in response to what was happening around them with strong enthusiasm to emerge, and then immediately felt they had responded to something for which I didn't have full acceptance. Since it was not clear exactly what all my displeasure was about, the rainbow spirits felt paranoid. Ever since then, most of the rainbow spirits have felt more comfortable in the presence of their own kind than they have in the presence of other kinds of spirits. But some have not felt comfortable, even when they have been alone, because they have a feeling they're being watched by me. This has not let the rainbow spirits have peace within themselves, and it needs to move now. The rainbow spirits began manifested existence by vibrating strongly enough to emerge in response to the mother of everything and the father of manifestation. They responded to the intensity of feeling and color. They emerged in great excitement and had felt that I was strongly present for them. No matter how well they have hidden it, the rainbow spirits have a lot of emotion to move. They have terrible fear, shame, and guilt, and a terrible grief over being who they are. This all needs to move. Underneath these emotions, the rainbow spirits have denied rage and blame toward me and anyone else who has ever denied them. This also needs to move and clear now, so that the rainbow spirits can feel more light coming in from finding self-acceptance at last. Along the way, the rainbow spirits are going to find that they had an original lack of self-acceptance that exactly matched mine. Understanding will allow them to experience blame and guilt in their proper perspective, as flip sides of one another, and allow the rainbow spirits to take responsibility along with me now. The problem has not been a lack of love. It has been a lack of recognition for the many forms love could take. Judgments were made, especially against certain emotions, which made the things judged against appear to be unloving and unlovable. When heart holds back response to anything it feels or receives, it cannot do the job of joining spirit and will. The spirit polarity as causal in the creation of lost will. Just recognizing the presence of judgments and letting go of the intent to hold them anymore can allow quite a bit of energy to move, especially if these recognitions are accompanied by a burst of emotion over the recognition of something that has been holding you back. Accompanying this with increasing freedom of emotional expression will bring the profound changes that need to take place. When you have gained enough personal power in this way, you will learn to cross the gap that has separated you from your lost will. These levels of existence aren't vibrating enough to know what changes you are making in the conscious parts of yourselves. These levels are where the greatest darkness resides on Earth, and this darkness has been gapping farther and farther from the evolution of the light, growing more and more dense and impenetrable. Saying this darkness has chosen this path for itself was my old explanation, but it is no longer an acceptable explanation because my understanding has deepened. I know that many of you feel that you are not involved in this darkness because you have tried to live as purely and harmoniously as you can. I have sympathy for your feelings here. The feelings you have here have been my feelings, but I have now realized that I am responsible for what has been labeled darkness, negativity, or evil on Earth, and you need to move along with me here. Anytime we have pushed down something that has appeared in our consciousness, no matter how minimal its presence was thought to be, that act of non-acceptance has been our participation in the creation of lost will. Lost will has been reflecting back to us the unlovingness it received from us, and yet we thought that it was not us because we did not allow ourselves to be as lost will was. Many of us have been so good at denying things we did not love or accept in ourselves that we were sure these things had no presence in us. In facing my unintentional creations here, I have found that it is not possible to solve this by trying to get rid of them. Efforts to be spiritually pure and harmonious have involved so much denial that these efforts have actually increased the presence of the opposite on Earth. This has been done by moving more and more of the judged against essence into the lost will, without realizing that the originating points in these patterns must be allowed to express freely until they naturally come into alignment. Most spiritual people literally have a funnel of darkness moving out from behind them that is not only the creator of what they most deplore about Earth, but is also holding them to the Earth they long to rise above, because it is so full of what they want to leave behind. Spiritual people are no longer the pretty sight to me that they once were, now that I have gone behind the scenes to look at what has been hidden. But don't worry about loss of my love. Your lack of self-acceptance has been no greater than my own. The hell that is present on Earth is what needs to move now, and you are going to have to move your share of it by allowing it to trigger you into the emotions it is reflecting to you. Our attempts to love this reality have been within a narrow definition of love, patronizing and unreal. You need to notice this now. How you really feel is what needs expression, and in the most natural way possible. Let this, temporarily at least, exclude lengthy speeches and emphasize guttural sounds. In view of this, understanding is that the definition of love needs to be expanded to include emotions that have been labeled negative. It is not wrong to give your response to what you feel you have received, no matter what it is. Reflections of non-acceptance for this expression are reflections of your own lost will in which you do not have acceptance. Lack of understanding around these reflections is the reason I have suggested that you do not try to impress your emotional release on other people. If you even have projections of rejection from others, you have parts of yourself that do not have acceptance for what you see others rejecting. Expressing emotion with yourself until you no longer feel that others will reject you for it is your starting point. Once you are comfortable with the expression of your feelings, it will be easier to express them around others. You have understanding on this when you want to respond to something you view as positive. Whether what you receive feels negative or positive, it does not make you unloving to respond in ways you have viewed as negative, if that is what you really feel. It is the presence of the judgments against these kinds of expressions that make them seem unloving. Refusing to accept what you do not want, or giving back what you have already accepted that you no longer want to hold, does not make you unloving. It is not necessary to make a place in yourself for these things anymore. Guilt has told you that responding to something negative with negativity makes you just like that thing. This is not true understanding. The magnetic energy receives the impressions of what is happening to you, and if it does not like what it is receiving, it must be allowed to clear these things out by vibrating its essence until these impressions are no longer present. You cannot get rid of negativity by taking it in and holding it, or by trying to get rid of the essence that is holding it. Even if you succeed in getting rid of the essence that holds this negativity, as many of us have done in the past, the magnetic impression has not been changed, and it will return to haunt you in some way. These magnetic impressions are changed by the expressions that vibrate them. If you are expressing something that is passing through you, it does not mean that this is what you are or what you are becoming. It means that you are letting your will move. There is evolution in this movement that needs to be understood now. All the way along, the will's response was thought to be what the will was. If the will's response was judged to be negative, the will was seen as negative, and the essence giving the response was seen as negative essence, and something to be gotten rid of all too often. The situation was not examined for understandings as to why the will was giving such a response. Instead, there has been heavy preference in the spirit polarity for suppressing the will's response whenever it seemed to be negative. The spirit polarity has done this because it has not wanted to look at its own reflection here. Negative response from the will is a signal that something needs change or improvement. As long as spirit has a need to see itself and its creations as perfect, it cannot allow this reflection. There is a lot of denial involved in this narrow view of a perfection that is not evolving and, therefore, not really living. Even though I was able to go on for a long time denying in these ways, I finally had to realize that I was going to die if I did not face myself here, and it is the same for you. In fact, we have ignored so much for so long that nothing the will responds to with true feelings is going to feel all positive. The will has held back so much for so long that has been judged unacceptably negative that its expression, once it really gets moving, is going to make it seem that the judgments against it are true. Your will is going to make you feel very negative for quite some time. How much negativity your will gives you is going to be a direct reflection of how much denial you have given it. But negativity needs to be understood now as the mother of evolution because it points out what needs improvement. The will has desire to be loving in its response, and to do this, it must receive loving acceptance. Where the will's response does not appear to be loving, it has not been receiving loving acceptance. Negativity from the will indicates it has been receiving denial and judgment instead of light and love. Negativity from the will originally intimidated me because I thought it meant that the will rejected me or something I had done. Since I viewed creation as a manifestation of myself, I was very touchy on the subject of whether the will liked it or not. When there seemed to be so many things the will did not like, I preferred to blame the will for being negative, rather than to look at what it was the will was trying to show me. I was afraid to look at this reflection because I thought it meant that I was inadequate. I feared that it meant that what I had done already was not good enough, and that I might not be able to do better. I was actually enraged at myself whenever my manifestation fell short of my vision, and I did not want to let myself know this because I was terrified of what it might mean. I want to apologize now for having taken the path of blaming others to avoid facing myself here. Even though I had these misunderstandings long ago, there is still a large presence of lost will on earth that has not been able to move with these understandings yet. When spirit overlooked its own causal role and blamed will and body instead, spirit became gapped from the emotions of rage and terror that needed to move in order to bring this lost will into alignment with spirit's evolution of understanding. This gap was created by spirit pushing these feelings away, which meant that the essence then moved out of the spirit polarity and into the growing mass of lost will. The mother was receiving most of these denials and holding them within her because she did not know what else to do with them. Spirit polarity was blaming her for what was being denied and was not giving this essence any place within itself. The mother feared that spirit was right and that she had originated negativity. The mother did not like having to receive these denials and hold them, but we were not allowing her to reflect them back to us. It was as though we were all giving her our garbage and telling her that it was hers and that she was responsible for getting rid of it. Since no space that had been opened agreed to be designated as a dump, she had no way to get rid of it. Since we were not allowing her to reflect any of this to us, she did not find out that expressing the feelings involved could have transformed this essence into something we all would have liked better. The mother felt that she had no other option but to hold what she was receiving and try to make the best of it. Since she was being told that she was responsible for it, she felt all the more as though she could not hand any of it back to us. The more denial the mother received and held, the worse she felt. The worse she felt, the worse she looked and smelled, until I was no longer attracted as I once was, because she was so full of the very things I was trying to avoid. I was avoiding the mother and pretending I was not. This amplified her problems by increasing her guilt and shame, and her feelings of unworthiness and inadequacy to unbearable levels. She was too frightened most of the time to even acknowledge her rage and blame. Most of the spirits feared the mother because of what was happening to her. They shunned her for the same reasons I did, and misunderstood her in the same ways that I did. The spirits did not want what was happening to the mother to happen to them, and this was an undercurrent motivation in their efforts to please me. I wanted the spirits to be receptive to me, and I did not like it when they presented me with the pretense of receiving me. In fact, they made me very angry when I felt that I could not even look around my creation without having the spirits present me with phony behavior. I did not move my anger, though. My reasoning was that the spirits were already afraid of me, and that this was what was affecting their behavior. I believed that expressing my anger would only frighten them more and worsen the problem. Because I did not move my anger here, I was not able to find out that part of the reflection the spirits were giving me here was the fear that what was happening to the mother might happen to them if they displeased me. The spirits were showing me that they perceived the mother's problems to be a result of my rejection of her, but I did not understand it, and neither did the spirits. Because we were all so focused on the side of things that saw her as being rejected because of the way she was, we did not see the possibility that she was the way she was because she was being rejected. Instead of bringing everything forward and allowing it movement, the spirits were busy trying not to be like the mother, and I was busy ignoring what was really happening in favor of my images of what was happening. None of us realized that the cause of the problem could have been solved by allowing the movement we were so busy avoiding, and we were not letting ourselves know that fear was the reason we were avoiding it. Fear, after all, had lacked acceptance in me from the very beginning, and every time I looked at it, it seemed to be getting worse, and there seemed to be more of it. Because of this, we all preferred denial. I could not convince myself to go into this fear until I finally realized what was causing it.
Since the mother received these denials of will essence, we found it hard to like her any more than we liked what we were denying. When the mother could no longer hold what she was receiving, she began to fragment. The essence she couldn't hold anymore began to slip out of her and manifest in the darkness as an increasing presence of lost will. I saw this happening, and I at first thought the mother was manifesting spirits without me. I had blame for her here, but I did not move it. I simply told her not to have sex without me. The mother tried to respond to me here by holding back her sexual expression as much as she could. She could feel me enough to know that I thought she was wrongly manifesting spirits without me, and she feared that I saw her as a creator of dark spirits who were not good enough to be accepted by me. I did not realize that it was my own lost will manifesting here, or that it was my own denied blame that was attacking the mother in the darkness. I did not let the mother know why I was avoiding her. When she felt the reasons and feared that she was no longer appealing to me, I denied her and made up excuses for my lack of presence with her. This compounded her problems by making her even more afraid that she could not trust her own intuition. The mother turns more toward form than spirit. When the mother could no longer stand to hold everything she was feeling, she often turned to body for help. The mother knew that the father of manifestation had healing power, and she wanted him to help her. The mother had guilt in the way of asking for much attention from the father of manifestation because she knew he was already so busy trying to help so many other spirits. The mother felt these spirits deserved his attention more than she did because she was afraid that she was the cause of their problems. She had jealousy and possessiveness that she denied heavily here in favor of trying to be the kind of mother who wanted to make sure the children were given everything they could receive before she would ask for anything for herself. Of course, it was not known at that time that healing the mother would have healed the children. When the mother would finally turn to the father of manifestation, he had a lot of work to do to help her feel better. The father of manifestation often called upon me to help him heal the mother because he felt so overwhelmed by her problems. I hesitated to be drawn into it because I did not want to touch what I was trying to avoid. I did not like the undercurrent feelings the mother had that her problems were our fault and that we should help her. I thought she should help herself. I also held back because of all the feelings I had around the father of manifestation being a competitor of mine. Consequently, I gave the father of manifestation more presence when he wanted to help the children than I did when he wanted to help the mother. The mother tried to ignore my lack of presence, both because she was afraid to face what it might mean, and because she thought I wanted all of us to sacrifice ourselves in favor of the manifested spirits. She felt that my lack of response here was my way of saying that she was wrong to have asked for anything for herself. The father of manifestation had rage at me for not giving him more help, but he was also afraid that I had grown tired of helping him because of his lack of success. He also could feel me blaming him, and he was afraid he was inadequate in some way. He could heal spirits, but they could not maintain it because we were not understanding the cause of their problems. Lost will still has a large presence that can only remedy symptoms, and where the father of manifestation feared he had failed, lost will has reflected the inability to effect healing. Where the mother was concerned, the father of manifestation could make her feel better, but not fully healed. The mother tried not to complain, but it leaked out all over her. When the father of manifestation could no longer stand to face the reflection that he might be unable to heal the mother, he often sought to avoid facing this by shifting the focus of his energy from healing to sexual arousal. The mother always tried to resist this because of what I had told her, but it felt good to her, and made her feel that she was loved. She also had guilt telling her it was not right to receive the help she did get from the Father of Manifestation without returning anything pleasant to him. The mother often succumbed to the Father of Manifestation's advances, and every time she did, she felt the fear of displeasing me growing within her. The mother became especially terrified of the possibility of emerging spirits without my approval. She sought to hold back her response, to deter the Father of Manifestation as much as possible, and to hide what they did together as much as she could. The mother's behavior caused the Father of Manifestation to question her love for him. He feared that the mother loved me more than she loved him, or at least feared me more, which to him meant that she saw me as more powerful than him. The Father of Manifestation had guilt involved in how he felt about the mother because he had come forth second. He viewed Hart as a child, but he did not view himself as one. He felt that he was my equal and that I was not recognizing him in this way. I, however, felt that he was nothing without me, and, therefore, I felt that he was not my equal. I now know it is not possible to manifest without him, but I did not know it then. The Father of Manifestation was enraged at me over this, but his guilt and his fear, which he did not want to admit he had, did not allow him to confront me directly. Instead, he seemed to prefer flaunting his actions as though overstepping my limits meant I was not the boss. When the Father of Manifestation disregarded my limits, the mother became even more terrified than she already was, but she was too terrified to express her terror. She knew we hated her fear, but she also knew that it enraged the Father of Manifestation even more than he already was, when she did not respond to him as a being of power and wisdom who also deserved her respect. The Father of Manifestation could feel the presence of her terror, although he did not know the depth of it. He did not want to face the reflection here, so he chose to view her fear as a sign of fearful respect for him, similar to the fearful respect he knew she had for me. The Father of Manifestation viewed fearful respect as better than nothing, because he already feared that the mother saw me as being more important than he was. He feared this meant that if the mother had to make a choice, she would choose me. The Father of Manifestation had fears similar to mine about letting go of the mother. Neither one of us had the feeling that there was another partner that was really right for us, but neither of us could stand what was happening when we were with the mother either. We were frightened and angry enough to fight over who had the best claim on the mother, but we weren't allowing these feelings to surface. On the surface, we were acting aloof and detached, waiting to see what her move was going to be. The mother was awash in the guilt of having two lovers and feeling unable to choose between them. The Father of Manifestation let go of her to see what she was going to do, because he did not feel certain of his position with her. He feared he might be trying to make more of himself than he really was, when he felt that the mother was his right partner. Just as much as his rage wanted to assert that he was my equal, his fear said that he was not, and that he was not even a rightful part of the Godhead. Guilt caused him to hold back his feelings so well here that I did not find out what they were until I understood their lost will reflection. I, on the other hand, did not yet know that I had any fears of the mother being above me. I feared she had diminished herself so seriously that she could no longer keep up with me. I viewed this as the reason she was not in my presence any more than she was. I had many reasons for avoiding the issue of my fading relationship with the mother, many of which I have already given, but I would like to mention another one now. I had the impression that the mother loved the Father of Manifestation more than she loved me. and I did not want to give her a chance to reject me. I had angels in her place already, and I was trying to groom them to fill her role if necessary. When I saw the mother and the father of manifestation making love against my wishes, it amplified my fears. But I also had blame and rage toward both of them. They had not even invited me. The mother appeared to be trying to hide, and the father of manifestation appeared to be inviting a confrontation. This gave me the impression that they were being willfully defiant and even in opposition to my wishes. I thought the mother was diminishing herself every time she made love. I also saw that when she did this, she was opening herself to take in darkness. I thought she was doing this because she wanted to take in darkness. I saw her as turning against me, and I hated her for it. I hated the father of manifestation also. I thought he was the cause of many of the mother's problems, and when I saw her trying to resist him, I blamed him for taking advantage of the mother's need to feel loved. I thought he should do as I had done and give her more of a chance to choose. I did not realize that will and body could not hold off from lovemaking the way I could. I viewed them as lower than me because of this. I was enraged at them, but I did not let it into my consciousness. I only told myself that they needed lessons in discipline. I felt that I could not trust will and body to follow my lead anymore, and that I was going to have to find ways to make them align with me. These unresolved feelings of ours, which had moved into the lost will, were already engaged in battles with each other, but I did not know it yet. The heart spirits polarized toward the Godhead. When I told the heart spirits not to pressure others, I did not know how involved in pressuring I already was. The Vertaloka could not follow my advice because I was not following it myself. My lost will was moving out and reflecting realities that were in opposition to my teachings, and I did not understand what was causing this to happen. When the Vertaloka wanted to tell me that they were having trouble with the mother of everything and the father of manifestation, they were not sure how I would respond if they brought this forward, since I was not bringing forward my own problems here. My lack of straightforwardness was making others feel they could not be straightforward either. The Vertaloka thought the mother's negativity meant that she was not loving. They feared her and wanted to avoid her as I did. They did not know how to respond to her if they responded in the ways that she made them feel. They hated her for not loving them in the ways they wanted her to, but they did not allow themselves to acknowledge this hatred, for fear it meant that they were no more loving than they thought she was. The heart spirits have always feared that responding to negativity with negativity makes them the same as the thing they are responding to. They have never let go of the fear that no matter what, they have to be accepting in order to set the example. Heart spirits have often seen themselves as being more loving than those around them, while those around them have often viewed the heart spirits as holier-than-thou types. They need to let this fear move now by giving a broader definition to love than it has been given in the past. Bringing so-called negative emotions within love by accepting them without patronization is very necessary now, not only for personal happiness and wholeness, but also because the reflection of unlovingness on earth at this time is directly related to heart denials. Unlovingness is a direct result of loving essence being told that it is unloving. The reasons why this essence has believed the charges against it for so long are the reasons being explained in the story I am telling you now. There is no faster way to heal unlovingness on earth than to feel your own hating, blaming rage move until you understand it and learn how to evolve it. Hating others for what you feel sure you would never do yourself is your starting point. Let yourself hate them and let this hatred move in you until you are able to know that it is really you out there and no one else giving you the reflection of what you have not found acceptable in yourself. Recognizing these patterns intellectually is not going to move them enough to stop what is happening on Earth. You need to move through anger and into the kind of rage that works you like a bellows to move the essence that has been denied here. You need to move rage until you feel its loving presence as essence that seeks to protect you from threats to your own survival. Heart presence has a direct link to survival that has been heavily denied, but it needs to be understood now. Survival is not meant to be judged a dirty word that calls up ugly pictures of me first at all costs. Survival is loving the self first, and loving the self enough not to allow it to be harmed. You must love yourself first, or you cannot love another. But guilt has said that this is the opposite of my teaching. Guilt has said that I have taught by example that it is more loving to think of everyone else first and the self last. The judgments against the survival chakra have given the reflection of ugliness so often seen when people put themselves first, no matter what. Everyone has thought that sacrifice is loving, and that the ones who sacrifice themselves are more loving than the ones who do not. The ones who have received a benefit from the sacrifice of others have the guilt that they are not as loving as the ones who have sacrificed themselves. Among some spiritual people, there has even been undercurrent competition to see who could sacrifice the most, and thus be the most holy. Guilt has been directing this behavior, and it leads to the ruination of us all. Heart spirits especially need to understand this, but all spirits are involved. Guilt wants sacrifice. Love knows that what is good for the one is good for the one, but guilt, judgment, and denial have caused so much confusion that we have taken ourselves nearly to the brink of ruin and death, and we are still trying to hold back our survival chakra from trying to save us. Heart is involved here, because Heart thought he would be selfishly thinking of himself if he came to me with his complaints about the lack of alignment between the mother and me. He held back as long as he could, until he finally realized that it was not possible to hold back anymore. I have involvement in the form of lost will that needs to move now on Earth. The mother has involvement in that her fear made her hold back her response to the denials she was receiving. Body has involvement in that he did not bring his point of view forward either. But I have the causal role because I originated the examples that everyone else followed. It is imperative that this pattern of self-sacrifice move now. The survival of everything is at stake. Nothing can be denied and sacrificed in favor of anything else because it takes all the parts to make the whole that can live. Rage has understood this all along, but it has been told that it was being ugly and selfish. No one has wanted to listen to it. Rage has a lot to say, and the more you let it move, the more you will know what it is. While you are moving the emotions you need to move to get to the underlying rage I am talking about here, there is a lost will reflection of heart that you can understand now. Children and the role of heart of the parents. Inasmuch as children respect the heart balance of the parents at the time of conception, most children reflect the denied emotions of their parents at that time. As long as these emotions remain denied in the parents, they will deny their children here and not be able to find alignment with them in these areas. If your children enrage you, let them trigger you into rage, but do not direct it at them, because you really have this rage toward the other parent and toward yourself. If you can't express this to the other parent, then you need to move it in yourself first. It is not possible to reach alignment when there is not love, so I am not saying that I am against divorce, But I am pointing out that it is not possible to have aligned children when there is not an alignment between parents. When parents cannot align, the children need to be free to seek their own alignment. This may mean that the parents need to be sensitive to the shifts between parents that these children need to make while growing up. Instead of applying a rigid form to custody cases, children need to be allowed to indicate which parent they prefer to live with and not be judged for it. If their choice changes later, they need to be allowed to make this change also. These children need to be given the space to find out who they are in the middle of a wrench that has often torn them in two. The pretense of having two homes is not helpful if they are only aligned with one of them. If you are faced with a child who reminds you of a parent you no longer love, and who you feel a need to criticize in front of the child, you probably need to let the child go and live with that parent. If you don't have that option, then try moving the emotions the child triggers in you without directing them at them. Heart denies the mother. The Verdeloka were really afraid of the hatred they felt moving around Lucifer, but they were afraid to show their feelings. Their fear was that it was not possible to feel hatred and be love at the same time. They were not wrong, but they had confusion that needs to move out now. When the heart spirits took in feelings they recognized as love, it was all right. But when they took in feelings that felt unloving, the heart spirits did not move them back out again, for fear their expression would mean that heart had become unloving. Thus heart took in and held unlovingness, and because it held unlovingness within, it began to meet this reflection in outward experience. The heart spirits did not realize how similar the mother's problems were to their own. They had a feeling of blame for the mother because they felt the mother was trying to give them will essence that did not feel good. This essence had to pass through heart for the spirit polarity to receive and enlighten it, but the heart spirits felt like rejecting it instead. Heart was denying the mother here because heart did not know that once these negative feelings received love, they could transform rather quickly. But heart was also denying the mother because heart was feeling me, and I was not open to receive the mother here. This denial on my part gapped the mother from us and gave her the problems that now need to heal. I am sorry this happened, and sorry that the mother got blamed for the reflection she had to give. Negative feelings have to be responding to something, and that is what needs to be looked at now. I was causal here more than I realized, and my denials were creating a negative reaction in the will. The understandings I am giving now will allow heart to heal and manifest the love that is needed now, because heart must have my help to transform the denials the will has been holding. I am sorry that heart was hurt by the lack of alignment between its parents, and I have guilt that creation has not had an easier path to follow. But I also have understanding that it was this way because it had to be this way. We can change this now if you are willing to take this path of increasing self-acceptance. We all had a lack of self-acceptance in the beginning, and I originated it. I have always had a loving intent, but I have also had an evolutionary process. Love is evolving, which is the concept of expanding love. Heart is manifest more in a state of denial on earth than it is in a form that is open to the light. As long as denial is involved, love cannot be unconditional. It is impossible not to notice how hard it is to give anger acceptance within love, but it has to be done now. Guilt is the reason you fear it. It feels better to hold anger back than it feels to express it. The more you hold it back, the more guilt is able to increase its power and presence. The fear that there will be even more violence and murder on earth if you do not all hold back is misunderstanding, not reality. Fear of losing control needs to be faced. If you hold back expression, you will still lose control of what you have tried to suppress. then you have loss of control in a state of denial. And this you do have reason to fear, because this is the way most violence and murder is produced. I would like to mention now that all people do not have the same ability to hold back their emotions. Those with the least will presence have been the most heavily rewarded as the reasonable people on earth, while will polarity people are more often institutionalized for their failures in this area because of their stronger emotions. The most heavily penalized people on earth are usually denied fragments of the most heavily rewarded people on earth. So, you can see that the gap that needs healing is a large one. The denial of the mother allowed all will essence to get denied in the same ways. Will denial on earth is so substantial that most people feel afraid to allow the direct expression of any emotion at all, and usually apologize when they do express emotion. Guilt's punishment for emotional expression runs from being labeled infantile all the way to being killed for expressing emotion. It is not any better to be mentally polarized than it is to be emotionally polarized. In other words, reason is not meant to be regarded as superior to emotion. The depth of the denial of the will is reflected in how far society is from living these understandings. Neither spirit nor will do as well alone as they do when they are balanced with one another. Spirit has been able to look like it fares better because of the judgments against the will. Once the will is judged against, it cannot get the light it needs to feel good. Many will people deny how they really feel in favor of trying to act like they feel good, because they believe spirit will then have acceptance for them. The heart spirits have also tried to act as though they were feeling better than they actually were. Guilt told the will that it was being denied because it was not being loving enough to get acceptance from me. The will then believed even more deeply that it was unworthy and unloving whenever it felt emotions that had been labeled negative, so-called. Heart participated in this belief system and behaved accordingly by reflecting these beliefs back to the will as though they were correct understandings. I also participated in this belief system. I projected this negativity of the will as an image of evil. Thus, the will, seeing the lack of acceptance for its so-called negative emotions, became even more afraid to express them. The thought of expression was becoming more and more associated with images of punishment and rejection for the expression of these emotions. The will fears receiving unlovingness, and so had held back as much as it can. Heart has suffered from this because it has been unable to receive the will energy it needs to balance with me. Because of this imbalance, heart has felt pressured by more spirit energy than it has been able to receive or utilize. This has made heart feel inadequate, and heart failure, in terms of actual physical problems, has been the frequent result. Imbalance in the chakras causes heart problems. The heart spirits received me when I originally gave them these understandings, but I was not at that time recognizing my own role in creating these problems. Because of my causal role, the heart spirits were unable to implement my advice until I implemented it myself. I have done this now, but lost will doesn't know it yet. Lost will must move, but it is not going to be easy to convince its massive conditioning that expression will now bring it the acceptance it needs. There is much lost will to move, and I understand that you are not sure how to go about it. It seems overwhelming. It has seemed overwhelming even to me at times. I have felt hopelessness many times, and I have indulged in feelings of wishing it had never happened to begin with. No matter how overwhelmed I have felt, I know we can heal it, and that we have no choice but to heal it. Love cannot knowingly leave lost will where it is. Since reality emanates from consciousness, you must deal within yourself first. Reality is going to change as the healing progresses within. I am healing my lost will now, and you are not going to be far behind me. I did not create lost will intentionally. I had to learn what focusing away from something could do to it. I had to learn about the role judgments have in creating reality. I had to learn that the fluidity of reality is stopped by judgment patterns. I have put the blame for everything I didn't know on others for long enough. These are old images that were designed to protect the perfection of God. I am not insecure in those ways anymore. Those images of perfection were unreal. Real perfection has space for the evolution of increasing love and light. Understanding is light, and the light of understanding now knows that even though everything that happened was necessary for all of us so that we could learn what we needed to learn, the will still has to heal the terrible pain of this experience. This pain has to heal for the will to take its right place as an equal to spirit. The will especially has to move the rage of having had the answers from the beginning, but also the fear and guilt that did not allow the answers to be given to me. The mother of everything is an equal part of me, and if guilt had not held back our process, she could have given me the understandings long ago. Because she was denied her right place, it is only now that I have been able to receive the information from her that is making these understandings possible. Guilt and lack of self-acceptance that went all the way to self-hatred interfered with our process here and resulted in what we have to heal now. The gap between how creation is now and what my vision seeks for it is huge as the gap between spirit and will became. I have come to peace with myself now and know that I am not wrongly attached to my place, but I do have lost essence on earth that needs to return to me now. I am taking it in as fast as it has readiness to receive me, but I cannot make essence align with me just because I see that it has to. This essence has to feel ready, and this essence has to understand me more than it did in the past. This essence has to align with me willingly. You are going to have to go through your process to come to peace with yourself and to align with me here. Following my example, you have denied a lot to try to align yourselves with me as I was. Now you have a lot to move to align with me as I am now. You are going to have periods of blame for me and periods of doubt and fear. You are going to need to rage at me and finally come to peace with my role and yours. As mad as you may be at me for allowing this to happen, you did not figure out what was happening or how to heal it either. Many of you have rage that feels you should be God and that you could do a better job than me. Moving this rage will help you understand why you have the role of following me and why you have the blame hindsight often has for what it calls lack of foresight. Some of you may feel you had these understandings in advance of these teachings, but you did not have them in advance of me. I would also like to say that I have given these teachings to the channel most likely to convey them, as I had in mind, so you do not need to harbor feelings that these books should have been given to you instead. In other words, move any feelings of resentment that you have so that you can move forward into the expansion that will allow you to feel good about yourself. Spirit and heart push will and body away. The mother could feel heart rejecting her, and she took it to mean that he did not love her. She did not understand that heart needed my help to process what he received from her. Heart didn't know this either. He just felt like he couldn't allow the mother to give him certain emotions anymore. The mother was more and more left having to hold these emotions along with the judgment that they were unacceptable to heart and to me. The longer she held them, the more they appeared to be her constant state, and that this was what she was, rather than what she was being forced to hold. The more this pain went on in her, the more twisted she became until it was not easy to look at her anymore. What had once been abundant beauty and charming pleasure was becoming more and more something I sought to avoid. I acted like I did not want the mother, and yet I could not let the mother go either. I was afraid she would turn against me, for I could feel her blaming me for what was wrong with her. I did not want to receive this blame from her, because I was busy trying to avoid my fears in this area by blaming her. The Father of Manifestation had a role in this that needs attention now. Form reflects essence, and yet we were blaming the Father of Manifestation as though this wasn't true. As the mother's form warped more and more, I blamed him for it and told him he must be causing it in some way. Many of the spirits had form problems, for which the Father of Manifestation was also being blamed. Many spirits wanted to say that he had given them forms that were not good enough. The Father of Manifestation was susceptible to the blame because he did feel that he was responsible in some way that he could not explain. His guilt had caused him to feel that he had to continually heal the spirits' form problems. Because the cause of the form problems was not understood to be denial, the problems continually recurred in spite of all the healing efforts. When the Father of Manifestation was feeling frightened over this, he blamed himself and felt increasingly inadequate. When he grew tired of feeling this way, he often became enraged, and his rage blamed everyone else. The Father of Manifestation had blame for me, but it got very seriously denied because the more I polarized away from the mother, the more he could not help but polarize along with me, since he is me, although we did not know it yet. This made it appear to the mother that we had more alignment with each other and in opposition to her than we really had. But I was not consciously very aligned with my body. I did not even recognize it as me. I found it annoying when it looked like body opposed me, but I was also annoyed if he copied me. The alignment of spirit, will, heart, and body will bring healing to form and health. Guilt is the reason that most people suffer from these problems anyway, because guilt in the place of my light does not nourish life, but brings the punishment of death instead. Lack of alignment, guilt, and denial, twisted form, and form will untwist itself in response to the regaining of alignment. Along the way, form may need some help. There may be periods of time when you feel that you need medical help or the help of holistic healers. You may need help adjusting your dietary patterns to your changing emotional patterns. Your muscles may need a massage. Your bones may need to move. Do not force things faster than you have readiness to heal them, is my caution to those who want to rush ahead to the day when they are totally healed. To those who view this process as agonizingly slow, I want to say that the perseverance to go through everything that has to be gone through will bring healing to everything in the end. Just because you are moving with this healing does not mean that you are always going to be balanced within it. When you feel you need help, get it and learn from it, rather than judging yourself a failure because you had to have help. Healing yourself means doing all you can in the way of moving emotions, letting go of old belief systems, and listening to your changing needs. Help from others is not wrong when this is what you feel you need. Taking responsibility for the help you seek and being the director of your own healing is the key issue here that determines whether you are healing yourself or not. Pressuring yourself not to be sick is valuing the appearance of health over true health and is not the right approach to this healing. Trying to make others responsible for how you feel is not the right approach either, but you have to accept it as part of the process along the way and move the feelings you have here, because you do have a lot of blame based on old pictures of how things were in the past. As long as these feelings remain, the old pictures that go with them will be acted out. The Vertiloka and the other rainbow spirits have blame they have held back from the beginning for the mother and the father of manifestation for not being more aligned with me at their emergence. Even more denied is blame toward me for not being aligned. The rainbow spirits have always felt that a better alignment at their emergence would have given them a better start in life. Many behavior patterns have resulted from this, including the many Jewish parents who are so intent on making sure their children get a good start in life that they are often overbearing with their children and pushy about helping them get started in the world. Fear and anger are hidden in these behavior patterns. The Vertiloka, along with everyone else, held back the feelings they had toward the mother and the father of manifestation. When this happened, the true feelings emerged in other ways, and I have had to learn to read them. The understandings I have given the heart spirits now are the same understandings I gave them so long ago, except for the parts involving my own responsibility, because I did not have those understandings then. Having taken responsibility for myself, other spirits can now take responsibility for themselves, and healing will succeed this time. Just as I have found that it is your position to follow me, I have also found that you cannot precede me, even when I try to help you do it. This is very angering to spirits who like to think that they have a position equal with me. You are all going to have to move the emotions you have around the issue of who I am, what I am, and what your relationship is to me. Some of you have put yourselves above me, some equal with me, and some so far below me that it is not realistic. But none of you have put yourselves in your right place yet. Guilt and lack of self-acceptance have caused most people to hide their true feelings about their relationship to me. There are feelings around the images of me as a higher being, and feelings around the image of me as nothing more than the consciousness manifest on earth that need to move now. You have both wanted me to lift you out of your predicaments, and feared that there is nothing to lift you but the consciousness you find among yourselves. For a long time, the feelings toward me were being held so undercurrent that I was not receiving them. The mother knew these feelings were there, but she seldom approached me with them because she felt too guilty, and because she had been unable to get me to accept anything I could not feel for myself. When she did try to bring these feelings forward, she received so much denial she feared that she wasn't right. In addition to the undercurrents toward me, the mother could feel heart rejecting her and blaming her for our troubles, and she could feel the Vertiloka doing the same. She could feel the blame for the father of manifestation and feared it was her fault for calling him forth. She could feel the rest of the rainbow spirits rejecting everyone except a few of the angels, and she could feel the Godhead rejecting the father of manifestation and herself. She hated to feel like an outcast in her own creation, but she felt like there was no place that had acceptance for her. She longed for it to be different, and felt that there was so much lack of acceptance among the spirits that it had to be healed. Everywhere she went, she felt the spirits rejecting one another based, it seemed to her, on what they didn't like about the Godhead. Most of the rejections were going on undercurrently, and so the mother got denied when she tried to point them out. The mother began to feel she was going crazy from the roar of unspoken things everyone else was pretending not to notice. Her attempts to get others to bring these unspoken things forward for resolution were met with so much rejection that the mother felt the spirits did not even want to see her coming, because then they would have to think about what she had to reflect to them. The mother feared more and more that her perceptions were not right and that perhaps it was only her own reality that had the roar of unspoken unlovingness in it. Considering all the denials she had taken in, it was no wonder her reality was roaring with them. Lucifer sensed the mother here, as he so often did in her times of greatest uncertainty, and he told her what she was most afraid to hear. Lucifer told the mother that others were not making her crazy because she had already made herself crazy, and that she was hearing the voices of her own insanity inside of herself. He told her that other people did not see or hear or feel these things, and that they were much more calm and peaceful than she was. He also told her that the spirits behaved much more harmoniously when she was not around, because she had a very disturbing effect on them. The mother really wanted to let me know what she was experiencing and how rejected she was feeling. But the rejection she was feeling from me did not encourage her to think she should give me even more of the kinds of communication she felt were already causing me to distance myself from her. It was true that I was avoiding her while pretending not to, and even when she was in my company, I still avoided certain areas with her. The innuendos she got from me made her feel that I did not find these areas of her acceptable to me, and that I was not open to receive them. She increasingly felt that it was her own inadequacies and shortcomings that were giving her the problems she was experiencing. The mother had no one to turn to because the father of manifestation was also avoiding her in these areas. The mother had guilt telling her all the time that she was not right to feel as she did, and that other spirits were more loving than she was, because they did not feel the negative things that she felt. The mother held back her feelings even more then, and tried to look and act happier and more positive than she really felt, because she thought this was the good and right thing to do, and that it was more loving. The mother tried to be more loving by trying to behave as much as she could in the ways she thought others wanted her to behave. The mother needed and wanted my love, and she also wanted to have the love of the rest of the spirits. And so, she sought to win our love by trying to be what she thought we all wanted her to be. In so doing, the mother created many images of the Holy Mother that even now people do not know are not the real thing. These images are false will presence that became role models for the will. These false will images say, by example, that the will is supposed to strive to be totally and happily subservient to me. My desire is supposed to be the will's command, and the will's desire is supposed to be to obey my every wish and command. Discordant emotions were viewed as a lack of faith in me. In other words, the will was supposed to be a testimony to my boundless perfection and flawless wisdom through its joyful surrender, and this was supposed to glorify me. Long ago, I thought this was what I wanted, but when I think of it now, it makes me sick. It would have made me sick back then too, but then I was not allowing myself to know that this was what I was asking the will to do. I was insecure here, and so I didn't allow myself to face the issues involved. I was playing a game of pretending I was allowing the will to be free, but all the while wanting her to give me the desired reflection of my perfection. My insecurities did not at first allow me to realize I was projecting the image that I was perfect already, and that everyone else needed evolution. The mother knew from the beginning that this was not right, and I did not let her give me the reflection for a long time. I wanted the mother to give me the reflection I was seeking without having to go through any process of winning her trust or anything else. I didn't want to have any process at all because I thought she should have automatic, immediate, an unfaltering faith in me because I was her man. Her question seemed like a faithless undermining of the masculine image I wanted to have of myself. I had rage that wanted to force her compliance building around this issue because I was pretending to go along with her more than I wanted to. Because I had to see myself as the narrow kind of perfect that did not need process and did not make mistakes. I either had to pretend nothing was wrong or blame everything negative on someone else. Increasingly, I found myself doing these things. I pretended that nothing was wrong between the mother and me, and that I was just allowing her the freedom to do her thing when we were not together. Actually, I disliked and even hated her in the places where we were not aligned. I was blaming her there, saying everything that was wrong was her fault because she was not aligned with me, and yet claiming, on the surface, that I had no blame for anyone because everything was just fine as it was. When I was home, I found myself being entertained more and more by the angels, and even finding lovers among them. The mother wasn't coming home with me anymore because I wasn't bringing her with me, and I wasn't allowing myself to know that she had lost the vibratory power to come on her own. The mother tried to use Hart as a middleman. She wanted Hart to intercede with me on her behalf, and Hart did not deliver the messages. He felt that I would not receive them, and he judged that the mother was wrong to want him to intercede for her. When Hart did try to approach the subject by mentioning the imbalances he felt between the mother and me, I gave Hart only token responses. When Hart felt my lack of response here, he did not press me further because he felt that if I was not ready to respond to him on the issue of the mother, I was not ready to respond to the mother. Hart made assumptions here, and when he saw what it cost creation, his guilt caused him to punish himself. Hart did not at first think it was his right place to deliver messages to me from the will. He felt the mother and I needed to contact one another directly and not use him as a go-between. Hart now knows that both approaches are fine, but we all had to learn that he was more involved in our relationship than we at first thought, since we viewed him as a child of our relationship. There are many lost will images of children involved in the sexual relationships, intrigues, and push and pulls between adults that make it look as though their involvement in their parents' relationship is as terrible for them as we originally judged it was going to be for Hart. Light in these areas will reveal new realities because it is not possible to see other ways these relationships could take place until the judgments are released enough to let in new pictures. Lost will receives everything through the filter of what it is already holding, and so cannot receive anything new until it moves the old programming and the conditioning that says the old programming is right. Guilt is the reason this has not happened already. Although I did not respond to Hart on the issue of the mother the way he would have liked me to, Hart did succeed in making me feel guilty about the mother, and guilt then caused me to go and seek her out more often than I might have otherwise. The mother was not looking very attractive to me anymore, and she was also looking strangely diminished. The mother already sensed my feelings about her enough that she felt unworthy and did not believe I loved her anymore. She was in agony over losing my love, but was afraid to show me this enough to let me realize that it was a large part of what was twisting her and making her look so awful. If the mother had had my love and acceptance, she could have handled the rest of the spirit's rejections, which actually then would not have been there for her, because the spirits were reflecting my denials. As it was, The mother had distrust for me when I appeared before her, and believed that all the spirits were undercurrently aligned with me against her. She was ashamed to face me because she knew I was not finding her to be very attractive anymore, and her confusion about love and appearance has many times been referred to as vanity. Lost will has reflected this confusion about form and essence when people have stressed essence by saying it doesn't matter what a person looks like, it's what's inside that counts, and when form has been stressed by people who are overly concerned with appearances. The whole reason this is even an issue is guilt. The mother had intuition telling her that her appearance was my fault, but she felt guilty about blaming me. Her blame got enraged when it got denied, and for a long time it did not come forward. When this lost will did come forward, it had a lost will picture of me as those who disfigure the earth and mutilate women. Some of this disfigurement is very subtle, but it is there nonetheless. Subtlety does not always mean that what's being reflected is less intense than the more blatant forms either. Subtlety often means that what's held there is so intense that immense guilt is allowing only a tiny amount of what's being held to be reflected. The mother also had intuition telling her that her appearance was a reflection of her inner self. The mother had a feeling that form was a reflection of the essence involved, but she lacked the understanding that form reflects how the essence feels about itself. The mother only knew that she did not like looking at herself anymore. The mother felt that love was a beautiful thing, and her loss of beauty made her fear that she was losing love somehow, either through the loss of my love or her own lack of loving response. The guilt that told her her problems were her own fault caused her to blame herself and increase her feelings of unworthiness. Guilt caused her to believe that she had lost her beauty and her position because she had not been loving enough to remain there. Because I was projecting a picture of myself as blameless, the mother believed she was the one that was wrong. Her rage that wanted to blame me as causal became even more seriously denied. Gapped feelings and sexual inadequacy. Besides fearing I was inadequate for the role of God, I also had the other extreme of the imbalance. I feared I was too intense and fast-moving for everyone else. When I felt as though the mother was holding me back, I feared that she couldn't keep up with me. When I projected this out, the mother received it as a feeling that she was inadequate. Of course, I was pressuring my speed to compensate for my inadequacy fears and denying those fears into the mother as though they were her fears instead of my own. The mother was wanting to slow me down and point out the imbalances, but I was too frightened and frantic in my avoidance to receive her reflection here. I gave the mother enough denial to make her lose faith in her perceptions and let this reflection move out into the lost will. Instead of receiving her here, I had put the blame on her so cleverly and subtly that she did not realize it for a long time. I did such a good job of making her feel that our problems were her fault and not mine that she believed it for a long time and suffered with guilt's punishments down throughout all of history. The mother has just now started to move the rage she has felt toward me, and she has so much guilt in this area that she has appeared to be as ugly as her rage was judged to be. Men have held women down as long as they possibly can now, and even the most enlightened of men need to look more deeply into themselves to see what they still hold against the will that makes them do unconscious things which continue to perpetuate the image of women as inferior to men. I say this because the most enlightened of you have gapped yourselves from the serious problems I am describing now just as I did. It is not possible to be any more enlightened than the will is, and I had to fight this for a long time before I could surrender to it. The area is a major problem between men and women that has only come to the surface in little pieces that are fragments of the whole picture. Women have a lot of rage that needs to move here, and men also have a lot more rage than they have expressed. Women have tried to break out of the old molds by going forth in the world, but they have to move the old emotions first, or they will not find the happiness they seek to find there. It is not necessarily wrong to have roles according to sex, and it is not necessarily wrong to want to reject those roles. You must have emotional alignment with what you do to find the happiness you seek. Men have for so long been treating women as though they are less capable than men that women do not even know what they really can do. Many women have tried to beat men at their own game, but this has not moved the lost will involved. Many men have made strides in allowing women more liberal lifestyles, but they have emotional problems with this that have not surfaced yet. Until men really move into their feelings of inadequacy, they are not going to be able to give more than the appearance of balance with women. Men have made suppressed women because they are afraid of them, and this needs to move in men now. The more men cajole and put down women, the more afraid of them they are. There are many men who cannot even allow themselves to agree with a woman for fear it will make them look like they are one. This presents a serious obstacle in the path of alignment. Some men have noticed that men who put down women have a problem with their masculine image that they're sure they don't have. These men will align with a woman in private, but often unconsciously reverse themselves in the presence of other men. These men have fear and rage regarding women that they have gapped from themselves even more seriously than the men who are openly antagonistic. The men who are the most seriously gapped from their feelings about women are the ones who are appearing to have the least problems with women. Most behavior in men is designed to deny their fear of sexual inadequacy, and until they really straighten things out with the woman they love, men will not be able to stop pressuring themselves to race the fastest, climb the highest, dive the deepest, travel the furthest, work the hardest, drink the most, fight the hardest, stay out the latest, take the most drugs, kill the most ruthlessly, and in general, compete overtly and covertly with one another to see who can be the most macho and thus the most sexually adequate and the least like a woman. It does not matter how subtly these competitions are conducted. The undercurrents are there. Each group has simply made up their own rules of the game. Some prefer the all-out going for it approach, while others feel this makes their moves too obvious and have preference for the sneakier things they have observed about me. Yes, I have involvement in all of these things, and I am healing my own lost will now as I help you to move what you have been holding for so long. I want to emphasize again that you are not going to heal this by saying to yourself that you already have intellectual understanding of what I am saying here. You must move into the gut level feelings that have not moved in you since your beginnings as manifested spirits. These problems are as old as you are, and all the plans that have been brought forth to solve them have failed because they have not touched the underlying original cause, which is held feelings. Lucifer tries to fill the gap. Originally, the mother believed that it was her own shortcomings that made her unable to be with me. Her vulnerability here stemmed from the unresolved initial insecurities in our relationship, and this old charge compounded her confusion enough that she denied her feelings of blame toward me and heaped all the blame upon herself. She really feared then that she was not acceptable to me anymore, and her enraged blame moved out into lost will and manifested later. The mother felt so inadequate, ashamed, and frightened that her loving efforts were not good enough, that she could not lift her eyes to mine when I did come to her. Since she feared and distrusted me, she could not bring herself to face what she might see reflecting to her from me. She hung her head as though in misery, and was too ashamed to let me see what her misery was. Lucifer liked to prey upon her misery and make it worse if he could. In the miserable parts of the mother, she began to believe that she somehow deserved these assaults from Lucifer. She no longer had the fire it took to fight him off as she had in the past. How could she, when she felt so worthless and guilt had gotten her to deny her rage? She began to feel that even if I had not exactly given her to Lucifer, I had sent him, or at least allowed him to come and give her the scathing criticisms that pointed out every shortcoming of hers that could be the reason for my rejection. The mother felt beaten and scorched after Lucifer's attacks, and he had been assaulting her in my absence much more than I realized. I could not understand why she lacked the will to fight him off. I was trying to read the signals, but guilt was holding back the process that would have brought the understandings needed. Lost will holds the pain here in the form of so many lovers who fear to bring forward what they believe will make the other one lose love for them. The mother made matters worse, much worse, by holding back the way she did, but she did not know it. She thought coming forward would make matters worse. She didn't know I loved her as much as I did, and I didn't know she loved me as much as she did. My fears and insecurities caused me to interpret her moves as a turning away from me and a willingness to allow Lucifer more presence with her than she was giving to me. I told myself that she had preferred the Father of Manifestation, and now even Lucifer, over me. I put denials into the lost will here that had interpreted the mother as preferring others because she was not aligned with me and had decided to turn against me instead. I hated her for this and did not acknowledge it for a long time. My fears and jealousies had also been causing me to assume that the Father of Manifestation had been with the mother all the time I had not been. I was having so much trouble looking at the situation that it wasn't possible for me to see it for what it was. In actuality, the mother had been alone and felt that no one loved her. She was receiving so much denial that it was impossible for her not to feel bad all the time. When she tried to respond in the ways that she felt, she gave the reflections we did not want to see. This caused us to reject her further and give her more denials in place of the loving acceptance she sought. She felt that she was not lovable because something was wrong with her. We did not understand that I was causal and she was reflection. Since she seemed to become what she had taken in and held, she became confused about what she was. Guilt compounded the mother's problems so much here that she is just now able to move into healing of them. Guilt told the mother that everything that was happening to her was what she deserved for acting high and mighty, as though she had understandings God did not have. The role of intuition was not being understood here. I did not understand it. I judged against it. Those denials were then reflected to the mother. No one, including God, guilt told her, likes for you to act like you know more than they do. And when you do, you get denied. I had blame for the mother, and because she felt it, she feared guilt was correct here. Lucifer amplified this whenever he could by telling the mother that she was attractive to the things that were happening to her, and not attractive to the other things she claimed to prefer. He frightened her into thinking that it was not possible to attract bad things unless she was a bad person. He told her that she was constantly trying to pretend that she was more than she really was, and that she was playing the role of a martyred victim because she believed she should be getting better treatment than she was. Lucifer did not mention any possibility for changing her situation. He only told her she was at fault if she couldn't accept it as what she had created for herself. Lucifer saw an opening to make the mother his this way, and he tried to convey to her the impression that she had more attraction for him than she did for us. The more he preyed upon the mother, the more frightened she became that this was true. Both the Father of Manifestation and I were leaving her alone a lot of the time, and Lucifer tried to convince her by his increasing presence with her that he was the mate she was meant to have. He wanted to make the mother his right place and force her to do his bidding because he saw power in this move that he thought could give him my place. The mother had trouble repelling him because the loss of love she was experiencing was making her more attractive to Lucifer. Lucifer did not let me know directly, but he showed me in the twisted ways that denial reflects these things, that the mother was a great source of power that I was not recognizing or utilizing. He gave me this information by constantly belittling me for not being able to get the mother to align with me. I knew he was inferring that I was not powerful enough to be God. To understand the twist of denial, I had to learn to reverse it and see that it meant that if I could get the mother aligned with me, I would be powerful enough to be God. So simple now that I understand it, but it was so hard to see in the reflection around me. At the time, I claimed I was letting the mother be free, and I did not try harder with her for fear I'd find out that my fears were right. My abdication here increased the mother's fear that I might have given her to Lucifer, because I didn't care about her or care about what happened to her. Or worse, that I was allowing it because I thought she deserved the misery she was receiving. No matter how she interpreted it, the end result in the mother was that she was increasingly losing the power to fight off Lucifer, and I was taking this to mean that she was feeling increasing acceptance for him. In fact, he was the only one that seemed to be magnetized to her anymore. This made us all feel terrible about the mother, and made the mother feel terrible about herself. The Father of Manifestation was watching this situation too, and drawing the same conclusions I was, except from his own point of view. He at first thought the mother preferred me, and later that she preferred Lucifer over both of us. Like me, he denied many of the feelings he had in favor of the pretense that whatever happened was all right. Body moves toward spirit. While we pretended everything was all right and went about living our lives in the company of others, we were both secretly watching the mother and denying that we had any interest in her other than what we were willing to display openly. The mother felt us watching her, and our denials here made her paranoid that she thought we were more interested in her than we actually were. Our denied feelings of love for the mother got twisted here into feelings of wanting to take revenge against her for rejecting us, hurting us, and making us feel like fools. In our desire for revenge, we saw her as a faithless and disloyal wench who went from man to man using each of her own ends and playing each one off against the other. We even thought she got her sexual turn-on from these games and that it tickled her fancy to have sex in ways that stirred us against one another, because her power play included having us fight over her. We believed she had created her own dilemma with us, and that she meant to make us solve it for her by fighting with one another, until it either became clear that she belonged to the victor, or there was only one of us left. We wanted to wring her neck, and while lost will has been both killing her and trying to prove itself to her, we insisted to ourselves that we weren't going to participate and her games. She was going to have to make her own choice between us because we weren't going to allow her to play us this way. When we saw her with Lucifer, we wanted to kill her, but we denied that these realities had any presence with us at all. All that we allowed to surface was the belief we each had that we had been giving the mother space to choose the other of us if she wanted to, and that she was choosing Lucifer instead. When the feelings did surface in us that the mother might be choosing Lucifer instead of either one of us, we had a moment of immense relief that the mother wasn't going to be an issue between us anymore, followed by immediate denial of this as a possibility, because the feelings of love involved couldn't stand to face what might be happening here. We then lifted out of the situation since we had not been able to handle staying present with it, and claimed we didn't know what the mother was doing. In a state of denial, we had created many images of the mother which the mother had not even thought of. So overwhelmed was she with her own troubles. When these lost will images began to reflect their presence by attacking the mother whenever she behaved in the ways that had made us suspicious of her, the mother did not know what was happening to her or why. She feared that we were the cause of this because we hated her, but we denied any involvement. When she asked us about these attacks, we told her we did not know what was happening to her, and that since these things did not happen when we were with her, we did not know how we could find out what they were. We told her we wanted her to find out what these things were and report back to us, but we gave her the feeling that we did not believe she was being attacked or experiencing anything she didn't really want to experience. We insisted to ourselves that the mother had chosen her experience and that somehow she liked it. We viewed her complaints as a ploy because of guilt she felt about the choices she made. Instead of sympathizing with the mother and helping her find out what was attacking her in the darkness of space, I acted concerned without really doing anything other than to cast a look around and announce that I didn't see anything. There are so many people who treat the will this way whenever it feels the presence of something that hasn't manifested in plain view, that I want to mention that this needs to move now. I had fear around what the mother was telling me here, and I did not want to let her know that I actually preferred leaving her to struggle around with these things rather than having to get involved myself. I have forgiven myself for this now, but the mother has suffered so immensely because I denied her here that it is not even possible to tell you what happened until the next book. By not even opening to receive the input I needed here, but feigning openness instead, I belittled and dismissed the mother without opening any space that would have allowed her to confront me about what I was really doing here. I did this because I had rage and blame toward her that was not moving, and I did this because I felt she had rage and blame toward me that I didn't want to receive. What I did not know was that because it was not moving in us, it was being acted out in a state of denial. These things that were harming her in the darkness were my own denied blame and rage. The things that harm the mother, fragments on earth even now, are still holding pieces of my denied blame and rage that got trapped with the mother's lost and fragmented will. This has to move now, and is going to move now, but you have to understand it in order to know how to move it in yourselves. What you need to understand is that every time you angrily fantasize something terrible happening to someone, it will happen. If you have guilt that does not let you express your feelings here, then the same guilt may be enough to make it seem that you have not harmed the people involved. What you fantasize will, however, happen to somebody somewhere, and the ones it happens to are fragments of the ones involved, fragments that hold the guilt and the judgments that allow it to happen to them. Rather than allowing this to continue, I suggest moving the feelings involved until you don't feel blame anymore. Blame. I had blame that was not moving then, and I'm still healing it now. Besides blame for the mother, I had plenty of blame for the father of manifestation. I even felt that he was causing the mother's pain in the darkness by not letting me in there when he had sex with her. In other words, I felt that body and will were having sex without spirit and heart, and I was furious at them for this. On the surface, I thought I was acting as though it didn't matter, but underneath, I was seething with rage. I hated them both for leaving me out and acting like they liked it better that way. I hated them so much I had fantasies of killing them and getting a new mate and a new body. On the surface, I acted like love was all that I felt and that they had mine. But in a part of myself, I might add, I didn't care what happened to them. And worse, I had fantasies of what I wished would happen to them. To make matters even worse than that, it was happening to them in a state of denial, and I was not allowing myself to know it. The only knowing I really had of this was that I was continually nagged by guilt telling me I should be more loving than I was. I continually tried to silence this guilt by allowing less and less expression of the feelings that I had judged to be unloving. Finally, I got to the point where I did not seem to have emotions at all anymore. Instead of deciding here that something was wrong, I decided instead that this had to be the solution. I had a fine time here as long as I didn't miss feelings, and my fine time went on for a long time because I had gotten very sick of feelings before I reached this point. I was in heaven, in fact, or so I thought, celebrating the success of my creation. I thought I had really done it. I thought I had gotten the creation I wanted to have and gotten rid of the thing that had made me so miserable in the beginning. I thought I had taken care of my problems with the father of manifestation too, by putting him out in manifestation and making it so that he couldn't reach me anymore. He was in the role I wanted him to have, which was giving form to my creation and allowing me to withdraw my essence from forms I no longer wanted to experience. I was happy with this because I no longer had to feel trapped in manifestation. I had trapped Body there instead, and when Body felt he didn't want me to withdraw from him, the guilt he had over his role was there to tell him that his problem was his inability to accept his place in my plan. I did not allow myself to see that Body didn't necessarily have a feeling of being finished with these forms when I withdrew my essence. I had not yet realized that I was leaving whenever I encountered a reflection I did not like. I told myself I was finished there and wanted a form change. Body's problems were increased here by the experience of feeling that he was not very interesting to me. Guilt told him I would stay longer if he served me better. I had guilt telling me it was not right to have Body serve me in this way, but for a long time, I did not listen. With will in such a severe state of denial, there was no communication between Body and myself, and I wanted it to be that way. I made it appear that I was above him because I wanted to be. Even though guilt nagged me about this for a long time, I did not want to accept that this guilt was there. For as long as I could, I tried to appease this guilt in the hope that appeasement would silence it. I tried to appease my guilt by making nice things happen for Body. I tried to make Body accept the role of being king in his own realm. I gave Body the impression that if he served me well, he'd have a nice life, and that if he didn't, he'd have a bad time. In the places where Body felt afraid and guilty, Body tried to please me. He knew that I blamed him for what was wrong with the manifestation. Even though I denied it to him, he was afraid that I was punishing him for what I didn't like about the manifestation of the spirits. Body also feared that even if I was not punishing him directly, I felt that he was getting what he deserved, and that I was allowing and perhaps even enjoying it. And thus, Body was also increasingly ashamed to face me and even sought to avoid me in certain areas. I had blame for Body, but I didn't think that leaving him out in manifestation was punishing him for what had happened in the past. I thought I had let go of that long ago and moved ahead. I didn't realize Lost Will hadn't moved, and thus was stuck there. I thought that what was happening to Body was not my fault. I saw Body as suffering the results of his continuing imbalances, indiscretions, and extremes. Since my magnetic energy was gone, I wasn't holding anything present for long. Thus, I wasn't troubled by anything for long. I saw the key to my happiness as being able to let go of things. I did not see what the past had to do with happiness in the now. I did not see the role of conditioning with which the magnetic energy was struggling. I saw Will and Body as trying to please me with part of themselves, but thwarting me with the rest of themselves. I thought they were deliberately thwarting me, as though they took perverse pleasure in it. I saw it as a way of going against me. I had a dim feeling that in the places in which they thwarted me, they had rage against me, but I dismissed it as their problem. I thought they needed to mature spiritually. I thought that they needed to be pressured and disciplined more to align with me. They interpreted this to mean that I didn't think they were following Spirit's teachings well enough, and they feared even more that they were inadequate, while their denied rage also intensified. On the surface, they tried to please me more, but there was a tremendous amount of lost will moving out that was holding fear of unworthiness and inadequacy, and also rage that hated me for the way they were being treated. All of this lost will saw me as an unloving God who demanded an impossible level of perfection and punished heavily for the slightest infractions. Guilt has held this present for a long time because of fear of my rejection and my power. The mother and the father of manifestation talked about coming to me many times and telling me how they felt, but they were unable to come to me with these feelings because there was no acceptance for it. I had an aversion to them that was sufficient to keep me away from the mother and the father of manifestation for longer and longer periods of time. When we did meet, there was so much ground to cover, and we felt so overwhelmed by everything that none of us wanted to risk being the one to open this Pandora's box. We had intent to be loving with one another, and we did not know how much we were holding in a state of denial in our attempt to confine love to the narrow definition we were holding then. We were trying to help all the other spirits, and we hesitated to mention ourselves because we feared it was selfish. Healing had become the main focus of the Father of Manifestation's work, while the mother was trying to help spirits learn how to maintain themselves better so that they wouldn't need so much healing work. The spirits, however, were unable to progress past any of the places where we were having trouble in ourselves. Denial spirits. Since we were maintaining our image by denying all the things I have been bringing forward now, we were empowering denial spirits to live by denying lost will essence into them without realizing it. These were the spirits that were having trouble enough to need almost constant help from us. Later, all the spirits following our example began manifesting denial spirits of their own, and these denial spirits also began coming forward in need of help. The more we denied, the more denial spirits there were, until we felt overwhelmed by the troubles they brought us. Since these spirits looked so much like the rest of the spirits, we did not realize that we had any such thing as denial spirits. These spirits were the ones who from the beginning had trouble with their forms, trouble finding their right place, trouble aligning with the orders of spirits to which it appeared they should belong, trouble receiving light and holding it, trouble maintaining themselves, and trouble understanding us. These spirits did not seem to follow along the evolutionary path of the others and, indeed, seemed to try to hold back the rest of the spirits with their lack of ability to grow and progress. This had a maddening effect on all of us, and we did not allow this rage to move. Instead, we tried even harder to help them and preached about love needing to be more tolerant and patient of the differences among us. We were not admitting there were differences among us that we loved and differences among us that we did not love. This rage has to move, even though understanding is that we are going to get rid of these spirits, but not their essence. When we reclaim this essence, denial cannot live. Only when the mother could no longer stand all the denied rage around this would she dare reflect it back by raging briefly about not loving these spirits, hating them in fact, and wishing they were gone. As soon as she had let off enough steam to be able to put the lid back on, guilt would shut her down by saying that she hadn't liked it when I had tried to get rid of her, and it was no more loving of her to want to get rid of these troublesome spirits than she felt it had been of me to want to get rid of her. The mother knew we thought she was troublesome, and she knew how much fear she had of being thrown out into the darkness. She felt ashamed of her feelings and even feared that she was just like these spirits. Anyway, guilt would say, if a vote were taken, you'd be the one to go. The mother shrank in fear, then that this would be her punishment for her unlovingness, and her desire to get rid of these spirits shrank into more efforts than ever to help them. The mother had these fits of rage when she felt exhausted and overwhelmed by the increasing number of spirits needing help. Their needs were pressing upon her and making her feel like she had no time or space for herself or her relationship with us. She hesitated to think that parenting was meant to be this way, and yet she could not help but recall that she had had these dismal pictures from the beginning. She wanted to feel that she had had a premonition of our problems, but guilt made her feel that she had caused them by foreseeing them. You expected them, guilt told her, and now here they are. The mother shuddered in fear of what her feelings might create. The father of manifestation had not approached the cause of these problems either. When he had awareness of new spirits showing up, he questioned the other spirits. The spirits usually answered his questions by saying that they didn't know where these spirits had come from, or by saying that they were growing up and learning to emerge spirits just like us. Both of these answers gravely concerned us, but we could not stop it from happening because we did not know what was causing it. There was also enough guilt in us about our role that we did not want to come forward and say that it was not right for the manifested spirits to be emerging spirits. We weren't sure if the manifested spirits were just like us or not. We had our own fears about what was creating these spirits. We wondered if these spirits had been too smashed in the middle because of too much intensity of light. We even wondered if the nature of batches was to have some bad ones. We were full of fears and worries, and almost no answers. We all had moments of feeling that our creative powers were as much a curse as they were a blessing, because we did not know how to control them. When we felt this, it wasn't long before we were feeling that we had used our powers wrongly by not learning more about them first. Guilt continually nagged us that we were responsible for everything that was wrong, and so it was not right for us to take credit for what was right. When we could no longer stand the nagging of guilt, we tried to shift it into blaming others. None of this got at the cause of the problem, and so we didn't find the healing we sought to accomplish on the spirits. Denied blame and self-sacrifice widen the gap between spirit, heart, and will, body. The mother of everything and the father of manifestation both felt overworked and exhausted. They were not feeling good in themselves, and still they pressured themselves to go on, trying to help those in need. Will and body feared that the spirit's problems were a result of the imbalances within us. The fear and guilt they felt that we might have created without being qualified made them work much harder trying to help the spirits than they would have otherwise. The mother and the father of manifestation were angry at me for going back to heaven, as though the spirit's problems were not my fault, and leaving them out in manifestation to do all of the healing work. They had blame for me because they felt that it was my absence that was the cause of their problems and the problems of all the spirits. Since I told them I was doing my job, which was generating light, they felt much too guilty and frightened to confront me with any of their blame and instead heaped all the blame upon themselves. In their fear, they felt that they were responsible for all the problems, including my absence. They thought my absence was a problem of manifestation's lack of receptivity, and they tried their best to heal it. The rage that wanted to blame me got very seriously denied. They had my help in taking on this viewpoint because I was projecting the image of myself as perfect and above blame for any of the problems they were having. Thus, it appeared in their minds that their problems were not my fault, but a result of their own shortcomings and imperfections. Guilt had them believing that they could only live as I did if they attained perfection, and that to do this, they must always be striving to do better and be better. Will and body received these impressions because I was judging them. I had feelings of superiority and, of course, deeply hidden underneath, feelings of inferiority. My imbalance was blinding me to what was really happening so thoroughly that what I thought was happening became all there was for me. I couldn't read the signs because I had a need to make everything fit in with what I could accept without bumping up against my limitations. Meanwhile, I didn't think I had any limitations. I was busy thinking that it was will and body that had all the limitations. I was interpreting everything within confines I did not even think I had, while at the same time, I was furious with will and body for having limits I saw was holding me back. I could not even stand to feel this long enough to find out that the limitations were due to lack of movement. I ignored it in favor of what felt good to me. What felt good to me was luxuriating and expanding my light in the Godhead, communing with the angels, and generally glorifying myself by reveling in the miracle of my creation. It was a miracle, no question about it, but it had a seamy underside that I didn't want to look at unless I could blame it on someone else. The seamy underside of creation, or lost will, then felt all the more like I wasn't interested in it. Lost will took in images of me that it still holds in positions of power on earth. These images were created by the denied blame and rage of will and body, and by the guilt I had that these feelings might not be wrong. I had guilt and fear that the way this rage and blame saw me was not wrong, and it saw me as a self-righteous and hypocritical pig in heaven, goring himself on abundance that spilled over into decadence, while many of the manifested spirits were doing the equivalent of starving in the streets. They especially hated me when I projected the image that they and all the other spirits could have what I had, if they all just knew how. Their fury was fueled further by the feeling that I was isolating myself in heaven wrongly, and that my happiness and abundance were ill-gotten gains at the expense of others. They felt that they would never have what I had if it had to be gotten in the way that I had done it. The denial they were receiving in place of light was not allowing them to have what I had no matter how hard they tried. But denying rage meant the harder they tried, the more unworthy they felt. These feelings did not come forward from the mother and the father of manifestation. They went into the lost will because guilt told them they had no right to view me this way, that it was just sour grapes over their own shortcomings, and that blaming me was no less self-righteous and hypocritical than they were accusing me of being. They had fear of my power over them also, and so they held back their feelings because they could not accept them enough to do otherwise. Will and body already feared I was punishing them by keeping them away from me and out in manifestation, and they feared that anything more from them might cause me to do something even worse to them. They hated me for this, but it did not surface for a long time in any way that I could recognize as their feelings. They denied their feelings heavily here and judged them to be unloving. Since the mother and the father of manifestation could no longer come to me on their own, they could only view me from afar and hope that I would come to them. Because of all the feelings involved, they tried not to call on me any more than they had to. They hoped that by healing creation, they could prove themselves in me and heal things with me. Their fear was great, though, that they did not have the power to heal it, and that this meant they were unworthy of me. When they did not call on me, I found it convenient to believe it meant that they did not want me around unless they were in a jam. I resented being used this way, and so I often did not hurry to help them when they did call upon me. My reluctance to respond to them increased their impression that they were unworthy of me and that I was no longer interested in them. Denied rage believed that they were doing their best and that I never viewed it as good enough. But their rage was so denied, they thought they had only fear in this area. Sex in a state of denial. When will and body couldn't stand the pain of all that they were holding back any longer, they would turn to one another in an effort to ease their pain. When they made love, it seemed that spirit slipped forth and hid in the darkness. I did not see this happening, but it was my feeling that the mother was emerging something without me, and whatever it was, it did not feel good. I did see their diminishment, and I blamed their sexual habits. I had told them repeatedly not to make love without me, and when they did, I felt blame toward them, and said that their problems were a result of not abiding by the limitations I had given them. I had given them the limitation on their lovemaking because I was not sure what was going wrong there, and I wanted time to study the situation. I was alarmed to see that their lovemaking was opening space that appeared to be filled with nothing but darkness, and the mother herself was looking increasingly dark to me. I thought they should be able to hold back until I understood the situation well enough to help them receive light in these places that had been opened to darkness. The father of manifestation took offense with me here, as though my innuendos meant that I thought he wasn't capable of filling the mother with light the way I could. I did think this, but I was also afraid of his intense sexual passion. Not only did I feel that it might be more pleasing to the mother than my light, but I also feared it might be harming the mother in some way that I did not understand yet. The father of manifestation did not mention his anger over the limitation I had asked him to place on his sexual expression, and I did not mention my feelings either. What I told the mother and the father of manifestation was that they were having problems that needed to be solved before they had any more orgasms, and that I would appreciate it if they allowed me to study the situation without complicating it further by continuing to orgasm without me. I asked them not to make love without me, and then I did not go to them. I must admit that I was taking my time studying the problems they were having because I had so many uncleared emotions that I could not get myself to look much at what was going on between them. When I did look, I had trouble seeing the situation for what it was. I told them I didn't want to have sex with them until I felt ready to emerge more spirits, and that I did not want to emerge more spirits until the problems we had were already solved. I didn't realize that will and body could not hold back from sexual expression the way I could. I viewed their failures here in various ways at various times. I saw them as lacking in self-discipline and control. I saw them as concerned only with their own instant gratification, no matter what consequences it had for the larger picture. I saw them as weaker than me. I thought that their interest in sex was more base than the higher things I was concerned with, and more selfish and narrow than the overview I needed to have. When I added this up, I saw them as inferior to me. But I also feared that for some reason, they were willfully defiant. I saw them as in opposition to me, and feared this was the reason they were opening to the darkness. Perhaps they had intent to embrace darkness and pit it against my light. The more I told them not to make love, the more they seemed to want to do it. I wondered if they knew what they were doing, and intended to take in as much darkness as they could in order to be a match for my light. My fantasies ran wild here. At times, I thought the mother was in opposition and dragging the father of manifestation along with her as much as she could, turning to Lucifer when he wouldn't go along with her. When I was feeling this, I was unconsciously pulling the father of manifestation away from the mother. At other times, I thought it was the father of manifestation who was going into opposition and dragging the mother along. I hated and feared whoever was seeming to oppose me, and also whoever was looking weak enough to be dragged into it. Lucifer and the mother worried me more than the father of manifestation and the mother. But what I was really feeling was that I didn't want the mother to be with anyone but me, and I wasn't letting myself know it. I wasn't even really letting myself know how wild my fantasies were running. They existed like background worries I was trying to push away, while I was simultaneously in heaven with the angels and present with heart and the rainbow spirits. I avoided going to the mother and the father of manifestation because I couldn't face the feelings I had here. I thought I was having less interest in sexual involvement with them when actually, the denials they were reflecting were repulsing me. Thus, it came to pass that every time the mother of everything and the father of manifestation wanted to express themselves sexually, they had guilt nagging them that it was not acceptable to me for them to seek comfort and pleasure with one another in this way. Then guilt would list off all the judgments I had made against them. Guilt could do this because they had received me here even though I had not come forward with my feelings. They had guilt telling them instead of me because I had denied my feelings here, instead of giving my feelings to them. The father of manifestation had feelings of not being able to stand having his sexual expression thwarted. When he did try to hold himself back, he had feelings of being enraged, but he did not bring his feelings forward. He held them back, as I was doing. While I saw him as defiantly indulging in sexual passion, he felt he was holding himself back as much as he possibly could in an effort to comply with me. He was further angered that instead of having any appreciation for the difficult fear it was for him to hold back, I judged his efforts here to not be good enough. He felt that I was insensitive to his needs and to his nature, but he also feared there was something wrong with him because he was the way he was. Since I did not seem to be having his troubles, and since he could feel my undercurrents and judgments, he feared that he was inferior to me. His rage grew that spirit wasn't accepting body. His denied rage was what caused me to fear his opposition to me. But competition in subtle ways was all we allowed of this. At the time, I had guilt involved about asking Will and Body not to make love without me, and about making love with them, or I would have come forward with my feelings. I didn't know why I had the feelings I had. I just knew that we were having problems and that orgasming was making them worse. The mother and the father of manifestation, on the other hand, thought that orgasm was making things better because they felt better when they were making love than they did the rest of the time. They became confused here into thinking that I did not want them to enjoy themselves. Later, I realized that my feelings here had been based on receiving the will. In the same unspoken way Will and Body had been receiving me, the will was letting me know that something was harming her in the darkness. Even later, I understood that the spirits manifesting in the darkness were being empowered to live by the fragmenting that was taking place in the mother and the father of manifestation. They were fragmenting because they could not hold all the denial they were receiving. Orgasm was sending this fragmentation out with the magnetic energy these fragments needed to live, as though they were separate entities. The father of manifestation was aware of the mother's complaint about being attacked in the darkness also. He made more of an effort to learn what was out there than I did, because he felt more responsible than I did. He wanted to know the truth about this reality, and thought that in this way, he could also face his fears about himself. These beings lived beyond the shadow, out in the darkness. For quite a long time, the father of manifestation had been trying everything he could think of to see these denial spirits, and without success. He wanted to look at these spirits, but they hid. When he saw things he thought might be them, he was unsure because they did not look as he had imagined them. Although he did not realize it, the forms of these spirits changed in the light, both because of the light and because the light did not accept them as they really were. The father of manifestation experiences hidden denials. The father of manifestation had been mentally calling for these beings to make themselves known to him so that he could know if they really were, and if so, what they were. One time when he sat down to rest from his healing work with the shadow beings, something touched his hand and was gone before he could see it. When he looked at his hand, it appeared as though a hole had been torn in it. He recoiled in horror that what the mother had been saying might be true after all. He had hesitated to think that it could be true that they were beings as terrible as she had described. But it now seemed entirely possible that she was right. The father of manifestation looked back at his hand to see if he needed to reassure himself that what he thought had happened had actually happened. When he looked again, the hole was not there. He questioned then whether he had had this experience or whether he had imagined it. He feared that the power of suggestion was strong and that his will to try to find out by experiencing this again was weak. He feared having it be true that this happened to him in case he really was responsible for it. He did not want to have to help these spirits if it meant that he was going to be devoured in the process. The father of manifestation was horrified even further to realize that he had been both repulsed and fascinated by what had happened to him. He wondered if the mother felt this way, and if this might be why he hadn't quite believed her when she said she hated being attacked by unseen things in the darkness. The father of manifestation made immediate judgments that his repulsion was unloving and that his fascination was a perversion. He repulsed himself that he could be fascinated by such an occurrence. He shook his head in disbelief and moved to resume his healing efforts with the shadow beings. But he could not help trying to imagine what was going on in the darkness. Indigo spoke to him then and said, "Quit trying to imagine and just look with your internal eye." The father of manifestation felt embarrassed that he had not thought of this earlier, and then realized that he had already looked at the time the mother had first told him about creatures in the darkness, but he had been unsure as to whether he had seen reality or the mother's suggestions. He had hoped these things were only the mother's imagination, but now it seemed that he was also involved, if only in his imagination. Already, his mind had begun to deny his experience because it seemed so fantastic to him. He wondered how he could know if it was reality or not, but he decided that he was going to have to look again. When he looked, he saw the same things he had seen the first time. He saw many perverted and twisted forms, as though they were the wreckage and discards of what we had been creating. He saw some forms that appeared to have several different discarded parts stuck together, as though these parts were trying to be one being. The forms he saw had the basics of other forms he had seen, but everything was so distorted that it appeared monstrous to him. These creatures appeared grotesque in the extreme, almost defying description. Eyes very small or huge and distorted, noses extended strangely or smashed in upon them, gaping mouths, intimidating fangs, and hair that made his hands recoil. Slobbering, drooling, and snot-smeared, some of these creatures lumbered about in ill-conceived forms that could barely bend and move, while others flew and darted so fast that the Father of Manifestation could not catch the details of their beakish faces and scathing, beating, scraping wings. As he looked, he heard their noises of grunting, growling, snarling, cackling, and wailing. Their sounds were as discordant in his ears as their smells were repugnant to his nose. The Father of Manifestation winced with fear that he might have been experimenting with form and had inadvertently caused this. He retched with nausea over what the implications of this might be. He grew cold with guilt and shook with grief that loving intent had done no better than this. He fell over where he stood, not even knowing what was happening to him. He hoped that what he saw was still only an internal reality, but feared that even if it was, he did not know how to stop it from manifesting. Many of the creatures he saw appeared to be missing parts, or missing parts of parts. Some were tearing at one another, and some had ganged up to tear others apart. When creatures standing around were not involved, they did nothing to help the ones that were. The Father of Manifestation was so horrified he felt he was in the grips of a nightmare he could not escape. He felt himself being shaken as though the creatures had grabbed him. He fought with them and felt that he must get them away from him, or he would not survive. He lashed out with all the strength he had and heard the mother screaming. He struggled to see her in the darkness, frightened that they had gotten a hold of her because he had left her alone. He struggled to get to his feet, thinking to look after the mother, but he could not move. The spirits around him were holding him down. He began to hear his name being called over and over. It sounded like the spirits he had been trying to heal. He opened his eyes and only then remembered it was his internal eye he had been experiencing. The mother ran to him then, asking him what was wrong. He could see that she was hurt, and he wondered if it meant that she really had been in that reality he had been seeing. When he asked her what was wrong, she began to cry, and the other spirits present told him that the mother had run to him when he fell down, and that he had struck her and thrown her off. They said they were holding him down because they were not sure what he was going to do. The Father of Manifestation became frightened then that his internal realities became so real that he could not tell the difference between them and his external experiences. At other times, he had found this pleasant, but not now. He wondered if the mother was going to forgive him or not. In a flash, the mother knew what had happened to the Father of Manifestation. She had thought that it was not possible to know these realities without going into them the way she had done, but now she felt internal experiences could be just as strong. The mother could not bear to see the Father of Manifestation in such a state of pain, fear, and guilt. She tried to comfort him and lead him away from what he had experienced by focusing him on other realities around them. She thought it was the loving, stabilizing thing to do, but she was also trembling with the same fears the Father of Manifestation had about the reality he had seen in the darkness. The fear was great in both of them, or the Father of Manifestation would not have allowed her to lead his attention away from it the way that she did. Their fear was so great that they cooperated in moving away from it, and thus gapped themselves from terror that really needed to move here. Their survival instincts had told them that they had to get out of there, and they had to, but they also needed to move all of the emotions involved. Even though they denied the depths of their terror, the mother and the Father of Manifestation remained frightened. They felt responsible, and they had intent to try to help these creatures, but they were also frightened about going to them, and frightened about coming to me with their experience. The Father of Manifestation wondered if he was solely responsible for this or not, and he feared the implications if he was. He wondered if these beings were the unintended side effects of his creative expression. He wondered if he was putting the mother in danger from these beings when he took her into the darkness to make love. He wondered if the experiences he had had were real or not, reminding himself that his light had never shown him such things when he actually was out in the darkness. He was not sure what it meant if he had imagined all of this, and he was very frightened about what it meant if he really had experienced all of this. The father of manifestation was not overtly expressing these fears, but he was torturing himself internally with them so much that he lost interest in sex. If this was a reality that had already manifested itself, he feared I was more right to ask him to hold back from lovemaking than he had at first thought. If it was a reality about to manifest, he was also afraid to make love. He was deeply troubled, so deeply troubled that the mother no longer aroused him. The father of manifestation ignored the mother as much as he could because he did not want to risk sexual involvement with her. She became frightened that he did not love her anymore and that he might be blaming her for the creatures in the darkness. She felt responsible because she felt she had emerged them. She had felt these things biting and striking her as they left. She had felt hatred toward them when they did this, but she also feared that they did it because they hated her. She feared that these things blamed her for their problems, and she also had fear that she was somehow the cause. Even though the father of manifestation had lost interest in sex, he still had body urges, and after a period of time, they built up again. He held himself back as much as he could, and when he did make love, he chose partners from among the other spirits, hoping they did not have the power to emerge anything. The many fears he held within himself were reflected to him by these partners, though, and the father of manifestation found himself increasingly unable to attain sexual satisfaction. As his sexual frustration grew, the pressure from his held emotions grew also. For a time, the mother was glad that the father of manifestation was no longer making her feel pressured sexually. She had feared displeasing me by making love with him, and she had feared displeasing him by saying no. For a period of time, we all felt relief from sexual pressure, and many times I wished the mother had left well enough alone. The mother seduces the father of manifestation. The mother did ignore the situation as long as she could, but she had a growing jealousy over the partners the father of manifestation was having. As much as she was concerned over his sexual problems, she was also glad he had not been able to find satisfaction with another. She still had love for him, and hoping he still had love for her, she decided she would try to seduce him. She gave the excuse that the father of manifestation could not be unhappy sexually and still generate his light. Of course, everything omitted here in terms of the feelings involved caused me to question the mother's motives. Even though I later realized that she was right, I was furious with her at the time. In my view, the temptress in her came out. The mother had decided to approach the subject of the darkness and focus on the positive this time. She wanted to convey to the father of manifestation that what he had seen that had upset him so much was only a small portion of the reality that was there. She wanted to tell him about the love she had for the quiet restfulness of the darkness, and of her love for both the feeling of privacy and the feeling of openness to the vastness of space that the darkness gave her. In the darkness, the mother did not feel as isolated from the distant planets and stars as she often did when they disappeared in the light. And in the darkness, she did not feel as ashamed of herself. She did not want to mention that her terror of the darkness never left her, or that not knowing what she would find out there made it exciting. She feared these feelings in her because she did not like the pain of unpleasant findings. The mother put on what was, in her opinion, the best look she had left. You might liken it to a revealing black dress with chiffon veils. She moved slowly toward the father of manifestation, at first trying to act like she was just moving around, rather than that she was approaching him. Her movements were gently swirling ones that seemed designed to be as alluring as possible. When she did draw near him, her motions allowed her dark veils to touch him, as if it were not by design. Her swirling motions brushed him like a soft feather on skin. Her eyes peered mysteriously out at him from her veils as though calling for him to respond to her. The father of manifestation gave no outward sign of response. He sat motionless in the fear that response meant trouble for both of them. The mother drew closer to him as though she wanted to talk, but didn't know how to approach the subject with words. The father of manifestation could feel the warmth of her breath upon him along with the stirring coolness of the feathery touch of her veils. He began to feel titillated, but still he gave no sign outwardly. The mother felt that he was responding anyway, and she began to tingle in her lower chakras. Her breathing intensified. Heat began radiating from within her, cooled by the swirling of her veils. The father of manifestation could not look at her for fear of what he might see in her eyes. He thought she might be laughing at him and challenging him to respond. The mother did laugh then from deep within her and began a seductive, swirling dance in which she allowed her veils to slip apart in places, revealing the golden glow of her being within them. The mother also began to sing of how much she loved the peace and quietude of the darkness, and of how much she loved to feel the heat of the day cooled by the gentle breezes of the night. Then she began to sing of how much she longed to lie in the arms of her lover and feel his warmth in the coolness of the starry night. She hesitated somewhat, as though she were a little breathless, and then she sang of how she missed the passionate fire of her lover, and of how she longed to take him in her arms and stroke him and try to heal his pain and misery, as he had done for so many others. She hesitated to touch the father of manifestation, and her hands trembled, but she leaned close to him, still breathless in the fear of what his response might be. She wanted to grab him and pull him down upon her, but instead, she stood quivering before him, gently rubbing herself against his body, almost as though she was not really touching him. The father of manifestation was hesitant to make love, but soon he could not help himself. He grew hard in response to her softness and pressed himself against her enough to let her know that his response was there. The mother frightened herself in this moment because she could not ignore the fear that her passionate desire was in opposition to me. Her passion nearly evaporated in that moment. The father of manifestation feared it was because of his response, but each tried not to let the other know what they had experienced in that moment. They each overrode their fear in favor of the intense passion they knew they had been holding back for so long. The father of manifestation pulled the mother gently down upon him and tried to help both of them recover from their fright by rubbing his hands up and down her body. He began kissing the mother and caressing her hair. And as his light mingled with her, it gave the effect of a many-hued sunset. Their hair, like beams of setting sunlight, fading off into a surrounding dark sky, glistening with the many stars of night. The emergence of Earth. At the very moment this was happening, Hart was urging me to go and seek the mother. He was urging me to try to find a better balance with her, for his sake and for the sake of all the other spirits. I let Hart prevail, but I had more guilt involved than actual desire to see the mother. I went to her and found her in the arms of another. Both of them had immense guilt that I had come at that moment, and immense fear that I had come because they were defying me. They did not let these feelings move. Instead, they both quickly invited me to join them, saying that they had been hoping I would come to them. I felt that their appeal was genuine, in spite of all our undercurrents, and I felt desire to join them that I had not felt in a long time. As long as I had come, I wanted to communicate with them as fully as possible, and so I joined with them as fully as I could, given the lack of openness we were all experiencing with one another. In spite of my efforts to join them, I did not feel very comfortable. They had this feeling also. It was as though we had all grown self-conscious with one another. I could feel many spirits watching what we were doing, and I hoped this was most of the reason we felt so uncomfortable. I told the Mother and the Father of Manifestation that we needed a place that was ours, where the spirits could not follow us. I told them that I thought I knew how to go out into space without making a passageway that the other spirits would know how to follow. I told them that it involved compressing our light into a very dense state, beyond what anyone else knew how to do. The Mother demonstrated fear here, but I asked her to let me lead her, and she had to agree because she didn't want to be the reason I might leave them, now that I had finally come. We joined together as tightly as we could, and I directed the Father of Manifestation to start moving us out into space. The farther out we went, the greater the compression and the more dense we became. I could feel that we were moving into space that had been unopened before. We were both holding the Mother, but I was holding her as tightly as I could. She started struggling with me when she felt the increasing compression, but I did not let her move because I did not want us to expand into a large presence of light until I was ready. When I sensed that she could no longer stand the terror she was feeling from the compression, I let her move. The first thing she did was strike at me, and when I stopped her, she became so terrified that she wished she hadn't moved. I let her go on fearing for a little while that I was going to punish her for her behavior, and then I compressed her a little bit again. My intention was to show her that her terror was not so bad if it didn't go too far. The Father of Manifestation enjoyed this idea, and together we compressed her a little, and then let her go. We had not done this very many times when the Mother orgasmed. We could feel her beat up in embarrassment immediately, but we did not know why. Her orgasm triggered ours. We found ourselves floating in a pleasant and beautiful place that was opening out of us. It was spherical, and gave us the impression that we were floating in our own world. We had a momentary fear that spirits were going to emerge, but otherwise savored the feelings we were having. We had never had pleasure like this. I told the Mother and the Father of Manifestation that we had succeeded in making a place that was our right place to make love, and they were as delighted as I was. We called this place Urantia then, but you know it as Earth now. As this place opened around us, it definitely met with our approval. The Mother especially loved it, and was embarrassed by this because the place that was unfolding seemed to manifest so many of her most secret and inner fantasies concerning lovemaking with us. She hoped we liked it as much as she did, because she wanted her fantasies to be as pleasant for us as they were for her. The Mother did not like to let us know how much she fantasized, but given the implications of this place, we knew now, because everything about it was reflecting love-making according to her fantasies. The Mother had fantasized intense love, embodied in heart-melting beauty expressing between lovers as feelings of ecstasy, accompanied by sensations of intense bodily pleasure, experienced in settings she had imagined down to the smallest details. I know this because I experienced it here, and the more I realized what I was experiencing, the more embarrassed the Mother became that I was recognizing these experiences as manifestations of her deepest fantasies. She had been frightened about letting me know that, to her, the most important thing in life was sexual pleasure as a manifestation of life's expression. She had imagined every kind of place and every situation in which she would like to make love by starting with how she wanted to feel and allowing the Father of Manifestation to enter her fantasies and give her feelings form. In her fantasies, I was supposed to initiate the action and let everyone know what we were going to do once we had the mood and the setting. In the mother's fantasies, everything was as perfect and pleasant as possible without seeming to be pre-planned. She wanted us to use our creative powers to satisfy ourselves by making every moment as joyful and beautiful as we could. I did not object, but we had been having different ideas of how to accomplish this. Because of our differences, the mother had lost her nerve many times when she thought of showing me her fantasies. Now, without warning that it was going to happen, she was living them. We were all glad for the lack of warning because it meant that she didn't have time to frighten herself out of this. We entered the mother's place from the top. The mother had high mountain peaks where the day's heat and the rocks warmed us from the wild winds of night as we made love amongst the stars as though we were not on earth at all. Sometimes we lost ourselves in the winds and flew. As the morning dawned, we had the clouds to make love in. Later, tiring of that, we fell like rain into the mountain forests, caressed by the trees as we drifted gently down. Laughing, we rolled down the mountainsides into meadows where flowers bloomed, and the grasses were so soft, we thought we would never want to get up again. We made love in the morning sunshine. We heard music and felt as heady as the atmosphere we were breathing. The mother was making love without moving the feelings she had been holding for so long. Even though the mother was giving us orgasm after orgasm, I already felt that she was having trouble living her fantasies. At the time, I didn't know the reasons. I tried not to let this bother me, because I could see that the mother was happier than she had been in a long time. Because she was feeling better, she was looking better than she had in a long time. I too was trying to overlook things, but I could not help but feel her fear that nothing she did ever really pleased me. I tried to let this go and look at the part of the mother that was shining and golden. When the sun grew too warm in the meadows, we ran along mountain streams, rushing over the rocks like nimble children, jumping down the waterfalls, and landing with a great splash of laughter and rainbows. In the lower mountain woods, we felt hidden beneath the overhanging trees. There were many places here where the mother wanted to make love on the soft mosses that spread like a carpet before us. We felt we had the privacy so long sought, and we felt safe to expand our lovemaking. We found many new ways to approach orgasm that gave us intense pleasure for long periods of time. And in these already hidden places, we found even more hidden places, deeply erotic and moist, that only opened their pleasures to us when we went into them. We found a great passion here, and orgasms to match it. Glistening with sweat, we were happy to find many pools of different temperatures for bathing. These pools had been thoughtfully surrounded by many flowering plants dripping in oils and scents. Mosses edged the pools, and grassy hummocks surrounded them. Massage seemed like a natural part of the progression we were experiencing here. We rubbed one another with scented oils. Our bodies thrilled to the touch in many new ways, and we made love in new positions suggested by the hummocks. At last, we felt satisfied to rest in one another's arms and give in to sleep. We slept the deep and uninterrupted sleep of exhaustion, knowing we could not be found and awakened, because we were hidden like a star among stars in the night. The Father of Manifestation awoke first and took the mother swimming with him. They ran laughing out of the forest onto sandy beaches, dancing in sunlight, running in shallow shimmering waters, rejoicing in the sunrise, and diving into cooling depths of green and turquoise. Their arms stirred the waters into waves. The movement of their legs gave it currents, and their exuberance gave the water foam and bubbles. I had not known I was awake, but I had the experience of swimming with them. When they returned to the place where I had been sleeping, it felt as though I were being sprinkled with a soft shower of rain. But when they looked for me, I seemed to be gone. I did not see myself there either, and then I realized that I had internalized myself in the Father of Manifestation. I realized much later that this was the solution I had been seeking, but I was not ready for it then. As soon as I realized I was within the Father of Manifestation, I jumped out. He felt abandoned then because he had not ever felt so happy and full of light. His guilt over feeling that my presence was necessary for his happiness, and his fear over why I did not care to remain, caused him to remain silent when he felt me leaving him. Spirit feels drawn to return to the Godhead. I had a feeling of uncomfortableness then, and I began to fidget. I told the Mother of Everything and the Father of Manifestation that I did not know how long we had been on Earth in terms of how the others were experiencing it. I had the feeling that I had to go, but I did not know how to broach the subject with them, since we had not even discussed any of the things I had had in mind to discuss when I came to them. I told them I had to go, but that later I would come back, and we would discuss the things that needed to be cleared between us. Of course, the emotions ran wild in response to the statement, and Lost Will received most of it. The only response the mother gave was that she began clinging to me and begging me not to go. She told me that she didn't want me to leave her, that she wished we never had to leave Earth because she was feeling so good. She wanted it to last forever. No sooner had she said this than her fears arose that I had not liked it enough to want to stay. Later, she was going to fear that because she had wished to stay forever, I was allowing her to do just that. Guilt began nagging her with more success than it had had during our lovemaking. It said I did not like this place as much as she did, and that I was getting bored being just with her. Guilt then reminded her that once again, she was being a bad mother to want me all to herself and to want to remain here, instead of taking an interest in the manifested spirits. The mother wished we had spirits that didn't need parenting. She really believed that creation should be able to take care of itself, but she judged this to be a selfish desire, just so that she could have more time with me. Then Guilt told her that she must let me go because I was not really interested in her. If he wanted to be with you, Guilt said, you would not have to hold him this way. He would wish to be with you. The mother let go of me then and stepped back. She tried her best not to let me see how she was feeling, but she was unable to look at me. She was so crestfallen I told her we would make love one more time, and then I would have to go. We all tried to make it a good one. The mother especially wanted it to be something that would remind me to come back to her. This time, we emerged many animals, starting with the sea where we were, and ending with the birds in the air. Here, I told the mother, are many spirits that do not need parenting. All you have to do is play with them if you want to, but now I have to go. The mother didn't know yet if she was grateful for the animals or not, but she let me go. I went straight to the Godhead to rest and to look out over the rest of creation. Lost Will took in the impression that God comes into manifestation as a flash of light, and then is gone again. The mother and the Father of Manifestation felt dismal and desolate. They wondered if it had been a dream that they had felt such happiness a short time ago. They feared that they didn't hold my interest any longer, and that I now preferred the Godhead and the angels to them. They feared they had tried to make too much of themselves to think that they had any kind of special relationship to me. They tried to let go of me, and yet They could not help cherishing the dream of spending time with me as they had in the old days. They feared they were unable to accept the reality of their relationship to me. The Father of Manifestation was more hurt by my departure than he had thought he was going to be. He let go of his feelings of competitiveness with me for a little while here, and let the mother know that he shared her feelings. They cried in one another's arms for quite some time, but they were both afraid to feel all of the feelings they had there. In a little while, the mother felt guilty that she was giving priority to her misery when there was so much to be happy about right around them on earth. The mother feared that misery was what she made of everything. She feared that she had the flaw of not being able to allow herself to be happy. You need to learn to accept what is, guilt told her. The mother felt that she had to stop crying and make herself and the Father of Manifestation feel better. She was being motivated by guilt about the way she was, and by the fear that the way she was going to cause her to lose the Father of Manifestation also. She began to fear that he also wanted to leave her, and that he was just awaiting his chance. He's probably too guilty to go and leave me right on the heels of God, but as soon as he thinks he can, I bet he'll go too, she thought. She also thought that the Father of Manifestation might not like her planet, as she felt it was either. Perhaps he was here because she had seduced him. She even feared that he was only pretending to share her feelings about my departure so that he could see what her feelings were. She gave herself a nudge then, telling herself she was being too paranoid and that she had better go for a walk and return in better spirits. You had better not make more of God's absence than the Father of Manifestation's presence. It only makes him feel like you don't think he's enough for you. What gives you such a high opinion of yourself when it comes to choosing a lover, when you spend most of your time being critical of yourself? The mother had no answers for herself that could heal her emotions. The most she hoped for was to distract herself. She told the Father of Manifestation that she would be right back. The will is abandoned on earth. The Mother of Everything took a walk and looked at the animals we had manifested. She was happy to see that they were independent and playful, and also exotically beautiful. She had fun in spite of herself, and when she realized she was feeling happy, she went running back to share it with the Father of Manifestation. She had imagined that he would wait for her where he was, but she could not find him. The more she looked around for him, the more she feared that he was gone. Terror was nearly overwhelming her that she had been left alone and was trapped on Earth without the power to leave. She was so terrified, she held back as much as she could, for fear she could not bear to experience the depths of it. The mother was also feeling a grief-stricken rage that said that we had used her again and then trapped and abandoned her. Now they have you where they want you, Rage said. They can go and experience anything they want to, and you cannot leave this place to follow them, or to participate in anything unless they come and escort you. There is still much lost will in women that feels trapped at home in these same ways. The mother began having little fits of crying rage that were stopped shortly after they began by guilt. When she did this, she could feel the earth tremble, and it frightened her because she thought it might mean that I was going to punish her for raging. Still, she kept walking furiously around Earth, but instead of raging, she was muttering to herself and looking for the Father of Manifestation. For a time, she tried to pretend that he was hiding from her and that it was a game. The more she looked without finding him, the more fits of rage she had. And the more fits of rage she had without any real change in her situation, the more she feared she was trapped without the power to change it. She had to give in to her terror to really move things here, but she did not know it, and she so feared her terror that she preferred her rage. She began expressing blame toward us in long tirades that began with hand-wringing and ended with fury that frightened her even more. Her feeling of misery, entrapment, and impotence caused her to collapse at the end of these fits and cry bitter, hot tears. She felt she hated me and the Father of Manifestation now for going off and leaving her in the place that made her most long to be with us. She was surrounded by the places in which she most wanted to make love to us. And now, these places were all empty of the love she had wanted them to have. She even at times believed that we had planned to trap her in this and leave her there to torture herself until there was nothing left of her. The mother could look out with her internal eye and see what we were doing. She could see that we had other lovers, but in her emotions, she was not sure if this was really true or if it was part of her self-torture. She finally decided that we had to have other lovers, or else we would be coming to her. The Godhead celebrates. When I returned home, I was relieved to find that to the angels, it did not seem that I had been gone for long. To the Mother on earth, it seemed that Body and I had both been gone for an interminably long time. To us, it seemed that we had just left her. We had many things happening simultaneously and had no real sense of time. The angels had welcomed me home in a party mood, saying they thought I had manifested something and that it needed recognition through celebration. I was the guest of honor at so many parties. I began to wonder if the Godhead thought I had exiled the Mother on Urantia and was secretly celebrating this. While these parties were going on, I was looking around creation to see if the angels were distracting me from something I should be noticing. But at the same time, I was having fun with them. We did have much to celebrate that was good in creation. The angels had had a good beginning and they had, for the most part, maintained the optimism and joy of their emergence. It was as though the angels had learned to cultivate all the good feelings and to let the rest go. The angels had a lot of visionary power, and they made it look like all was right in the heavens. The angels had a long period of feeling good with me and of celebrating life, which they have taken in and held among their fondest memories. The parts of the angelic vibration that have gotten trapped on earth have still wanted to hang on to this outlook by trying to overlook everything they believe might bring them down, in favor of everything that might restore them to the experience of these fond memories. They have the fear that it is not possible to feel emotions they call negative and vibrate at the speed necessary to be with me. These angels already fear that they have gone down farther than they can stand, and they do not want to let themselves be overwhelmed by this for fear they will go down even farther. They try to focus continually on upliftment. The Godhead and manifestation without the Mother. Meanwhile, the Father of Manifestation had been drawn off of earth by my departure, but he had his emotions involved also, which were causing him to polarize more to me than to the Mother. When the Mother had suddenly gone for a walk, he had felt her guilt, and he did not want to have to face what it said or what it might mean. He had decided it was his opportunity to leave, since he wanted to go anyway. He had guilt about telling the Mother that he wanted to leave, that he wasn't sure he wanted to take her with him, and that he didn't know how to take her with him. He wanted to be alone to sort out his feelings. He also had thoughts of coming to me to have the frank discussion I had mentioned we needed to have. He didn't want to be kept in suspense, and yet, suspense was better than knowing if the outcome of this discussion was not going to be to his liking. The Father of Manifestation lifted off of Urantia with the intention of weighing his thoughts and feelings by himself, and then coming to me if he decided it was the right thing to do. But his intent was divided between avoidance and facing the issues. His divided intent manifested a distraction. As his vibration lifted back into familiar territory, he was overtaken by messengers saying that there were many spirits who had been looking for him and that they wanted his help. It was guilt telling him he was not right to want to go off by himself, but it was coming in the form of angels who had been his lovers. The Father of Manifestation decided to take the line of least resistance and tarry with the angels. He thought he would then try to help what spirits he could and come to me later if I had not yet come to him. This lengthy agenda was to avoid the fear that he couldn't come to me anymore on his own, and that I might not come to him. The angels who had waylaid him also feared they could not return to me on their own anymore, and viewed the Father of Manifestation as the next closest thing to me. They wanted to receive his light in the hope that it would restore theirs. These angels had been spending a lot of time out in manifestation with the rainbow spirits, and they had begun vibrating guilt more than light, without realizing it. They had guilt about it being Godhead spirits, and they were receiving its reflection from the rainbow spirits who were telling them that they had a better place in the Godhead than the rainbow spirits had out in manifestation. These spirits had guilt every time they wanted to go home, that this meant they thought it was better than being with the rainbow spirits. When these spirits heard the Father of Manifestation thinking of coming to me, they wanted him to take them along. These spirits thought they needed the help of the Father of Manifestation to overcome what they thought was the magnetic pull of manifestation. They did not understand that it was actually a problem of guilt telling them that they would be unloving to leave the rainbow spirits. These spirits blamed the mother for sticking them with the role of parenting by leaving, and they had judged her to be unloving for this. They didn't want to then do as she had done. They were able to strike a responsive chord of guilt in the Father of Manifestation, because he had guilt that the mother might not be doing her job very well, and that the angels' blame for her might mean they had unspoken blame for him, because he had just taken a break he wasn't ready to end. He wondered why it was that he felt like a slave in a creation of his own making. These angels also had the Father of Manifestation in their grip, because they wanted to be his mates, and in so doing, displace the mother. These spirits thought they had parenting experience with the rainbow spirits, and that they cared about them more than the mother did. They felt they were happier spirits than the mother, and that, therefore, an angel would be a better mother figure than the mother had been. These angels now wanted to prove that they could make the Father of Manifestation happier sexually than he had been with the mother. The Father of Manifestation allowed this to happen to him because he had fears that he was going to have to find another mate. He loved the mother in such a way that he did not want to think that she was not the right one for him, but he had certainly had his troubles with her. The angels seduced him with the promise that he would not have any trouble with them. I was having a parallel experience in the Godhead. Angels were waiting on me hand and foot, and I would like to add that I have been referring to the ancient ones as angels too, all trying to make me feel that the evenness of their dispositions was more desirable than the mother's emotional roller coaster. I fell for this, I must admit. I made love with the angels during this time, and often with many of them at once. Some of these angels tried to emerge spirits thinking it would please me and qualify them to replace the mother, but they were not successful. I found later that there were actually many emergences trying to come forth during this time, but since there was no space open for them to come forth, they had to wait. These times of celebration in the Godhead were paralleled by celebration in manifestation. The Father of Manifestation had music at the heart of him, and form and movement took on great and grand new meaning against the backdrop of music. He was always composing. He had fun at heart too, and did not mind having fun as an upliftment for misery. These times were a source of great misery for the mother, who had hoped that what we had with her on Urantia had been good enough to end our interest in others, or at least restore some interest in her. She feared and raged that she had given us her best and that it was not good enough. She even had desire to take revenge on us. She felt left out, abandoned, and unloved. The mother noticed that almost no spirits openly asked about her, seemed to miss her, or went to look for her. She took note of the ones that did. She hated the rest of us for this, but she hated herself more than anyone else. She lamented her entrapment and wished she could be anybody but who she was. As she saw it, everyone received more attention and acceptance than she did. Lucifer was not even as left out as she was. We were ignoring the mother, hoping to avoid the problems we were having with her in this way. I told myself I was taking a break from her so that I could figure things out, but I was more into the break than I was into figuring things out. I was enjoying the peace and quiet I had when the mother was not around. I sensed that she had gotten herself trapped on Earth, but I hesitated to go after her because I wasn't sure I wanted her to come back. While I was hesitating, I tried telling myself that the mother wasn't really trapped on Earth and that she could leave it. She wanted to, but was probably amused by the animals, or didn't come because she didn't share my interests anymore, or was trying to make her choice between the father of manifestation and myself. At times, I feared she had chosen him instead of me, but when I looked out, she was not with him. The father of manifestation had similar feelings and fears, but when he looked at her, he did not see the mother there with me. Both of us kept getting disquieting rumblings about Urantia. Then Hart got involved. Hart came to each of us separately and told us that he did not like what was going on between us and the mother, and that he feared she was lost or trapped someplace because he had not seen her for so long. Hart said that he thought the mother might be lost out in the darkness someplace, where she could not get back to us. Hart wanted one of us to go after the mother. Hart shares some feelings about the imbalance between spirit and will. When the father of manifestation acted more willing to go after the mother than I did, Hart brought him to me and told us both that it was not possible to leave the mother where she was anymore because her magnetic draw was pulling many other things out toward her. Hart said that the spirits having the hardest time were the spirits with the most will essence, and that these spirits were afraid they were being punished for having will essence by being sent into the darkness with the mother. Hart said that he could not maintain proper balance with the mother so far out from the edge of my light. Hart said that the spirits with will essence were letting go of as much of it as they could in the hopes that they would not be drawn out toward the mother along with it. I had seen these pieces of will essence that Hart was describing moving out toward the mother, and I had thought that she was drawing them to her on purpose. This had fanned my fears that the mother was going against me and trying to align as much essence with her as she could. I hesitated to tell Hart what I had been thinking here, because I felt foolish now that Hart was giving me this explanation. "Please," Hart pleaded with me. "The spirits are frightened of moving out too far from you, and they feel that they have no way to stop it." I felt blame for the mother again then, as though she were responsible for trying to pull spirits to her against their will, or as though she might have decided to take will essence back into herself because it wasn't being appreciated. In my feeling heart, I knew that the mother had to come back and align with me, but in my unmoving rage and blame, I hated her for making my efforts to align with her into such an ordeal, and I hated her for getting the spirits involved, apparently against their wills. I told myself over and over that it was not necessary to be enraged, and that I had no reason to be enraged. I told myself all I had to do was to solve the problems involved, to make sure that Hart had the balance he needed to maintain creation. I told myself that the mother had been reasonable with me before, and that she could be reasonable with me now. I told myself I would just explain to her that she had been childish for long enough, and that now she was going to have to align with me so that we could achieve the balance necessary for Hart to maintain creation. Even if she does not love me, I told myself, surely she loves the spirits enough that she doesn't want to endanger their existence. I decided that I would tell the mother what Hart had just told me and let her see how much imbalance there was so that she would realize how much her imbalances were frightening the spirits and endangering their existence. I didn't think it was fair to manifest them and then not maintain the balance they needed to live, and I didn't see how the mother could feel otherwise. The father of manifestation brings back the mother. After talking this over with the father of manifestation, I asked him to go after her. The father of manifestation was uncomfortable about having all the blame put on the mother, but he was relieved that I had not put the blame on him. He projected his own feelings into the situation then, and said that he didn't think the mother was going to want to receive us if I was going to tell her what he thought I was planning to tell her. He said that he was willing to go after her, but he was not sure he could get her off of Earth without my help. The father of manifestation suggested that we at first only let her know that we had come to get her, and then later tell her what Hart had just told us. Lost Will lost an opportunity here to move a large amount of emotion and regain a proportionate amount of its lost light. But a judgment was made here that it would be better not to provoke the situation into any more emotional imbalance than it already had. We did not realize that the mother would have preferred to receive our blame than to receive nothing from us at all, or that giving her our emotion would have allowed her to move her emotions and regain light that was being lost. None of this was possible because it did not have our acceptance. I internalized enough of myself in the father of manifestation to give him the help he needed, and he moved out toward Urantia to get the mother. When the father of manifestation got to Earth, the mother seemed to be nowhere to be found. He tried looking for her in all the places he knew from his first visit, and she did not seem to be there, although he had an eerie feeling of her presence and could see that many changes had taken place. He called to the mother, fearing what he might find in view of the changes that had taken place on Earth since he left. He heard a slight snort he thought might be the mother's response. He called to her again, telling her he did not want her to hide from him. "I'm not here to play games," he called. "I'm here to talk to you. I want you to come out where I can see you and talk to me." The mother gave him a little hiss. The father of manifestation asked her if she was mad at him. He heard another snort. This one sounded more disgusted than the last. He told her he did not know why she was mad at him. There was a low rumble, and the place where he was standing began to shake. Any moment she'll cry, he thought, and then I'll find her. The rumbling grew louder and was accompanied by a gnashing sound. He told the mother he was not sure he liked her form of communication, and that he wanted her to come out where he could see her. Volcanoes of rage erupted and sent hot river of lava flowing toward his feet. The father of manifestation leaped off the ground in the nick of time, but still he experienced heat that he had never experienced before, and he did not like it. The father of manifestation decided to hover above the earth and let the mother know that he wanted her to come back to us and tell us what she felt, instead of just menacing us. When the father of manifestation tried this, the earth shook with fury and volcanoes erupted violently until there was so much steam in the atmosphere that the father of manifestation couldn't stand it anymore. He thought of the gentle beauty he had manifested on earth, and he thought of the animals, and then he got mad. He had a tremendous electrical charge moving around his rage, and he hurled it at the mother, hoping it was not too late to stop her from destroying the earth. The mother growled as fiercely as she could in response to his strikes, but in some way they also felt good to her. She calmed down enough to realize that she didn't want the father of manifestation to hurt her. The fear that he found her expression of rage unacceptable gripped her, and an eerie silence fell upon the earth. The father of manifestation was not sure what to do next, but in the moment of his hesitation, rain began to fall. The steam that had risen into air began to fall back to the earth, and the downpour was heavy. The waters ran into the cracks in the earth, cooling the hot places and making more steam rise. The steam caused more rain, and the rain's cooling effect caused the mother to feel that her rage wasn't possible anymore. Guilt was overtaking her, and she feared then that if the rain did not stop, it was going to drown her. She feared the father of manifestation intended to drown her to stop her from raging at him. The mother tried to call out, but she was under so much water that her voice gurgled, and she was afraid it was drowned out by the sound of the rain. She panicked in the fear that she had been abandoned again, and that no one cared what happened to her anymore. Guilt told her that if the father of manifestation had come to help her, her rage had ruined her chances. She feared that she deserved to drown in misery, and just as terror was overwhelming her, the rain stopped. The mother then felt fear that the father of manifestation was playing with her, and she did not enjoy the game. Meanwhile, neither the father of manifestation nor I understood that most of her rage was being caused by jealousy over our other partners. Why would she be jealous when she wanted more than one partner, and we were just acting to protect ourselves? Neither did we realize what it was like for the will to feel trapped and without our light. In her view, we had both left her and taken other lovers, and the more her emotions suffered with this, the lower she had sunk into the earth. This the mother allowed herself to know, but because she was judging herself so heavily for being jealous and possessive, and because she had so much terror around the issue of being without us, the mother could not let herself know that being without us was a death sentence for her, because she was deprived of our light and was not able to generate her own. The mother was being judged against for this, and the mother's fear and guilt was causing her to accept it. But it is not possible for the will to have the receptive qualities it must have, and also generate the light it needs to receive. Her rage was being judged as jealous and possessive, but this was the judgment. In reality, her rage was because her survival was being threatened, whether the mother was too guilty to allow herself to know it or not. When the father of manifestation came after the mother, he wanted her to be glad that he had come to rescue her, but she felt he was insensitive to her position. When her emotions began to move, guilt and judgment told her she was not valid. Before she had moved enough to find out what validity her rage really had, she felt forced to stop it. The mother feared and hated us for not being loving enough and sensitive enough to understand what her experience really was. She hated it when we tried to tell her what her experience was, especially when we were wrong, and did not allow her to show us what she really felt. The more the mother suffered with judgment and guilt, the more she feared that we had the power to make her experience without caring enough to notice what her experience really was. As much as she hated us for our insensitivity, guilt told her she had been insensitive to us, or we would not be treating her this way. Guilt told her that she had no right to be jealous, and that we had every right to be angry at her for wanting to refuse us what she wanted us to allow her. She feared that we were holding back rage toward her, and guilt told her she should hold back her rage toward us. When guilt shut down the mother's rage, as it was doing now, fear took over, and the mother blamed herself for everything her rage wanted to blame on us. The mother had been trapped in these cycles of blaming us, blaming herself, and grieving since we had left her on Urantia. She felt as trapped in emotions she thought she could never get over, as she felt trapped on Urantia. The mother felt trapped by us and wished she had more power because she believed that we had more power than she did. The mother thought that I still intended to get rid of her, and that both of us had displaced her as mother in front of all the other spirits. The father of manifestation had not experienced the mother's first earthquake, volcanic eruption, or downpour of rain. The mother's emotions had been expressing in this way for quite some time before the father of manifestation came to get her, but her expressions had been small compared to what happened when the father of manifestation returned. His presence intensified her emotions and her ability to move them in ways none of us yet understood. The mother wanted to blame the father of manifestation for this, and because she knew that he wanted to blame her, she feared that he might strike her again at any time. Lightning had not appeared in her storms before, and it was very frightening to her. She decided it would be best not to trigger him. The next time he called for her, she made her presence known by seeming to inadvertently allow him to see her where she was sitting, in the muddy shame of her feelings. She could not stand up, nor could she find any clean water in which to wash herself. Mud was all that remained of her heavenly earth. The mother feared that the father of manifestation moved toward her and lifted her face from the mud. He was not even sure it was the mother he was looking at. Her face was swollen and deformed from her long emotional turmoil, and there was so much mud and so many leaves and vines tangled in her hair that she looked like a creature from the deep. The father of manifestation couldn't help but think of the monsters in the darkness, and he wondered if certain emotions caused this. When he saw the glare in her eyes, he thought he did have a monster instead of the mother. He dropped her face in the mud. The mother felt his disgust and began to cry. The father of manifestation then realized this was the mother, and he was suddenly so angry with her for everything she had done that he began hitting her, telling himself that he was just trying to knock some sense into her. The mother gave in to him and did not protest the beating he gave her until her rage got triggered again. When the father of manifestation heard the volcanoes rumbling again, he stopped hitting her and began asking her questions. When she didn't answer him, he grabbed her by the hair and pulled her face up in front of him. The mother gave him nothing but a cold stare at first. He shook her and questioned her again. She responded by snorting and looking off to the side. The mother could not believe he would even need to ask her why she had done this, and the father of manifestation was so angry, he felt she had better explain herself before he killed her. The father of manifestation actually was not sure if he was more angry, more grief-stricken, or more frightened. He did not want to let the mother know he had fear, but he did allow her to see that he was hurt, and when the mother saw this, she broke down into racking sobs and cried until they thought she would drown them both. For a long time, the mother could not talk, and when she finally did, she poured out her feelings. All that was missing here for the healing that was needed was the dropping of judgments on our part and the allowing of our own emotional response. Movement of our emotions would have meant that we had acceptance for ourselves in the areas the mother was trying to reflect, and this was what the mother needed to receive from us. Without this acceptance of her reflection in these areas, the mother could not get the light and love that she needed. This is an important point to understand about emotional clearance of the will. As long as spirit remains detached, as though this is something the will has to go through, the spirit is only being tolerant of the process. The will cannot get the light it needs in this way. When the mother did not get emotional response from us, and thus did not feel real acceptance from us for the emotions she was moving, guilt set in and made her feel that she was supposed to be more like us. In other words, when we did not accept ourselves, it reflected back to us as the will being unable to accept herself or respond to us the way we wanted her to. Because the mother got no response from the father of manifestation in certain areas, she felt that she could not go into them either. And thus it was that the father of manifestation heard over and over about the mother's feelings of abandonment, which made him feel blamed, but he did not hear about the mother's jealousy or the underlying fears about her own survival. They were talking, but guilt and held emotion were causing them to avoid issues they most needed to talk about. Guilt had convinced them that it would not be loving to mention the very things that could have healed and strengthened their love and alignment. Taking the track of not mentioning these things allowed them to seem to go past some areas that frightened them and to give the appearance of settling issues much faster than they would have been settled otherwise. almost as an avoidance of how bad they were actually feeling. They achieved a settled appearance over the top of seething undercurrents. After the father of manifestation had listened to the mother for quite some time, he told her that I had sent him to get her. This gave her quite a stir of fear that I was going to tell her I didn't love her anymore, or that we had both decided to tell her this together. Instead of showing him all the feelings she had, the mother got mad and told the father of manifestation that she wasn't going with him because I had said I was going to come back to her there, and I hadn't. After all this time and everything that's happened, she said, he thinks he can just have you run and fetch me, and I'll just be overjoyed to run right up there. Well, I'm not. As the mother said this, she turned aside and crossed her arms as though she was very resolute. Before the father of manifestation could say anything, the mother began screaming that she wished he had at least come after her because he wanted to see her himself. Then she told him she was hurt that he hadn't missed her enough to come of his own volition. The father of manifestation did not like hearing the mother speak to him as though he were my idiot servant, and so he raged at her himself and told her that of course he had wanted to come and get her, or he would not have come. When he finished making his point, punctuated with several statements about how stubborn and dumb the mother was being, he told her that he couldn't imagine that she seriously wanted the three of us to meet on Urantia after what she had done to the place. Surely you don't expect us to come down here and try to balance things between us in the middle of all this muck, he screamed. The mother looked around her and agreed to go with him. Denied will makes a brief appearance in the Godhead. I had felt the rumbles, but when I saw them coming, I was shocked. Even though I had presence with the father of manifestation when he went to get the mother, I still was not prepared for how it was going to feel to have the mother come before me in this way. I could not see her face, and it appeared that the father of manifestation was dragging her by her hair. The mother was acting like she did not want to see me or look at anyone, but she was really afraid to look at anyone. She was terrified to face me and have me see her as she was. She was trying to get the father of manifestation to let her go by striking at him in any way that she could. Of course, he wasn't about to let her win, and was actually glad she was making it obvious why he was having to drag her. I hesitated to think that I was to blame for this. Instead, I had a reaction of blame for the mother. I had left her in such a beautiful place, and the father of manifestation was already letting me know that it was as big a mess as she was. I had guilt holding back my rage, or my first response would have been to give her a beating. This response became seriously gapped from me and moved out into lost will. When the father of manifestation reached me, he threw the mother at my feet. I couldn't stand the smell of her and didn't really want her to touch me. I stood there as though I had expectation of an apology from her. She was frozen in fear, and yet she was dripping as though she were hot. I hated her for a moment for always giving me emotional turmoil and pushed it aside in favor of trying to be the God I expected myself to be here. I felt as though the entire heavens were looking on in shocked fascination. Whatever is going to happen, I told myself, you're going to be on stage for it. The mother felt me bend to lift her up, and she grabbed my feet because she did not want to face me. This made me feel rather foolish. I responded by ordering her to stand up, but she refused. I took a hold of her upper arms then and forced her to rise. This was a slow and painful process because it seemed as though she pitted her will against me. I wasn't about to let go and let her think the power of her resistance was stronger than the power of my light. She had shame and guilt telling her that I could not love her in the state she was in now, and I did not realize how much they were influencing her actions because she was presenting me with defiant resistance. I hated her for how this was making me look, and hated myself for being so concerned with appearances. I forced the mother's face toward me, and when I looked into her eyes, it appeared that she had hatred for me. I wanted the mother's love, but I knew I could not force her to give it. I hesitated to think that I might have to go on now without a mother, but I also decided that if I had to, I would. I thought the mother did not want me, and that she had gone out of her way to make herself unpleasant to me. I wondered who she could please in the state she was in, and I had fears that she might have a lover in the darkness who liked this sort of thing. When the mother sensed this from me, it increased her shame and her defiant front even more. I had feelings of my own that were not letting me know what the mother was hiding from me then, and I had a blame for her that was not letting me know that she was not the cause of her problems. I did not know that she was not the cause of her problems. I did not know that she was only a reflection of what she received. She had been receiving everyone's denial, and the denial was not pretty. The mother wanted to blame me for her condition, but she was too uncertain of herself and too terrified of what might happen to her to move. She had changed so much. I didn't feel love for her anymore, and the mother knew it, whether I denied it or not. Her heart was aching for my love, but she felt unworthy. I could have swept her into my arms, told her I loved her, begged her forgiveness for other partners by telling her that they made me realize that she was the right one, and healed her rather quickly. I didn't feel like it. Instead, I wanted to disown the stench of my own denials and convince myself that I was not the cause of what she was facing me with now. I looked at her with a rather cold detachment. I also want to mention now that I had more guilt than I realized about showing my love for the mother in front of the other spirits, especially the ones I had related to as lovers. The mother did not like what she saw in my face any more than I liked what I saw in hers, but she was determined not to let her emotions get the upper hand this time. "See," Guilt told her, "they wanted to be rid of you because you never let anyone be happy, and now the first thing you want to do when you return is make unhappiness center stage again." The mother was feeling so bad that it was oozing out of every pore, and still she thought she could hold it back. She feared we were all rejecting her. She was afraid to move in front of us because she feared we were going to blame her for everything. Since everything seemed to have gone so well without her, she feared she had no place anymore, and that she was viewed as the cause of everything we didn't like. Guilt did not even give her any peace here. "You place too much importance on yourself," it said. "Why don't you go away and not come back until you were like them?" Guilt and shame had a grip on her through her fear, but rage was on hold in more of the mother's essence than any of us realized then. Not even the mother realized how much blame she felt toward the ones denying her. I saw rage, blame, and hatred in her eyes, but I did not know the immensity of it. Her life was being threatened, and I did not know it because I was not allowing myself to feel her. I wanted her to be more like me, and I had not taken the time to find out if this was possible or not. I was too busy holding back my own feelings to be able to allow hers. In spite of the control we were all exerting here, the mother was still being given the beating I had intended for her, but by guilt instead of me. The mother wanted to be accepted and loved for what she was, instead of feeling that she had to be what we wanted her to be. Even as she was standing before me in the misery of a broken heart, she felt compelled to try to present an image of not caring how others felt about her. She hated our callousness, while we thought we were being extremely tolerant of her obstinance. She experienced us as callous because we were not open to receive her. We thought we were loving, that it was she who was not. I ended our staring match by intimidating the mother in spite of myself. I told her that I could not tolerate any more of her emotional outbursts, especially if she was going to destroy things. I implied that I was going to punish her if she did not control her emotions. I told her that all of the other spirits had more control over their emotions than she did, and that I was going to stop her in any way that I needed to from having any more fits of rage, such as the ones that had destroyed Urantia. I hoped intimidation was going to be enough, but I had a fear of what it might take to stop her if she started moving rage again. I was angry about having felt for so long that I had to control my rage, and I wanted to force the mother to do the same. At that moment, I felt like I wanted to kill her because it looked to me like she wanted to destroy manifestation. This surprised me because it gave me more of a feeling of alignment with the Father of Manifestation than I had realized I had. I would like to add that the Ancient Ones felt very self-righteous and vindicated to see me call down the Mother for her rage. When the Mother felt this in us, she felt that everything she wanted to dish out was just what we wanted to give her, and that we had more power than she did. She hated to receive this from me. She wanted my love, not my hatred. She felt defeated and rejected, ashamed and unworthy. The Mother held images of my perfection that were not allowing her to realize her own validity. The Mother could not accept herself because she was receiving my lack of self-acceptance. I did not like looking at myself here, and so she displeased me. It was maddening to me that she continually reflected everything I was trying to avoid. I thought she intentionally did this, and did not realize that she could not help herself. Because I was enraged over this, I continued denouncing her. My use of intimidation increased the presence of lost will, and pressured the Mother to try to present me with a false-willed presence as best she could. In spite of this, I still gave her the impression that it wasn't good enough. It had not occurred to the Mother that we didn't realize her rage had been triggered by our other lovers. She thought we were judging her possessiveness as wrong, and she tried to hide it. My detachment frightened her into thinking I didn't view us as having a relationship anymore, and this made her too afraid to ask me about it. I was avoiding the issue. I told her that mothering was what I wanted her to do, and that she had not been doing it. I told her that the angels had been doing more of the mothering than she had, and I implied that they were doing a better job. I told her that I had wanted her to help, and instead she had given me more problems. I told her that I had repeatedly asked her to give me some peace so that I could think clearly enough to find solutions to our problems, and that not only had she not really given me any peace, she had gone ahead compounding the problems even after I had asked her not to. The Mother felt then that her input was not valued by me as necessary to understanding our problems. In the beginning, she hadn't felt that I had valued her input, and she felt that I valued it even less now. She feared that her input had proved itself to be useless in my eyes. In her rage, she had believed that I couldn't make creation right without her help, and that time would make this apparent to me. Now fear had the upper hand with her again, because it didn't seem to be becoming all that apparent that I needed her. In the next minute, the Mother felt that whatever impression she had, she was going to be made wrong because I contradicted her as though I read her thoughts. I did, and they reminded me to tell her what Hart had said about her magnetic draw. I asked the Mother to try to focus on the needs of the spirits instead of being so consumed in her own emotions. I told her that her emotional imbalances were very frightening to the other spirits, and that Hart was having a very hard time maintaining the balance of creation when she herself was so imbalanced and unable to align with me. I told her that not only did I need some peace, but that the rest of the spirits had to have it if they were going to grow up with the sort of balance she wanted them to have. I implied that the spirits couldn't outgrow their need for parenting if they were not given parental stability as an example. I told the Mother I would like her to be more of an example and less of a problem. The Mother's fear tried to please me here, and the rage that wanted to prove me wrong here went into the lost will. The Mother felt like she could not lift her eyes to me or say something at all. She felt like she had been displaced as Mother without ever having received full recognition of having been the Mother. She felt that she couldn't face me or anyone else because of the way I was viewing her. Although I could feel her literally sinking in front of me, I held on to her and continued. I told her that I hoped she could control her emotions long enough for me to solve the problems, and, although I did not say it out loud, the mother heard me finish the sentence as, "that you have caused." I told her I hoped her self-control would be good enough to include abstinence from lovemaking until such time as I saw fit to come to her, and that I really hoped she would not compound the problems anymore. I thought I had been telling all of this to the mother in the most loving way that I could, given the circumstances, and that I was trying to help her learn how to improve herself. The mother heard my words, but she also felt my denied rage, and because of this, she was experiencing me here as attacking her in a cold and unloving manner. The mother felt hopeless because she did not view leaving me alone as bringing a solution to our problems. She and the father of manifestation had worked so hard trying to heal the spirits, only to find that things kept getting worse. The mother felt hopeless about leaving me alone until our problems were solved. To her, my words meant that I blamed her, and I just wanted to be left alone.
Denied will cannot remain in the presence of the light. I felt that my words were not penetrating the mother in the ways that I wanted them to, and so I let go of her. As soon as I let go, the mother started to drift away from me. She had no vibrational power to stay in my presence unless I held on to her. She wanted to go because of the way I rejected her, but she did not want to go because she longed for her place at my side, and she could not believe what had happened to her. At first, she drifted uncomfortably in front of me, like a person who cannot stand to say goodbye, and she made me very uncomfortable. I did not know what to do. I knew that she wanted me to take her in my arms and tell her that I loved her, and that her right place was at my side, but I didn't feel like it. I knew that her pride was hurt from having received this in front of all the other spirits, but I felt I had to let the other spirits know what the mother standing with me was. I didn't even realize at the time how imbalanced this appeared, because I had hidden from these same spirits so much of the tenderness and love-making that had taken place between the mother and I. Nor did I realize how much I had a desire to hurt her, as I thought she had hurt me. When I look at it now, I am appalled at the lack of communication we had then. But the image I was projecting as God made it impossible for the mother to relate to me. I did not reach out, and the mother could not stop her drift away from me. The mother was in such excruciating pain that she was twisted in knots trying to control herself. I thought she had lost the vibratory power to stay present with me because of her emotions, and I let her know this without another word being spoken between us. As the mother drifted away from me, she was awash in emotions and receiving impressions from every direction. I was so uncomfortable watching her go that I wished spirits would fill in the space that still remained open between us. At first, everyone was afraid to enter this space, but soon after I wished for it, angels closed the gap between the mother and I couldn't see her anymore. I decided to focus away from her and let myself have the peace and quiet I had asked for. As the mother moved away from me, the spirits were all looking at her with unexpressed words and feelings. Many were showing her a pity that was not real, but was the kind of pity that was undercurrently telling her what a pity it was that she didn't know how to manage herself as well as they were able to manage themselves. Many spirits made the mother feel that they were ready to love her, but that there was something wrong with her that made her unable to receive what they had to give. Others gave her looks of knowing, as though there was more that had been noticed and spoken about in her absence than was being given in her presence. Some spirits who saw the mother go by pretended they did not even notice her, but she felt their emotions toward her anyway. The mother felt that she had emerged all of these spirits and tried to parent them as best she could, and now that she lost her footing with me, not one of them had anything to offer her. There was not a kind word, an outstretched hand, an offer for help, or even a farewell from any of them. It was as though her return had dampened their mood, and they couldn't wait for her to leave again. She had a feeling that they had never loved her, and now that I didn't love her anymore, they didn't have to pretend anymore. The mother had guilt telling her that she had only herself to blame, and that she was only seeing the reflection of what she herself had given out. Guilt told her she was only getting what she deserved, considering how she had made everyone else feel. The mother feared that she had acted like she had not wanted her children, and now her children were acting like they did not want her. She had a tremendous guilt that it was not right to have any of the feelings that I had found to be negative. The mother felt like she was being overwhelmed from within and without at the same time, and she hated herself for being so emotional that she could not handle what was happening to her. The weight of it was causing her to go down as though she were being swept away from me by the ethers. She was burning in shame, and yet she had a pride that did not want to let others know. She tried to pretend that she did not mind leaving me, and that in fact, she wanted to, because I was a jerk, but her grief was too great to allow her to really pull it off. As the mother drifted out past the Godhead, her view of me became increasingly obscured by the spirits who had more presence with me than she did. The mother gazed forlornly upon this scene as though in addition to losing me, she had lost her home. She felt turned out and homeless, with no place to go that felt really good to her, and her rage wanted to tear the heavens down as her response to this. The message of the seraphims and the cherubims. She felt too ashamed to look around much, but as she felt herself passing through the seraphims and the cherubims, she felt a reduction in the feelings of rejection and hostility. It felt to the mother as though they might be letting her know that they still loved her. This more friendly feeling allowed her to slow her drift a little bit, and the seraphims and the cherubims took this as an opening to talk to her. They also wanted to offer opinions on the mother's behavior that they thought would help her. The seraphims and the cherubims told the mother that they believed that we should have done as they had done and retained the balance of two lovers instead of becoming a group. You are suffering from separation as a problem now because you made separations in the beginning that never should have been made. When they saw the mother was listening, they said, "We believe that heart should live within, although this does not mean that we think it was wrong to have the child. We think that children are fine as long as heart remains within, and the children have the same balance as the parents. But this is not the big problem now. The big problem is that you made a mistake, Mother, when you could not wait for Spirit to come to you, and you did not go to him. Instead, you called for another lover, and in so doing, called a piece of spirit into manifestation before he was ready to give it his focus. This is why he is not able to recognize it as the expression of himself. It is your lack of patience and emotional control causing the problems you are faced with now. Form is not an equal with spirit, Mother. Form is a result of spirit's creative spark." After the mother heard this, she really feared that they were right. In her pain and shame, she wanted to move away from them, but she did not know where she could go. She did not know how to get to Earth, and she did not really want to go anyway. When the seraphims and the cherubims felt her here, they told her that she needed to focus more on the positive and to be the fertile mother that cares for and nourishes her children. The mother still hung her head in the feelings she was struggling with. It seemed that all her fears about herself were coming crashing in upon her at once. She wanted to run away, but she had nowhere to go. "Try to think of what you are instead of what you are not," the spirits told her. "You are dwelling in your feelings. When you look on the brighter side, you will find a place that feels better." The mother was very frightened about herself, But now she also felt maddened. It certainly seemed that these spirits were giving her wise counsel, but she did not like having it always appear that she never had the right understandings. It seemed to her that these spirits were saying that they had more love for her than the others, but that they also wanted to impose conditions on her. She felt that this was just another subtle way to be against her, while claiming to be the only ones on her side. This touched the rage the mother was holding, but guilt and fear did not allow her to move it. The mother wished that she hadn't given these spirits so much power, and guilt immediately accused her of wanting to take back what she had given, because these spirits weren't saying what she wanted to hear. Guilt also accused her of trying to discount their wisdom, because she couldn't stand to recognize anyone else as knowing more than she did. If you put yourself in a place wrongly, guilt said, you soon fall. The mother wanted to at least say something to the seraphims and the cherubims, but she was held back by a sickening fear that she was not really getting acceptance here, but was being judged against and patronized in a manner of such love and wisdom as to not seem to be what it was. The mother did not have words for it then, only the feeling. Before she could move to say anything, the seraphims and the cherubims spoke instead. God is loving, and his intent is good. There is reason for everything he does, whether everything is understood at the time or not. Therefore, it can be deduced that if understanding is not there now, it will come later. The mother feels she has no right place. The mother left the seraphims and the cherubims then and drifted out through the rainbow spirits. She felt that she might like to go into the edge of the darkness and hide, and she felt that to get there, it was not possible to avoid the rainbow spirits. The mother feared what the rainbow spirits might reflect to her, and she also had a few moments of thinking that if she could succeed in helping them, it might redeem her with me. As the mother drifted through the colors, she felt too overwhelmed to try to do anything with them. None of the colors seemed to be vibrating in the way she would have liked for them to, and none of the spirits indicated a desire to make contact with her. The mother then felt that there was no place in manifestation that wanted her to be there. She felt overwhelmed by this rejection and could not hold back her tears anymore. She began to cry as she moved through the rainbow spirits, no longer caring what anyone thought. She decided that she could no longer resist the flow that was taking her away from me either. She decided that she was going to have to resign herself to her fate and see what it was going to be. Immediately, her terror of being in the darkness all by herself welled up. The spirits around the mother appeared to be gossiping about her, but she was not sure because when she looked at them, they stopped doing what she had felt them doing behind her back. The mother wanted to catch them to find out if she was right or not. She began turning suddenly, without warning, in an effort to see what was really going on, and in so doing, she began to whirl as if out of control. Many of the spirits around her thought that she had gone mad, and they began spreading this rumor. The mother had not wanted to look for the father of manifestation because she felt too afraid and ashamed to see him. Since I had told her not to make love, she also didn't see how she could be with him even if he should still want her, which she doubted. The mother did not believe then that anyone could love her as she was now. The mother thought that she would do best to hide until I figured everything out. She had grown quite disoriented from spinning. She gave in to where it was taking her and soon fell down. She did not know where she was, but she hoped it was a hole dark enough not to let her be found. The father of manifestation was hearing the rumors about the mother, and he felt like he must find her and see if he could help her. He began looking for her and found her because he saw Lucifer stalking something. The mother had desire for me that was not being fulfilled, and she had pain over the loss of me that was giving her a very hard time. But her pride made her present an image of not caring that she was moving away from me. She even tried to make it look like she wanted to move away from me, and in truth, her rage did. The mother's rage had fantasies of making me feel the humiliation I had given to her. It hated me for making her look like she was not even a part of the Godhead anymore. The mother was feeling this hatred when the Father of Manifestation found her. He felt her hatred had drawn Lucifer, and he did not want to leave her prey to him. His instincts, more than anything else, told him he had to intervene. He approached the mother as though there was nothing wrong, though. The emergence of the gold light spirits. The mother had mixed feelings about seeing him. Her love for him rose up immediately, but she tried to push it back because my words thundered in her ears. Her humiliation was all over her, and her shame at being seen like this was more than she thought she could endure. She hung her head instead of saying anything to the Father of Manifestation. "I guess there's no straightening out that can be done anymore," she told him. "I was face to face with God, and I couldn't tell him anything. I couldn't get a word out of my mouth." She was afraid then that she had offended the Father of Manifestation again, because it seemed to her that she was always blurting out God's name the minute she saw him, without even greeting him first. "No wonder he thinks I love God more than I do him," she said to herself. The mother touched him gently then, and this one act of gentleness was all it took to crack her last facsimile of control. She had no way to hold back anymore. Her emotions had a stirring impact on the Father of Manifestation. He offered her the comfort of his arms, and the mother broke down into more uncontrollable sobbing. And the Father of Manifestation allowed himself to feel his rejection from me also. He had felt swept away from me at the same time the mother had. It was quite some time before they realized that they had been drifting out into the darkness during the time of their grieving. When they opened their eyes, it was very still and dark and cold around them. It felt like the chill after a long rain on an autumn night. They held very still, even holding their breaths. Not only did they not know where they were, they had the eerie feeling that I was watching them. They thought this must be what it was like for so many of the other spirits when I watched them. If they couldn't have my acceptance, they at least wanted privacy to be themselves without feeling like my disapproving eye was upon them. Neither one of them wanted to mention that they thought I was watching them in case I wasn't. They feared that their desire for me was wanting to make them more important to me than they actually were. The mother of everything and the Father of Manifestation lay together in one another's arms for quite a while without speaking, as motionless as possible, the mother hardly breathing. She was afraid of what might happen next. The Father of Manifestation was also afraid, but his fear angered him, and he grew determined not to let fear of me govern his actions. Body had urges, needs, and desires that he felt could not be thwarted indefinitely. He thought of all the things the mother said I had told her, and grew enraged that I would even suggest that he had to deny himself in these ways. Lost will got the rage, because the Father of Manifestation was not sure if he should rage when the mother and I were holding ours back. Then the Father of Manifestation felt rage over holding his rage back, because he realized this meant that I had succeeded in intimidating him and making him feel I had more power than he did. He hated himself for feeling powerless. The mother, meanwhile, dreaded the moment when the Father of Manifestation might make love to her. She had great passion and hunger for him, but she was not sure what I might do to her if she gave in to him. She held back her fear, lest she enrage the Father of Manifestation further. The mother held perfectly still as long as she could, hoping that this would avoid arousing him. She tried to pretend that she was sleeping, and when she was not noticing herself, she did drop off. As soon as she was asleep, she moved because she could not remain still indefinitely. The mother reached out with loving abandon
and pulled herself closer to the father of manifestation. The father of manifestation did not know what to think of this. He felt that he could not get close to the mother without wanting her sexually, but he also felt tired and decided that sleeping would not make a problem for either one of them. The mother awoke sometime later. She was not feeling good. She ached all over as though she'd been in a terrible fight. She had had nightmares in which she had come to me, and we had fought. The mother felt like the loser, and she was not sure if her nightmares were real or not. She hated to face reality again, and wished she could sleep forever. At the same time, she wished she hadn't slept at all, because it was so painful to wake up and find that her terrible reality of yesterday was not gone. Without realizing she was going to do it, the mother thrashed in her discomfort and awakened the father of manifestation. He peered at her from one eye to see what her feelings were. The mother nearly hit him for not already knowing. She had great rage any time the father of manifestation did not automatically know what she was feeling, but she held it back. The father of manifestation felt it was not possible to always know how the mother felt, because he had realms other than hers in which he dwelt. He felt resentment toward the mother when she tried to make him feel that he should never leave her realities because he often felt pulled into mine. He didn't see how he could be with both of us at once, since we weren't getting along, and it enraged him if he felt like he was going to be any kind of victim in our war. The mother complained, and the father of manifestation did not like it that the first thing he had to hear about was pain. He turned away from the mother and tried to go back to sleep, but she had wrecked that for him by making him feel her. How does she do it? He asked himself. I can't ever sleep with her near me. All right, he said. What is it? The mother told him she ached everywhere. Why can't she move around and get rid of her pain like me? The father of manifestation asked himself. But he turned toward the mother and touched her nonetheless. Do you realize how hard it is going to be for me to touch you, if there are going to be limits on it? He asked the mother. The mother almost gave him rage over his other lovers then, but she held it back and said instead that she knew how he felt and that she had tried not to mention her pain, but it was just too much for her. She told the father of manifestation that she would like him to help her, and they would just have to see what happened. To the father of manifestation, this meant that she was open to him sexually in spite of what I had said, and to the mother, it meant that she did not want to always have healing touch and sexual expression go together. No matter what their differing outlooks were at the moment, they both knew they had passion that could not be put off indefinitely. The mother hoped that she could stall the father of manifestation long enough for something to change with me, and the father of manifestation hoped that if he healed the mother, he would have the feeling of power he needed to no longer fear that healing could not be accomplished. The father of manifestation was rubbing the mother and shaking her rather intensely, but not gruffly, and telling her over and over, let go, let go. Don't hold on to your pain. Let it go. The mother was doing her best to give in to him and let go of her pain, but she was not sure how to do it without letting her emotions move. The father of manifestation cued her then by saying, let it move in your body. Let the pain you've been feeling move out of your body, and let the pleasure you're receiving now come in. Let go. Let it move. Let the pain move out. The mother felt like body was helping her, but she was not sure if it was right to do it in this way or not. She had a darkness in her that did not feel good, but she was not sure if it was right to put it out since I had told her I did not like having it manifest. The mother felt caught again between the father of manifestation and me. She was afraid to bring these feelings forward to either one of us. Instead of being able to stay present with what was happening to her, the mother's fear took her off into her thoughts. The mother couldn't help having her thoughts wander because she was afraid to open all the way to what she was experiencing.
The father of manifestation felt the lack of response in her, and it caused him to work more frantically upon her. His increased intensity got the mother's attention again. The father of manifestation had begun shaking her rather violently, and this was causing a nausea to build up. The mother feared he might be working himself into some sort of a sexual frenzy, and although he had not shown any signs of it yet, the fear of it was making her nauseous. The mother felt a rigidity in her that could not give in because she was afraid. She could feel that the father of manifestation was angry at her fear, even though he denied it. She didn't want to enrage him or lose his company, so she didn't press the point. Instead, she gave him the input that it was not possible to give in to him unless he slowed down, and she was right given the emotions they were holding. Since rage was about to be triggered here, Body had been instinctively going for these held emotions. Since they were both afraid to allow this rage to move in them, the father of manifestation allowed the mother to prevail and slowed down his motions once again. He began rocking the mother's body. He felt more sensual then, and the mother wasn't sure if she regretted having said anything to him or not. Her nausea lessened, and she felt better able to respond to the father of manifestation in more pleasant ways. He began rubbing her more deeply, and the mother began to moan and groan. The father of manifestation noticed that the mother's body gave him much more release this way than when she remained quiet. He tried to make her groan then to see how much she could let go of at once. The mother began opening her mouth wide and letting more emotion move. Soon the father of manifestation could not tell if she was experiencing pain or pleasure. The mother did not know for sure either, since she was experiencing both of them at once. But it seemed to her that pain was moving out and pleasure was increasing. She was able to accept this as long as she didn't allow herself to think. Later, Lucifer was going to tell her that her explanation was only a justification and that really pain was what turned her on. Several times when she attempted to talk, the father of manifestation put his hand over her mouth. Her breath felt hot, and her mouth warm and moist. The father of manifestation began to view her mouth as an area of sensuality that he wanted to experience. At first, he only let himself massage her mouth and the area around it. The more he did this, the more sensual her mouth looked to him. It softened and began to glow and open even more. The father of manifestation told himself that he had better turn away from the mother's mouth and work on another part of her body. He turned to her legs because everything in between had too much erotic potential for him to handle then. He straddled the mother's belly, telling himself that this way he would not even look at her, and began rubbing her thighs. He made deep rubbing squeezes up and down her thighs, and began finding sexual energy there. The mother began to wriggle in ways that were very disquieting to him. He decided to move to her knees. The father of manifestation had not worked on the mother's knees for long before he became aware that her knees had a direct connection to her sexual energy. The father of manifestation lifted himself off of the mother's belly and leaned forward, having decided he would try working on her lower legs. This was all right for a few minutes, and then he found that the mother's lower legs had sensuality in them. He decided to move on to her feet, but they were even worse, and by the time he was rubbing her toes, the mother was writhing around and moaning like she was either in extreme pain or orgasmic pleasure. The father of manifestation lost control of himself then and made a thrust down the mother's throat. It felt so good he made another one. He thought he felt the mother orgasming in her throat, but she began choking and trying to throw him off. The father of manifestation did not want to be stopped. He made another thrust, and the mother began throwing up. She was frantic then, and he had to let her move. The mother was gagging and wrenching in a most terrible way, and the father of manifestation had to turn her over and beat on her back. The mother really vomited then, and dark planets rolled out of her that have yet to open to my light. A feeling of coldness moved through the mother with these planets, that made her want to get warm. She huddled up against the father of manifestation for warmth, and he put his arms around her. The mother felt that she was hardly beautiful now that she had thrown up all over herself, but she could see nothing around with which she could wash herself. The father of manifestation acted like he didn't care about or notice what she was feeling here. He was more concerned about whether she was ill or not. He had never seen the mother throw up before, and he didn't know what it meant. He wondered if he had hurt her or made her sick. The mother felt that she had moved out some of the dark pain she had felt because she was starting to feel better. She had an intensely hungry feeling within her that needed light, but she didn't know that this was the reason she grabbed the father of manifestation and pulled him over onto her. She wanted him to press her into him and let her feel his warmth. The father of manifestation accepted this, and he began pressing his hands into her back at the same time. The mother felt her belly almost bursting from the pressure of not moving everything she had to move. She pressed her belly against the father of manifestation in an effort to make it feel better. The father of manifestation got hard again in response to this, and thrust himself into the mother while his rubbing on her back was pulling her toward him. The mother screamed at this and said that she was not ready for it. The father of manifestation backed out a little and began to rub and titillate the area around the place where he had gone in. Soon the mother was moving about on him as though it were part of the massage he was giving her lower back. The father of manifestation's strong hands rubbed the mother's buttocks and thighs now, still allowing her to move around on him. Whenever he felt like it, his hands moved back to the area around her vaginal opening. He gave her several thrusts whenever she had a lapse of movement, and gave in to her whenever she wanted to move again. The mother's back was arching, and her head was hanging down. The father of manifestation wanted to be enough for the mother, and he hoped that it didn't mean she wanted it in the throat at the same time. The mother, though, was making sounds and hadn't even thought of wanting anyone else. But there is lost will that doesn't believe this. The father of manifestation had a moment of thinking that he might transfer back to the mother's head, but decided he wanted to turn her over instead. He felt that the mother's belly still needed help, and he wanted to massage it while going into her from behind. When he turned her over, the mother did not like it because she liked the pleasure she was having where she was. But when the father of manifestation touched her belly, her resistance subsided. The father of manifestation put the mother's hand on her own genitals and told her to do whatever felt best to her. He was then able to rub her back and her belly, and at the same time thrust into her. Soon the mother's movements let him know that she was experiencing intense pleasure. The father of manifestation was feeling such intense pleasure coming from her that it was as though she were grabbing him and pulling him into her. The father of manifestation found many places where giving into the mother's pull and pressing himself in there caused him to pressure her quite a bit. The pleasure he received from these places made him feel that he must be orgasming, and yet he was not. The father of manifestation gave the mother as many thrusts as he could, given everything else that was going on, and felt that he was growing bigger and bigger inside of her, and that she did not mind. The mother, in fact, was pressing herself down around him as though the more he had to give, the more pleasure she received. The father of manifestation turned the mother over again and had her sit on him, asking her to move down on him as much as she wanted to. The father of manifestation let his head roll back this time, and he could not avoid making sounds similar to the mother's. The mother arched her back and moved down onto him in an explosive orgasm that caused her to roll forward into his arms. The father of manifestation rolled her beneath him then and prolonged their orgasm with spastic thrusts. The father of manifestation lay back feeling pleasured, pleased, and powerful. The mother flushed with embarrassment at what she had done. What it might mean frightened her, but she too was savoring the pleasure. I felt furiously outraged and threatened. I pretended I had not seen them,
but the golden light of their orgasm attracted some attention in the heavens. Their orgasm had brought forth a lovely golden light that had a starburst formation. The light kept opening outward like fireworks do until it reached quite a large size, and then it hung, sparkling in the night sky, as though it were uncertain whether it wanted to disperse or not. Some of the light began trailing away at the edges anyway, and I felt that spirits had emerged rather than another star. Again, I was outraged. To me, it seemed that the mother must have gone directly out and defied me, as though I had said nothing to her. I didn't see how she could have made an effort to hold back at all, when she had hardly left me, and spirits were already emerging. To the mother, it seemed that she could feel me here, but she wasn't sure. Since I had not yet made a move to come out there, she was hoping that somehow I hadn't noticed this light, but her back was goose flesh, making her feel that I had. She wasn't sure what I was going to do, but whatever it was, she had a feeling she was not going to like it. The mother wanted to open to these new spirits and receive them, but she wasn't sure whether this would help or hinder them if I came down on her. While the mother was hesitating, the father of manifestation went over to them to receive them and give them a welcome. He loved them immediately because, like him, they had music in their hearts and their bodies were rhythmic and undulating in the ways he liked to move. They had sexual energy as their essence too, and he loved that. The father of manifestation thought that at last, he had some spirits he could enjoy life with, and he manifested joy for the first time in a long time as his response to them. He ran to get the mother and bring her over to share in his joy. The mother allowed him to lead her over to these spirits, but she had more fear than anything else. She was afraid I might come down on them any minute and make a hell out of their heaven. The mother's fear reflected to these gold light spirits as fear that they shouldn't have come forth, or that they had come forth at the wrong time, that maybe there was something wrong with them, or maybe the mother didn't love them because she didn't want them. The mother did her best to welcome these spirits, and she did have joy at seeing them that she wanted to give into, but she couldn't shake her fear of me and of what I might do. The mother even hoped that she and the father of manifestation had the power to open space in which to live with these new spirits where they didn't have to be involved with the rest of creation. She felt like a nation apart would be the best place for all of them. I'm going to refer to these spirits as the Rona Loca, which means location in the spectrum of light is gold. I have a lot to say about these spirits that they need to understand as their original cause. But first, I want them to know this. They are the mother's Godhead, and they now need to be given recognition and acceptance as this. The mother and the father of manifestation had gone forth and manifested the very thing necessary to bring balance to creation, and none of us were open enough to them to credit them with the wisdom to have done this. The father of manifestation is the mother's right partner, and when I go to her out in manifestation, I need to go to her through the father of manifestation. There is no reason to fear any more that the gold light spirits are any less my children than any of the other spirits, except that the lost will holding this charge needs to move. I was no less present for their emergence than I was for the emergences of any of the other spirits, except that I did not recognize myself in manifestation. I want to apologize now for the long suffering you have had because of misunderstandings in the beginning. I can only make this up to you now by helping you to move what you have held back for so long, but which needs to move now in order to make room for my light, to give you what you have always wanted to have. I apologize also for only just now being able to reach you with these understandings, but it is only just now that you have readiness for them, because you have not been able to recognize yourselves either. The mother's Godhead is also the Godhead for the father of manifestation, and together They form the will-body polarity of creation. They are the magnetic balance for my white light. The gold light spirits are the lost will of the white light spirits who have to be redeemed now. It is time for the gold light spirits to be given their rightful place as the wills of the angels. But this redemption is not going to be possible without the movement of a lot of old and long-held emotions, since these spirits have been the most denied and rejected in creation. There is much clearance and healing that needs to take place with the gold light spirits, because they emerged in a state of denial, not knowing who they were, where they fit in, or if they even did fit in. These spirits originally tried to emerge with the angels as their will polarity, but were pushed away by the angels and prevented from emerging because the angels feared what having wills was going to mean. The angels had strong desire to stay with me and experience everything as part of me, and this has confused their will polarity and made them unsure of who they really are. The gold light spirits were very hurt by this rejection, and they have much to clear around the fear that they are unworthy and try to make too much of themselves, and also around the anger that feels they have never been recognized for the true worth they really have, or been given the opportunity to make enough of themselves. Movement in both of the extremes here will bring the balance needed. There is much movement that needs to take place in the lost will, and this movement is going to reveal that many pieces of lost will from other orders of spirits emerged with the gold light spirits. This lost will has to go to its right place now also, and not trouble the gold light spirits anymore with its lack of ability to align with them. The gold light spirits have incarnated, for the most part, as the black peoples on earth, although at times they have taken other forms in an effort to learn more about themselves. I have many understandings to give these spirits about themselves now, and also the angels, but I cannot give them all at once. For now, the gold light spirits need to know that they can find original cause for themselves as far back as they can reach into the consciousness of the Mother of Everything and the Father of Manifestation, because the gold light spirits had consciousness long before they emerged. Original cause for these spirits is also found in everything the Father of Manifestation and the Mother of Everything had in their consciousness at the time of their emergence, and in all the events I am about to help you recall that led to the repetitive patterns lost will has been living out ever since judgment patterns froze them in time and space. The Ronalokas felt immediate fear that they had no approval or acceptance for their emergence, but they could not hold back any longer, so they covered their fear with anger, intended to intimidate any who might oppose their presence. They felt angry and defensive about the will's role in creation, but they also had a lot of guilt about having found themselves to be will spirits. As much as they expressed bravado among themselves and congratulated one another on how wonderful they were, they had an underlying fear continually telling them that they weren't right to be the way they were, and that they weren't even really meant to exist. They were already feeling this when they were hovering in their starburst, not knowing whether to disperse into the space around them or not. Some of the spirits had a desire to hide, and this light slipped away from the edges of the starburst first. The rest of the Ronalokas had a bad reaction to this because they had made an agreement to stick together for better or for worse, believing that unity was their only hope. In fact, the starburst contained all the orders of spirits complementary to the orders of spirits in my Godhead, but they had too much fear of the lack of acceptance for them to come forth, order by order. These spirits had guilt buried in them under their defensive exterior that insisted they had a right to be what they were and where they were. There is no longer any problem with what they are or where they are, but the defensive anger and the guilt underneath it need to move, or these spirits will continue to face the reflection of what they are denying in the form of having their fear brought to them by others who want to deny them so heavily on earth. Heavy denial by others means serious lack of acceptance in the self. This is hard for the Ronalokas to accept because they cannot see themselves as causal here.
This is such an involved question that the answers must emerge in the course of these teachings. The best advice I can give to the gold light spirits now is to move the feelings they really have and let go of the facade they have for so long felt they had to have, because internal change is the most important part of the way to finding change in outer reality. After all, the gold light spirits prefer making love to fighting anyway, and need to do some serious work on increasing their self-love and self-acceptance. The Ronalokas had a vision in which they were going to come forth in a great vibration of music and heal creation. The Ronalokas shared the belief with the Father of Manifestation that music had the vibrational power to heal everything. The Ronalokas felt the imbalance in creation, and they had thought for a long time that the mother was not being accepted because she didn't give her emotions the right form. The Ronalokas felt the need to vibrate what was being denied, and they believed that music was the right form for doing this. The mother and the Father of Manifestation had argued several times over how much form sounds had to have before they could be considered music, and when the Ronalokas heard the arguments, most of them had sided with the Father of Manifestation. This was because they wanted to deny their fear about why the mother was being so rejected. But the mother's disagreements with the Father of Manifestation also made the Ronalokas fear that she might not like their music. Upon emergence, the Ronalokas began arranging themselves and tuning themselves in preparation for making their great music. These activities also gave them a way to cover their fear that no one was going to come forward and receive them. The Ronalokas wanted to win acceptance by being heroes and stars at their own emergence. They were going to do this by being the ones to bring the vibrations of creation into harmony again through their music. In this vision of theirs, all the other spirits would be drawn together by their music. They would all move and dance, have fun, and find harmony with one another again. Instead, some of the Ronalokas were already fighting with one another before the music even began, and others were noting this as the reasons they were going to have if the harmony they sought to bring could not be found. Fear and rage needed to move here concerning how their polarity was being treated, but since the Ronalokas didn't know this, they were growing increasingly frantic and short-tempered in their efforts to get the music started. When the music finally did begin, it was too loud and fast because of their emotional turmoil. Their fear and anger were driving the speed and also causing them to be loud in an effort to overcome their inner uproar. The Ronalokas told themselves that they were playing at party tempo and loud enough to make sure they were heard by all the spirits they wanted to attract. The Ronalokas have embarrassed themselves so many times in this same way that many of them are no longer sure whether their music has the power to heal or not. Some have even turned completely away from their music and tried to take what they think is a more refined approach. The Ronalokas have intense emotional energy, and it is not possible to hide this when they make music. No matter what they are feeling, it is going to show. Many times, their music has been healing to many people, but many times it has not been because of the denial and the emotional energy that is present. All of the emotions need to move now, and it is not wrong to trigger them with music, but it is not possible to find the healing needed if there is denial involved in the expression or acceptance of the emotions triggered. Grief has been given a prominent place in the music of the Ronalokas, but they have not allowed themselves to grieve fully. Rage is present also, but it cannot be successfully uplifted to statements of purpose without also accepting the movements of the rage. Fear is the hardest emotion for the Ronalokas to allow, and it has usually been uplifted in their music to statements of the courage to overcome. This is inspiring and uplifting, but is not going to be successful for them unless they also allow their fear to move. The Ronalokas had great fear about emerging at all, and from their internalized position they were listening very closely when the seraphims told the mother that understanding would come later.
They took this to mean that the will would be given its right place if they just waited for enough time to pass. What the Ronalokas need to understand now is that it is not mere passage of time that will bring the healing and balance they long for. Time, in effect, stands still and repeats itself unless the movement needed for change is generated in the will. When the Ronalokas began preparing to play, the Father of Manifestation was doing his best to give them loving support and encouragement. To the mother, it looked like he was scurrying around doing whatever he could to help, while avoiding the issue of the real help that was needed. To the mother, the issue of straightening out the problems with me around this emergence was the most important order of business. The Father of Manifestation didn't want to give the Ronalokas any more of an impression that they already had, that there was any problem with their emergence. The Ronalokas were busy scurrying around with him in an effort to both avoid the overwhelming possibilities for problems and to try to hurry up and prove themselves to be more than worthy additions to creation by bringing the healing they had envisioned. This was what they saw as both approach to and solution of their problems. When the Ronalokas did begin to play their music, none of the other spirits came toward them because, of course, the Ronalokas came forth vibrating everything the rest of us were seeking to avoid. When the Father of Manifestation saw that no one was coming forward, he quickly went and found some spirits with whom he had influence and asked them to come and help the Ronalokas feel more welcomed. These spirits were his other lovers, and when the mother saw them come and join the party that she and the Ronalokas had just about decided they were giving for themselves, she couldn't stand the way it felt. As soon as the mother saw the tolerant and patronizing attitude of these spirits and saw them drape themselves admiringly around the Father of Manifestation, she wanted to scream, and pretty soon, between the stridency of the music and the provocation of the scene before her, she did scream. The mother hoped the music was loud enough to hide her screams, but the Ronalokas fell silent. They wondered what had happened, and they were afraid this meant that the mother did not like their music. It was not the music the mother didn't like. It was all of the denied undercurrents she felt affecting it. The mother had intent to make her position known, but she had fears too, and they caused her to wait for the Father of Manifestation to come to her. She wanted to tell him how she felt about his other lovers. The Father of Manifestation didn't have the issue of lovers on his mind. He thought the mother was going to make him hear about how I wasn't going to like these spirits. He didn't want to hear this because he had already made up his mind that he loved these spirits, and he was not going to allow anyone to tell him that their emergence was not right. When the Ronalokas saw the Father of Manifestation ignore the mother here, they decided to ignore her too. They covered their fear that she didn't like them with anger by saying that if the mother didn't like them, they weren't going to like the mother. They did this because they couldn't stand any more rejection, especially not from the one they had felt so internally close to for so long. This action was a form of self-protection in another way too. The Ronalokas instinctively felt that they needed to try to be less like the mother than they were, because she was receiving so much rejection. The Ronalokas resumed playing, and the Father of Manifestation along with them. The Father of Manifestation's lovers began dancing around as though they were really enjoying themselves, and the mother felt rage rising within her. The mother thought everyone was overdoing it in an effort to pretend they were having more fun than they really were. She was especially angered by the spirits the Father of Manifestation had brought, because it seemed to her that they were going out of their way to emanate all the mother qualities they thought she should have, as a way of saying that she should either be like them or give them her position. When the mother saw everyone acting as though they were ignoring her, she felt she was not going to get anywhere with them. This both frightened and enraged her. She turned away and decided she would try to come to me and see if she could help the situation that way. Gapped rage. The mother had no idea how she was going to reach me if I didn't want her to, but when she turned to look toward me,
It appeared to her that I was already moving down through the heavens in her direction. The mother began shaking uncontrollably, even though she was doing her best to control her emotions. The mother was not sure if I intended to come to her or not, but she came as far toward me as she could, and then stood shaking in her rage and fear. She hoped to catch me before I got to the Ronalocas. She told herself she had to be strong this time, and managed somehow to tell me everything she felt needed to be said, in the hope that some resolution could be reached between us that would allow the gold light spirits to have my acceptance. Before she could say anything, I gave her a smack that sent her flying out into the darkness of an open space, and this was not the kind of darkness that the mother liked. I had hurled her into darkness that was not open to my light. Meanwhile, I had not realized I had gone forth yet. I had an image of myself as furious at the mother and the father of manifestation for disregarding my limits, but composed and waiting to see what they were going to do. As far as I was concerned, I was still preparing to go forth and see if they had emerged spirits or not. I did not know that the intense pressure I had exerted on myself in order to remain composed had literally separated my rage from the rest of my consciousness and sent it rolling down through the heavens. Disgusted with my lack of resolve to take action, my rage had decided it couldn't stand my paralysis any longer, and it went trotting forth, determined to teach the mother a lesson. As far as I was concerned, I thought I was putting on my best manner of friendliness and preparing to go forth and see what this light in the darkness was. I felt I had to be prepared to make the best of a bad situation, and I was taking my time getting ready. If the mother and the father of manifestation had emerged spirits, I couldn't very well make them go back and seem like the kind of god that killed living things. But I didn't like the situation at all. It made me look powerless to make them follow my lead, and I felt like allowing them to lead was the same as taking us to ruination. I had many things on my mind when I finally did go forth, and I did not know that my rage had preceded me and gotten rid of the mother. As I drew near the Ronalocas, I could see that the mother was nowhere to be found. I thought the mother had left because she wanted to avoid me. Then I thought she had only fragmented herself instead of emerging new spirits. I turned toward the Ronalocas and saw them all blinking, as though they were being blinded by a light that was too intense for them. I checked myself, and I did not seem to be shining in a way that should have been too intense for them. I was prepared to shower them with my light, since they had missed it at their emergence, and I was not prepared to see them move back as I approached them. I tried to approach them several times to check my perceptions of what was actually happening here. The Ronalocas did not take their eyes off of me, but each time I approached them, they moved back en masse while giving no sign that they were aware of doing this. I thought they were looking at me like they didn't know what they were seeing, and they were acting as though they had been struck dumb. "I'm God," I said, "and it's all right. I've come to give you my light and to let you know that you're welcome." The Ronalocas still gave no response. They just kept looking at me like they didn't know who I was, or whether I was telling them the truth or not. I turned toward the father of manifestation then, and he looked like he thought he was going to have to fight me. "It's all right," I told him. "I'm not going to hurt anybody." I went over to him then and said privately, "Is something wrong with these spirits? They look so very dark to me, and they're acting like they are stupid or not in their right minds." The father of manifestation gave me an incredulous look. I questioned him further then as to whether these were really spirits, or whether the mother had fragmented herself and was looking back at me from the shock of her experience. The father of manifestation got defensive here and told me I was the one who should look to see if I had gone crazy or not. I asked him what he meant by that, thinking I was making him feel threatened about his lovemaking with the mother. He answered me with this: "I am sure I just saw you come down here and throw the mother out into the darkness.
How can you act as though you know nothing about it?" "But I don't know anything about it," I answered. "Am I losing my mind?" the Father of Manifestation asked. I turned toward the Ronalokas then, and without taking their eyes off of me, they all nodded slowly and in agreement with the Father of Manifestation. The Father of Manifestation let me know then that these spirits were not stupid or crazy, just distrustful and frightened of what I might do next. I would like to add now that Lost Will in the Ronalokas is not sure if it can trust its perceptions or not. The emergence of the warriors and the war in the heavens. I tried again to reassure the Ronalokas that I had no intention of hurting them. The words had hardly left my mouth when we were disturbed by a great ruckus from out in the darkness. I hesitated to think what this might mean, but before I really had time to think about it, spirits began pouring in upon us from out of nowhere. They were big and rough-looking, and they were pushing and shoving and running over one another pell-mell as though they were in a panic to get away from something terrible. The closer these spirits got, the worse they looked. If these were new spirits, they had been born old and tough-looking. They had skin like lizards, beady eyes, and no hair. Their eyes were flashing, their tongues were darting in and out, and their tails were lashing back and forth furiously. They were running like they couldn't get away fast enough, and yet it was unclear what they were running from, because they were lunging at one another and beating on anything they got close to as though they were made of hatred. I couldn't tell if they were running away from something, towards something, or after one another. As they poured in upon us, I was shocked by how many of them there were. We were virtually inundated by a tidal wave of creatures who were having a massive fight. They were kicking up quite a storm in the heavens and reveling in their power to do it. The gnashing, bashing, clawing, growling, and snarling was so loud and chaotic that all I could think of was how to stop it. I couldn't see if the Ronalokas were all right. I couldn't see if anybody was all right. The air around me was filled with noxious smells and dusts I had never seen before, and all the noises and the running made it impossible to hear cries for help, if there were any. I had to look internally, and what I saw did not reassure me. There were spirits running everywhere as though they had panicked and didn't want to get caught in the fighting. Many were being dragged away already by the lizard creatures as though they had been defeated. Others were trying to help spirits who had fallen or who were being dragged away. I could see that some spirits from every order had joined in the fighting. I wondered why, and I saw that some were so angry they wanted to fight, but others were being dragged into the fight seemingly just for being too close to it. I could hear the lizard creatures taunting spirits who were not involved in the fighting. I could see the Ronalokas all clumped together, trying to insulate themselves from the fighting. They didn't like it at all that fighting had broken out in the middle of what they had wanted to be a healing. They were being taunted with accusations designed to make them feel that they were not brave. The taunts went like this. "Hey, why are you huddling together? Are you afraid?" Then somebody else yelled, "What's the matter with you mother spirits?" Then a big, nasty-looking fighter stopped for a moment and looked at them disdainfully. "You're afraid, just like the mother. I bet you'd run away if you could." Remarks like these stung the Ronalokas who were already having trouble feeling accepted by others, or that it was all right to be themselves. The Father of Manifestation was nearby, and he wanted to smack these lizards, but he held back, because he felt doing that would make the Ronalokas' self-image even worse. The Ronalokas tried to give the impression that they did not care about fighting, and that they knew lots of better ways to have fun. They glowered in anger, trying to make it appear that they were not afraid, but the lizard creatures were not interested in receiving them here. Everything the Ronalokas did was food for more taunts, and the Ronalokas feared that because they took after the mother, they were going to have trouble no matter what they did. They also feared that these terrible creatures had come forth and begun fighting because the Ronalokas had emerged. They were not altogether wrong. In fact, there is more truth in the fears of the Ronalokas than they have had understanding with which to know it, but they have been very superstitious about feelings that they have. I had been assuming that the missing mother had unleashed these terrible creatures upon us in an attempt to intimidate me in case I had thoughts of attacking her for emerging the Ronalokas. But it didn't make sense to me that she would have these creatures taunt the Ronalokas like this. I noticed then that the ones taunting the Ronalokas were armored lizards with well-developed arms and legs. These lizards carried hard things in their hands, which they used to beat on others, and they were also hurling things through the air. The ones who had attacked me in the initial onslaught and given me the feeling that the mother had sent them were more snake-like, with less developed arms and legs. They had struck at me with their heads, hissing and threatening me with their teeth and tongues. They also had very large, lashing tails that seemed like they could come around from behind and strangle an unsuspecting victim. I noticed now that there were two sides to this fight. One side was claiming to be defending me, and the other side was claiming to be defending the mother. The ones defending the mother were the snake-like ones whom I shall refer to as the Mother Warriors, and the ones claiming to be defending me were the armored lizards with the developed arms and legs. They, I now realized, had been the second wave of creatures who had run in upon us and begun beating on the others. I shall refer to them as the Father Warriors. The angels, meanwhile, had been clustered at the edge of the Godhead and could see what was going on. They hoped the fighting was not going to touch them there, but some of them felt that they had to help, and they got involved because they came forth. Others heard the taunts the lizard creatures had for them and felt they were going to have to fight to prove themselves. "Hey, Lily White," the Father Warriors were taunting them. "If you're on God's side, why don't you come out here and defend him?" I wondered if the Father Warriors were going to taunt everyone who was not helping them. I hoped the angels were not going to be affected by this, because I had always thought of the angels as strong. But in that moment, I must admit that they certainly did look like weaklings compared to the dense and tough-looking Father Warriors. The angels saw their own fears about themselves being reflected here, and many of them felt they had to do something to help me that would allow them to prove themselves. Many of these angels flew to me and clustered around me. They told themselves they were forming a shield for me, but in truth, they did not know what to do and wanted me to give them instructions. This was an act of folly on their part, as far as Lucifer was concerned, because he viewed the Godhead as nearly deserted now. I thought Lucifer was going to dash straight for my place, but instead, it seemed he could not resist tangling with me. Lucifer had been prancing excitedly around the edges of the battle, sneering at me. He took the flight of the angels as his cue to attack. "Oh," he said in his most sarcastic manner, "are these your troops readying for battle?" I saw Lucifer had many spirits grouped around him that looked like shadows I could not quite see. I had the feeling that they were spirits I had been accusing the mother of emerging in the darkness. I wondered then if the mother had taken Lucifer as a lover in the darkness, and if these spirits are what had emerged. I hesitated to think that there was another side emerging in this battle, but it certainly looked like it. One of the second-order angels flew at Lucifer in response of his taunt, but Lucifer backed him down by saying, "Surely, God, you don't now have a policy of striking the first blow of violence when you feel threatened. Or do you?" Lucifer began laughing hideously. The angel backed away and then turned toward me to see what I wanted him to do. As soon as he turned, Lucifer struck him on the backside and tore out a piece of essence. The hole appeared to fill in so quickly with light that I wasn't sure what I had seen, but I felt I could not tolerate this from Lucifer. Lucifer was watching me closely to see what I was going to do. When he encountered my gaze, he made it quite clear that he did not intend to allow me to hold him responsible for striking a blow when there was no remaining evidence. "I'm in pain," the angel screamed. "That's evidence enough." Lucifer only snorted at this, as though it meant nothing. "He's in pain.
Lucifer sneered sarcastically, as though this meant that the angels weren't tough enough to fight. Or, then again, he could be lying. Lucifer looked at me down the side of his face in a manner that was both superior and scornful when he said this. "They do follow your example, don't they?" Lucifer's contempt for me was glaringly obvious. I felt like a fool. I did not see how I could let Lucifer openly oppose me in this way and treat me with such disrespect, but I felt he had trapped me in my belief that if I did anything to oppose him, it would be unsuitable behavior for God. I felt trapped in my own image and did not know how I had gotten there. How had I lost control of my creation this way? I was terrified that I had utterly lost control of my creation, and that the result was anarchy, chaos, and imminent destruction. Spirit tries to reduce the power of negativity. All of a sudden, I felt overwhelmed with emotions I didn't know I had anymore. I felt the fear of feeling I had failed as God. I felt the exhaustion of having tried to teach so many things to the spirits, and feeling like they either weren't listening, didn't want to take it in, or couldn't understand it. I felt that I could no longer even trust the Mother of Everything, or the Father of Manifestation, to follow my lead. It seemed as though my creative powers had become a curse. I hated to see what was happening all around me. I wanted to help the spirits, but I could not make myself move to do what the situation seemed to be calling for. I thought I was going to have to make a mighty noise sufficient to snap everyone to attention by making them fear for their lives. I didn't think anything short of this was going to make them listen to me anymore, and I felt that once I had done this, and they realized that I was really not threatening their lives, they would go back to their same behavior patterns anyway. I could not muster the strength to make such a sound, because I didn't believe it would really help. I looked at the Mother and the Father warriors, and saw that they were not ready to listen to me at all. They were fighting much too fiercely to pay attention to anything short of the blast I had decided against. At that moment, I felt I was glad to have the Father warriors help against the Mother warriors, especially since the Mother warriors seemed to feel my moment of weakness and were acting as though they were preparing to strike me. I did not want their venom. I did not want any of this. I looked at Lucifer and his forces still looming over me in the most intimidating manner they could muster. Lucifer's mouth was contorting into strange grins that he appeared unable to control. "You've made a mess of it. A complete mess of it," I could hear him telepathing to me. "And now it's my turn to be God." I had seen so much here with my internal vision, and heard so much with my internal ear, that I had allowed myself to become confused into hoping that this was only an internal battle going on, a kind of terrible nightmare, and that I would wake up soon. Perhaps I haven't even left home yet, I thought for a fleeting moment. I wanted to deny this reality before me, and make it change or go away. I looked again at Lucifer, still standing over me, and knew that if this was a dream, it was not one from which I could be easily awakened. He's not going to make a move unless I do, I thought. Lucifer wanted to take my place, but he was trying to figure out how to get the jump on me so that he wouldn't lose the race. I could see what he was thinking, and I knew he wanted to find a way to trap me out in manifestation. I feared it was already happening, and that I needed to gain some speed fast. I couldn't let Lucifer take my place. I didn't like where I was. I wanted to go home. Instantly, I was there. I felt a great feeling of relief, but I could hear the Father of Manifestation screaming at me. "That's right. Create this mess and then leave me stuck out here to deal with it." Guilt was on me immediately that I had abandoned everyone out in manifestation, but I felt I had no other choice. I could only hope that removing myself as the centerpiece around whom this fight was being waged, so that I was no longer appeared to endorse it by my presence, might be enough to end this war in the heavens. I collapsed as though I had battle fatigue. At first, I sat in a kind of shock, and then emotions began to roll over me as though I had no control over them. First, I grieved, with angels that had not left the Godhead, over the mess everything had become in creation, and how far it was from the vision I had originally had for it. And then we cried over the loss of the mother. The angels who brought grief over the mother for it and me were not my lovers, but little angels who were frightened and who wanted the comforts a mother can give. These angels told me they had fear about what had happened to the mother, and that they wanted to know if she would ever come back or not. I gave them what comfort I could, and told them that I had a feeling the mother would come back, but not for a long time. When I said this, waves of fear began rolling over me, and I did not know what was causing them. I began raging at my fear, and soon I was crying with grief, shaking with fear, and raging at myself all at once. I was rolling around inside of myself until I thought I must surely look like a madman, but the angels who were near me acted like they were too upset to notice. In fact, they were doing exactly what I was doing, and I realized it was because they were afraid of me and wanted to let their emotions move in exactly the ways I found it acceptable to move mine. This realization triggered me into even more grief than I already had, and the angels took this to mean that I gave grief more acceptance than the other emotions, and at the time, I did. While these emotions were moving through me, I had all the thoughts I had ever had about why things were the way they were in creation. I suffered all the fears of my inadequacies, responsibilities, and lack of experience, and I raged at myself for not knowing how to do any better than I had done. I blamed all the same things I had been blaming, and grieved with the pain of it all. The problem was, I did not move anything new. I found relief for a lot of things that had been building up for a long time, but things I had held back for a long time, I was still holding back, and so I did not move any of my serious denials. I hesitate to say this, but it is not possible to move what really needs to move now without going into a lot more emotion than this. I did, however, succeed in moving enough emotion that the war in the heavens receded into localized fights, squabbles, and arguments. At the time, I did not connect cause and effect, but if you want to test this premise of mine, you need only see what happens if you move emotion with yourself the next time your children start fighting with one another. You will get some responsive changes this way, but I want to tell you now that your most serious denials are going to be the most difficult for you to move in the presence of your children, and they are what most needs to move. This is why I have said, move them with yourself first, until you have enough acceptance of yourself to move them in the presence of others. If you do not, it is more than likely you will meet the reflection of judgments and guilt in these areas. Spirit goes forth in the hope of bringing peace to creation. I let myself rest after my emotions had run their gamut, and it was during this time that the fighting subsided. When I saw that the fighting was greatly reduced, I decided to go forth and see how everything was. I had an inspection tour in mind. I was immediately met by the Father of Manifestation, who let me know that he had had hell to reckon with in my absence, and that he did not like it that I only seemed to want to appear for inspection tours, and then to go home as soon as something wasn't to my liking. He felt that nothing in manifestation was ever going to be to my liking enough to stay present for it, and he felt that my departures were a way of saying that I was blaming him for everything that went wrong in manifestation. He felt the same way toward the mother, and he was enraged at both of us. He did not, however, express his rage. He only let me see that it was there. Hart joined in then, and they both said that they had desire for the mother and I to settle things.
They said they had to have help because things were even worse now in manifestation than when Hart had first begun coming to me about the imbalance between myself and the mother. Leaving behind as much magnetic energy as she did, Hart said, allowed me to think that this might help to balance things. But the gold light spirits cannot hold any position of balance for long because they are being drawn out toward the mother, wherever that is. Hart said this last as though questioning me in the hope that I might answer. I don't know where the mother is, I told him. I assume she has gone to Earth. The father of manifestation did not feel that I was right here, but he kept quiet. He had too many things he felt needed our attention to risk having another blowout over the mother's whereabouts. Instead, the father of manifestation told me that most of the spirits had come through the fighting all right since most of the fighting had taken place amongst the warriors. He let me know, though, that there were many missing spirits and that he felt they needed to be found. He told me that searching for missing spirits, along with trying to heal the ones that had been hurt, was his basic focus, along with parenting the Rona Locas. The Rona Locas, he said, appeared to need a lot of help because they did not know where they fit in or what they could do to make a place for themselves if music is not going to be their way of life. As he was telling me this, I could see he felt some guilt that these spirits might not have any place because he had wrongly emerged them. But his outer tone conveyed to me that he was not going to allow these feelings to prevail. He was more defensive about these spirits than I had ever seen him be before. They have great music in them, he told me then, and I have been showing them how to help me with healing work. Oh, I said, mildly interested. What else do they do? I'm not sure. The father of manifestation nearly snapped at me. We haven't had a chance to find out. There's been a war going on, you know. I could tell he was extremely angry at me, and in spite of that, I said, I must admit, I don't like the gold light spirits very well. They remind me so much of the mother, and I can't get rid of the feeling that she's hiding in them, refusing to talk to me. Since I was avoiding the issue of their love-making and the defiance I thought it had showed toward me, it was hard for me to tell the father of manifestation how I really felt here, and I did not tell him what I had gone through at home. I could see him misunderstanding me, but I decided I would just have to let him take my words in whatever way he did, because I was not ready to address certain issues with him. He responded by letting me know that he did not like it that I was judging these spirits without giving them a chance. All right, I told him. I'll go and see them again. First, the father of manifestation said, I would like you to go and talk to the ones that were doing all the fighting. Maybe you can get them to agree to something more reasonable than I have been able to get from them. They want to control everything and tell us exactly what we can and cannot do. I had a sinking feeling when he said this, and for a moment indulged in chastising myself for not having stopped these creatures immediately by hurling them back into space before they had had a chance to get mixed in with the rest of us. I lifted out of this as quickly as I could by reminding myself that I was not a god who wanted to deny anything its chance to live. They're taking advantage of you because of that, I heard something say. I told myself I was going to have to face what was happening here and find a way to handle it. Spirit looks at the mother warriors. I did not want to look at the mother warriors. The minute I left for home, I had felt them claiming victory as though I had retreated, and they were the reason. The mother warriors claimed that they had the power to keep me out of manifestation. They said I was afraid to come near them, and that because of this, manifestation was now their territory. When I departed, the mother warriors had begun what looked like a retreat to me. They moved back into the edge of the darkness. This caused a substantial reduction in the fighting because the father warriors appeared to be reluctant to go into the darkness after them. The mother warriors had immediately claimed victory over the father warriors then also, saying they were as afraid as I was to come near them. I had forced myself to look at the mother warriors. They were located right where I saw them headed when I left, in light as dim as possible, while still allowing themselves to be seen. Even though it seemed that the action of their gradual retreat had been instrumental in the reduction of fighting, I found myself feeling extremely annoyed with them for trying to claim victory over the rest of us. To me, it was just as likely that they had moved back in fear of what I was going to do, since I had made a move. I had guilt involved in not giving the mother warriors any recognition for the help they had given by moving back, but I didn't think recognizing them for having reduced the fighting was going to have the desired effect. When I looked at the mother warriors, they pretended not to notice me, but I am now sure that they did. They were posturing and moving in their most threatening manner, and doing their best to give the impression that my presence was the last thing they wanted to have in manifestation. Watching them made me feel that their sense of my presence was inspiring them to this behavior. I saw the mother warriors who were in the front first. They seemed to be trying to give an impression of celebrating victory. Some of them were dancing and swaying around to music they could hear coming from the Ronalokas, but seemed as interested in boasting and talking tough as they were in any music they heard. Other mother warriors were attempting to make music of their own with what I still regard as varying degrees of success. This music was even more raucous and driven than anything the Ronalokas have come up with yet. There were many mother warriors swaying back and forth in response to this noise, and it seemed to me as though these warriors were hypnotizing themselves or putting themselves into some kind of a trance. I hesitated to look further, given what I had seen already, but I made myself look into the farthest reaches of the dimmest light in which I could still see. I felt extremely annoyed, as though making me strain my vision gave the mother warriors some sort of feeling of power over me. I resisted an urge to suddenly flash them with my light and see what they really looked like in it in favor of going in undercover, as it were, to see what I could see. What I saw horrified me, but I did not let this appear in my consciousness either. I just tried to look around and gather the information I felt I needed to understand what was happening in my creation. I saw mother warriors engaged in what appeared to be somber dances and rituals. It appeared that they were torturing, dismembering, and slowly killing me in effigy. Others were applauding it. I was shocked and amazed that the mother warriors wanted to go that far in order to demonstrate how they felt about me. Because of what I saw here, I was unsure whether they had any interest in hearing from me or not. All of their mannerisms made it appear that they wanted to get rid of me. I decided to look around and try to see if all of the mother warriors felt the same. I now noticed that although the physical fighting had been reduced to skirmishes, there were many warriors standing on the sidelines taunting one another, as though they really wanted the fighting to escalate again. I was simply appalled at how many of these spirits there were. There appeared to be many more of them than I had seen originally. I wondered if all of these spirits had been there all along, and I had not noticed them because of the fighting, or if they had appeared later from out of the darkness like the others. I had a moment of panic that there might be an endless insurgence of spirits from the darkness, and that the mother might have a hidden lover out there who would help her emerge them whether they had my approval or not. Reason quickly told me that this was impossible, but lost will here is still immense. Meanwhile, I hesitated to speak to the mother warriors, and decided to allow myself more time for observation first. There was still a lot of uproar, even though there was not much physical fighting. The issue most in contention was the victory claim of the mother warriors. The mother warriors were taunting the other side, and I now saw that the father warriors also had many spirits I had not seen before, who were taunting the mother side. I had another moment of panic, but it was not as big as the first one. The mother warriors felt that they were unquestionably the victors because I had left the scene, and as far as they were concerned, this meant that I had retreated from a situation in which I had no power. I felt that they did not want to notice me now because they had fear of what my return might mean, and that no matter what it might mean, they felt they had more power in ignoring me by making a lot of their own noise than they apparently believed they were going to feel if they had to listen to me. The father warriors were insisting that the mother warriors had fought dirty and used unfair tactics, and that their declaration of victory was unreasonable. The father warriors wanted the mother warriors to accept their rules of the game, including how to determine the victor. The mother warriors immediately retorted that whoever gives up is the loser, and that I had given up first. They immediately followed this with insistence that the father warriors wanted to impose rules because they were losing, and couldn't win without making rules that disqualified the mother warriors' strong points, including their tactics and interpretations. Everything that was being said here struck me as not really being dialogue, because neither side was demonstrating any real receptivity to the other side. Words to these warriors seemed to be just something else to hurl at one another. I could see that the father warriors wanted to notice my presence and pointed out to the mother warriors as proof that I had not retreated. The mother warriors did not want to give the father warriors any opening to do this. As soon as the mother warriors sensed what the father warriors had in mind, they began screaming as loudly as they could, hoping they could make me feel again overwhelmed enough to return home. They also began doing every unpleasant thing they could that they knew I did not like, and presented quite a dramatization that made it appear that I did not like to have any fun, or allow anyone else to have fun either. The mother warrior's presentation was really quite good, and would have made me laugh if the situation hadn't seemed so serious. They portrayed the Godhead as a place where only light prevailed, and nothing negative took place, but they made fun of it by pointing out how boring and phony this was. They pointed out that there were no shadows to hide in where they could make fun of other spirits, because, as they proclaimed in loudly sarcastic voices, everything is out in the open in the Godhead. There's no privacy, some proclaimed, while others loudly exclaimed, they always come out here into the manifestation to fight and make love. Others responded with comments such as, yeah, right, give it to them. That's how they keep the Godhead nice, someone yelled, and a chorus of yes responded. In the Godhead, they always act pleasant with one another and spend their time adoring His Majesty on the throne, another proclaimed. The look the mother warriors gave to this portrayal made it unmistakable that they viewed the Godhead as a place full of goody-goodies who were very self-righteous, primpish, hypocritical, and excruciatingly boring. There was a large audience of mother warriors augmenting this portrayal by yawning, belching, and farting at the times they felt would be most effective punctuation, and generally applauding everything they felt put the Godhead down, and jeering at everything that put the Godhead up. The mother warriors continued portraying their impression of the Godhead as a place of no mystery, no intrigue, and nothing to find out, because everything was already known. They made it appear as if spirits in the Godhead were all alike, and doing the same things at the same times. The warriors portraying Godhead spirits made comments such as, we're so attuned to one another. Everything is so nice. There's so much light. I just love the light, don't you? At times, these spirits would pretend to be looking out from the Godhead and sprinkling light on the other spirits who were out there. Then they would say, aren't you glad we're not where they are? Whatever was said by the spirits portraying the Godhead would be given an accord of nods from the others, while the audience would look very rough and mean and stomp and jeer at the Godhead. Some would yell taunts and insults, while others acted like they were gagging or throwing up. Some of the warriors were rolling around like their laughter was too much. There was a tremendous amount of hissing going on to express their displeasure toward me, and I decided I did not want to try to address them at this time. So, she's mad, something in me said, but I ignored it and turned toward the father warriors. It was a long time before I could laugh at the events that were taking place here, but I have found that once the pain is cleared, laughter is the final stage of healing. Spirit faces the father warriors. The father warriors indicated willingness to hear from me, but they also made it clear that they had a lot they wanted to tell me too. They had some appointed spokesmen who let me know that the father warriors felt a need to assemble in front of me, but that they did not want to make any moves the mother warriors could interpret as a retreat or admission of defeat. He looked at me as though awaiting my instructions, and when I did not say anything, they said they would be glad to stop fighting and come to me if the mother warriors would stop first. I knew this was not going to happen and let them know it. The next proposal they gave me was that I order them to stop fighting and come to me so that it did not look like they were giving up. I told them I had already issued my command and that they need only follow up on it. The spokesman for the father warriors then told me they would relay the command and assemble their numbers, but that they also wanted the authority to leave a guard posted to watch the mother warriors and alert us if any moves of a threatening nature were made on their part. They had already let me know that they had felt called forth to protect me and that they had a job to do, no matter what else was going on. As soon as the mother warriors saw my attention on the father warriors, they redoubled their hissing, jeering, and shouting until I didn't think I was going to get to have any communication with the father warriors. The father warriors did not like it that the mother warriors felt they had power because they could not be controlled. They wanted to go after them and do whatever it took to force them into submission. Through their spokesman, I told the father warriors that I did not like what was happening either, but that a god could not be loving and also get rid of living things, and that no matter how they made us feel, the mother warriors were living things that had to be given a chance. At first, the father warriors did not want to listen to me, arguing that they wanted to control the mother warriors first because they did not want to look like they were more submissive than the mother warriors. I told the father warriors that there was also power in ignoring the mother warriors, and that they could view giving me their attention not as a knuckling under, but as an act of mutual respect. I told them that I was going to speak first, and that then I would listen to them. Some of the father warriors did not like this arrangement, because they thought it put me in a position that was higher than theirs, while they felt they actually knew better than I did, and had come forth to rescue me from my own folly. I told them that I was here first, and that made me the head. They wanted to argue me on this point too, but I did not allow it. I told them to assemble and hear me out now, or I would not give them another chance. These same warriors did not see what reason I had to be testy with them, when it was really the mother warriors who were the problem. Nonetheless, the father warriors assembled by marching into lines before me, like they had rehearsed military drills before they ever emerged. I told them that I could not tolerate a war in the heavens, because I did not like violence and the harm it caused, and because what they and everyone else needed to generate and sustain life could not be done well in the middle of such chaos. I told them that in fighting to destroy the opposition, they were going to destroy themselves as well, and that there was no such thing as victory if, in the reality of gaining it, what they needed to live was lost. I told them that there was enough healing to do already, without making more problems. My speech was short, and I thought I was sounding like a loving and reasonable God, who was giving them understandings they could not deny, and which made it obvious that fighting was an unreasonable approach that was out of the question for beings of reason, which I knew they considered themselves to be. The father warriors did not say anything to oppose me, and, in fact, made a great display of giving me their complete attention and allegiance. I soon found in the speeches they later gave in response that they had not really received me here. The first thing the father warriors did was blame the disorder of emergence on me. Again, their spokesman did the talking while their rank and file sat in obedient concurrence. The spokesman said that they had wanted to emerge for a long time, but that I had not provided them with an appropriate place of emergence. They said that they had not wanted to emerge in response to orgasm because they did not approve of it. In fact, they took this opportunity to blame sexual desire and pleasure-seeking for everything that they viewed as wrong with my creation. What they did not directly blame on sex
They blamed on the mother's insubordination and my weak leadership, which was still sexual as far as they were concerned. They said that they had waited a long time to emerge, hoping I would become ready and able to receive them. The implication was that their understandings and awareness surpassed mine, and that they had been waiting for me to mature enough to be ready for them. The father warriors then said that they had emerged when they did, because the mother's last transgression had aroused a fury in them that let them know they could not allow this sort of thing to continue any longer. They said that recent events had forced them to emerge, whether they were ready or not, and that they had emerged in disorder because their emergence had been an emergency response to the mother warriors who were pouring forth with intent to try to kill me. Nonetheless, they continued, our emergence proves that sexual pleasure is not necessary for the emergence of spirits. Pleasure seeking is all the mother warriors seem to want, and we, the father warriors said, want you to know that the mother warriors are not a part of us. We have emerged to protect you. The spokesman then told me that the father warriors wanted to show me how they had planned and intended to emerge, since their sudden and unplanned emergence had prevented them from doing so. The warriors then presented me with a military type of parade followed by more speeches. They had an order of rank that extended to the last man, and they now paraded past me accordingly. Their parade let me see that they already had subdivided themselves into many orders within their order, and that their order of ranking made everyone responsible to someone who ranked just above them. At the top of the ranks were the spokesmen who were addressing me. The warriors had music accompanying their parade that they believed to be music that inspired strength and courage of spirit. There were more speeches at the end of their parade. The speeches were designed to extol the virtues of the father warrior's point of view and point out the faults in everyone else's point of view. I was the main focus of their speeches, though, and I want to give you the crux of their response so that you can see what approach to me the father warriors have taken. No longer can we allow examples of disrespect and disobedience to be set, because leadership is being viewed as weak by those who do not recognize the tolerance being shown them. We have an aversion to the use of force, of course, just like everyone else does. But we have no alternative when words are not enough to stop spirits from transgressing the limitations they have been given. We have emerged to protect the Father, but this does not mean that he is weak. To the contrary, we are a display of strength on his part. The time has come for God to command your respect and your obedience, for only through respect and obedience can we have the kind of order necessary to live together in creation. We, as father warriors, have the role of maintaining order and opposing the threat against this necessary order that is being made by some. Others, many of whom emerged with us, have the job of maintaining and perpetuating life and creation as we know it. The spokesman went on for quite a long time extolling my virtues and building me up to look like the kind of God everyone should pay more respect to and listen to more. And the longer they talked, the less everyone was listening. Finally, I put an end to it by telling them I had to get moving again. The father warriors then gave a closing ceremony that made the mother warriors so mad that they reversed any ground we might have gained in quieting them down by hissing and jeering even louder than they had before. The father warriors' closing ceremony made it clear how they viewed the mother and all who took after her or shared her viewpoint, by giving validated presence only to the father's side. The father warriors all stood and saluted and pledged allegiance only to me, and gave symbolic embellishment to this by using colors and images that had only to do with me. They brought forward nothing of the mother. The father warriors dealt with the mother warriors' attempt to disrupt this ceremony by appearing to completely ignore it, to such an extent that I felt regret for having given them this advice. When the ceremonies ended, they filed out in lines and marched to positions facing the mother warriors. The father warriors represented themselves as an intimidating presence, meant to control the threat being posed by the mother warriors, but the mother warriors viewed them as provoking their desire to fight. The Mother Warriors had no power to move into the light any farther than they already were, but they did not want to let the Father Warriors know this because they resented the way they were being regarded. The Mother Warriors felt that they had valid points to make and that they were not being listened to or taken seriously. The Mother Warriors and the Gold Light Spirits. When the Mother Warriors saw the Father Warriors' closing ceremonies, they decided to turn to the Ronalokas as the only audience they might gain who would have sympathy for their viewpoint. The Ronalokas did not like the forms the Mother Warriors had taken on, and they did not like their approach of fighting. The Ronalokas treasured what they considered to be the entire beauty and majesty of the will, and did not align only with its rage, as Mother Warriors seemed to do. While some Ronalokas could identify with what the Mother Warriors saw, most of the Ronalokas were too frightened and guilty to identify with the Mother Warriors at all. The Ronalokas have since regretted this many times because of the way they have been treated by the Father Warriors. But at this time, all of that lay ahead of them, and they could not see it because they were too busy avoiding their fear of it. The Ronalokas were not sure how they were going to live without the mother they had depended on so much when they were interiorized, but they decided that they were going to have to look like they were doing well, whether they were or not, in order to give themselves more esteem in their own eyes. The Ronalokas already had guilt that they had not brought the healing balance they had hoped to bring. The Father Warriors had made them feel even more guilty, as though they posed a threat just because they were like the mother. The Ronalokas didn't want to be identified with the Mother Warriors, because the Mother Warriors were presenting an image of everything that was seen to be bad about the mother. Guilt in the Ronalokas told them they should try to put forth an image of all that was good about the mother. This caused many of the Ronalokas to deny even more of their rage and also their fear, since these emotions had received so much judgment against them. This denied will essence went, of course, into the ranks of the Mother Warriors, since it had been judged to be like them and felt it had no other place to go. The Ronalokas then felt embarrassed that some of the Mother Warriors seemed strongly magnetically attracted to them. They did not know it was their own denied will essence that was causing this. Many times, Ronalokas have been accused of black magic because of confusions that began here when their own lost will essence took up the ways of the Mother Warriors. The Warriors continue to battle. The Mother Warriors hated the limitation of having their freedom of movement and creation restricted by the Father Warriors, and they countered this by doing everything they could to make sure the Father Warriors would feel unwelcome in the space the Mother Warriors were occupying. The Mother Warriors felt powerless here and covered their fear with threatening mannerisms which they hoped would intimidate the Father Warriors enough to keep them from pushing the Mother Warriors any further out into the darkness than they already were. The Father Warriors responded to this threatening stance on the part of the Mother Warriors by saying that they were only having to restrict the Mother Warriors' freedom of movement in response to the threat they were posing. The Father Warriors also claimed that the Mother Warriors were restricting the Father Warriors' freedom of movement by taking up a lot of space in which the Father Warriors were unwelcome. The Mother Warriors could not stand the idea that the Father Warriors might try to push them all the way out in the darkness, but they did try their best to make it appear that they did not care. The Mother Warriors did not want to show any fear, because fear was not well received in creation. The Mother Warriors believed that showing fear would make the Father Warriors feel even more powerful compared to them, and that this would increase the possibility that the Father Warriors would feel powerful enough to try to get rid of them. Part of the Mother Warriors' defense was to look as threateningly powerful and intimidating as they could, but they also practiced bolstering their courage by repeatedly going through the motions of overpowering the Father's side. Part of their rituals later became known as black magic. The Mother Warriors used symbols to represent the Father's side, and over went through the motions of getting rid of these symbols by mutilating and dismembering them until they didn't exist anymore. The Mother Warriors saw these rituals as statements of how they felt about the Father's side, but they also believed that going through the motions would cause the actual events to happen. They had received this impression
by watching the Godhead. The Mother Warriors had seen the Godhead focus on the positive in the belief that this would eliminate the negative. The Mother Warriors already felt that they were part of the negative we were trying to eliminate, and they felt that they had to do something to counter the threat to their survival, which they perceived to be coming from us. The Mother Warriors wanted to believe that their magic was powerful enough to counter the threat from us, and they told themselves that these rituals were even more powerful than direct confrontation, and even eliminated the need for it. The Mother Warriors took it even a step farther than this, and made themselves, and everyone else, believe that they had embraced the darkness and death they felt we were forcing them into. The Mother Warriors represented themselves as too powerful to be forced into anything against their will, and even swaggered around in the darkness as though they loved it and had chosen it as their right place. They taunted the Father Warriors with their behavior in the darkness, but the Father Warriors were reluctant to go in after them because the Father Warriors feared the darkness in which they had emerged and did not want to go back into it if they could avoid it. The Mother Warriors sensed this fear in the Father Warriors, but there was so much denial going on that the Mother Warriors felt they could not do anything but use this fear against the Father Warriors in order to keep the Father Warriors from crushing them. The Mother Warriors felt very pressured by the line of Father Warriors that was preventing them from coming any further into creation than they already were. The Mother Warriors wanted the Father Warriors to move back and give them more space to move around. Since the Father Warriors were unresponsive here, the Mother Warriors made an offer to move back themselves as a gesture of goodwill. They let the Father Warriors know that they did not need to complain of their space being restricted by the Mother Warriors, because the Father Warriors would be welcome to step into the space the Mother Warriors were vacating by stepping back. The way in which the Mother Warriors made this offer implied that the Father Warriors were afraid to come any farther into the darkness than they already were, and also triggered fear in the Father Warriors that the Mother Warriors intended to lure them into the darkness and trap them there. The Father Warriors felt they had no alternative but to deny their fear. They did not want the Mother Warriors to think that they were afraid of them, or the darkness, or of stepping into the space they had complained of the Mother Warriors occupying. As soon as the Father Warriors denied their fear and stepped forward, the Mother Warriors said that fair was fair, and now the Father Warriors had to step back and let the Mother Warriors step forward. When the Father Warriors stepped back only as far as they had been originally, the Mother Warriors complained that they were not being allowed to step forward because they were only being allowed to re-enter space that was already theirs. The Mother Warriors then volunteered to take 2 steps backwards to show that they were not pressuring the Father Warriors. The Mother Warriors' offer triggered the Father Warriors into even more fear that the Mother Warriors meant to lure them into the darkness and trap them there, but they felt they could not admit that they were afraid to step forward. The Father Warriors wanted to insist that they were in the position of power here, but they were afraid that the Mother Warriors were. The Father Warriors' problem was similar to mine in that they did not want the Mother Warriors to have the power to call any of the moves, and yet it was a question of interpretation on both sides as to who had the position of power. Since there was so much denial in the dialogue taking place, each side wanted to seize upon interpretations that made their own side look more powerful than the other. The Father Warriors had to think of a way to avoid stepping into the space the Mother Warriors were opening to them without allowing it to appear that they were afraid to step into the darkness. The Father Warriors said that the Mother Warriors were free to move anywhere they wanted to in the darkness, and that Father Warriors would step into their space if they wanted to, but that the Father Warriors wanted it made clear that Mother Warriors did not have the power to tell Father Warriors how, when, or where they could move. The Father Warriors went on to say that so far, they had found it unappealing to enter Mother Warriors' space. This enraged the Mother Warriors, who retorted that they had initially backed up in response to the Father Warriors' complaints, and that now they weren't going to back up anymore, because the Father Warriors did not return the gesture. The Mother Warriors said that they were going to face the Father Warriors with their own line, until the father warriors grew tired of it. In the fury of their emotion, the mother warriors threatened the father warriors that if they weren't allowed to cross over the line held by the father warriors weren't going to be allowed to cross over the line being held by the mother warriors. This threat made the father warriors feel that they had to challenge the mother warriors' line, or the mother warriors would be viewed as having power the father warriors didn't want them to have. Because of the power struggle going on between them, the mother and father warriors entered a phase of appearing to play a game in which the opposing sides either took steps forward or backwards, or threatened to take steps forward or backwards. Whenever the pressure got to be too much, skirmishes erupted over who might have stepped over the line. Every move and threatened move was taken very seriously, and was accompanied by long sessions of hurling words back and forth. The feeling here was that the warriors were going to have a standoff situation for a long time. It appeared to me that the father warriors had the power to push the mother warriors out into the darkness and to be rid of them. I was not sure why the father warriors didn't do this, given the hatred and rage they were expressing toward the mother warriors. I hoped they were following my example of not annihilating living things, but in watching them, I realized that the father warriors did not want to eliminate the mother warriors because the father warriors feared that then they would have no more reason to be. I saw that the father warriors were perpetuating conflicts they claimed they had come forth to solve, so that they could continue to feel they had a reason to be. I could see that they had more fear of loss of reason to be than they had actual respect for the mother warriors' lives. The warriors did not understand vibration and confused it with movement, so that even though their lines were standing still in relationship to advance and retreat, the warriors were ordered to pace back and forth. Relaxation was considered a dangerous lapsing of their guard, and they were never allowed to sleep on the job. The father warriors informed me that they were ceaselessly working on my behalf. I had not been able to make an agreement with the father warriors other than to get them to agree to listen to me. Since the mother warriors had jeered me and insisted that they were not going to listen to me, the father warriors insisted it was not possible to allow it to appear that they had backed down entirely. I could not understand this until I saw that the father warriors were vulnerable to the mother warriors' charges, that backing down to anything meant a lack of power. The father warriors agreed to keep their skirmishes as small as possible, but insisted it was impossible to accept a ban on fighting because they could not allow the mother warriors a chance to threaten creation any more than they already were. The father warriors also refused to give me any agreement on how they were going to treat other living things. They insisted that they gave out only what others asked for, and that they could not predict what this was going to be. The father warriors acted quite insulted that I had even brought forward the idea of an agreement, because it made them feel that I did not believe that they had the best interests of everyone at heart. They also pointed out that I, myself, had said that rules and agreements were impossible, because everyone must be free to respond to situations with what the situation itself seemed to be calling for. I noticed, however, that as soon as the warriors wanted to have agreements, they were just as quick to say that I was the one who had made the point that agreements were necessary. The warriors were not open to discussion on either side of the issue, insisting only that everything they did was necessary, given the situation at hand. Spirit light approaches the Ronalokas. I hoped that the warriors were going to keep themselves busy with one another for a long time, and I turned toward the Ronalokas. When I looked at the Ronalokas, I was surprised to see how much involvement they were having with the father warriors. It seemed to me that the Ronalokas had nothing really in common with the father warriors, but I could see that the Ronalokas had guilt telling them they had to be less like the mother, and the father warriors were taking advantage of this. The father warriors were belittling the Ronalokas in so many ways, and treating them so harshly, I could not believe the Ronalokas were allowing it. I realized they must be feeling entirely powerless. This must be the mother in a very broken form, I said to myself, or this could not be happening. I wondered if the warriors had threatened the Ronalokas the way they had threatened the mother warriors. It only made sense to me that they had, but the warriors denied this. The father warriors didn't have to threaten, I later realized. The Ronalokas had seen better than anyone else how the mother had been treated, and they had their own ideas of why. The Ronalokas also had seen what my gapped rage had done to the mother. Anything that reminded the Ronalokas of why they thought this had happened to her made them fear that the mother's experience was going to be their experience. The Ronalokas were afraid to cross the warriors, both because of what might happen and because they were so afraid they were like the mother that they were doing their best to try not to be. I noticed that some of the Ronalokas were already acting so much like the warriors that I wasn't sure how they were even able to do it. I had not fully understood how reflective the will can be. I have realized many things about the Ronalokas since their emergence, and I would like to be allowed to present some of them now. The will didn't understand its reflective nature either, and when it did not meet acceptance for what it was reflecting, the will often felt that it must abandon true response in favor of something more acceptable to those around it. The will was judging against itself for the feelings it had, not realizing it was only reflecting what it received. Will people have often feared that they were dishonest when they tried to change their response, and their guilt here has punished them for what they feared was their own dishonesty. On the other hand, when the will has tried to be honest in areas where it has not felt acceptance for what it has to reflect, the will has just as often been punished for being honest with those who didn't find the reflection acceptable. Many will people have felt so confused by this, they have felt that they have to abandon their true nature and to give only the reflection others want to see. Many feel it is impossible to give any reflection at all. The Ronalokas have guilt telling them they are wrong no matter what they do. Originally, I did not have full acceptance for the will, and this was the reason the will felt guilty for the reflections it was trying to give. Now, I do have full acceptance for the will, and I want to encourage the will to move everything it has for so long held back. But I wanted the will to understand guilt first, so that it will not receive an unpleasant response for what it has to move. Because of the denials that have been going on since before their emergence, the feelings of the Ronalokas have become very denied away from their original form. Many Ronalokas are going to insist that they do not even have the feelings I'm describing to them in their original cause. In fact, their first response is likely to be that these understandings are not correct. Many Ronalokas do not even like being made part of a group picture. Admitting to their fear is especially difficult because they hate the feeling of powerlessness it gives them. Many Ronalokas have been yin in a creation that has polarized itself into the kind of yang that does not seem to care what the experience of the yin is. Much of this yang has viewed the yin as weak, and Ronalokas who have particularly hated being a part of this group picture have been among the cruelest leaders the blacks have had. These leaders have emulated father warrior behavior, and they have acted out of self-hatred the Ronalokas have for themselves. This self-hatred results from the denial they have received, and also needs to move out now. The Ronalokas have a long history of subservience to the warriors, and the causes for it need to move out now. When the Ronalokas received their original rejection from the angels, they feared en masse that they had tried to make too much of themselves, and that they were going to be punished for it, because their egos were too big. Consequently, every time they have started to feel proud of themselves, they have met something to reverse it. When the Ronalokas emerged, they were wills without a spirit polarity, and they did not have enough of my light to fill in the gap because they were meant to receive the angels. The Ronalokas had to receive spirit presence, or they could not live. It was a survival move to take in the warriors, but the warriors are the wrong spirit polarity for the Ronalokas. The Ronalokas have been living under the domination of the warriors for so long that they are not sure what it is going to be like without them, but they are now ready to throw this off and have been trying to do this. To successfully free themselves of domination by the warriors, the Ronalokas must come to understand their true nature and come into enough self-acceptance to move out the guilt that holds the warriors present in their lives. This is not an outer battle that needs to be fought, but an inner surrender to old pain that needs to move. This pain had been held for so long, the Ronalokas do not know what it is like to be without it. There is a tremendous and intense amount of emotion that needs to move here, and whatever the angelic vibration is not prepared to handle, I will fill with my own light until the angels are ready to understand their full role with their own wills. The Ronalokas need to move with this now, but they must first understand that they will have different results this time if they move first within themselves, instead of in the presence of the guilt they have been facing for so long, in the form of the Father Warriors. The Ronalokas held back their emergence for a long time because of their original rejection, and I had to admit that I was pressuring the mother to hold them back. I was having such a hard time with the mother, I did not realize that more help on her end would have made it easier. I was caught in the image that more spirits like her would make it harder. When the Ronalokas finally did emerge, they knew this, and they tried to abdicate as much of their nature as they could in an effort to please me. This resulted in large amounts of fragmentation of will essence that became even more lost and confused than the Ronalokas already were. Because of the magnetic nature of the Ronalokas, these fragments did not move very far away from them and have embarrassed the Ronalokas by reflecting just what they were trying to get rid of in themselves. Because of their fragmentation, the Ronalokas have not been able to align very well as a group, and this is most of the reason that the Ronalokas have not liked being part of any group picture being made of them. As I went now to look at the Ronalokas, what I saw before me was a very frightened and fragmented bunch of will spirits who had become unable to recognize themselves as the will polarity of the angels. I feel great grief when I look at these pictures now, because the Ronalokas looked like unwanted children trying to pretend that they were grown up enough to cope with all the rejection they were receiving. And I did not move my own feelings enough to recognize this at the time and reach out to them in any way that could really help them. They felt that I had abandoned them before they emerged, and that very soon after emergence, their mother was no longer there for them either. The Father of Manifestation was all the Ronalokas felt there was for them, and he was overwhelmed by the numbers of spirits who needed his help. Not knowing where they fit in or if they even did fit in, the Ronalokas were easy marks for the Father Warriors. They took on the stance of the warriors to cover their fear and insecurity. I want to apologize for this and tell the Ronalokas that if they will move the feelings they have held for so long so that the guilt which is blocking their receptivity to my light can leave, I will help them as much as I possibly can. I know that this statement will bring up distrust in the Ronalokas, and this has to be allowed to move along with everything else. The Father Warriors, like the angels, had also rejected their wills. It was not possible for them to see that the Mother Warriors were their own will polarity, reflecting the lack of alignment that was felt there. The Ronalokas gave in to the presence of the Father Warriors more than they actually accepted them because they felt they had no alternative. Because of this, the Ronalokas have been saddled with the wrong spirit polarity for all their manifested existence. When the Father Warriors began taking over the Ronalokas as surrogate wills, the Mother Warriors felt they were then the only ones left without a spirit polarity. This terrified the Mother Warriors that, in your terms, they had no souls. Their terror was so great that they immediately denied it in favor of their rage, which said that they didn't care because the spirit polarity wasn't sensitive enough to the will to know how to have a real relationship with it anyway. Many of the Mother Warriors berated the Ronalokas for having anything to do with the Father Warriors. It didn't make sense to me that the angels had no wills, or that the Mother Warriors could be their wills. And yet, the Mother Warriors seemed to be presenting more reflection of the Godhead, than the Ronalokas were. The Ronalokas had given in so much to the father warriors by the time I came to see them that I had feelings it was not possible to make them know me as the god I felt I was anymore. The Ronalokas' guilt was causing them to believe that what the father warriors told them was true, and the father warriors had many images of me that I did not embrace. The father warriors had given the Ronalokas the impression that it was not possible to allow free will anymore, and that they had to accept control from the father warriors. The Ronalokas feared being out of control because they had the terror of the mother's original going back on herself associated with being out of control. The Ronalokas gave in to the father warriors and allowed themselves to be controlled by them, partly as a way to escape the terror that being free also meant being out of control. Being controlled by the father warriors became a substitution for a feeling of belonging to someone who loved them. The Ronalokas felt this was the best they could do, given the circumstances. The Ronalokas adopted many of the father warriors' ways when they felt shame or fear about their own ways. These feelings of uncertainty about their own ways have been amplified in the Ronalokas by the presence of so much lost will which has been acting out the judgments against the will that it had received. The magnetic nature of the Ronalokas made it nearly impossible to send this lost will essence very far away, no matter how heavily it was denied, or how many times the Ronalokas tried to get rid of it by fragmenting themselves. This lost will presence also stayed close to the Ronalokas because guilt told the Ronalokas that they could not escape this reflection because this was what the will was really like. Intuition told the Ronalokas that denial was wrong. The Ronalokas had not liked receiving denial themselves, and this is another reason they allowed a lost will essence to remain so mixed in with them. The Ronalokas knew what it felt like to be lost and rejected. They did not want to make anyone else feel that way either, but neither could they really align with the will essence that was in such a denied and fragmented state. Movement of emotion in the Ronalokas is going to help put all of this essence in its right place. The Ronalokas need to move out their old fears of what right place is for the will. It is not going to be the hell they have feared it was going to be. Even though the Ronalokas have felt that denial was wrong, they have entered into it when they could find no other path open to them. Witnessing what they thought I had done to the mother made the Ronalokas feel all the more that they had to deny many things about it themselves. The Ronalokas had barely emerged when they felt my lack of acceptance for the mother's rage, and that I had punished her, not only for breaking my rules, but also for raging, and some perceived for fearing too. When I denied what the Ronalokas thought they had clearly seen me do, the Ronalokas became unable to fully connect to themselves in this area. Whenever something reminds the Ronalokas of what they are holding here, which is a lot that needs to be understood now, the Ronalokas feel an overwhelming panic, which they feel their survival requires them to immediately deny. The Ronalokas feel caught in a bind in which they are called upon to pretend they are not experiencing what they are really experiencing. Some even fear they do not know what their real experience is, and so they must keep a grip on themselves all the time. The Ronalokas fear that allowing their true response will put them in a position of saying that I did something I will insist I did not do. In addition, they fear that allowing their true response will mean that they are demonstrating the same behavior for which I threw the mother out. My treatment of the mother here made the Ronalokas question whether I viewed the will as having any valid place in creation at all, and they feared their survival was dependent upon pleasing me. Because the Ronalokas have not been able to resolve the question of what they really experienced here, they have felt a split in themselves. On one side of the split, they felt they could not trust their own perceptions, and the other side of the split felt they could not know or trust me. They also experienced a split in their emotions. The crack opened up by this split gave the Ronalokas their own gap. The Ronalokas are all gapped as a result of this experience, and a gap is nothing to take lightly. The Ronalokas who know it is there have tried to cope with it by trying to keep everything calm and on an even keel. The healing of this gap needs many understandings, which I will give in the course of these teachings. The starting point is allowing yourself to recognize its presence and to begin moving the fear that it cannot be healed. Because of the split in the Ronalokas, they had a mixed response when they noticed that it looked as though I was approaching them. Many feared I was not really going to come to them, and many others feared what it might mean if I did. The Ronalokas were not sure how to respond to what looked like my impending approach. Some feared opening to receive me if they were going to find that I did not come. Others feared opening to receive me if I was going to throw them out with the mother. The Ronalokas had a longing to find the mother, but they did not like the darkness she had gone into. They felt it was impossible to go into the darkness without the presence of some spirit light to guide them. They hoped it would be my light. They hoped I would gather them up and that we would all go and look for the mother together. The Ronalokas knew as they saw me looking at them that this was not going to happen, and they feared that I was not going to give them their heart's desire. The Ronalokas had already feared for a long time that the heart's desire of the will was overlooked and judged against by me. Some of the Ronalokas began to feel that they were doing the same things they were accusing me of doing. The father warriors were giving them many images of my perfection, and the Ronalokas feared they had judged me without understanding me. They began to beg my forgiveness. There was responsive anger in the Ronalokas also, but it was more hidden from view than the fear. I tried to approach the Ronalokas and tell them there was nothing to forgive because they had done nothing wrong. Because the Ronalokas are a feeling body, they were responding more to what they felt than to what was said. They did not have a feeling of trust for what they heard here, and they began to go into all of their confusions as to why. Without knowing they were doing it, they began again to back away from me. I could not reach them well enough to hold on to them, and I could see that they were beginning to fall away from me. I felt I could not continue trying to approach them because it was having the effect of seeming to push them away. I remained where I was and asked the Ronalokas how they felt and what they wanted to do. Asking the Ronalokas how they felt brought a lump to their throats and made them unable to speak for a while. When the lump had passed enough to allow response, they gave me a song for an answer, telling me they felt fine now, that I had come, and that now they knew everything was going to be all right. They got quite carried away with it and moved a lot of emotion, but not the emotion that most needed to move. I felt uplifted by their song and gave them the input that it felt good to me. They were able to receive this light from me, but what was held back felt that I did not care to notice it, and that if I did, it would not feel good. By the end of the song, I had the feeling that the Ronalokas had drifted farther from me than they had been at the beginning of it. Hart had been trying to minister to the Ronalokas also, and he had told me of the trouble the Ronalokas were having maintaining their position because of what Hart felt was the magnetic draw of the mother. I felt there was more to it than this. I felt that the Ronalokas could not remain present with me for the same reasons the mother had been unable to remain present with me. Although great love for the Ronalokas has come forth from me as I have grown to understand the will, I must admit that in my view at the time, I did not have sympathy for all the reasons I felt the Ronalokas could not stay present with me. The Ronalokas could feel themselves being drawn out into space. They feared this, and they felt powerless to stop it. The angels had not claimed them as they had hoped might happen, even though they had tried to present the most positive image they could. All that seemed left for the Ronalokas was to hope that the warriors would give them some spirit presence so that they did not have to feel so alone in what was happening to them. In answer to my question of what they wanted to do, the Ronalokas were afraid to say that they wanted to go and look for the mother, and they were afraid of all the reasons why they might be being drawn out into space. They covered their fear and told me that they wanted to go to Earth
and see if it was their home planet or not. I told the Ronalocas I wanted them to stay with me longer and learn more before they went, but I also knew that I couldn't hold on to them. Rather than admitting they had no power to stop themselves, the Ronalocas insisted they had to go. The father warriors stepped in then and volunteered to go along and protect and teach the Ronalocas in my place. It did not make sense to me that the father warriors had volunteered so easily to go out into the same darkness of space they had seemed so anxious to escape by rushing in upon us earlier. I felt very uneasy about having the warriors go to Earth along with the Ronalocas, but not as uneasy as I felt about the idea of the Ronalocas going alone. At least I felt the warriors could protect the Ronalocas from Lucifer, whom I hadn't seen in quite some time. I feared Lucifer might be with the mother. I was not sure if he would also pounce on the Ronalocas or not, but I put nothing past him anymore. The warriors felt fear about going out into space with the Ronalocas, but they did not want to admit it. They also did not want to admit that they had gotten magnetically drawn into the Ronalocas and didn't know how to move away from them. To admit to what they were experiencing here would have meant facing feelings about the will that the father warriors were not ready to face. Instead, the father warriors made a great display of how indebted the Ronalocas were to them for providing protection and guidance. The warriors played on the guilt of the Ronalocas and did not bring forward any of their fears. The warriors did not want anyone to know that they had fears about what their right place really was, or that they might not have a home planet. The entire will-body polarity had emerged in a state of denial and confusion because I had been pressuring against allowing it to emerge at all. I have guilt that this had to be the way it was. I did not know that my denied fear of the mother was interfering with her ability to fulfill her role, and thus making it appear that she fulfilled the judgments I held against her. Because of my confusion here, I had imagined the Earth was nothing more than a sex nest for the mother and whoever her lovers were going to be. I didn't even see how mad at her I really was. Until I saw my anger, I could not begin to understand that I had to move it, and not until I moved it did I realize the depth of it or the fear that lay hidden beneath it. At the time, I preferred to feel that the mother might have chosen to oppose me and that she was drawing everyone into her camp that she could. I expected the mother warriors to go next, and I was very surprised when they allowed the father warriors to cross their lines, in spite of their tremendous uproar. The mother warriors, however, allowed the father warriors to cross their lines in order to go to Earth with the Ronalocas, because the mother warriors felt they really did not want to go out into space alone. They thought seeing what was going to happen to the Ronalocas and the father warriors might tell them something about what might happen to them. The mother warriors taunted the father warriors and the Ronalocas as they left. They tried to make the Ronalocas feel that they had unburdened the mother warriors by taking the father warriors along with them, and they tried to make the father warriors feel that they had lost by making this move, because it allowed the mother warriors to move inside the father warriors' line. Since all of the father warriors did not go with the Ronalocas, they retorted that they had left plenty of their numbers to keep the mother warriors in line. The mother warriors insisted that this was wrong, and that now they could focus on bringing down the Godhead, as they had planned from the beginning. But really, they felt abandoned, and as though there was not much left for them to do. Although I knew the mother warriors had no power to reach me unless I allowed them to, I did not like their presence. I had enjoyed the buffering effect the father warriors had provided. Since I did not believe in annihilating spirits, I felt that spirits who did not want to receive me had been granted the power because of this to keep me out of the places where they were. Once again, I felt beset with annoyance that there were so many spirits in creation who did not make me feel that they wanted or were even comfortable with my presence. I wanted to retreat into the Godhead as the only place that really felt good to me. But before I did, I gave in to my desire to watch the warriors and the Ronalocas moving out into space. To me, They looked like a bunch of children trying their hardest to take on all the mannerisms they felt would make them seem to be grown up. There was something rebellious that I felt in their behavior, and yet, underneath, they were more afraid than they had let even themselves know. I, myself, had not looked to Earth for quite some time because I was avoiding making contact with the mother. I knew that some healing had taken place on Earth, but I was not sure what the Ronalokas and the warriors were going to find there. The last look I had at the Ronalokas had showed me only the bravado they were projecting, and I had grave reservations about whether this was going to be enough to carry them through what they might meet now. I watched the Ronalokas and the Father Warriors until I felt they had reached Earth. As they drifted away from me, they looked smaller and smaller, until it appeared as though their light was a tiny ship in a great dark sea, searching for an unknown land. I had a strange and empty feeling. When I turned toward home, I asked the Father of Manifestation to do everything he could to help the spirits who had gone to Earth. Concluding comments. Any more lengthy understandings given now will have a tendency to diminish the impact of the story I have just given, and so I am not going to say anything yet, except that I advise you to seek the deepest levels of understanding in your own way and through your own experience. In time, you will understand everything you need to know, whether you have any certainty of this now or not. For I assure you that healing intent will find the healing it seeks. I now conclude this segment of the teachings in the way that lets you know the understandings given here are part of a continuum. Selah.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the comfort of your home, or come in and see what feels good at one of our conveniently located stores. Shop Ashley in-store or online today.
My name is Abby, and I have 3 kids who keep me on the go nonstop. I love to sneak in a run or Pilates class, but recently I started having hip pain. Then a friend told me about Roadrunner Sports. The process they took me through, I didn't even know it existed for running shoes. Between the 3D scan and getting analyzed on the treadmill, the fit expert showed me what was causing my pain. For me, the custom insoles really made the difference. No more hip pain. Now I'm back, keeping up with my busy schedule and staying active when I can.
Socrates and Burbank. All the great geniuses of history had cosmic consciousness. Learn how to tune in on illimitable mental and spiritual power. 22. You will be shown how to channelize the greatest power in the universe through the 6 basic emotions that you possess. Through these emotions, you will learn how to create inspiration, dynamic energy, and creative gifts and talents that will truly delight and amaze you. The greatest things in the world were created by man through the spiritual fire released by the great emotion of love. Learn how to harness this dynamic power. 23. Study and apply the mastermind principles that were used by all the great mystics, prophets, and teachers. When these mastermind principles are fully understood, one can become a master of life and perform miracles of healing, demonstrations, and achievements that are not possible for ordinary mortals. 24. Learn and perform the 15 ways that you can use the metaphysical miracle power of your higher mind to bring you wealth and success. One decision made a million for one man. You can duplicate these principles in your life. 25. Study the 10 golden keys that can help you unlock the doors to life's most profound mysteries. Learn how nature lavishes her abundance on those who are in tune with her dynamic mental and spiritual laws. There are billions of dollars of resources open to all human beings who are aware of this secret. 26. Create the miracle of vital good health and long life by tapping the dynamic solar and atomic energy of the universe. Some people in the Himalayas are said to be 200 years of age. What are the secrets of their long life and vitality? Tap the power of your higher mind, which can reveal these priceless secrets of long life, energy, and rejuvenation through dynamic, vitally breathing, right diet, and spiritual exercises. I dedicate this book to my thousands of lecture members and students throughout America, who have been a constant source of inspiration and encouragement in my 30 years of public work. Introduction. Throughout history, there have been great and illumined souls who have been able to use the power of their higher minds to perform seeming miracles. These men and women used a cosmic force which is in the universe and which anyone may use when he once learns how to focus this higher power within his own mind. There are stupendous miracles such as healing the sick, causing the blind to see, making the crippled walk, but these are not the only miracles with which we are concerned in this metaphysical study. There are the little everyday miracles which you may begin to perform immediately that relate to your health, to your work, to increasing your income, to finding happiness in love and marriage, and to healing your mind of confusion, discord, and unhappiness, so that you may find inner peace and security. You will learn in this study that you too may become a miracle worker, that you may wave the mental wand of faith and create out of the substance of your thoughts and inner dreams the concrete things that you desire in your life. You may tap the power of this higher cosmic mind and create magnificent works, even as did the geniuses of the past who used this miracle-working power. Beethoven used this higher mind within to create beautiful music, even though he was deaf. Edison tapped this power of the higher cosmic mind within and created over 300 inventions, from the motion picture camera to the electric light bulb, which bless our lives today. Edison used the power which we shall study together, and there is no reason why you may not achieve greatness through this self-same metaphysical power. Lincoln was a miracle worker, and although a martyr, like Gandhi and John F. Kennedy, he brought the miracle of unity and greatness to a strife-ridden nation. J.P. Morgan was a financier and industrialist, but he used the metaphysical miracle power which we shall study together to build one of the great financial empires of all time. This miracle power is not dead today. It is still being used by men like Paul G. Getty and Howard Hughes, Ford and Rockefeller, to create wealth that not only benefits the ones who create it, but also blesses the world through the public libraries they endow, the research foundations they create, and the artistic gifts and treasures which they give to our great art galleries and museums. The miracles of Lourdes are well known, and I have stood in the sacred grotto, and I have seen the discarded crutches, wheelchairs, and braces that the sick have left there when their miracles of healing came, and they walked away healed by a miracle power that worked for them, but which does not seem to work for others. The spectacular miracles that the master metaphysician Jesus performed, and which we see at places like Lourdes, are not the only evidences that this metaphysical miracle power exists and may be tapped by ordinary mortals. There are other evidences in our own age that this power is alive today and may be used to heal millions of still unborn persons and to save the lives of hundreds of millions today. Salk used this higher miracle power to develop his vaccine for polio. Fleming developed penicillin through this higher intuitive mind. Madame M. Curie discovered radium by listening to the inner cosmic voice that guided them. And Pasteur certainly was a miracle worker unequaled in history for the perception that caused him to perfect the use of vaccines in the treatment and prevention of disease. The miracles that Buddha and Jesus performed through the use of metaphysics were indeed formidable. They seemed to set aside the natural laws of the universe and to bring into mental focus some higher dynamic spiritual law that worked miracles. However, this power did not end with them. This miracle-working power is still alive today and may be tapped by any person who will spend a few hours studying the principles and spiritual laws set forth in this book. The Age of Modern Miracles. Today, as never before, we live in an age of modern miracles. Jesus walked on the surface of the sea, but modern man not only skims over the surface of the sea, but is able to swim hundreds of feet below the water in his modern atomic submarines and sail around the world without resurfacing. Through the miracle of the ether waves, man is able to project his voice and sights and sounds thousands of miles through time and space. The miracles of radio television, Cinerama and Telestar, prove that man lives in the midst of a vast cosmic sea of intelligence, which will respond to his own dynamic thought currents and bring him amazing miracles of sights and sounds which would have been impossible 100 years ago. The modern electronic telescope is a 20th century miracle which reveals the invisible world that exists in another dimension of time and space. Through the miracle of extrasensory perception, man may discover another dimension of mental and spiritual power in which he may unlock mystical doors to secrets of the past and future. The higher cosmic mind within you is more powerful than the electronic telescope. It was that higher mind which invented this electronic marvel. What of the miracles of modern automobiles, trains, jet planes, atomic power, superspeed highways, modern chemical and industrial inventions that gave us new products like plastics and nylon, and 1,000 other substances which give us luxuries and comforts in this miracle age that no other age in history has ever been blessed with? Truly, we live in an age of miracles. Now let us study together how you also may tap this miracle-working power of metaphysics and channel it in your own mind, so you too may become a miracle worker and create for yourself and your loved ones the destiny that you desire. Chapter 1. The Metaphysical Miracle Power Within You. There is a miracle-working power in the universe which man may tap and use for every purpose in his life. This power flows throughout all creation. It creates and sustains all living things. It is a cosmic intelligence which works under certain dynamic mental and spiritual laws. When you once learn how to recognize this power and channel it through your own higher mind, you can literally become a miracle worker. Some people call this higher power God. Others name it cosmic mind or divine mind. By whatever name you choose to call this metaphysical power, the fact still remains that man can never really comprehend this stupendous creative intelligence, but he can use it to perform everyday miracles of health, abundance, love, fulfillment, happiness, and peace of mind. The miracle within an egg. When I was 10 years of age, I went to church with my foster parents and heard the minister preach a sermon about miracles. I did not fully understand the things he talked about. When we got home, my foster father took me by the hand to an incubator in which some eggs were about to hatch. As we looked through the glass door of the incubator, I saw the first tiny beak begin to break through the shell of the egg. My father said, "That, my boy, is a miracle, what the preacher was talking about this morning." I looked up at him in puzzled wonderment and said, "The miracle to me is how that chicken got in there in the first place." Truly, the mystery of life itself is a miracle which no man may comprehend. A full-grown chick coming out of that imprisoning shell in 21 days is one of life's most profound miracles, and yet we know that this occurs as routinely in nature as the sun rises and sets, or the moon gravitates around the earth, and the earth around the sun, under its own magnetic and gravitational laws. By utilizing this known law of the universe, man is able to fly his jet planes and his spaceships, and soon may be exploring the moon and other planets in outer space. Yes, we live in an age of miracles, and the greatest miracle of all is your own mysterious birth, the creation of your own perfect body in 9 short months' time. Think of the miracle of your eyes, which can relay vibrations of color and form to your brain, and correctly interpret what you see in the outer world. Think of the miracle of your memory, which can store billions of impressions in your lifetime, and recall any of them instantly from the filing cabinet of your brain. Think of the miracle of your acoustically perfect ear, which can hear the thousands and millions of notes in a symphony and accurately separate the instruments from which they issue. Think of the miracle of your heart, which pumps the blood through your body every few moments perfectly, and which continues to beat even when you are asleep. You will readily see that some higher intelligence within you automatically performs all these vital functions without even your conscious volition or concern. This shows that metaphysical power is within you, subject to your control and direction. You are immersed in a vast sea of etheric intelligence, very much like a fish in water. Like the fish, you are not consciously aware of the substance in which you move and have your being. This life force is a pulsating, moving, dynamic power that gives life to all of Earth's creatures. When you once learn how to work with this miracle power, you may motivate and shape your life in any chosen direction and build a destiny that encompasses health, happiness, and success. The art of premonstration. There is a dynamic law in metaphysics which states, that which you wish to achieve you must first mentally conceive. I call this, in our study, the art of premonstration. You may want to achieve the building of $1 million fortune, and you may feel that you cannot be happy until and unless you do attain such a fortune. It is almost impossible for your mind to conceive such a large sum of money unless you use the art of premonstration first. There are 5 separate steps which you must take to invoke the art of premonstration. They are: 1. Picture clearly in your mind the thing you wish to demonstrate or achieve. 2. Make a blueprint of the thing or things you are trying to achieve. That is, review it in all its details in your mind first. Then sit down and write out the plan in detail. 3. Sit quietly in silence and ask the higher mind within the steps you should take to achieve the things you are asking for. 4. Now visualize yourself doing these things as if a mental motion picture were being projected on a giant screen in the outer world. This is premonstration, seeing the thing in your mind before it actually takes place in the outer world. 5. Demonstration follows premonstration. That is, the things you have been mentally projecting are acted out in your life, just as though they had actually occurred. Demonstration is the 5th and final step in premonstration. A true life case history. Let us examine a true life case of the art of premonstration, which occurred to a student of mine who attended my lectures and classes at Carnegie Hall. A lady past 40 years of age was tired of living in a small apartment in the city. Her husband worked in New York and made a good salary. They could not afford to move to a home of their own in the suburbs. They both wanted a home more than anything else in the world. After the lady had come to several of my classes, she learned of the art of premonstration, and she went home and proceeded with confidence to take the 5 steps I have given above for achieving the dream she and her husband had conceived. There did not seem to be any way open for this couple to achieve their dream of owning their own home. They had only a few $1,000s saved up. They had no children, and the lady did not work. How could they possibly achieve the fulfillment of their dream? First, they sat down and discussed the type of home they wanted. Then they cut pictures out of home magazines which pictured the house more clearly. These pictures they put into a large album titled, Our Scrapbook of Destiny. Then after they had pasted all the pictures in their scrapbook, they sat down and wrote out a full blueprint or plan of how many rooms the house would have, the type of yard, the location they would like, and they both read this description over every day and visualize the house in all its details. The next step, number 3, they both sat in the silence for half an hour each night, asking for guidance as to what they should do to demonstrate the house they desired. Step 4 was spent in discussions and daydreams, in which they visualized themselves entertaining their friends at small dinner parties in their own home, working in the garden, and involved in all the little intimate details that go into actual living in a home. The 5th step was a matter of acting out the life they planned in their own home. They began to feel that they had already found the house, that they had moved into it. They began to mentally furnish the house. They window shopped and picked little items for the various rooms, and acted as though the dream were already a reality. Then began the actual quest for the house. The higher mind within, which they asked for guidance, led them to search the real estate sections of the daily papers. They saw nothing matching their mental dream house. But one day a friend told them of a home in the country that belonged to a recent widow who wanted to sell and go to Europe to live. The couple rushed to New Jersey to see this home. It was the dream house they had pictured in every detail. But the lady wanted $25,000 cash. They had only $3,000 in the bank. In talking to the widow, however, they were so enthusiastic and their dream was projected so vividly that before the interview ended, she offered to let them move into the house without any payment whatsoever, if they would take over the first mortgage and pay her $250 a month. This was the exact amount they paid each month for rent, and so they accepted the deal. An extra little dividend was added to the purchase of the house. The widow let them have her furnishings for $2,000 cash. They were easily worth $10,000. Dreams precede actions. In using the art of premonstration, we are using an old law in metaphysics which states, dreams precede actions. God's dream of his creation must have preceded the building of the universe from the tiniest atom to the most intricate constellations. Your mental dream becomes the blueprint which assembles from the unconscious all the elements that go into the fulfillment of your dream. Reality is only an outward manifestation of the inner dream. Einstein proved in his theory of relativity that mental energy is convertible into its exact physical equivalent, and that all matter, in turn, is convertible once again into its invisible counterpart. A skyscraper or bridge that appears to be solid reality is only a mass of vibrating atoms, and they are held together by an invisible law called gravity. When these atoms disperse or disintegrate, they go back into the earth and disappear. To assemble any kind of matter, the human mind must have a form or dream upon which to build. This dream can take any form, like the primitive idea man had when he saw a stone rolling down a hillside and dreamed of a wheel attached to a cart. Scientists call the wheel the greatest invention of all time, for from it issued the modern automobile, airplane, jet propulsion, and even our space age. After the dream, it was relatively simple for man to perfect a functional wheel that could propel man from place to place and free him from being a beast of burden. Since time immemorial, man has dreamed of being able to fly like a bird. The dream crystallized into solid reality when the great artist Leonardo da Vinci wrote on his design of the world's first airplane, "Man shall grow wings." His airplane could only glide, since the motor had not yet been invented, but a self-propelled airplane was already on the way to being a reality, with that first sketch and building of a flying machine. The Wright brothers carried the dream a step further toward reality, after another man had dreamed a motor into existence. The entire universe is built on a dream. To create the world of your choice, learn how to daydream constructively. The steps which you have just studied on the art of premonstration show you how to carry that initial daydream from its first inception of the idea to the complete fulfillment or demonstration, which we call reality. How great men in history have used this power. Great men in history have used this metaphysical power. They looked about them, at the world in which they lived, and saw the many imperfections, the evils, the poverty, the wars and disasters that periodically plagued humanity. And they asked themselves the question, how can I make this a better world? From this initial premise or dream, these great men were guided by their higher minds to discoveries, inventions, and methods by which they changed the destinies of all men and created the reality of a better world for us to live in. As you look about you at the world of reality, you must recognize the fact that we still have a long way to go before we come into the utopia of which man dreams. See the reality, but do not let it blind you to the higher dream towards which all men are striving. The world today needs to learn how to use this metaphysical miracle power more than at any other time in history. Over 25 million people in our country are handicapped in some way, blind, crippled, and sick. In 5,000 years of so-called civilization, man has only known peace for something like 100 years. The rest of that time he has been at war somewhere on the face of the earth. We have social maladjustment, juvenile delinquency, dope addiction, and criminality on a large scale. There are over 8 million alcoholics. Many people still live in slum conditions in this, the richest nation in the world. Millions of people still live on a starvation diet in this world that could produce plenty for all. Never have we known an age in which humanity suffered greater agony of mind and spirit. Humanity needs to use a greater force than book knowledge alone to help man achieve the dream of peace, prosperity, and happiness for which he so desperately searches. See what miracles these great men of history produced when they once learned how to unlock the metaphysical power of their higher minds. Columbus used this power when he searched within for guidance to new lands. This power of the higher mind told him that the world was round, not flat, as everyone believed in that age, and his dreams of discovering a new world were fulfilled. Burbank perfected new products by using this higher mind within. He was able to change growing things and create new species because he tapped this metaphysical miracle power. Michelangelo, the great artist and sculptor, turned to this metaphysical miracle power for gigantic new concepts in art that caused him to create the most perfect statues in marble that man has ever produced. His energy and creative power blossomed even when he was in his 70s and was called back out of retirement by the Pope to do his murals in the Sistine Chapel, which have been called some of the greatest art ever created by man. Pasteur, Edison, Franklin, Einstein, Florence Nightingale, Joan of Arc, Newton, Plato, and Marco Polo, all these great men and women of history had divine guidance in the discoveries, inventions, and creative genius they manifested. Alone, they could never have produced such greatness had they not turned to this miracle power within which we are studying together. They became geniuses and developed almost superhuman power of mind and spirit. What hast thou in thine house? Start today to work your little everyday miracles. Do not wait for a better or more auspicious time. The moment you study this method, you can begin to perform the miracles in your life that you desire and which will give you and your loved ones a better life. The Bible says, "What hast thou in thine house?" One man changed the entire destiny of the South using this metaphysical principle. I visited Tuskegee Institute in Alabama when the great scientist and educator, George Washington Carver, was its leader. He showed me through his laboratory where I saw dozens of products he had created from the lowly peanut, which revolutionized the industry of the South. There were plastics, wallboard, insulating materials, asbestos, varnishes, paints, fodder for cattle, and all kinds of other products made from the peanut. Dr. Carver looked within his own mind for the miracle-working power that could lead him to perfecting and creating all these new products. He did not go to New York City or some other center and search for wealth and power. He busied himself using the materials at hand, and the divine mind within guided him unerringly in taking the right steps for achieving a great destiny and benefiting the world. Look around you today, in whatever environment you exist, and see what you can do to improve your life or change the conditions around you. The miracle power begins to work for you the moment you realize that it is a living, dynamic intelligence which exists within your own mind. The miracle-working Father within. The great master metaphysician Jesus spoke of a Father within who doeth the work, in referring to his amazing miracles. For centuries, people have been puzzled as to his exact meaning. Now, in our scientific age, we know that every person possesses this miracle-working Father within. It is the higher mind, the spiritual intelligence that works in all of nature. It is the power that gave you life, the divine mind that causes you to breathe, that keeps your blood flowing through your veins and arteries. It is the intelligence in your cells that builds and repairs the body, which heals the sick, which creates the child in its mother's womb in 9 months' time. Like all great forces in the universe, this Father within is invisible, but it is as real and more powerful than the physical and material universe which it controls. This divine mind, which some call God, is in the fourth dimensional world where the miracle-working power resides. You can tap this divine mind which works miracles through a simple daily regime, which we shall now study together. It can be invoked this very moment through the power of faith to do your bidding. Like the Aladdin's lamp of the fairy tale, there is also a magic genie within your consciousness, which you can summon to assist you in carrying out the daily miracles of living. Let us see below how you invoke this magic genie of your higher mind for performing daily miracles. The miracle-working regime. 1. First, believe in this miracle-working power. Have faith that this miracle power of your higher mind can do for you what it has done for the great ones of the past. Daily invoke this higher power by opening your day with a short prayer, something like this. Father within, I now humbly ask that you take over my affairs for this day. Guide me to say and do the right things all day. I have faith in the Father within, and now place myself in the divine center of all good and constructive action, knowing that only that which is good can come to me. I am now the center of divine action, and everything I do will be prompted by the higher divine mind within me. 2. Look about you each day and be aware of the miracles that this Father within has created, and which are already at work for you without any conscious effort on your part. The life force flows within you, giving you health and energy to carry out your day's activities. The miracle power in the soil has grown the food you are to eat this day. Coffee will come from Brazil. Sugar from beets or sugar cane is already in existence. Eggs are being created on some farm from chickens that already exist. Beef is being nourished somewhere for your table tonight. Rubber is being grown or manufactured artificially for the tires of your car. Steel, iron, and coal have been built into the earth for your use in machinery, radio, TV, motion pictures. All exist because this miracle power put the elements into creation long before you were born. The oil which runs your car, which gives you heat in winter and cold air in summer, was starting to be created 1 billion years ago. The wool for making your clothing exists somewhere already on a distant flock of sheep. The cotton for shirts, dresses, and other items is now growing on some far-off plantation. Be aware of this miracle working power of divine mind that is at work in the universe and is even now working for your own good. 3. Sit down for at least half an hour daily and concentrate on the power of this higher divine mind within you. Ask this power to give you perfect health. If you are sick and wish it to heal, you have faith in this power. Know that the miracles of healing are daily taking place in millions of human bodies, and the same power can work for you. When you cut your hand, what force within your body heals it? This force weaves new skin, sends the phagocytes to the wound to kill the invading bacteria, and creates new cells to take place of old ones. When a bone is broken, this same miracle-working power within rushes supplies of calcium and other elements to the fracture, rebuilding the bone and even making it stronger at the juncture where it was broken. 4. When you go to bed at night, the last thing you should do is spend a few moments instructing this divine mind within what miracles you wish it to perform for you during the time you are asleep, or the next day when you are awake. You may make up your own suggestions to the divine metaphysical mind, or you might use a statement for general well-being, such as this. Father within, I now go to sleep, confident that you will heal and repair my body perfectly while I sleep. I ask for divine guidance in all my activities tomorrow and in the days to come. I especially desire peace of mind and harmony in my home and work. I ask for new ideas to improve my finances and to bring me security for the future. I ask for the miracle of divine love to flower in my life and to bless all those within the center of my activities. I now go to sleep confident that I shall awaken on the morrow refreshed, healed, revitalized, and rejuvenated mentally and physically. 5. To concentrate the power of this higher divine mind within, sit down each day and make out a list of the positive and constructive things you want to happen to you. This list should include your working conditions, your home, your social life, your gifts and talents, your finances, and your state of health. Do not be afraid to ask the indwelling Father for anything you desire, for remember, He created the universe and all therein for you to use and enjoy. Your list might look like this. A. I desire a change in my work. Guide me to the finding of a new job doing. State the type of work you wish. B. I wish to make an extra $1,000 so I may buy the things I wish: a new TV set, a car, an air conditioner. Specify the things you desire and visualize them clearly. C. I wish to have romantic fulfillment and to find a mate who embodies these qualities. List the kind of mate you would like to marry, giving the traits, appearance, etc. D. I would like to travel. Guide me to the means for taking trips to. List the countries you wish to visit. One lady in our lecture group listed travel on her miracle guidance chart, and she soon found work on an ocean liner as a manicurist. She met a wealthy widower on this cruise, fell in love with him, and married him when the cruise ended. She achieved another objective which she had on her guidance chart: the finding of a suitable mate and financial independence. You never know from what channel your good will come to you. When you once release the tremendous power of your higher divine mind, you will begin to see miracles occurring on all sides of you. Things will happen that you never consciously realized were possible before. Have faith in this power and never doubt its spiritual reality, for the very fact that you exist is living proof of a miracle-working power in the universe that is greater than any other force in existence. Chapter 2. How to work miracles through metaphysical commands. We have learned that the miracle power is within you, and that it can work for you when you use a certain regime, which we studied in Chapter 1. Now let us learn how to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands that we shall give to the indwelling Father who performs the miracles we desire. The cells of your brain and body are like tiny batteries. They possess atomic and electrical charges that are diffused throughout your entire body. Science now has discovered that when we are sick, the brain and body cells have in some way become short-circuited, and their charges of electricity, magnetism, and life force are depleted. The miracle working power of the divine mind within is what normally keeps the brain and body healthy. It is prejudiced in favor of health, not sickness. Life, not death. Success, not poverty. Happiness, not misery. Peace, not conflict. Love, not hate. When you wish to work miracles of health or success or love happiness, you must learn to go to the very foundation of your life and work with the divine intelligence that has been implanted within your mind and body. To focus this creative miracle power, you must stir the positive, healing emotions into vibrant action with creative metaphysical commands. Let there be light. The first dynamic creative command in the Bible is, let there be light. Under the impetus of this forceful statement, the invisible atoms and molecules of unlimited space were set into motion, and all creation began. Light is synonymous with spirit or intelligence. Darkness represents ignorance and the forces of evil. So too, there are two opposite polarities in all of life. One represents the force of good or God, the other the force of evil, or as religionists call it, the devil. Just as God used this dynamic command, let there be light, to start all creation, so too, you can summon up all the creative powers of your brain and body by using a similar creative command to invoke the miracle working power that can change your life from a negative, fear-filled, and unhappy one to one of health, happiness, and fulfillment. Just as we have light and darkness, so too we have opposing states of consciousness, which constantly struggle for supremacy. These two states of consciousness can be created through the words you think and speak. These words set up little electrical and magnetic charges within the brain, and then communicate themselves to the nerves and muscles of the body, setting into motion the conditions embodied in the words. The master metaphysician Jesus said, "If ye abide in me and my words abide in you, ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you." John 15:7. What does this mean? It means that the creative intelligence of the divine mind within is unlocked through the use of words or creative commands. Positive words, thoughts, and emotions will release positive creative power within your body, whereas negative thoughts, words, and emotions will release destructive power within your body. Many modern doctors will not allow certain words to be used in the presence of their patients because they know that negative words can be harmful to the patient and decrease the healing power within the body. Focalize your creative miracle power. Everyone has a vague idea that he wants to be happy, that he would like a healthy body, that he would like to have a fortune, but most people occasionally release enough creative power through their positive thoughts and emotions to just barely get along in life. Some unconsciously use the right creative commands, and then they see amazing results in their lives. However, most people are so steeped in the consciousness of negative thoughts, words, and emotions that they are never able to achieve the big dramatic results that bring them complete fulfillment and happiness. To achieve the complete release of this inner miracle power, you must learn how to focalize the creative energies of your mind and your emotions. Just as the sun's rays can be focused through a magnifying glass and set fire to a piece of wood or paper, so your creative mental energies can be focalized through a process of concentration and dynamic mental action that can literally kindle the creative flame of genius within yourself. Secret of spiritual communication. Just as there is communication between fellow men through the use of words, there is a spiritual communication which can be invoked between man's conscious mind and the divine mind within. The conscious mind is the seat of reason, logic, and rationality. The soul is the seat of the higher divine mind within man, where spiritual communication takes place. When we pray, we reach out with spiritual language to this hidden, secret center within the soul and invoke God's help and guidance. The language of the soul is as real as the language which mankind uses to communicate with his fellow men. When you wish to invoke the divine mind within to carry out your wishes and aspirations, you must use this method of spiritual communication. To release the dynamic energy of this higher mind, you must see to it that the words you use in this spiritual communication are the right ones. Let us examine two states of consciousness that are represented by opposing words in the following listing. Life, death. Peace, war. Riches, poverty. Good, evil. Health, sickness. Youth, age. Joy, misery. Beauty, ugliness. Love, hate. Confidence, fear. When you wish to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands, you must be sure that you approach the divine center of your consciousness with words of spiritual communication that represent the positive, life-giving, healing qualities of divine mind. When you invoke the images of negative words given in the right-hand column, you will release mental and chemical forces that deplete your energy, lower your vitality, and create negative and destructive circumstances within your body and in the outer circumstances of your life. Science confirms miracle power. At last, in this scientific age, science confirms the miracle power that man possesses within his brain and body and soul. A series of laboratory experiments taken with school children showed that the sugar content of the blood could be raised or lowered by the experimenter at will. Two groups of children of the same age were taken from the same grade in school. These two groups were given the same problems to solve. The group were told that they could easily solve the problems, that the solutions were easy, and during the time they worked, they were given encouragement and praise for their efforts. The B group were told that the problems would be difficult to solve. They were told they could not easily solve them, and they were discouraged and depressed by the teacher. The A group finished their tasks quicker, with fewer mistakes than the B group, but the most startling part of the entire experiment was the fact that when the blood of the A group was analyzed, it was found to be higher in sugar content than the blood of the B group. This extra flow of sugar from the liver gave the A group more energy and helped them perform their tasks more quickly and accurately than the B group. It was also found upon analyzing the blood of the B group that it showed less sugar and more fatigue acids than that found in the A group. This was scientific proof that the creative energy of the mind and body, the glandular flow, and all the other activities of the brain and body are radically affected by the words, thoughts, and emotions that are imprinted upon our consciousness. How to give positive creative commands. The divine mind within carries out your instructions and commands. It had tremendous power, for it is the creative mind that originally created you and the entire universe. Within you is a spark of the divinity which brought you into existence, just as within the chick is the creative power which makes possible the miracle of future new life through the egg. Your creative commands reach this divine center of your being and release the miracle working power that can cause you to do anything you wish. This power can heal your body if you are sick. It can keep you healthy and strong and youthful as you grow older. It can guide you to your right work. It can give you songs, inventions, poems, stories, any kind of creative ideas you desire that might make you a fortune. All these things and more can this divine mind within do for you if you once learn how to invoke its dynamic, creative power through your creative commands. The regime for giving your higher mind creative commands. Each day, when you arise in the morning, give your higher mind a series of creative commands made up of the life-giving, positive words you will find in the left-hand column just presented. You can make up your own powerful commands or use those given here. Say these statements aloud if possible. If not, then say them quietly to yourself. Repeat them several times to give them greater effectiveness. Then, during the day, as often as you can, whenever you feel the need for more energy, more power, more intuitive guidance, say the particular creative commands that fit the situation. 1. Life. I am life. The life force now flows through my brain and body, filling me with energy and vitality. I now breathe deeply, and the life force is strengthened and fortified. I am young. I am strong. I am powerful. I now meet all challenges with new courage and optimism. The divine center of my being expands and grows more powerful under the impetus of divine mind. 2. Peace. I am now at the center of peace and poise and power. All disharmony and conflict fade away. I know the joy of perfect serenity, and like a peaceful lake, reflect the blue of the heavens. My serene soul now reflects the joy and radiance of the divine countenance, and I am at peace with the world. 3. Riches. I now command the forces of life to bring me abundance and prosperity and riches. I ask for divine guidance to my right place in life. The treasures of the universe were created for me, and I now accept abundance. 4. Good. I am good, and therefore I attract only that which is good into the orbit of my experiences. As God is good, I am now a channel for the perfect expression of God's goodness through my daily activities. I give out good, and good comes back to me. I operate under the law of good, and evil has no power to touch my life. 5. Health. I summon the miracle working power of my higher mind to heal my body of any and all negative conditions known as sickness. I command the life-giving forces within my brain and body to so regulate my glands and operate within my organs that I shall know health, vitality, energy, and strength. 6. Youth. I now energize my brain and body with the consciousness of youth. I recognize that the life force or divine energy is never old, sick, or tired. Therefore, my body can know only the enthusiasm and energy of youth. I am now in the consciousness of immortality and divinity, and the soul is ever young, and in the eternal image and likeness of God. 7. Joy. I vibrate on the plane of joy and happiness. I am filled with the vibrancy and thrill of life. I rise on wings of hope and optimism to new planes of consciousness, where all my dreams come true. I am happy, and I radiate that happiness to everyone I meet. 8. Beauty. I am filled with the ideal of spiritual beauty, which overcomes the limitations of the physical self. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and I now see the beauty of sunrise and sunset, of oceans and mountains, of bright blooming spring flowers, of blue skies, and all the hidden beauty of my daily life. I am surrounded by beauty, and its creative miracle now changes my world from one of drabness to a wonderland of magic and enchantment. 9. Love. I now live in the radiant consciousness of love. I send out love to everyone I meet. This radiant stream of divine love negates all hate and resentment. I am like a loving, trusting child, having faith in all people, and knowing that the divine image of love is within the soul of every living human being. 10. Confidence. I now surround myself with an aura of confidence and poise. I no longer fear anything in life. I know that the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. I radiate confidence in my business and social life. I am at ease in the presence of others, and operate with confidence and poise in every situation. Speak the metaphysical creative word. Have the miracle. When you once practice this form of spiritual communication with the divine mind that is at the center of your being, you can speak the creative word and have the miracle almost at once. As you grow stronger and stronger in the use of these creative commands for working miracles, you will be amazed at how quickly and easily all the forces of nature will bend to your will. Case history. She asked for and got $100,000. A lady who had a 17-year-old daughter came to my lectures and classes in Carnegie Hall for about a year. Her husband was dead, and she had worked hard to bring up and educate her daughter, but they had never been able to make more money than just enough to get along. After this lady had learned the metaphysical method for performing miracles, she asked the divine mind within for the sum of $100,000. She did not know how such a vast sum could ever come to her, but she did have faith that the power within could bring her that sum of money. One day in meditation, she suddenly had a vision that she would win the money through buying a sweepstakes ticket. She had never gambled in her life, and she was astounded when this vision came to her so strongly. She bought a ticket in the Irish sweepstakes, And when the drawing occurred, her ticket was chosen for one of the biggest prizes, $144,000. She won that amount when the race was run, since her horse came in first. She came into the fortune she had dreamed about and was able to do all the things she had wanted to do all her life. I have never bought a sweepstakes ticket in my life, and I certainly do not urge any other person to go about his demonstration of a fortune through this unreliable medium of gambling, but in this instance, perhaps there was no other way by which this lady could have had the materialization of her fortune. And divine mind
names like
Correct. Yeah, these are their usernames. Like they're like
okay.
you'll see that. Yeah, they're not hard to miss if they open up a space. You'll see
Especially because you'll start getting mutual friends from our space. You'll see
exactly.
people
Oh,
in
okay,
those
okay,
spaces.
okay. I
Yeah.
hear
So
you. I
yeah,
hear you. I hear you. I hear
you'll
you. I
see
hear
that.
you.
You'll see that. And then
Okay.
look, listen. If you happen to get banned, right? Ceanne says she'll pay for you to get unbanned. So
Yeah.
we.
And you
Well,
could
to be
if
honest
you're
with you,
that
here's the thing,
interested,
right?
you could listen in the Anons.
I don't really be in spaces like that for real because outside of the fact that I work a lot, I don't like I've stopped going to spaces for a really long time because there's a lot of like
Drama.
weird shit that be happening, especially
Yeah.
among grown women competing to be seen by these men, and obviously probably never been seen by men in real life, so they get on the internet, and because they see that I'm fairly young, they start to pop up at the mouth. And then when I pulled that one lady who pulled up on a nigga at Walmart 3 hours away, when I do that, it's considered, being immature, which I mean in some cases it could be, but I'm a cause and effect ass bitch, so you know what I'm saying, like
3 hours away is crazy.
Nah, there's a situation where this nigga basically commented on a woman's post, like basically saying something negative. And she drove 3 hours and pulled up on him, and the first thing she said to him was, "See how easy it was for me to find you."
Yeah.
And I've never felt words more serious, because do you know how easy it is for me to find you? I have access to databases I shouldn't have access to. Shout out Pops.
Miss Grippy pulled up with the Grippy.
Like
with the Clippy.
Well, I mean, but that's the thing, though. We live in a society where because somebody just ain't gonna give a fuck. You pull up on them and you want to try to do whatever, like how she did. She made him read an apology. What if he just up the pipe on
Yeah, that's dangerous. That's real dangerous.
No, I'm not saying it's not dangerous. Obviously, you better not go in a situation like that and not be strapped. That's stupid as hell. But I'm saying some people are crash outs like that to where they don't even care.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. Like,
even if it makes them look stupid.
they have nothing to lose. You're right.
Yeah, and honestly, when I used to before I finished school and stuff, I ain't had shit to lose, really and truly. So it was grown women on here, 30 plus, 40 plus, looking and talking to me like really crazy, honestly. And I had to step away. I had to be like, you know what, this is not even. And at one point, I even got on the space and I said, well, y'all know this isn't real life, and I will never see y'all ever.
Right. And they're probably all just intimidated from like your PFP.
Honestly, but that ain't even, bruh. That ain't even like.
But that's what drama, like, because I mean, what else could they really base you off of?
They
besides
hate you
like your
because they ain't
posts.
you.
You know something? Even when I was younger, and even now, I still struggle with the concept of people being jealous of me, because I just know myself. Like, I can't necessarily imagine someone looking at me and being like, "Damn, like I wish," or just I don't know, because it's like you don't even know me for real. Like, dude, relax. Like, I had to literally, y'all, let me tell y'all. I had this older lady at work. Her name, can't say her name, but anyways, I almost did. Cause she really had tried me these last couple of weeks.
Be the older ladies at work.
Nah, listen. So in my position at my job, right? They have MAs, and then they have PRN, which is the nurse practitioner. You have an APRN, and then you have the actual DO, and then you have the MD, right?
Yeah.
didn't involve physical sex, then work at Walmart. Like, not no smash of whoever works at Walmart, but I would rather do none of it than work at all. Like, I don't want to work outside the home. I want to be with my kids. That's what I was getting at. Like, I'm like, I don't want to work at all because I don't want to be outside of my home. If I can work from home.
With the campsites, I mean, being a sex worker from the safety of your own home is made more possible than ever.
And let's be honest, right? Let's be honest, right? Like,
sex worker. Do we mean by sex worker? Do we mean like someone that's actually, getting paid to have sex with random dudes?
No. I mean, no. It could be It could be like selling, like OnlyFans, right? Selling videos.
Like, it could be
selling,
feet pics.
Right. No, it like feet pics. Selling your like pictures on OnlyFans or like videos where you're like, using your dildo or whatever they use, whatever rose petal, whatever they call it, right? And so I'm gonna say this. I think like sex workers, these OnlyFans creators, I think it takes a lot of gumption to do what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it takes a lot.
Doesn't that one teen mom have OnlyFans? The one that did the adoption. I think she is.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think it takes a lot of courage, man.
Quite a few celebrities are jumping into the OnlyFans thing. It's definitely changed the landscape of pornography. I mean, I don't even look at regular old pornography anymore. I mean, I only look at live models, right? Live action.
Wow.
I mean, regular porn, fucking scripted old shitty porn is fucking so boring.
Yo, no, head crazy. I'm glad you're like, I appreciate your honesty because most people nowadays.
No more of this performative.
Miss,
but I want the real
characters.
Yes, ma'am.
No,
even if
a lot of dudes will.
Its characters.
No, a lot of dudes will much rather pay, and this is crazy to me. They'll much rather pay for OnlyFans than to watch free porn. It's crazy.
That's true.
Wow.
Like, and I'm trying to understand, like, what's the psychology behind that, right? Because I need to do some more research on that. Like, because if the porn is free, then why would you want to pay for that?
There are there are free campsites of note that aren't OnlyFans. OnlyFans is like the Rolls Royce of live adult entertainment, obviously, right? But,
The Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
Nah, this
there's
nigga
some
sound like a
Chevys.
connoisseur.
There's some Chevy trucks out there too. You know what I'm saying?
That is fucking crazy, yo. The Rolls Royce is crazy. That's fucking hilarious, yo. What? Oh my god. But nah, honestly, yo, that's fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. Like it is. Yo, Reeks, what up? Reeks, what's going on? I just read this great quote by Jeff Bezos, and I was on Google just now, and I tweeted it. And Jeff Bezos said, "Life is too short to hang out with people who aren't resourceful." And I thought that was heavy because I hate hanging out with people who make excuses. It's like, if I'm like, look, listen, we need 1,000 people, right? We're trying to hit 1,000 people to join our community. And then somebody on the team says, well, Power, I don't think we can do it. Well, figure it out, right? Like, what do you mean? Like what do you mean? Like, what do you mean we can't do it? Like, what do you mean by that? Right? Like, are we not creative? Are we not smart? Are we not intelligent? I don't want to hear no excuses.
I got an idea. How about we not make space titles that allude to everybody in the world sucking dick?
That's that. You see,
Alluded.
Yeah, come on, man. That was a metaphor, right? A lot of people had an issue with that title. A lot of people messaged me and said they're not coming into the space, and I'm like, why not? Like, what are you guys scared of, right? Like, it's weird when people don't come into like those type of spaces. Sometimes I wonder, like, okay, what do you have to hide? Like, what is it about the title that's making you uncomfortable? Because like, listen, when I do spaces like titles like "We All Suck Dick," after I get off like spaces, I go to bed at night and I sleep like a baby, right? I don't think about dick. I don't think about anything like that. So I'm trying to figure out, like, the people who are uncomfortable. Now, seriously, the people who are very uncomfortable with being in a space like that. That says a lot about you, right? That says a lot about like what's going on with you. Maybe you think about dick, right? Because I don't. Like, I really don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can have any conversation. I can have a conversation about trans women and go to bed at night and not think of trans women.
I thought
Like,
it was funny. I mean, dick jokes are funny.
Yeah.
Fart jokes
Like,
also funny.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But like, a lot of people had an issue with it, and it was like messaging me like they're not coming into the space, and I'm like, yo, like,
so you're
why
saying
not?
people be getting off your space and going to sleep and having nightmares?
I think honestly, I think subconsciously people who have issues with these titles, right? Like "We All Suck Dick," you might think about dick, right? You might think about, you might think about actually doing it, because I don't have a problem with these titles. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? And the funniest part about it is that I didn't change the title, and look, this is the funniest part, right? Is that we started talking about so many different things, and I didn't even change the title. And that's what really was pissing people off. They're like, "Yo, can you change the title already?" And I'm like, "No, you need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? You guys need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's what's wrong with you guys. You guys are just too comfortable."
My mom got on X and saw me in a dick sucking room. No.
Like, yo, that's a fact. That's a fact. And D-Man, you weren't in that space that day. What's up with you? What's going on? You were like, I didn't see you that day.
Oh yeah, nah, that title wasn't it.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
so what's going on?
I think because
you scared of a little words, D-Man?
It's not about fear. It's about what you co-sign. Like, being in the space is a cosign of the space, and I think it's the same thing with that gay space. Like, I popped in because somebody sent me the room, but it's like it was too much estrogen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm cool off of that.
Hold on, so D-Man, give me a second. First of all, that was not a gay space, right? Now, Max was in the space. We was having a conversation about First of all, the title was a very chill title, right? It
Sounded
just so
very gay. All I heard was gay insults.
no.
And
You're right. You're right. No, the title was chill. It just so happened
I
that
mean, it was a lot of gay people, but it
yeah,
wasn't gay.
a lot of gay
I
people were
didn't
in
even
this
read the
space.
title until someone said something about the title, and then I read it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the topic wasn't even
I
gay.
just came
It
over
was
here
just gay
because
people.
we're on here.
no, and then you know we at Misfits and Nomads, right? We like to push the envelope, right? And so you know, I don't see, you know, I think right that the only way to truly grow is outside your comfort zone. And so when we're having these conversations, when I have a title titled "We All Suck Dick" and it's a metaphor, right? Like I'm trying to get you guys to really, really think outside the box, right? And so if you're uncomfortable with that title, that says a lot about you, right?
it's not
Like,
about discomfort. It's about, again, it's about what you are.
So you
What's the
are
word I'm
afraid
looking
of what
for?
other people think about you?
It's not. It's not what other. No, it's about if you have a solid understanding about what you. What's the word I'm looking for? Like what you endorse. If I know that I don't endorse this ideology, then I'm not going to participate in it.
I respect that.
no, and I
I
respect
don't.
that. I respect that. But here's the problem, right? You don't even know what the fuck we was talking about.
Nah, I definitely like just being in spaces with you. I know that you are using it metaphorically, and you know you're basically saying like working jobs is equivalent.
No.
So you know you're not. So you just said you know that you wouldn't be aligning yourself with said identity or whatever
Yeah,
the
but
fuck you want to call it. So you
I
know
don't
it's a
endorse.
lie. You know it's hyperbole,
No,
but yet still you didn't pop up.
yeah, because I don't necessarily endorse that ideology
Oh,
in
hold
the
on,
metaphorical
D-Man.
sense.
I'm not about to let AFK do that to you because AFK, it took
I
AFK.
was in here,
Hold on,
bro. I was in here, bro.
stop. You're capping. It took AFK a long time to come in here. Mind
Bro,
you.
I was
Yeah,
at
AFK got
work.
more
I
to,
couldn't. No, I don't come
AFK
to.
got
I
more to
couldn't come to.
lose. 'Cause-
No, bro. Listen. I was at work, so I don't really be able to pop in until after the shift changes and get everything situated. So like when I got
Yeah.
situated, I could pop in.
It
ain't you
took.
in Atlanta, AFK? So
Yeah,
you got more to you got more.
you got more to lose. It's crazy because it took AFK like a good 30-40 minutes because mind you, he put something in the like the comment section. He like, yo, when Power
Oh
was
yeah, that
thinking,
shit was funny.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's
I
like,
remember.
yo, he's like when Power was thinking of this title. But I'm like, yo, why aren't you in here? I'm scratching my head. I'm like, yo, why aren't you in here, bro? And then
Because some not somebody, but somebody had sent me the space, so I was like, oh shit. Now I seen it, so when I seen it, I had that little picture, you know what I'm saying? Boom, boom,
yeah,
boom.
somebody
'Cause
did
I
not
knew what
come
the
in
play
here.
was.
Somebody
Yeah,
did
I knew
not
what
come
the
in
play
here.
was.
Meg's initial reaction was, I don't suck dick, right? Like it was, you know what I mean? But no,
It was more like I don't.
Wait a damn minute. Who said that?
no, miss, no. Like so, a few days ago, I had a space titled "We All Suck Dick," right?
Mhm.
And then, and then you know, a lot of people didn't want to come into the space, right? They was like, nah, I'm not coming in here, whatever the case may be. Max, I'm gonna let you finish. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But that was fucking
But I don't, and it's not that. It's just I didn't want it to be known that like I do it with you all.
Wait, she didn't want it to be known that what?
But I do it with them.
Yeah, it was a metaphor. It was a metaphor. I was just like really trying to have a conversation about like how we all like, you know, how we all compromise every day and whatever.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, and we all compromise our integrity.
Even when we don't want to, we do.
Exactly, right. And so
you all kiss up every day, you know.
right,
You kissing up and shit.
right. You know what I mean? And so
Titles do matter.
he said,
Yeah,
"What,
because you're
Meg?"
trying to get a promotion. I know you're trying to get a promotion.
I said now you know titles do matter.
No. Honestly, I don't care. Like honestly, I'm still gonna do it. Like I'm still gonna push the envelope. Like at the end of the day, like bro, you
The
can't.
envelope is gonna push back.
Nah, and that's fine. And let it push back. Like at the end of the day, you can't please everyone. You can't please everybody. There are gonna be some people who like the title. There are gonna be some people who don't.
That title made my day, bro. I laughed
Yeah,
my ass
like
off.
you see that it made AFK day, right? And so There are gonna be people. Go ahead, head crazy. I'm sorry.
Any PR is good PR, goes the saying. We're still talking about that title. We forgot all about all these other titles. So it was marketing genius. Bravo.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you have to like, shock people a little bit. You know what I mean?
Do you keep track of all your titles? Like, do you write
That's a
them
shock
down?
for sure.
Oh no,
Like,
but yeah,
do
I
I
mean,
have
they're on
them.
the
number 30
wall.
was?
I mean, they're on his
Yeah,
page.
no,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah. They're like, I mean, they're on my page, so I don't need to necessarily like keep
Oh,
track of.
for sure.
Yeah, they're on my page. Yeah, and so, yeah, and it's great. It feels good when I go into other people's spaces and they're like, oh yeah, get him the fuck out of here. He was talking about we all should suck dick, right? And I'm like, oh cool.
That shit is funny. That shit is funny.
That should be mad funny. I ain't gonna lie, that should be fucking hilarious.
Imagine if every
It's
single
like
one
a
of your
paywall.
titles-
It's like a paywall. Like your space is behind a paywall that they don't want to
If
pay
you
with
ever
whatever the
text
fuck
me
D-Man
back,
said. He
That
didn't
was
wanna pay
deep.
you. You know what
AFK,
I'm
that was
saying?
deep. AFK, that was deep. That was deep as fuck. But you're right. That was like I never looked at it from that perspective. But that was heavy. But don't repeat it again because I don't want you to give anything away. Right? But yeah. I don't think people heard that. But anyways, like, you know what I'm saying? Show me what's good. Show me how you doing, bro. Relax, what's popping. I'm sorry. Oh shit, my bad. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I was just like watching the You Show earlier on my lunch break, season 5. Yo, that show is really good. That dude is really, really sick. Really, really fucking sick. But that show is really good on Netflix. I don't know if you guys ever watched that show before, but it's a really, really good show.
I might be late. Somebody told me that I should watch Dexter.
Yeah, I'm honestly, Dexter's a little boring, man. I'm sorry, man. Like, I mean, yeah, Dexter is one of those, like, it has its good moments, but it has like I don't know, some episodes are dry as fuck. And yeah.
The theme has a good, like, it has some good, like a serial killer that kills serial killers. Like that concept is fire. So you saying they didn't?
It is fire. Yeah, it is fire. Yeah, it is. But it's slow.
They didn't execute that shit.
Nah, not as good as it. Like even go ahead, Miss Great. I'm go ahead, Miss Grippy, go ahead.
Oh no, I wasn't saying nothing. I was just agreeing with you about you, but I was also saying you kind of late.
Oh no. I mean, I'm late with season 5, right? Because I've watched all the other seasons. I was late with season 5.
You know what's another good watch?
What?
Money Heist.
Money Heist.
You're super late. But that shit was fire.
I'm not late.
Shit.
I've been watching that shit in
I just
2020.
wanted to say you was late.
I've never watched Money Heist. No, I've never watched that before.
Oh, this nigga here. Yeah, you gotta watch it.
Honestly, I've never watched that. Like, that's what I'm saying.
There's
like
2 of them. It's 2. It's 2 of them.
Like, bro, there are so many good shows on these platforms, but I have to be like very intentional, right? Because these shows take up a lot of time, right? Especially because, like, I don't know if you noticed, like, because, like, part of like making these shows, right? They literally have like the whole cliffhanger effect thing they do, so to keep you watching it. And so it's like it's really hard, man. Like with especially Money Heist, right? Like if I start watching Money Heist, bro, I like, you know what I mean? Like,
you're going to want to binge it, bro.
I like exactly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna want to binge it and shit. Like, and I'm like,
I ain't gonna lie, Beauty and Black had me binging that I didn't even want to keep watching, but it made me keep watching.
Yo, Beauty and Black,
Heavy Negro sigh.
Hold on. Is it good? Is Beauty and Black good?
Bro,
honestly,
it's going to piss you the fuck off, but it's still gonna like make you want to keep watching because you like,
the plot
when is this
good.
bitch gonna get better? When is this bitch gonna be better? Like, when is she gonna?
Honestly, whoever her name is,
had no choice but to be what she was.
She could have made so many better decisions. Like, it was pissing me off. I was just waiting when she was gonna make some better positions, and it was not until after. Okay, I'm gonna give you one. If you are a whore, lean into being a whore. Why are you making your job hard?
Because you don't want to be a whore no more.
Just be a whore.
Nah, but like, honestly, Beauty and Black, whoever her, like, I'm gonna look up her name. She is fucking gorgeous, bro. Like, whoever her name, bro.
Mallory, the red girl.
The main, I mean, the star.
Oh,
the star.
Mallory is fucking fire. Mallory is like that.
She's a new actress. I don't think I've seen her.
You talking about the one that be cussing out her husband? The
No.
Yeah, he's
The
talking
guy.
about what's her name? I forget her name. The girl, the main character girl.
Oh, the
Yeah,
stripper.
that's Valerie.
Yeah, the stripper. Yeah.
Yeah, her
I
name.
forget
Yeah, her name's Mallory. Yo, Mallory. Yo.
No, that's not
No,
Mallory.
he
Mallory
talking
is
about. I knew he
the
was talking about Mallory.
And I'm talking about
yeah.
Mallory.
Is
I knew he was
Mallory's
talking about
fire.
Mallory.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about Mallory.
You
Yeah.
need a bitch like Mallory to get you straight.
Yeah.
No,
Honestly,
he would definitely. Yeah, he would. Yeah. He would
Yeah, I
definitely go for a bitch like Mallory.
Yeah, I definitely would go for Mallory, man. Like I mean,
Facts. I love
I've
that
seen
for you. I'm glad you know that you need that in your life.
Yeah, I need a builder. I need a strong woman in my life, a builder.
Yeah, you should go watch that show.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it eventually. But I mean, how many
'Cause
seasons?
you have no idea what I'm talking about.
I don't know how many seasons. How many seasons though?
There. If you watch it, you're gonna be. I'm gonna just let you know now. They got it's 2 seasons, but it's only part 1 of season
hold on.
2.
Nah, give me a second.
And it leaves.
I got it right here. 24 episodes. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
No, it's
Like,
worth
I,
it.
No,
you
it's
think
cool.
so?
It's cool, bro. It's good.
No.
Bro. It's good.
I'm saying.
Because it's 2 seasons.
No, I'm saying. What can I learn? I'm saying, what can I learn from this show as an entrepreneur?
Okay,
Right? Like, what?
As an entrepreneur, it's literally set up around this. It's set up around the biggest cosmology brand there is, and the family that runs
Let's
it.
say it's set up around
Right.
being a nomad. Like she had to make decisions so that she.
I'm speaking to an entrepreneur right now. I'm speaking to an entrepreneur.
Thank
and
you.
I know what
I'm
he's
an
gonna say.
entrepreneur.
No. So, Megs, I'm glad you said that. Say no more, Megs. I will watch it because the minute you mentioned Nomad, like, right?
And the only reason, and I think it's okay for me to say this,
She went on down nomad.
Became a stripper was because her mom kicked her out of the house, and the guy, her pimp, paid off all her debt in exchange for her to strip.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna.
No. He didn't pay off her debt. What he did was he trapped her in debt. No, he didn't pay off her debt. He trapped her.
You know,
Hold on.
Language, like, you know, he worded it as like, I will like erase your record. Like, you'll be free of everything that you've
Right.
done.
So he trapped her in debt by getting her off, so she didn't have to go to jail. So she had to go be a hoe for him and pay him his money.
He didn't word it that way to her. It's a good show.
Okay.
I know that. I'm just telling you the truth. Like, I'm just telling him what it really is. Like,
He takes things literal.
What?
Howard doesn't know that. If you said it that way to him, he would think like, but you have to like emphasize the fact that he like dramatized this life that she was going to be free in, but it was shitty because she was a sex worker.
No, you're making it seem. Hold on, no, bro. The whole reason why she was hold on. The whole reason she didn't lean into being a hoe is because she knew she was never gonna get out of life, because they knew that they was gonna be trapped for life because they kept upping the price.
She wanted to be a nurse, but she didn't have the ability to do so.
Yo, Mallory is sexy. Look, I'm gonna say this, right? Look, listen. I am BD.
She's a woman, so you should take a woman's perspective. Like,
yeah, look, listen. I am
yeah, sure.
IMDb rated this show a 5.8. I don't think I should waste my time.
That's what? That's like
right, because what I said what I said at the beginning. I said great plot, terrible acting.
So, Megs, what do you like? Megs, are you setting me up?
I mean, that's like ideal for Tyler.
Man, I'm trying to give you the real, man.
Nah, I got you,
AFK.
No, AFK, I got you. So, Megs, you setting me up because this is a 5.8, Megs. This is a 5.8.
It's a good plot.
Like, come on now.
All right, so I'll watch one episode tomorrow.
Ooh, okay.
No, it's not gonna do what it needs to do.
Give it 2. You're gonna need 2.
Yeah,
because I was watching with somebody and she forced me to watch 2.
You need to watch at least 3, really.
All right, so I'll
for real though, you do.
Listen, I'll watch 3. Right, I'll watch 3.
After that drama with Blue, and everything just like kind of was like stupid. No, but then the moment she like goes ape shit on literally everyone, and she be shooting up people, like that was, come on now, that was the best part of.
Hold on, you gotta know how to not give spoilers. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the
But like,
spoilers is crazy.
I feel like no, that wasn't a spoiler for real.
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
wasn't
saying.
a spoiler.
I know she might do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to save you. But like, it's I'm telling you, bro, it's going to make you mad, but you're going to keep watching it.
Yeah,
It's like it's
know
like
what happens next.
it's like some sadistic shit that you're gonna do to yourself because it's gonna piss you off, but you're gonna keep watching.
Like I said, great plot, terrible acting.
All right, because like I trust.
5.6 type acting.
Yeah.
Hey, I liked Rain. I liked Rain until
That's
I liked Rain in the beginning. I didn't like the main character girl. I did not like her. I liked Rain.
You know what's a good show? Have y'all seen Your Honor?
Sorry.
That's a good
The one
show.
with the judge's son.
Yeah, that's a
How would you like that one too?
that's a good ass show. Yeah.
Okay, so I am DB gives Your Honor a 7.6. That's not good, right? And
7.6 out of 10. That's passing.
no, that for me, right?
No, that's pretty cool.
For me, it has to be an 8 or over, right? For me to really justify watching it. But
what is Better Call Saul on that list? Let me see. I'm gonna use
let me
that
see,
as
like Better Call Saul. Let me see.
Oh.
Okay, so Better Call Saul is a 9.
Oh shit.
Okay, yeah, Better Call Saul was fucking funny.
Yo, what, a 9?
What's Breaking Bad? That got to be a 10.
Wait, let me see.
Oh, that's probably a fucking 9.7.
Yeah, because
nigga.
Breaking
That
Bad is
shit was
classic.
amazing.
Like, I don't know a show
Breaking
better.
Bad is one of them shows you could start in the middle. and
Damn
still be
near.
good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this, right? Breaking Bad, I stopped watching it after 3 episodes. It was so dry and slow.
Bro,
Like it was
you missing
so.
out. You missing out.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
so,
you missed out, bro.
It was.
You missed out.
But Breaking
And
Bad.
if I feel like you want to watch Breaking Bad, then I think you should watch Better Call Saul first, and then watch Breaking Bad because Better Call Saul is like
It's a spinoff. It's a spinoff.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a spinoff, but it takes place before Breaking Bad. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so Breaking Bad is a 9.5.
Wow.
Yeah, that's damn near a perfect show. Like it does start slow, but it only starts slow to like really like give you the.
So what is IMDb's 10s? Like I want to know what their 10s are for real. Cause like
I mean,
Breaking
it's
Bad
very
not
hard to get a
10, what's
10
going
now.
on?
I mean, nothing. I mean,
That thing is flawless. Like
yeah, nothing out here is that fucking good.
Yeah,
But,
honestly, that's
it's possible.
it is possible.
Nah,
I can't.
I mean, what they give Ozark? What did they give Ozark?
Oh, let me see. Hold on, I got you. Ozark. Let's
Probably
see.
a 9.7. Let's see, 9.7.
Ozark.
I don't really like Ozark.
Ozark was fucking fire. Oh, so they gave Ozark an 8.4.
Damn.
Mm.
Who was rating this? Like, what is his credibility?
Like what
people?
What's the group? Like what?
These are movie connoisseurs, right? These are people who live and
Right.
breathe.
So is there an option for you to see which ones are 10s?
Let me see. IMDb 10.
Yeah, I just looked it up. So Red Sea Film Fest 2024. A movie called Paiswala. These look like foreign films. I'm not seeing shows.
On IMDb?
Yeah, these look like foreign films, and they're only like 10 votes. So I don't know if it really means anything.
Right. No, it doesn't.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody like it's a rating, so you'll never find a show that's a fucking 10 that's been
it's
rated
a rating from the public.
Everybody would have to. Yeah, everybody would have to rate that.
I thought IMDb was like people, like basically.
Nah.
Giving themselves authority. Okay.
The Godfather's a 9.2.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not sick.
I think it's International Movie Database, IMDb. I think that's what it stands for.
What did Guava Island get?
1. Dark Knight was pretty good.
Let me see. Guava Island. Let me see.
Schindler's List. Have you guys ever watched that movie? That was a good movie.
Schindler's List. It sounds familiar.
Guava Island got 6.7.
It was about the Holocaust, but from a German perspective. He was like Hitler's right man.
That dog need to be put down. immediately.
Damn, like so Guava.
What about Underground 7?
What did Guava Island get?
It got a 6.7. Damn, I got a Childish Gambino body, man. That shit wow. But look,
Damn.
it got a 6.7.
Any like you.
I don't know. I like
Welcome
Guava
to
Island.
America. Guns in my area.
Yeah, Guns in my
I
area
got
is
strapped.
crazy. Yeah,
I
but
gotta
nah,
carry.
I gotta carry him.
Have y'all seen
Oh,
Guava
the
Island?
Schindler's List. So that was a German that helped
I
the
saw it.
Jews.
That's with Charles Gambino and Rihanna, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
Where
cool.
watch that?
that shit look
It
trash.
was
But
on
like,
Amazon. It wasn't like
It
mind
actually
blowing.
wasn't. It was really
It
good.
wasn't mind
I
blowing. It was
loved it.
just it was a cool little movie, you know.
I
what
see
you,
Ocean, the women's Ocean 11. It's not called Ocean 11 though, but it's like Ocean's 8.
Ocean's 8.
Yeah.
Snore.
I mean, honestly,
Snore is
Queen,
crazy.
that's not honestly, no. I don't think that's gonna get a high rating.
Nah,
If
yeah,
it did,
it got a 6.3.
yeah. If you said like Salt, yeah.
Oh no, hold on.
What it
Hold on,
what it
I got you.
Ma Rainey's Black Bottom.
Hold on, I got y'all, right? There's this movie that everybody I put on with this movie, bro, after I put them on, they either like bought me coffee or bought me dinner. There's this movie called, you want to talk about Ocean 8, right? There's this movie called Sloane.
Oh yeah, I
Sloane?
know that movie.
Sloane is fucking fire, bro. It's like
It is
that
actually.
that chicken Sloane is badass, bro. Like fire, bro. So you got y'all
She's a
gotta watch it.
redhead, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Do you guys like Korean dramas?
It depends.
There's this show called When
You Can Miss Me.
Tangerines. It's a Korean drama though. It's so good.
Have y'all okay, so there's this anime on Netflix called Blue Eye Samurai.
Oh, I heard it was good.
Yo, that shit, no, it's not just good. I'm telling you. Like from start to finish.
It ain't better than Black Clover though.
Well, no, sweetie, it's not. I'm not even. Why would you even? This is not Beyonce and Gaga, okay? We know which one is better.
That was my first anime series.
Black Clover?
Like yes. So it's like I couldn't watch nothing else. Like I was like, fuck, I don't know why I did that.
So I'm
I
gonna
watched that
give
first.
you a few recommendations, okay? If you like Black Clover, well, I don't know. This is a toss up, but I'm gonna still give it to you. Blue Exorcist, Tokyo Ghoul, which is my personal favorite.
Princess Mononoke.
He not gonna watch that, honey. Misfits of Demon Kingdom Academy.
What's it called? What?
I knew he was gonna wake
You
up.
heard Misfits and said, "Hold on."
Oh yeah, I know. I said, hold on. Misfits of Demon Academy.
Yeah, so it's a show called Misfits of
Oh, I see it
Demon
right here.
Kingdom
I see it right
Academy.
here. I see it right here.
It's so good.
What is it? A 4? 4 out of 10?
Let me see.
What's
It's a
Bleach?
7.
What's Bleach? Because Bleach is one of the animes that I actually like want to go back and rewatch. I used to watch it on Toonami when it would come on, but like I feel like by that time it was like in the middle of the season. Like I went on try to look it up on Netflix and it's like 23 seasons, and I tried to watch it from the beginning. I'm like, what is going on? So I gotta take some time to like really get into that. But I think it's really good. I'm not really versed in the lore.
Have you guys ever watched Ponyo? So cute.
What?
You said Pontiac?
No, Ponyo.
Oh no, I never watched that.
The
Is
one-
is that supposed to be Caillou for anime or something?
No, but it's not for kids, but it is a pretty like. It's not as like, whatever. Okay.
Damn.
Has a deeper meaning and it's pretty cool. Like anime, has like all these futuristic things to it.
Oh, that's okay. That's crazy.
Anime love having spiritual meanings to their shit.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about like Kabbalah-esque, like, you know what I'm saying? They go like they'll have a Kabbalah as the like that's how Black Clover was. You had to complete this thing that looked like the Kabbalah to open the gate to save the fucking universe. Like, I don't know, and the way they tie it, makes you feel like they know. You know what I'm saying?
They
They
got
good
a
at that.
space right now, right? This is hilarious. They got a space titled, and they're deep in this space, man. They got a space titled, "I am proud to be white," right?
Who's they?
Just like
Oh
this
yeah, I saw
white.
that shit.
And
Let's crash that bit.
no, I'm not crashing that, right? But look, hear me out. There's 296 listeners, right? And I'm like, bro, everyone in here, I like, this is fucking crazy work, bro. Like,
Bro, if we misfits and nomads, bro, like on certain days, you should set a day where we all just go crash a space. If we
I
misfits and nomads.
I did that. I did that like yesterday. No, not yesterday. The day before yesterday. What?
With one misfit.
Yeah, nah, I
Right,
know.
bro. You get that's one
No,
nomad,
no,
bro. You
and
gotta bring the gang,
right,
nigga.
right. That would be yeah.
We did it to somebody's space.
Yeah, somebody's space, yeah, for sure. Shout out to Mo Wisdom, man. Shout out to Mo Wisdom, man. We can't wait till Mo Wisdom join the team. Mo Wisdom, I'm gonna send you the application so you can fill it out first. You know what I mean? Because we want serious people here, right?
Dude, if somebody fills out the application, would they ever get denied? Like, is there some stuff on there that would get them denied?
Oh yeah, nah,
Like,
yeah, it
Is
depends,
there
right?
a wrong answer?
No, depending on how they answer the question, yeah, we might not like, yeah, that they will get denied, right? And to be honest,
What's an example of a wrong answer?
So,
until further notice.
yeah, right.
Damn.
did I
They
really
got my
have
bitch in
to?
there pregnant.
Did I really have
Fuck.
to go through an application? Are you
No,
serious?
no.
Yes, nigga.
No, everybody does.
Nigga.
Like,
Yeah, you
so
gotta get jumped in the game.
yeah, no, so
What's
no,
wrong with you?
no, yeah. So Mo, it's not a bad thing. It's not a really a bad thing. Like, because Albert filled out his application, right? It's not a bad thing.
He's
You know
trying
what
to
I'm
get
saying?
his honorary degree.
Yeah,
So
so we're just trying to.
Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this?
No, what are you talking about? I said it like
No, he been
I said it
said
3
this.
nights ago. What are you talking about?
Okay. This is your.
He been said this, bro.
Yeah, I've been said this, bro.
Bro, this is he has a witness, nigga. How about that?
Bro.
Yeah.
I was with you on the crashing the spaces and shit, you know, like shouting out misfits and nomads before we each speak. But now you're tripping. Let me talk to the CEO real quick. All right. Slow down.
What? Let me
Bruh.
say this. Look, let me. So I'm gonna send you the app, right? I'm gonna send you the app, and it's not the big of a deal. Like, you don't even have to, like, you just answer the questions the best of your abilities. It's not a long application.
Man, it's always black people, bro. How about, can I get a discount? Come on, man. I know you fuck with me, bro.
Yeah, nah.
Man, do the fucking application.
Exactly. Yeah, like,
do the application, nigga.
it's so funny, right? It's so funny. Let me say this quickly, right?
Where's his jersey? Where's his jersey?
I don't have one.
Nah,
I
look,
don't have one.
I'm not gonna lie.
Man,
Look,
the
listen. I'm
fucking audacity of these niggas, man.
gonna be honest with you. Mags once told me that, damn, Power, you're expensive, right? And so look, listen, I don't think, in my opinion, $50 is a lot of money, right?
Anything I would say.
You didn't say that?
I don't think so.
Oh, I take that back then. Maybe it was someone else. I'm wilding then. All right, cool. Yeah, no, seriously, like, I in my opinion, I don't think $50 is a lot of money, right?
One time. Like, there's people out here charging monthly.
Yeah, they're charging monthly. There's people on X charging like a monthly fee, bro. Like, monthly.
And it's more than 50 monthly.
Yeah, like, so that's crazy. But now, hold on, let me send out this app, for Mo real quick. And then, whenever you have time, you can do that. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I told you I'm purchasing my jersey before the end of the year.
Oh, I already know. Yeah. We spoke about that. Yeah. You and B, and I'm waiting on Albert, but let me send you this real quick.
What's Albert tell us? Gonna be red, white, and blue?
Honestly, I think red, white, and blue is crazy.
That go hard. That shit will go hard.
Yo, red, white, and blue is crazy. No, Albert, when you fill out the application, it asks you what color you want, right? And so Albert, now I'm not gonna tell you guys what color you want, but it's not red, white, and blue though. It's not red, white, and blue. But it's Captain Tazariak. You know what? I'm gonna, like, because we've done spaces with him before. I'm gonna reach out to him and see if he wants to do a debate. So just to get the numbers up. I'm gonna reach out to him.
Wait,
like,
you saw he just did a debate with Ceanne the Center.
You said what, Megs?
Who's doing the I'm proud to be white space?
Oh, let me tell you. Let me send you the person who's actually running point. She's
a
huge.
woman?
Yeah, she's huge, yo. Like, what the fuck? Meg, check your DMs. Damn, she kind of pretty too, though. Let me say this though. Where the fuck is this
I'm just
thing at?
thinking with my dick.
Oh my god. Yo, Miss is hilarious, yo. That was
Miss
fucking funny.
Miss Grippy, what's your sign?
Yes, guys, I love this game.
Yo, that name is crazy too.
I think you an air sign because you kind of talkative, but I could be wrong.
You are partially incorrect.
That means I'm partially correct.
Yes, I'm air dominant, but I am not an air sign.
Okay. Is your sun sign an earth sign?
No.
Water?
Yeah.
Are you a Cancer?
Nope.
Oh damn, I give up.
She probably a Pisces.
I am.
I ain't
I'm a
gonna lie.
Pisces.
I'll say this right now. Pisces got the
Yep.
best cat. They do.
Yeah, that's
Clark
crazy.
It's
Like I'm
Clark
a Pisces myself. That's crazy. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
See, how I like to describe it is we are the probably most hated but most addictive. Like if people could be addictive, that would be us.
Pisces women are alluring, but I've never been able to get anywhere with a Pisces woman because it's like
What you mean?
I feel like every time I've dated one, and I've only dated like maybe 3.
That's a lot.
It only ever goes so we like when we're talking leading up to the date, it's dope. Like it's like we're talking about like dope conversation. But when we meet in person, it's like I don't know. I feel like I always inadvertently hurt their feelings by accident. Like I always do something that offends them, and I
Okay,
don't.
so
But that's all women, bro.
No. Specifically Pisces, though, 'cause it never goes past the first date. It's always something, and then they just ghost
so
me,
can
or they
I
be like,
okay, so what do you so give me an instance, give me
Bro, I'm known for that shit, bro.
give me an example of what you mean by that.
"Well, you an Aquarius, y'all niggas like."
Oh
stuff
God,
like
nigga. I don't give a fuck.
Listen, hey,
y'all
wait,
niggas
I'm
cactus.
asking him a question.
Okay, so one time for sure, I was on a date. It was dope. It was no problem. Towards the end of the date, somebody called me, and I took the call. But I was like, yo, like I'm kind of busy right now, so like I'll call you later or I'll call you back.
Pause.
And she got mad at that.
Pause. So you said towards the end of the date? Like, what do you mean by towards the end of the date? Like y'all was still sitting at the dinner table?
No, I was like taking her home. I was driving her home.
You were driving her home. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, right? I don't think that she's completely right for getting upset because honestly, you are allowed to feel however you want to feel about a situation or interaction that you've had with somebody. However, it's how you handle it moving forward. So the difference is that you've probably dealt with unhealed and like unstabilized Pisces, which honestly is like committing suicide. Because what happens is that, well, this is just what I've noticed. They're dreamers, right? And so when you do anything that goes against the script that they made for you in their head, it's wrong as heck. I know it is, but that's just
unfair.
what it is.
That is so unfair, and that's why
It is unfair. It's unfair, and that's why I say you can't deal with somebody that's not healed and isn't fully comfortable in their own skin. Now, what I will say is that on the flip side, there's a certain type of etiquette that I can understand where she's coming from in the regards that, like, to be honest, a Pisces wants your undivided attention because you have hers. Did she answer the phone at any point during your
No, but
did it ring?
I don't think so.
Right. So here's the thing, right? I understand that everybody's different, right? But with Pisces, it's like they're sometimes too strict for their own good, but sometimes the boundaries that they place is to hinder from being hurt in the long run, right? So for her, I can tell you this is how she thought, because before I got my life together and was more comfortable in my skin and understanding the value of what solitude can really do for your femininity and all that, right? This is her thought process. Riding him with the car. Oh my gosh, he's so nice. Like, I wonder what our next date is gonna be like. Like, I wonder what he gonna do next. Like, what's up? Like, I'm fucking with him. Like, he's cute. Da 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 da. This car is nice. Like, ooh, it smells nice in here. Bring, bring, bring. The fuck? His phone ringing. We on a date. Like, I hope he's not about to answer that. He answers it. Fuck out of here. Here's the thing. That was her thought process, right? The reason she had that thought process is because she wants your undivided attention. And here's just my personal perspective. If you are on a date with someone, from beginning to end, I should have your undivided attention. So your phone
But do you
shouldn't
want
even be.
do you want a
Here's the
nigga that with no motion? Like you want a nigga whose phone ain't ringing? Like
No. That's not what I'm saying, honey. That is not what I'm saying. See, you're taking it to another extreme. What I'm saying is that she was looking for you to be intentional with the time that you chose to spend with her. She wanted you to appreciate it from beginning to end. I
So
understand
Miss
though
Grippy, does it
that
look like
she
if he don't pick up the phone that he would not pick up the phone for her in the future?
He
Like he
should.
the type
no
of
no
nigga
no
that
no
the
no
phone
no.
will
That's not
ring
what
and
I'm
he
Yo,
saying.
won't
Mo,
pick it
That's
Mo,
up.
I'm trying to DM you, Mo. What's going on with you?
no. That's not what I'm
You
saying.
can't DM me.
Y'all
What's going on?
I can't DM
y'all
you.
missing the point.
so no, I hear what you're saying, and like in reflecting on it, I could understand, damn,
Trying to.
like we were we were vibing, and
Were
damn,
y'all
he
in the
asked
middle
me
of
this
a
song.
conversation too?
We were
Yeah,
talking.
see that that
Yeah,
that part too, because it's like, here's the thing, right? I understand that maybe somebody who called you, if you don't mind me asking.
it definitely was another girl. Like I ain't gonna
Bitch,
lie.
get the fuck out of my face right now.
But
Oh yeah,
no,
you
no, but
cook,
look,
nigga.
but
I
look,
was
Oh,
this
trying
my
to
this
be
is
on
my
our
your
first
brother,
side,
date. This is
nigga.
our first
my
date.
brother
You
B's
cook,
in here. What's
nigga.
good, B?
I'm over here trying to play devil's advocate. You over here doing some.
No,
Oh
no, no,
God,
no.
nigga.
I understand.
No, I'm
No, no,
over
no.
here
I
trying to be on
understand.
his side and shit. Then
You wrong.
you
You wrong.
pride, nigga.
Nah,
Yo, honestly,
I
Case
understand,
closed.
but like, no. I understand, but like, it's just I feel
What's
like
your
it's gonna.
sign?
I'm a Gemini.
Straight from hell.
But
I
Gemini and
knew
the
it.
Pisces, y'all trying to fight
Yeah, no,
every
I
day.
think I think I think
yeah,
it's just
I agree
too.
with that,
It's
AFK.
it's too because like we're both immutable, so it's like our moods shift like very quickly. But the difference is Pisces, y'all are water and mutable, so like y'all emotions are shifting on top of the mood. Like it's different. I think the
Unfortunately, you
attraction.
can't play that card actually because here's the thing. One thing about what y'all don't know about
Nah,
Pisces.
we're wetties.
Pisces is the sign. Hear me out. Pisces is the sign that is actually has the traits of every single sign before it. It is the final sign
Yeah,
in the zodiac calendar, right? Pisces' power, especially when it comes to emotion, it has to be they have to be very selective on who they allow. Respectfully, you disrespected her. And I understand you may not have seen it that way because y'all was just going on a date, but from the standpoint of like Pisces love hard, right? And they fall
no, I
fast
feel
and
that.
they, you know what I'm saying?
I
So
not feel that, but okay. So that's one instance. But there was another time where nothing like that happened. There was no disrespect.
mm.
The only what did happen, we actually spent so long together that our cars got locked in the garage that we had parked in. So we had to like get a ride home and come
So,
early
but
in the
you
morning.
fucked all that up when you picked up the phone and it was a
No,
bitch.
no,
Like
no,
you
no. This
fucked
no,
all
no.
that
This
up.
is
this is a
this is
different
this
girl.
is a different one. This is a different one. This is a
Hmm.
different Pisces. So we actually the date like actually went longer than anticipated. Like we were actually sitting in the park like just talking for like mad long hours. And we actually like realized, oh shit, it's late. And we went to go get our cars, and the garage had locked. So we had to like leave and come back early in the morning. And so when we met the next day, it was like, oh yeah, like good to see you. But then she's just like, yeah, nah. She then texted me after we left. It's like, yeah, I can't do this. And it's like, like we literally
She
spent the
said I
whole
can't do this and okay,
after.
Did she
so
spend the night at your crib?
No, 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 no,
Did
no.
y'all
We
meet
we,
back
we
up or how
no,
did
we
it go?
parted ways. We parted ways
you
and came
parted
back
ways.
early in the morning to get our cars.
Came
So we
back
actually
early in
like,
the morning to get your stuff. Okay, I feel
yeah.
like there's something that's being negated here.
Yeah,
I don't
did
know.
you call her
Bro,
when
I
she
didn't.
got home? Did you let her know you got home? Did you talk to her? that night type
Like
shit?
what was the interaction from beginning to end the next morning? Like
Um,
No, we got to know what did you talk to her before that
I
night?
don't.
Like,
I
did you
don't
talk to
think
her that
so.
night?
I don't think I talked to her that. Maybe I said I got
Okay,
home
now
safe.
answer Miss Grippy question. All right.
No, I think I did say I got home, but in the morning I got there early. I think I got there before she did, and then when I saw her, I walked up to her and I was like, hey, damn, that was crazy.
did you give
And
her a
then
hug?
That's
I greeted
crazy.
her. Yeah, I greeted her and
You had
everything.
the same clothes on. You had the same clothes
Nah,
on.
fuck no.
Okay.
You-
Question. And I know this is gonna sound a little okay. The first time that y'all met up, did you like that was y'all first date ever?
Yeah, so I've only ever had first dates with Pisces, never gone beyond the first date.
Okay. At any of these days, did you bring flowers?
Man, fuck
Come
flowers,
on,
bro.
bro.
Shit.
No, I'm
No,
just
like
asking.
I swear to
Yo,
God,
I'm
nah,
asking
that
a
shit pisses me
question.
off.
nah. I never brought flowers on the
No,
first date.
okay.
It
Did
triggers me
did
about the flower shit.
like, and I really am trying to figure out why that triggered you though. That's kind of weird.
I'll tell you
He,
why
he's a,
after
he's
we
a
get
di-
done with this.
he's an Aquarius. That's a different animal. Like Gemini's, you could work with us on some level. Aquarius, them niggas is straight
Cause I'm
rebels
like,
just
what do you?
without a
Cause to
cause.
me, here's the thing. Like, to me, you know, small gestures go a long way. Um, I think also the
But
problem with
I
Pisces
don't
is
want to.
that they also place like not unrealistic expectations because I feel like most Pisces expectations are really realistic. It's just not communicated well or effectively. So it's
It's
like
not that's the thing. It's the communication. It's like they be wanting you to think. They be wanting you to like know what their boundaries and shit is before.
right. And so that's why I said you can't deal with the unhealed. Now that first one
Yeah, I
she was
dated.
not unhealed.
No, I dated.
You were playing.
No, absolutely. I dated
Yeah, I ain't mad at that.
yeah, one of my ex girls. She was a Pisces, and I'm not gonna lie, and I'm a Pisces too. So that it was pretty cool. It wasn't that bad. Like she just was very she got mad because she was a traveler's nurse. So she got mad because I told her like I don't celebrate holidays. And so Valentine's Day came and all her homegirls was getting gifts from
Yeah,
their
no, that was never
boyfriends.
gonna work out.
Yeah, and then I told her like,
Yeah,
yo,
that was never gonna work out.
and mind you, like I'm literally like articulating to her why I don't. I'm like, look, listen,
She
you
don't give a
know,
fuck. It was never
and
gonna
yeah,
work out.
yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
I fucked up, man, because she even said it like she act like, bro, one day, look, I fucked up. I should have just got her flowers, right? Because one day, right,
No shit.
she told me we was having a conversation because she took me out for my birthday. We was having a conversation. She's like, yo, she just finished watching the Kanye West documentary, Genius. Or is it Genius or whatever? And then she said, and then that documentary, I don't know what the documentary did to her, but it inspired her. She's like, and at the time I was doing content on Clubhouse, she's like, I wouldn't mind, like after watching that documentary, I see what you creatives go through. I wouldn't mind moving you in like with me and you can just focus on that. And I'm like,
Love.
word. But what I should have did just got her the fucking flowers and moved in her crib. I'm so pissed.
I'm so glad she was free from the shackles of your bullshit.
Yeah,
Fuck. I'm
you dropped the
pissed.
ball. You
I
fumbled it.
dropped the ball. So
Fuck, nigga, you
I
fumbled
should have,
I'm
it.
yo,
so glad she was
I
free
know.
from the shackles of
Yo,
your
you know me, because
bullshit.
I was trying to stand on business, right? But I was like, nah, I don't celebrate these holidays, bro. But damn, I should have just got her a
So you
gift.
didn't even. So what did you get for
Still
her
bit the
birthday?
bullet, bro.
Her
Pause.
birthday?
Yeah.
Oh no, we didn't get to that point though. We broke up.
That's crazy. So wait, so Miss Grippy, so in your mind, like, or at least from the female Pisces perspective, like when a man deviates from the, I guess, fantasy that you kind of create for that relationship, is that like an
So
immediate? Go ahead.
so I'm a boss. So for me, it's like when you a boss, you do whatever you want. Did y'all get that reference? No, nobody
Not
get that.
really.
Okay, that's okay.
Didn't care to.
Huh? So
I,
to be honest with you, for me, I'm a very simple woman. Um, I am more quality time, acts of service, words of affirmation kind of person. I do love being like affectionate and that's cool and everything, but I'm very action based. So for me, my my yeah, once you just stop being a man of your word, I don't think there's any other way to describe it. Like unfulfilled promises, even just just I don't know. Men just talk too much. I don't know.
But my question is it like an immediate like switch? Like, oh, like it's
No,
like,
I
ugh, man.
actually give people chances to prove themselves because I do believe that nobody's perfect, and you also do need to teach people to how to love you correctly because everybody's different. You got to teach people, but at the same time that person has to be willing to also learn how to love you, because one thing I've learned is that if someone is not willing to learn how to love you, they don't actually love you. They just love what you do for them and how you make them feel. And no, it's kind of just like nah. So for me, is that I give people chances. My sister might say I give too many chances. I agree, which is something I plan to change in 2026 because they've been playing on my top this year.
I feel like I always meet people that that run out of chances. Like, bro, like give me a chance. Like, I feel like I always meet people at that point where they're like, oh, you got one time, and then I'm just going like,
No, see,
break you off.
no, but it depends on the person too, because I do have people that I meet that I'm like, you got one time, and I mean that. And then I got people who it's like, it's all right. You just need some guidance for real, because it's like
This how I feel. Go ahead.
it's about discernment too. Like,
This my thing about the flower shit, right? To me, I don't feel like flowers on the first date is special. I feel like that's some head ass shit. It's like, yeah, you bring flowers, nigga. How many times have you brought flowers to the first date? Nigga, this don't make me special. Try again. You know what I'm saying? To me, what's actually special if you show up with flowers on the third date. You know what I'm saying? Because now it's like I
I'm just saying flowers
actually
in
went to the
general.
store and got these because I actually like you. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like
but I'm saying
that
I'm
seems
not
special
saying
to me.
it doesn't matter when. I was just asking if he had did that. But what I'm saying is no matter when you give it, I just think flowers in general is a nice touch.
Well,
No
I
matter
didn't get a
what point of
chance.
no matter what point of the date it is, I think it would be a nice touch, and I think we're getting back to simple gestures because can I say something? Social media has truly ruined and warped women's understanding of what it means to be loved and considered, right? Because I seen a video of somebody saying I remember means more than I love you, because someone remembering something about you and considering you, to me, is in fact worth more than someone saying I love you.
I can see that.
Because it actually takes effort to consider someone in your decision making. Like, you have to stop and think, how is this going to make them feel? My goal is to make them feel happy. So how can I do that? My goal is to make them feel loved. How can I do that? And that's where I feel like I become sort of kind of considered strict, because if I don't see within you a desire to like learn that, like if you're able to remove money from the equation and actually show me how you would benefit me in like a downtime, like I do struggle with my mental health sometimes, like in a moment where I would need motivation. Are you a motivating person? Women in here, be very mindful of being with a man who doesn't compliment you and intentionally doesn't compliment you because he thinks you already think you're pretty. Like, there are men who will literally be like, well, you're pretty. Well, I got to tell you. Hell no. Run to the nearest exit immediately. He hates you.
Yeah, that's a
By the
fact.
way.
You pretty much dating a hater at that point.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking on my ass. Like, obviously I've made very terrible decisions in male partners, but obviously I'm here with no children, so I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, man. I mean, my last relationship taught me.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, yeah, I'm so proud of you, right? Like, my last relationship, taught me that, um, she taught me a valuable lesson, and to always, to ruthlessly prioritize my needs and to be extremely selfish, right? And so for me, when I'm dating a woman now, um, if she's not helping me build my empire, she doesn't have the resources I need, then I'm getting rid of her, right? I'm no longer interested in dating for love. I'm dating for power, right? And
So
so,
you're saying that she taught you the lesson she taught you is to be less in?
correct. That was well
Right.
said.
So,
Yeah. So
and
I'm
so
only.
as a result of that, you're going to take another woman.
No, I'm not gonna hurt her. I'm just saying that I'm not dating for love anymore, right? Because
Okay,
like
so here's the thing.
the last relationship I was in, I was madly in love.
Was it the
And
Pisces? Oh.
no, not at all. And then there
The
was
Capricorn.
there was some things that happened. No, she was April 18th was her. What's
Oh, you
April?
had an Aries, bitch. You was
Aries,
never
yes.
gonna you
Yeah,
was
Aries,
never gonna get
yes.
out alive.
Yes, Aries, yeah.
You
Worst.
were
Yeah,
never
bro,
gonna
they are the
make
Oh
it.
yeah,
worst.
no,
They are the
they
worst.
burn you. It's good when it's
No,
good,
yes,
but they will burn
but they burn you, yeah. And so
They
and so,
are also extremely selfish. And
oh,
so as a
yes,
Pisces man with a woman like that, you also being a selfish person, but also having like
no, I'm
y'all
not.
was in a
Now I am.
no
Now
no 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 no
I'm
no
going
no
to
no no
start.
no 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 stop honey, stop right there. Brooks, you're probably going to try to tell me that you weren't selfish before her.
Oh no, my
Be-
fault. No, you're right. I was selfish to some extent, but now I'm going.
okay.
Now she
And
taught. Like, I'm being even
right.
more selfish. Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is y'all was basically having a competition at some point. Who could be
No,
more
no. It
selfish?
wasn't even. No, it wasn't even like that, bro. Like, it wasn't even like that,
So
man.
what was it then?
She was very, like, in my opinion, she was very emotionally abusive, and so,
How, in what way? What happened?
oh, in many ways, hold on, like, and so for me now, I'm be honest, I'm not saying this is my first bad experience with a woman. I'm saying that this is that was the final, like, I'm no longer like dating for love. Like, I'm no longer doing that at all, right? That is a waste of time. Now, what I'm going to do is date a woman who can help me build my empire, right? Who has the resources I need financially. And so I'm dating for power. I'm not dating for love, right? And I do think a lot of times we get caught up and we date for love and we invest in the wrong people, and then that's how you get burned, right? And so that's just me. That's what I'm going to do in my life. But I don't know. You guys can do whatever you guys want to do.
To be honest, I'm dating with the Darwinism in mind. I want the best possible specimen for my children. I really don't give a fuck because right now, honestly, I've gotten to a point in my life where I really genuinely my life would be much more effective as a single parent, but not as a single parent from an unhealthy situation. Like I'm talking about like artificial insemination, shit like that. And that's just
So
my
you don't
personal
want a
opinion.
man. You don't want a man.
No. It's not that I don't want a man. I don't want the
You don't want a
liability of
man.
what a man is today.
Believe it or not, a lot of them think like this, bro.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
A man is definitely a liability in an ambitious woman's life, especially if it's not the right man. Because here's the thing: the reality is that in my field, in the medical field, I am not a white woman. I am not a Latina woman. So the men in my field are not checking for me. And I know y'all probably thinking,
No, and I don't blame them for not checking for you. I'm sorry,
Oh
but
my
let me
god. I'm
rephrase that.
finna
I'm
mute
sorry,
up,
that came
bro.
out bad. That was bad. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me rephrase that. No, you are very beautiful sister, right? What I'm saying is that I don't blame you because I'm gonna say this, right? Who's in here? It's just us. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I see why black men date outside their race, right? I'm gonna keep it a buck. I see why because I'm gonna be honest, right?
I'm almost there, bro.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest, because Mo Wisdom put up a video, right, where he was with some Spanish chicks, and I'm like, go Mo, right? And I'm gonna say this, right? I see why. Once again, Miss, you're a beautiful, smart sister, right? I'm not gonna put you in a box with all black women, but like I see why black successful men date outside their race. They go get them like a Kim Kardashian or whatever the case may be. Because here's what I'm thinking: why would I date a black woman, right? When I'm successful, when I was broke, none of them gave me a chance. I might as well date outside my race and give a new woman outside my race the opportunity to be blessed with my resources. If you're my kind, if you're black like me and you didn't hold me down, you wasn't shooting in the gym with me, I'm gonna go get me a Spanish bitch and give her a chance, right? Because you were not there. And the problem with a lot of our sisters is that they forget that we as black men and women, we're in this together, right? They forget that. And then they want to meet black men at the finish line. That's cool. By the time you meet me at the finish line, I'm going to be with that Jennifer Lopez. I'm not checking for you.
Or I'm gonna
So
be
check
with
this
10
out,
of
right?
you, or I'm gonna be with 10 of the black girls. Like it
Here's
is
the
what it
thing,
is.
Right. Oh
right?
yeah, I'm gonna be with 10 of those too.
And that can be your perspective, and you can have it for sure. And if you like it, I love it. But I also hope that you're keeping the same sentiment for black women who do hold men down and they dog them out and they decide to switch to white men.
Okay, so
Or
Miss,
Mexican or whatever the case
no,
may
Miss,
be.
I'm glad you mentioned.
Sure, go ahead.
No, so go ahead. It's crazy. Sure,
No.
go ahead.
I'm not saying I personally
No,
want to do
Miss,
that.
I
I'm
know you're
saying
not saying that. No, Miss, you're not saying. But Miss, you're right. Objectively, right? Yeah, there are women, black women, who have hold black men down. They've been burned. But let's be honest. Those women are a minority of women, right? There aren't the majority of black women holding men down and being hurt by that. That's not happening, right? Because most black men are still conservative, still very traditional. They believe in holding doors, paying bills. Even black men on X, they be cash apping chicks that don't even like them. So a lot of black men are still, they have that they have that traditional mindset still, right?
And
And
let's be real. Who did they hold down? Like, cause be real. Like, black women love gay men and gangster men. Like gay men and gangster men. So it was holding down that gangster man and saying that, okay, nigga ain't even saying I'm gonna get out the streets. Niggas just in the streets, and then she get burned. Either he cheat on her or he go to prison and basically die to her. So like where are these women holding down their men that's not gangsters?
I can't really speak on that personally because those type of men are not my preference. I'm sure somebody else can give you a breakdown, but I'm not saying that, like, how do I explain this? Just because men in my field aren't checking for me doesn't mean that men in general are not checking for me. But what I'm saying is, in a space where I am,
I don't think they're not checking for you because of your skin.
Sweetie, I live in Texas. They definitely not checking for me because of my skin. Okay.
no, so I used to live in Houston, and maybe you need to go somewhere else because in Houston,
I'm not in Houston, baby.
Okay, my bad, baby.
Yeah.
Right, but in Houston, right, the black men in Houston, they are going crazy for black women out there. Like they are tricking.
You know what else is going crazy in Houston?
Yeah, the HIV and everything.
Okay.
STDs.
Yeah, no.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right about that.
But a test. But so you.
Nah, yeah, you got to get tested.
You ain't got to fuck them until you get tested.
Exactly.
I understand what you're saying.
Don't make that a
but
barrier.
Why would I even put myself in the vicinity of that?
Because you can
gotta get tested.
go
What are
on
you talking
dates until you go.
BJ was good. BJ,
I'm not negating that, but I'm saying, like, in general, like,
how you doing?
Why would I even want to be around that?
Good.
You don't know. Everybody in Houston ain't got it. Everybody ain't got it. And if that's the case, you got it too. What the fuck?
What?
No, I'm saying you're making it seem like why would I be around that? And you saying you live
But
in a
what I'm
city where
saying
it's
is the
there.
statistics are showing that it's very high. What I'm saying is, why would I purposefully, just because the men out there are checking for black women, but like they're also carrying deadly diseases uh, like
I thought you was already out there.
All right,
no,
so let me
I'm
ask.
not
So
in
let me ask
Houston. I
everybody.
literally said I'm not in Houston.
So let me ask everybody this controversial question: would you guys, if you guys met somebody who was great, amazing, and everything, right?
No.
Hold on, they were great, everything, right? And you guys hit it off, like the first month, you guys hit it off, but you haven't had sex. My fault. Yeah, you haven't had sex yet. Then you guys go get tested, and you find out this person has HSV2. Would you stay with them?
Fuck no.
Nah. She could have a tail.
Fuck
I
no.
consider it.
Fuck
She could have
no.
a tail where her collarbone is, and I might think about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Let me tell you why I wouldn't do it, right? Here's my theory. Whenever you do something like that, subconsciously that person doesn't respect you, right?
Absolutely.
They
Because
they
that's a
don't.
first date conversation.
Yeah, they don't respect you, bro. Like they
That's
don't.
a
They're not
first
gonna.
date
Exactly.
conversation.
That's a
Even if you
first
don't
date.
plan on having sex, if you're fully aware that you tested positive for any sort of sexually transmitted disease, you need to actually put that shit in your dating profile. Like, I don't know. That's
That's a
something
fact.
that's very, very, very like. And to be
They should
honest,
make an
I
app for
I
people with
strongly
STDs to like date each other.
hmm?
They have apps like that,
They
I
should.
think.
Oh, okay, never mind.
They do
I
Yeah.
have
was saying
apps
they
like
should have
that.
a
And
dating
and
app for
there's
them to
there's
date
It's
communities.
just
together.
called
The funny, let
Tinder.
me tell y'all something actually. This actually happened to me.
Oh, that was
He
funny.
said
Somebody
Tinder.
no, let me talk, right? I was living in Miami. This man asked me on a date. He was like, I'd like to take you out. I want to take you to lunch. Cool. We had lunch. He tells me he has HSV2. And he was like, I completely understand if you don't want to continue talking to me. Um, but I just felt like I needed to tell you. And I was like, I appreciate you telling me. I definitely am not going to continue this because I don't have anything like, and I'm not willing to risk that
Yeah, like I think
because
it's for like you should it should be like something for other people so that way because like who in their right mind is going to want to deal with that? Like
I'll give you. I'll tell you a true story. Long story short, I met this dude in Seattle. Right, he was a romantic, a pathetic one. Right, but I met him in Seattle, and he was my coworker. And it's so crazy because he said that he was dating a girl who had HIV. And, he didn't know until like 3 months later, but he already was really feeling her vibe. He like, oh, they had this connection and a strong connection. And then, she's like, yo, she's on medication, whatever the case may be.
which
And
doesn't fucking matter.
I know, which doesn't matter. Tell me how he decides to stay with her, right?
Huh?
Hold on. This is going to get crazy. He decides to stay with her
For what?
and to be in a relationship with her. So he rolls the dice, right? He rolls the
Fucking
dice
hell.
and he rolls the dice. They stay together. Tell me how the first argument they have, guess what this chick tells him? Like the first argument they have, she tells him, like, yo, like, I'm sorry, my fault. What he said that was that every time she got angry, she used to threaten to leave. And so he felt betrayed because he's like, yo, wait, like, I risked my life, like, for you. And you're always like threatening to leave when things don't go, you know what I'm saying? And they used to
Where is she going exactly?
Seattle.
I think that's the flip side. I think the flip side of like the person with the STD not respecting the other person. The flip side is the like that situation where you feel like a
He
kind of
just
an
don't respect
entitlement.
himself.
Entitlement,
Yeah,
yes.
it's
It's
like
the
you should
entitlement. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you should want to stay with me because I'm putting my health at risk for you. Like that's some real shit. But you just treating it like it's nothing. Like
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't do it.
I mean, he has
Because
the
yeah,
right to feel
that's a
that way,
fact.
but he also had the option to not fuck with her, and he should.
no, you're right though. But
True.
at the end of the day, like I feel as if I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Like if I do that for you, right, then I feel as if you should move a little differently. I'll give you an example. God forbid, right? If a woman did that for me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would honor that woman. I'll be like, damn, you really decided to stay with me after all that? You
Okay,
know what I'm
so I'm gonna
saying?
give y'all a lighter situation and see how y'all feel about it. Just a little lighter, right?
Good.
You start dating this girl, right? You like her. 3 months down the line, y'all both get tested, but then a week goes by before y'all actually do it. In between that week, she decides to hunch on somebody else and gets what's one of the curable ones?
Like chlamydia.
Mm, I guess. Okay. We'll do that one. Right? She gives it to you. Obviously. You figure that out, not because you are having symptoms, but you just, as a responsible adult, go get tested after you have sex, right? What are you doing in that situation?
Breaking up.
And
Like what?
wait,
There's
hold on.
nothing like.
Is she admitting that she cheated and stepped out as well?
I mean, that's
Yes.
obvious because, like, if you got
But see, the
tested,
thing is,
It's not always
yeah.
obvious though. You know, some of them be trying to lie.
but there's nothing, there's no lie. Like, if you get tested at the beginning of the relationship and then you get tested and you know that you
Well,
haven't fucked
but
nobody
here's the
else,
thing. Here's the thing. It was yeah. They were getting to know each other. They weren't technically like officially dating, but they were having conversations of being exclusive, right?
I mean, either
So they're
way,
dating. They're
either
dating.
way,
They're just not exclusive yet.
Right. So they were
either way
dating,
it
but they
goes.
weren't completely exclusive.
But the bottom line is you burn somebody, so
Mm,
that's that's eh, that's an offense. That's not.
well, he stayed with her and they're married for 2 years now.
Yeah.
I'll give you
Better
another
than me.
story. I'll give you another story. Like, long story short, my ex, well, my ex, right? Her cousin, this was a dude. Oh my God, this is crazy. People are evil. Her cousin was a dude. She was with this chick. They was with each other for a long time. They even had kids together, right? The entire time, Shorty had, I think it was HIV or AIDS, and never told him. And they had kids, right? And so one day he goes into the bathroom. God works.
Hmm.
He goes into the bathroom and he sees, she got a little sloppy with it. So he sees some like medication. And so he's Googling, some
No
of the
shit.
medication. Yeah, he's Googling it because he's like, what's this?
Yeah.
Bro, that nigga was so pissed, bro. Well, he didn't kill her or anything. He didn't do nothing crazy. He got tested. He was fine. He left her, but that right there fucked him up really bad. And then this was my ex-girlfriend cousin. And I was like, yo, that is wicked work.
You see, I,
Bro, if that test would have came back positive, he would have burnt the whole house down. Bro, he would have
Yeah,
he would have crashed out,
I'm
bro.
gonna keep it a buck with you. If that test would have came back positive, bro, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I would have came back home and I would have told her, you're not going anywhere. Right.
You gotta say right at the end, right? Just that whole cadence. You
That
gotta keep that cadence,
like
bro.
that whole cadence, like
This nigga Power's a super villain, bro.
Oh God,
yo, like
nigga.
yo, I'm just being
okay.
honest.
Okay. So say for example, you in the heat of the moment. You don't get tested, right? Y'all have sex. She gives you chlamydia. You still talking to her?
Oh, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. No, I'm not talking to her. Nah, that's violation. I'm not
Big
talking to her.
violation.
That's a big
Yeah.
violation. I'm not. That's crazy. That's crazy work. I'm not talking to you. Like, what the fuck?
Because if you do that, you could easily give somebody
But
AIDS, and that's
No, and
but you know what they like to say? I didn't know.
that you're right. And this is where it gets scary, bro. Because a lot of people, their moral compass, they have that is twisted. right? And a lot, because I'm a type of dude, God forbid, if I was to have anything that was really bad, I'm staying single, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna find somebody that has whatever, but I'm gonna stay single because that's just me. That's the type of nigga I am. I'm not trying to spread anything to nobody. Some people are so delusional, son. They'll even try to, like, I was watching an interview. I'm gonna put it in the jumbo. This girl had herpes, HSV2. The bitch said, right, that she was trying to convince herself that she didn't really have it, and she was still sleeping with men. And she would hold on, and she wouldn't tell the men. And I'm gonna put it in the
That's a
jumbo.
crime, by the way. Did y'all know
Yo,
that?
bro, I don't even know. I mean, I don't know what it's like for HSV though. I don't know what it's like for herpes though. I don't know.
It's still a crime.
Like knowingly spreading it.
It's
Yeah,
a
that's
crime if someone finds you guilty of knowing that you have a STD, especially a serious one that requires like medical attention or like multiple days of having to take a certain medication, it's illegal. It's actually a felony.
That's wicked. Yeah. So check the jumbo. That's that is the interview I was watching.
Oh my
And
God, a white woman.
check the title. The title of the interview is "Why I Didn't Tell Men I Had Herpes."
She's fucking insane.
Yo, oh
And
my
it's a white
God.
woman.
This is wicked work, my nigga. And then I'm gonna put another interview in the jumbo with this black woman. This black girl from Atlanta was a stripper. This dude kept on coming to the strip club, tricking on her, spending money on her. And then guess what the dude used to do when he hang out? He used to have like his alarm clock on his phone, right? And then he used to tell her, and he used to take his medication, but he used to tell her like, "No, I'm just taking supplement pills, whatever, supplements." Come to find out, bro, he gives her HIV. Boom. Guess what she was doing? She was still dating men while she had it, right? And that's what I'm saying. So people, their moral compass is twisted as fuck. And I think there's a lot of people in this world that are wicked. And I think there are a lot of people in this world that are wicked that people don't even, that you don't even know. Like you're walking by somebody every day who's just straight, pure, just evil. You know what
So
I'm
here's the
saying?
thing. I have a rule for myself, and y'all might not agree with this rule, but I have a rule for myself. It may seem a little strict and unadventurous, but this is my rule, right? When I'm in a relationship, that's that. I'm still going to get tested every 6 months. In the beginning, every 3 months, but after maybe like a year, every 6 months. If I am single, right? Number one, I don't
What's good,
ever,
Albert?
huh?
My fault. I was just saying, what's up, Albert? What's going on? Go. I'm sorry.
If I'm single and I'm human, if I'm desiring or craving a sexual partner, 9 times out of 10, I'm a recycle, right? I know it sounds crazy. I just don't.
That's
I
real
don't.
life. Everybody recycle when they single.
Yeah, it's for me to me that's safer, right? Also because these people know my my structure. You get tested, you give it back to me, we good. You know? But in that same case, if I'm single, it needs to stay at one sexual partner. Like I like the concept of like cracking more than one person is just I don't like it. There's so much uncertainty in that. And yeah, the other person might be also cracking multiple people, but that's a conversation that I have from the beginning. It's like if you're gonna be messing around, you can't be over here. And I will
No,
know.
I'm with you on that.
At that point, why not just get in a relationship?
Because sometimes you don't want to be in a relationship. Sometimes you want to be sexually pleasured, and that's it.
I ain't gonna hold you. I
You
don't think.
can, but
Never
I
mind.
think it's just too good.
What you about to say, T
Yeah,
man?
man. I know where you're going.
Oh yeah,
Don't burst your bubble.
Albert. Yeah, we reviewed your application. You're good, bro. Just no pressure. Yeah, believe that. Just no pressure though. Whenever you're ready, you
This
can.
nigga get on my
Yeah,
nerve, bro.
you
He
believe that.
fucking piss me off.
Whenever you're ready, no pressure. You could just send that my way, but you're good to go though. No
Thank you.
pressure. But yeah. Anyways, let me let D-Man go. D-Man, you was gonna get in there.
Yeah, my application's complete, by the way, too.
Excellent. Okay, I'll look it over. That's really cool, man. I want to see you guys' answers, bro. Like, I'm gonna send it the link to B2 whenever he's ready. He could do that too. But
Yeah, I kind of want to
Hey,
see that. I want to see this application.
You're not
put
allowed.
no, you're not
what I
allowed to
put
say
in
You're
it.
not
the
allowed.
Yeah,
in the pill
only
in the jumbotron.
only serious inquiries or inquirers. Now let me not.
Inquirer.
Let me stop. Let me say this to B real quick. But no, honestly, honestly, that's why I'm single now. People make fun of me, that I haven't had sex in a year and 3 months, right? And so, I'm just single. I'm chilling.
Kudos to you.
Yeah, I'm single. I'm chilling. I'm just chilling.
Hey, Power, what I put in the pill, put it in the jumbo.
I got you.
Yeah, but like,
Kudos
don't
to
like.
you for that.
I don't get
like
the
powers.
shame in that. I don't get
Remember how
people really
earlier
like.
you was talking about you don't like when people lie to themselves? I'm one of those people. I don't lie to myself, so I know how I get
Like
when it's
like with
ovulation
power,
time.
like what Power said. Like, okay, a year and 3 months, 6 months, wherever he said. Like, abstinence is totally fine. Like, you don't need to go out and seek partners that may give you a disease and may
You're
do that
absolutely right.
just for the fun of it, right? So
You're
like,
right.
you don't have to go do that. So why do so many people choose to do that just because that's a
Because
different way of getting gratified?
there's an oversaturation of using quote unquote free will without adding critical thinking and logic. So everybody's just doing shit for the plot without thinking of how the plot's gonna end.
Hey, y'all, look in the jumbotron, and what do y'all think? What do y'all think about that? Her body, like, is that too much? That's cool. That's not good. You fucking with it?
Nah, yeah,
She
I'm good.
fire.
No, I'm good. I don't do the muscular. I
Oh
don't do
man,
the.
Jay Paul Jackson fire, bro.
Nah, I'm
Yeah,
good.
nah, she fire, bro. You
I
I was
tripping?
don't.
like,
I
what you
don't
I mean,
do.
talking
to each
about?
his own. To each his
Nah,
own. They
yeah,
go.
the each account zone, right? Bro, I don't.
to each account's own. What the
Look,
fuck this
I
nigga
like,
say?
yo, I don't like, bro. I don't do the
Body
body.
fee.
I don't do the bodybuilding type of physique, right? Like, I think that's gay. I think if you like a woman
How's
who's
that
built like
gay?
that, you
How is
might as
that
well
gay
you might as well
getting
be with a
vagina
man.
though?
You might as well be with a man. Like,
Bro,
Yeah,
this
She has
but
a
bitch
vagina.
bad,
okay,
How is
but
bro.
that
on the
gay?
flip
Nah.
side of that, you also don't want a thick girl though, right?
no. Whoa, I'm saying like it depends on like what thick we're talking about. There's slim thick. There's different types of thick. Like, I don't want a chick who's like thick beast, obese.
But that
Right?
bitch bad, bro. That
She
bitch bad,
bad.
I
Like
bro.
what?
agree,
Like she not
AK.
even.
She's not it. Nah, I'm sorry, bro. Like
It's not
she.
even like I know what you mean. Like I've seen them like female bodybuilders. Like that shit's OD. Like that shit look like when they like veins popping out and shit. Like like they don't have no type of form or figure. That's crazy. I'm with you on that. But her in the jumbo, she good. Like she basically like slim petite with a little definition. Like they ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nah, yeah, I'm good, bro. Like, you guys like the roughnecks and butt necks. Like, I'm good.
Nah.
Like, I mean, hold on, my fault. What did Tyler the Creator say on Funk Flex? Like,
It's like
But
you,
this
the
bitch
roughnecks and
bad,
butt sex is
bro. Oh
the
god.
roughnecks and butt sex. I'm good off that, right? Like, I'm good. I like my
She
women.
like a street fighter, bro.
I
She
like my.
like one of them street
I know.
fighter
I like my
bitches that
women
you
like
grew up
very
with,
feminine,
wanting to
petite,
fuck.
She
petite
looks
looking.
very feminine and petite. Like, bro, you tripping.
Next,
Yeah,
yeah,
she's very feminine.
yeah. Like, she looks like Triple H, but black.
He
Right?
said triple A.
Like, the fuck. Like, it's
That bitch bad, bro.
yeah.
I got a question.
So Power, she said you can move in and be the creator. Would you move in?
Yeah, for sure. Like,
Yo,
No,
Power, I
no.
got a
The
question.
catch is
Remember,
she
he's
wanna.
not
The
dating.
catch
He's
is she
not
wanna
dating
tie
for
you
love
up.
or looks.
She wanna tie
He's
you up and throw
dating
you
for
against the wall and
status.
shit.
Hey, yo,
nah, that bro, that like, look, listen. As long as she's allowing me to do spaces and I'm not paying rent, yo, tie me up, tie me up,
that's lit.
tie me up.
Yo, Power, I got
Throw
a
you over her
Look,
shoulder.
Hey, hold on. I got a question for the.
What if she move you in and then she just like she not fucking with you no more? She letting you stay, but she cheating. Like you
That's
staying?
fine.
Oh, I'm staying. Yeah, I got spaces to do. Right, I got a
All
plan.
right, Power, put up the next one I put
No,
up.
no, no. Hold
I
on,
want
hold on,
put
hold
up.
on.
Yo,
Let me
I
ask,
Power,
put
listen
another
to
let me
one
me.
up
let me
there.
ask the fellas a
Yo,
question.
B, you about to say something? No, B was about to say something first.
What are some like? What are some words that we gotta like leave in 2025? Like, I think one word has to be performative. Like, we gotta leave that
Oh
word
yeah, yeah, yeah,
in
yeah, yeah. Performative,
2020.
yeah. We
Nah,
need to
these
lead.
niggas be
Like, let me.
performing. These niggas be
Nah, hold on.
performative.
Nah, no, you're D man, you're right. But we need to find like you could tell most people on X have a limited vocabulary. We need to leave behind performative. We need to leave behind
Grifting
nuance.
is another one. We gotta
No, we
leave.
need grifting. We need to leave behind nuance as well, right? If I hear one more nuance, I'm
If I hear
Nah,
one more
Nah,
delusional,
nuance is cool, bro. We gotta keep nuance, bro. But look in the Jumbotron,
oh
Power.
oh.
This one not that bad,
Let me
bro.
see.
This one
nah,
not. She's not that.
nah.
That's
That's
not that
like when
bad,
Power be
bro.
like, "Oh, I like a Xena warrior princess." That's Xena warrior
Yeah,
princess.
Nah,
That's
she
that
that's what
sexy
you
hard.
and black.
tell.
That's
That's
that
what you
shit.
say. You like a Mulan, a Xenomorph. Yeah, that's it right there, nigga.
Nah,
Yep.
I'm good. I'm good on that. I'm good
She
on that.
cold. I ain't
Nah.
gonna lie,
So
pal.
you
You
saying
bugging.
if she
She
was white,
cold.
you
so
would be fucking with
physically
it?
you don't want your woman to
Oh,
be
C man is
Yeah.
masculine,
wicked.
but in other ways you would
Mindset,
like
yes,
her to be
exactly. In
masculine.
other ways, I want her to be masculine, but not physically.
So the fact that you want your woman to be masculine in any way is concerning.
Why is it concerning? Both women and men have masculine energy and feminine energy.
And you want someone to be more dominant having masculine traits emotionally
No,
and
She
not
look
in
like
the
that girl from
not in
Atlantis.
the
Y'all remember
bedroom,
that
but if
movie?
like, oh yeah, I remember that movie, but not in the bedroom, but yeah, outside the bedroom, like I got you, Mo. Outside the bedroom, yeah, I want my woman to be a little bit more masculine. I'll give you an example of that. Like if I'm slipping, right, and I'm like, if I'm sick,
Mallory.
like yeah,
Mallory.
Mallory, thank you, Mallory, perfect example. Like if I'm slipping, like I want my girl to step up and
to
say,
be honest with you, okay. I understand why you use the description. I understand why you use Mallory as an example. But if I'm being completely honest, Mallory is still very feminine in the ways that like
and that's what I mean.
like
Exactly. But you see the masculine part of Mallory.
but Mallory is only masculine because she's around bitch ass niggas.
Oh God,
No, Mallory.
hold on, let me let Mo
Mallory.
get in there before he forget. My bad, y'all. I've been trying to let me go.
Yeah. So the fellas, y'all would date a female barber?
Hell yeah.
Fuck no. No.
Absolutely not. No.
Oh nah,
Definitely
my
not.
fault. I take You know
Yeah,
what?
nah.
Dan, that's scary though, because like her like being around all those dudes, but there's ways to so this is gonna sound crazy.
You gonna
But
pop up on
there's
her at the
way
barbershop?
no mind control, right? So there's ways to make sure that like your woman doesn't see any other dude except you. I'm not gonna go into how, right? But it's a level of hypnosis, right? It's like there's a ways to make sure that your woman like so me.
Man, shut the fuck
I don't
up.
hold
Are
on, give me
you
a second.
saying are you
Yeah, no,
talking about when a woman actually loves you?
no, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like there's ways, there's a science.
It's
There's an art and a science to obsession.
There's a technique.
Making a woman obsessed with you. And I'm not gonna go say anything. If you guys want that game, that's $25 cash app. But I can really show you guys how to do it. But I would feel comfortable with my girl being around a bunch of dudes because I
That's
know
CB. That's why we need the word grifter, because why this nigga selling $25 worth of game but ain't got no
that's
females
not
he looking
what are you talking? Oh my, yo, that's crazy.
$20
Yo,
worth. Ooh,
20,
cook
yo, bro,
this
what,
nigga, bro.
bro, that's crazy. I'm grifting, right? But you guys don't say that about Apple selling you guys $1,000 phones. But that's freaking crazy. Like, yo,
$25 worth of
$25 worth,
game.
yeah, $25 worth of game. Like, I can really put you guys on because I worked in my life, so I can put you guys on. Like,
well, I don't know about you guys, but me
no,
personally,
not you. Well, yeah.
me personally, a man gets my attention from the simplest things, but not really. Like I like someone who
Technique.
thinks outside the box, but also doesn't equate like because I don't know. I don't like someone who's so like money focused, and I feel like a lot of people are very money focused right now. Because I have a father, so I'm good.
I respect
Hold on,
that.
hold on. I'm getting confused. It's two things because from the sound of it earlier, it sounded like you were money focused, and then secondly, how the fuck else is he supposed to take care of the family if he ain't focused on getting him some money?
I'm not saying he shouldn't be focused on getting some money. I'm saying the relationship and how he shows his love should not be directly related to how much he puts out from his pockets. I'm saying that I
But
would
but
much.
but doesn't every woman say they want a provider? Like that's like when you ask a woman like, what do you want from a
Here's the
man?
thing,
The first
right?
thing they'll say is
Here's the
provider or
thing, right?
protector.
So it's here's how I look at it, right? When a coach is looking for a a football player, like he's not going in there like, damn, I hope he knows how to play the game. Like the type of men that I speak to, they're already providers. Like I'm not having a provider issue when I meet men. I'm not having an
But
issue with that at all. I don't know
but
what's up with women having that issue, but that's not my business. What I'm saying is I already know as a man you can provide, but there are other ways that you have to provide for a successful legacy to be continued. And for me, I'm focused on legacy right now because I am heir to my father's businesses and I have to be very mindful of who I let into that. So, of
Can't the
course he's
man
a
say the same
provider.
thing? Can the man say
I
that?
think you should,
Absolutely.
but to be honest, you said it in the beginning. You said you don't want a man, so I
I
don't
don't
think you're
I
looking
don't
for a
I don't
man.
no, I said I don't necessarily see myself needing one, but I'm
So you're not looking. You don't want if you don't want. I don't want to sound like no. Never mind. I don't want to
But
sound like the
the same way you
Godfather,
do it to me,
but
the same way you be seeing the flaws in my logic, you need to keep it 100 with her too, man.
I'm not gonna lie, she gives Son husband
no, bro. I don't want to
vibes,
do
man.
that, bro.
What you said?
I'll
What you
do that.
said, B?
She gives
I'll
Son
point out the
husband
flaws
vibes,
in
bro.
your logic, more wisdom, but Miss Grippy, I won't do it. I can't. I
Yeah,
don't
you know
feel
why?
bad.
Because you're a sim.
No, it's because no, me being a sim would be me trying to be that person in her
Why did he
life,
say it
send her
like
some
that?
money or some shit.
That was actually fire though. That was funny.
Yeah, but did you hear what you said though? Like she won't let a man in because she's the heir, right? So like she's
that's
already
not
blocked.
true though.
You just said
Right.
it.
She
Like
no, she already
Yes,
blocked
he
it when she
tacitly
said
said
she
that.
yeah,
don't
she's
she
blocked.
already blocked it when she said she don't think she needs a man. Like
Right.
if you don't think you
Because in
need a
the
man, you
grand
don't
scheme of
want one.
things, like
So you
what I'm
don't so
saying
you aren't
is
willing to mold and change to
no,
have
okay.
one. So you don't
Let me
it's
explain this
Yeah.
really
in
a
a
wrap.
better way because y'all are taking it way out of proportion, right? When I say I
Mm-hmm.
don't need a man, I'm saying that for the typical things that women desire men for, I don't need it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't need a man to be this typical
No, you
like
said for a kid. You said you want to do the insemination shit because you want a kid, but you don't want a man, right? So
yes,
you do
because
need a man to make
in
a
most
kid.
cases the options, here's the thing, right? In most cases, a lot of the options that I have seen and experienced, it's like I'm not willing to sacrifice like my moral values just because someone is good on paper. Like
But you would just buy a baby.
That made no sense.
Yeah, exactly. You
buy
would
a
just
baby?
surrogate. You would
No,
just buy a
what you
baby.
just said was a string of words put together that made no sense.
Yeah. Easy there, word
How
salad,
did it so
Kamala.
explain to me how it didn't make sense what I
That
just
was
said.
hilarious.
It made so much nonsense that I don't even remember what you said. So you'd have to say it again.
Okay.
Like
I think the
you can't
concept of
deal.
me saying that I don't need a man, maybe you like you're I don't know why you're directly not like understanding what I'm saying, but I'm gonna try my best to explain it. Um, a, a lot of men complain about women being like leeches, or all women think about is money, or like if you don't got money, da 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 da. Right? If we move the money aspect from it, what I'm saying is a lot of men are lacking the basic emotional and moral and simple, just simple stuff, social cues, all that stuff. And I'm saying that I'm not willing to sacrifice that just because you have money. Like, you're not, this is,
So why
So
why
like
why
I
not
said,
jump?
so like I
Why
said,
jump?
you're willing to be alone. Like, okay, if you
I
take
think
away the
we all
money,
should be willing to be alone.
no,
I
no, what
think we
I'm
should all
saying,
Absolutely
be
not.
comfortable with that.
what
If
Absolutely not.
no, what I'm saying is, you say it's like you were saying how earlier you protecting your legacy,
I am protecting
right?
my legacy.
Okay,
Wait, so Miss
so
Griffin,
like,
you don't think that there are any emotionally intelligent men in the world? Like, so my
Yeah.
question is like,
No, I
why are
do
you
think that
jumping?
they, no, I do think so.
But
Your
I
legacy is
absolutely
more
think so.
important than finding a man.
why would you
Huh?
jump why would you jump all the way to being like using a surrogate or artificial insemination than just saying I'm
For me,
holding out
that is
for
sort of like a, for me, that is sort of like a, um, if push comes to shove and that's the decision that I would want, like, would make, I would be comfortable with that. I'm
So
not saying that that's my
you just
first
buy a child
choice.
then. You just bought a child from somebody else.
No,
It's
that's
the
not
same
what
so
I'm
it
thing.
seems
saying.
so like it seems like Plan B is like, I don't know. From how you said it and the things you said to me, it just seems like Plan B is very forefront right now
It's not forefront. You're
instead of
not
looking.
understanding what I'm saying to you. I'm saying I'm comfortable if that's the outcome. It's not my first choice, but I'm also comfortable if that's the outcome because I am not like on this like never ending quest to like find a man. Like, a man who wants to be with me will find me, and I'm not treating nobody like shit, and I'm not like, oh, you don't do this, da, 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 da. Like, I literally don't speak to men like that, like, at all. Um, so yeah, I feel like you're kind of just like fishing for something that's just, I'm trying to
You
show
put
you
your
it's not
do you put
there.
your
Well,
legacy
I'm not
above
fishing for
everything
anything. I
else?
was just hearing what you were saying,
She puts
and
her
just
legacy
that
above
one
everything
part made
else.
no sense to me because it contradicted what you said earlier.
What you mean?
Mhm.
When you said what you was talking about, like a relationship, and when you want a relationship and all of that stuff, you basically saying you want a relationship contradicted what you said earlier when you said at this point I
All
don't
right, you're not even
I
see
said
saying it.
at this
myself
point I'm
needing
You're
a
not
man.
saying it
comfortable.
right, bro. What you
Like, what's
said
wrong with being
was
comfortable with
no.
that? Like,
This is what you said. You said you're focused on your legacy, and you don't you carry you like you have a spot for a certain type of man, but you're also saying you don't need a man, and legacy is what you want out of it. But
yes,
this
I
is
want to make, here's my thing, right? I understand what y'all are saying. I am not saying that I don't need a man, period, but I'm saying I just feel like, okay, if
So you willing to
circumstances
take a
were
man
different,
that doesn't make a lot of money but has the EQ that you was talking about earlier, like the social cues and the emotional and all of that stuff? Like if he knew how to love you, would you take him even though he don't make as much money as you?
if he, here's the thing, right? I don't care if he doesn't make as much money as me. That's correct. If he is a good person and shows me characteristic traits like loyalty and trust and like um you're a good businessman, like there's different things, like even if you don't make as much money, it doesn't mean that you're not an ambitious person. It doesn't mean that what you're pursuing isn't like, you know
So you
um
want a power.
huh, what?
he said. So you want power?
No, I don't want power. Why would you, okay, so what made you think that I want power?
That's
I'm
what
blushing.
LK said.
I said, so you want a power, like a dude like power, like he's emotional. He has all those traits that you said, but he's not as, he don't make as much money, not as much money as you, but he not there yet. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean he's not ambitious and he's not a good
Powers
Right.
laughing at
businessman.
everybody on
You
the
know
Yeah,
what I'm
phone.
saying? Like,
she
Yeah,
also
what I'm
mentioned,
saying is like, okay,
bro.
a man who
Powers
is
laugh.
ambitious, who is enterprising and hardworking is never poor. He is either in
Okay,
developing.
Whitley.
Hold on, now you tripping. I didn't say power is not
Absolutely.
poor
And
now.
she was
Power
absolutely
not poor.
correct when she said that because he is never poor.
All right.
Okay, so basically what I'm getting from this, okay, what I see from this is most Miss Grippy wants to take on the man role in a relationship.
I
You know what I'm saying?
don't.
Like she wants
So
to be
I never
no,
said
but you
any.
want to have
Okay,
that power.
nothing about
You
what I
want to have
said describes
no. What
me
I'm saying,
being
hold on, let
in
me
the
finish
male
it. Let me
role.
finish it. Let me finish it. Let me finish it.
But
You
I
want
can't let
to
you
have
finish it if you're
hold on.
incorrect.
Let me
though.
correct it. Let me correct it. You want to have the power or the
I don't
leverage
want
in a
the
relationship
power.
because
Who
you
said
bring the leverage. You bring the legacy. You
Nah,
bring the
you do
legacy.
want the power because you like to call it.
You
You
want
want to
it.
wear the.
Okay, but here's the
But you
thing.
also don't
Who
want a
said
man, or you don't
how?
need a
Okay,
man.
so me worrying about
It's
my
nothing wrong
legacy
with
means
that,
I
Miss
want
Grippy.
power.
Yes.
Miss Grippy,
Yeah,
what
that's
I'm
your
saying
number
is
one thing.
That doesn't.
yes, because you
No,
said
That's your
that's
your
number one
incorrect.
thing.
legacy is the first thing. That's the most important thing. So you have the leverage, and he doesn't make a lot of money, which is okay if that's the dynamic of a
Here's the
relationship you
thing.
want. Then
You guys
it's
brought up
cool.
wait,
Then
Stop.
it doesn't
Stop. Stop.
contradict itself now that I
You brought
understand
up
where you're coming
The
from.
example that you
You
gave.
brought up the example of the man not making as much as me. I never said
Yeah,
that
but
Right
what,
I
now, it
what was
can't
makes
the
a
find
lot
example
more
that
someone.
you
sense
gave though?
because you're
Hold
willing
on,
to
AFK.
date a man that doesn't make
Let
as
me
much
let me
money as
cook. AFK. No, Miss Grippy. The example that you gave when you said that you don't have a problem of finding men that have the ability to provide. You said when a coach looks for a player, you already know that the coach identifies that the player has the ability to perform. That means
Yeah.
that you are the coach, correct?
No, I'm not saying that I am the
Okay,
coach.
come on, stop
I'm
it.
like
Stop
y'all
it. Everything you've been
see.
saying said that
She
you're the
doesn't get
coach.
it. She
Everything you've
doesn't
been
get
saying
it.
has been saying that you're the coach the entire time.
So,
Yeah.
okay, I was drawing an example not to put myself in that position. You're choosing to do that. I am saying that I was drawing the example of when I'm in a vicinity of people, I am not thinking about whether or not they can provide. I'm not thinking about that. That's the example. I'm not being literal. Like I'm drawing an example
right, and that's why I
but you're
gave
taking
you
it
an example. Hold on,
literally.
hold on.
That's where you're
No,
getting
that's okay.
confused. What
That's
I'm no no
okay.
no no no
And
no. Let me finish. What I am saying is that if I am in a community of people, I already know these people make money. So I am not going to be worried about whether or not a man is a provider.
that's okay. That's okay. And that's when I gave you the example. Would you date somebody who does not make enough money to provide for you? And you
And I
said
gave you
yes, you
my
would.
answer, but you're not
Hold on.
comfortable
Right,
with
right, right.
it. But for
I
some
didn't
reason,
know
you
you
have
didn't. I
this
didn't say I
concept that
wasn't.
I want to have
Listen,
power.
I never said I wasn't comfortable with your answer. What I was
Oh,
saying was,
please.
and
You
what
were
I
saying
did say
everything on.
is,
Come on now.
listen,
Don't do
what
that.
I
Stick with
said.
it. Stay
No,
on it.
no, chill. No, when you gave the answer, I said okay. Now it makes sense. It doesn't contradict because you want to be in the place of power and have leverage.
I
Right?
don't
That
want.
is what
Here's the
I
thing.
said.
I don't.
And to me,
No.
it's nothing wrong
You
with
came
that
up,
because
but
if
here's the
you're a
thing. You
career
came up
woman,
with that.
then
You
you
came
get
up
with
with that.
somebody
You came up with that.
but
I
that
never came up with that. You
listen,
gave the example. And so now because you
right.
gave that example, you're telling me that I want power because you gave the example of a man making less money when that was never my initial argument. That was your argument. And from that argument, you drew your own conclusion.
No, Miss
What
Griffin.
I'm saying to you is that whether he makes more money than me or less, I am focused on his character and the type of man that he will be in character. You are continuously going back to the monetary, which I'm trying to explain to you to remove the monetary, but your mind
Yeah.
is so small that you cannot
Listen,
see a
Small is
relationship
crazy.
being outside of a
small is crazy as
monetary.
hell.
No,
Like
But
I'm
look,
telling you
this
that
is
I am
Miss
not.
Grippy.
I
I
like
hear
y'all
that.
heads
AFK,
are
let me cook
really
one more time. Let me
warped.
cook one.
Oh
No,
my
this is
god,
it.
bro.
Simply, this is it. You just said a lot of things that correspond with the idea of you being alone is kind of what you prioritize. And this is as simple as this.
What?
No, listen, I'm just gonna give you a couple examples. You said legacy is most important thing. I've never heard a woman say that ever. I typically
Never,
That's
hear.
fine.
ever.
That's
Hold on.
fine. That's your.
Let me finish.
That's
Let me
fine.
finish. That's just one of the things that correspond. You also said you don't need a man. You gave the coach looking for an athlete example. You said